Chapter 51. When Pow Pow came online, Enra was dozing on the edge of the bed, and she stretched out a hand in a daze. Pow Pow subconsciously dodged and called out, "Boss?" Enra raised her head. Her eyes were dazed for a moment, and then she regained consciousness. "Oh, you're here? Boss, why are you sleeping here?" The bungalow had no electricity, and there was no kerosene lamp. It was dark inside and outside the window. Enra's night vision was not as good as the players'. She stared at Pepeo's vague outline for a few seconds and shook her head. "It's okay. Let's see if the employees can get to work on time. He and I are different after all." And Ro didn't want to know too much about Pepeo's offline life, and it was useless to ask too much. And Ro got up to light the kerosene lamp. In the dim light, she could vaguely distinguish Pepeo's expression of wanting to say something, but not being able to. "What's wrong?" she still asked. "Boss." Pepeo's face was burning. "Can I work overtime from time to time in the future?" He was so angry with the employees of the gym that he threw money at them out of anger. It was cool, but he regretted it when he calmed down. There are so many gyms, and this one doesn't have a seat, so he can just go to another one. Why bother to rent a luxury cabin? The monthly rent is 200,000, even if it is a 5-star hotel with treadmills, rowing machines and other facilities. He can't afford it. The school is just a few hundred meters away, so if he wants to exercise, he can go to the school playground. Moreover, the most valuable part of the luxury cabin is that it is equipped with a medical security system that specifically detects the vital signs of long-term online players. He can't stay away from home every day, and he doesn't need it. Luckily, the arena considers that rich people don't have any credit problems, and the luxury package does not require a deposit. Otherwise, he really can't withdraw 80,000 gold. In other words, for young people like Pow Pow, face is more important than substance. He can't bear to move back to the small package next month. He can only think of ways to make more money. Working overtime for half a day can earn 1,000 gold, which can be converted into real currency. Working overtime for a month can earn 150,000. This is why Pow Pow bit the bullet and asked. And Ro only spent a few seconds to guess. The child is short of money. But what kind of situation would make a boy who has just reached adulthood need to spend so much money? Undoubtedly, Pow Pow has a good character and a kind heart, and it is unlikely that he would use the money to do something illegal. The gold coins that Enro gave him before were worth at least 300,000 yuan, which is a huge sum for a child of this age. Could it be that someone in the family is sick? Okay. Enro agreed without hesitation. "It just so happens that I want to reform the restaurant next, and I can't do without your help." And she returned to the bed, pressed Pepeo's shoulder, and transferred 30,000 gold. These days, the corpses in the pickle jar have exploded for 500,000 gold. I wanted to wait until all the corpses were broken into pieces before settling with you. But now that we are here, I will give it to you in advance. Boss. Pow Pow was hit by the huge surprise, and was speechless for a moment. This money plus the balance in the account is enough for the rental of the luxury package next month. But the surprise is not over yet. And Ro continued, "What I just said are all gold coins. We still have a batch of props exploded by players. When we need them, we will sell them in the pawn shop and give you a 5% increase as well." When she went to the pawn shop to buy a blank contract, and Ro also asked about the prices of some weapons. The lowest level gray weapons are not worth much, ranging from tens of gold to hundreds of gold. But once they enter the sequence of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, the price will double and double immediately. For example, the red weapon bone-burying shovel she gave to Pow Pow is worth at least 5,000 gold, and the orange weapon fine steel fishing net that Enro used to fish out pickled vegetables is estimated to start at 50,000. Compared with weapons, the average price of auxiliary props is lower, but the lower limit is higher. Resurrection card, disguise card, perspective card, hidden card, element card, in addition to the resurrection card. Other auxiliary cards are also divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high, and the price increases exponentially. Among them, the resurrection card is still the cheapest. Regardless of the level, it is 5,000 gold per card. In other words, the hundreds of props in Enro's hand, once converted into gold coins. It is also a huge sum of money. Admittedly, the pawnshop also has the ugly face of buying low and selling high. But even if it is sold at a 50% discount, Enro estimates that at least 2 million gold can be recovered in this small piece of land in Jiangsu town. She really has no shortage of money. But she lacks one crucial thing: corpses. While watching Pao Pao go online, she went to the pickle jar and looked around. There were 11 corpses left in the morning. But after half a day, the number dropped sharply to 7. Pao Pao didn't think as much as she did. Hearing Amber's words, he said embarrassedly, "No need. Boss, you spent a lot of money to build a farm and buy a restaurant. When the props are sold, you don't have to share them with me. By the way, boss, you said you want to reform the restaurant? How?" And Ro picked up the kerosene lamp and motioned Pao Pao to follow. There were no stars or moons in the soul world, and the night was deep, as if a full ink stone was turned upside down on the ground. The farm was some distance away from the city wall, so the howling of the demented ghouls in the land of no life could not be heard. And it was far away from the town, so there was no noise. The world was silent. Pao Pao followed behind, and Ro, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said, "Watch out behind you." Pao Pao was startled, and suddenly realized that there was a sound of breaking air behind his head. Without thinking, he took out the bone-burying shovel and slapped it backwards. Metal struck, sparks flew, and illuminated a terrified face with wide eyes. But it was not Fu Bao. A light screen popped up in front of Pao Pao. Task name: Secret Lair of Yong'an Farm. Task location: East suburb of Jiangsu town. Ghoul level: SS highest. Ghoul number: 2 out of 2. Time limit: none. Difficulty rating: SS. Pao Pao was no stranger to this task notification. Every time he saw Fu Bao, it would pop up. But this time, after he glanced over, he suddenly stopped. The name of the mission and the number of ghouls have changed. It was originally called The Secret Hidden in Yan'an Farm, but now it has become The Secret Lair, and the number of ghouls was originally only 1. This is not the only change. And Raton said, "Stop." And the numbers in the number of ghouls column began to jump. 3, 4, 5. Finally stopped at May 5th. For figures approached silently, and stopped at the same time after hearing Enro's order, making dissatisfied gurgles in their throats. They are all living dead. Pao Pao was stunned. Since he met Enro, there has only been one ghoul, Bao Fu, by her side. This made Pao Pao feel that the boss only had a strange connection with Bao Fu, the specific ghoul. But the facts now proved that the boss's ability was far more than that. Control all ghouls? The top bug among bugs? Especially after fighting with the sneak attack ghoul just now. Pao Pao clearly felt that his whole arm was sore. The opponent's strength was better than his. Pao Pao's attention swept over the 4 ghosts one by one, and the light screen displayed their labels one by one. They were all sea-level ghouls. And in terms of level, they were only 1 level higher than the demented ghouls. But Pao Pao knew very well that from sea level to SSS level, the level division of ghouls was similar to that of players. Take the bronze level for example. LV 10-29 are all bronze players. And he, a bronze beginner at LV 15, can't beat a bronze advanced player above LV 25. It's the same for sea level ghouls, except that there are no sub-level divisions. In addition, the parasite can still transform wildly after death, greatly increasing its destructive power, and its overall strength will be raised. In other words, the sea-level ghoul that attacked him could beat his arms to a numbness before his body died. Even if a high-level bronze player came, he might not be able to succeed in a one-on-one duel. Only silver players have the strength to deal with it. What's more, there are 4 of them now, and they have surrounded him. Pao Pao swallowed his saliva. Apart from the rich, he was still very wary of other ghouls. He didn't dare to shift his sight. He stepped back and approached Anru. "Boss, this..." Before he finished speaking, a sauerkraut shed not far away suddenly raised a bone knife that was abnormally long and stabbed directly into the pickle jar from top to bottom. The soul light flashed and disappeared. "All of you retreat." And Ro's majestic eyes swept over the 4 ghouls, and she raised the kerosene lamp in front of Pao Pao to illuminate his face. "You all remember. He will be your boss from now on. Whoever dares to attack him will only end up starving to death." The soul fragrance was so close that the ghouls gnashed their teeth unwillingly. But they were ultimately no match for Enro's power, and disappeared into the darkness. Pao Pao's heart finally settled down. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard footsteps, and Enro had already walked away. He hurriedly followed, not leaving her side. "Boss, what's this?" Enro hissed, motioning him to look at the pickle jar. One of them was in the jar for 10 minutes. But it couldn't make it and exploded. "It seems that not all the corpses that survived until now are gold players," Enro said. "Do you think this one can come out alive?" Pow Pow finally realized that the fleeting glimmer of soul, just now, was the sudden wealth that divided the resurrected players into ghouls. But originally, these players, who had few resurrections left, were used to feed the rich. "Boss, why did you differentiate so many ghouls?" Pow Pow asked doubtfully. And suddenly he was shocked. "Is someone eyeing the farm and needs us to prepare for battle?" He waited for a while, got no response, and looked at Enro. Enro's eyes were straight. Her mouth was slightly open, and veins bulged on her forehead and neck. She looked like she was suffocating and dying. Pow Pow panicked, "Boss!" before his hand touched her. Enro suddenly took a deep breath and smiled. "Not bad. I'm about to get out." As she spoke, the heavy wooden lid on the pickle jar was flipped over, and a figure jumped out of the jar and landed in front of the two. The poisonous water was dripping all over his body, and the exposed skin was dark blue, with 2 bloody tears on his face, and bloodshot eyes, glaring at him angrily. If it weren't for the light screen notification popping up in front of him, Pow Pow would almost think that the player had escaped successfully. "After the experiment, I found that the self-healing ability of ghouls is much stronger than that of players. According to what you said, when players are resurrected and soaked in poisonous water, they need to drink life potions to detoxify. But ghouls don't need to." Enro paused and corrected herself. "It's the stronger ghouls who don't need to do that. The weaker ones, like that one, lost their bodies in the poisonous water and couldn't survive even if they transformed wildly." Pow Pow followed her gesture and looked over. He saw that several large vats had been broken a few meters away. In the messy clay fragments, a few gold coins could be vaguely seen. It must be the ghoul that Andrew mentioned that didn't come out alive. It's weird to describe the corpse that survived until now as alive, and to describe the ghoul that broke out of the jar as surviving. However, Pow Pow didn't have time to think about these corners of thought, and most of his attention was on the ghoul in front of him. He pulled Andrew's sleeve and lowered his voice. "Boss, this ghoul is very different from my impression." Andrew smiled slightly. "Is it because the expression is too natural? Too much like a living person?" Pow Pow nodded hurriedly. "Even if they are living dead, their body movements and facial expressions will be more or less stiff, especially the eyes and mouth, which are between fright and anger. But the ghoul in front of him didn't have his eyes wide open, nor did his mouth corners turn down. At most he was glaring like a normal person. This is also the result of my experiment." Andrew's tone was a little complacent. "The living dead are just those whose souls have been eaten. When I asked Bao Bao to differentiate the first batch of ghouls, I found that the fewer souls were eaten, the more natural the expressions of the living dead were. So this time, I let Bafu lick it lightly. It's not even a bite. At most it's just a needle piercing the player's soul." Pow Pow was dumbfounded again, and it took him a long time to digest Andrew's words. And he asked hesitantly, "Then, why do we need so many ghouls?" "Too slow." Andrew threw a disdainful look. "What else can we do? The farm has expanded into so many industries. Of course we need to recruit workers." Chapter 52. Outside the farm gate, Pow Pow grabbed the car door and cried like a child. "Boss, don't leave me here alone. 5 ghouls. This is a ghoul's nest. I'm timid. I'm scared. I don't dare. Enro was angry and amused, with Bao Bao here. "Why are you afraid? It's the ghost mother. Wangda, Wang-er, Zhangda, Zhang-er, and Sunda. They are all differentiated from it. Look at you. You're so cowardly. As a boss, how are you going to manage them in the future?" 5 freshly chosen names were spoken, and Peopeo's expression was dull for a moment. "Wangda, Wang-er." And Ro nodded as a matter of course. "Yes. These players' residual souls became ghouls. They have no memory. And if you want them to blend in with the crowd without being discovered, of course you have to give them a name. But, aren't these names a little too random? Are they?" And Ro thought for a moment. "Then I'll leave it to you. You can call them whatever you want. Just in time for employee training, so that they can establish identity recognition. Training? These new ghouls are all hungry, drooling when they see him." Peopeo's mouth drooled, and he was about to cry again. and Rose simply kicked him out, quickly closed the car door, and left with a sentence. If you want to make money, just do your job. The car stopped halfway, and Rose leaned her head on the back of the chair. Her pupils dilated. Pepeo's figure appeared clearly in the field of vision, standing on tiptoe, carefully approaching the bungalow, and Rose smiled silently. As an employee, it is still necessary to push appropriately. However, Pepeo's level is only bronze, which is a bit low. I have to find a way to raise his level later. Otherwise, not only will these ghouls be unruly, but when the time comes, even if Pow Pow needs to come out as a destiny person, he won't be able to do it. She thought of Captain Li and Tang Lang. One is a high-level gold and the other is a great god. He heard her and gave her a bad face. And she wanted to get away with it? It's not that easy. But now is not the time to take revenge. She needs to test the business model she has planned first. Backed by the farm. It relies on the 3 downstream industries of restaurants, bathhouses, and hair salons to operate externally. If it works, the future of the farm, the food that will be rich, and the level of running will all be settled. The high heels stepped on the accelerator and rushed to Zhongsu town. The second day after the bun shop reopened, there were fewer diners asking for red envelopes and taking advantage. And the business was still good. At this time, the sun was getting higher, and it was already past breakfast time. But the store was still full, and Ro was a little surprised. She glanced and found a notice posted at the door, old store newly opened. 20% off for the whole month. She walked through the noisy living room and found Nyonyan in the kitchen. Dad, why are there discounts today? I said that Fuxiang restaurant is offering discounts for a month. Did Dad hear it wrong? The answer was that he did not hear it wrong. The business was very hot from morning to night yesterday. And Nyonyan was so happy that he extended the discount time. Ro. Guess how much profit the store made yesterday? Without waiting for Enro to answer, Nyonyan spread out 10 fingers. 1,000 gold. Dad deducted all the costs. It was a net profit. He opened both hands, and finally said 1,000 gold, which made Enro couldn't help laughing. Okay. As long as he is happy. It's okay to have a long-term discount. From the beginning to the end. Enro didn't expect the bun shop to make money. Even if it loses money, she can afford it. For Enro, this is just a place to settle in Nyonyan. The most suitable place. And the place that her father likes the most. Of course, when the farm is completely independent and self-sufficient, she will still take Nyonyan there. And Nyonyan wiped his hands and asked with concern, Did you go to Fuxiang yesterday? How is it? Ro. It doesn't matter if Fuxiang's business is not good. Dad is here. The bun shop earns 20,000 to 30,000 gold a month, which can always support Fuxiang for a while. You can slowly think of a way. Don't worry. Okay. And Rose suddenly realized. And a warm current surged in her heart. The real reason why Nyonyan extended the 20% discount was here. As a father, no matter how successful his daughter is or how much money she makes, he subconsciously stands behind her and wants to cover for her. It's a pity that with the scale of Fuxiang restaurant, the human cost of hiring chefs, waiters and shopkeepers alone is not something a small bun shop can afford. However, to turn Fuxiang around, Enro really needs Nyonyan's help. She weighed the bamboo basket in her hand. Dad, can you spare some time? I want you to help me make a new dish. Yes. Of course. I have already wrapped the buns. Just put them in the oven to steam. With their help, it won't take much effort. And Nyonyan said, What dish? Are you going to sell it in Fuxiang? And Ro didn't answer, but asked they? Before she finished speaking, a person lifted half of the curtain and walked into the kitchen. And Ro turned around and looked, and was stunned. It was Sister Hong. She changed into a plain cotton cheongsam, and her feet were no longer the stilettos that made a clacking sound when she walked, but a pair of black cloth shoes without heels. The exquisite headdress was gone, and her hair was tied into a bun that middle-aged women in the game often wear. The biggest change was Sister Hong's face. No red lips, no eyeshadow, and with the gentlewoman's eyes looking at women. The other party didn't even put on makeup. Very plain. However, the system god still favored her. She was less charming without makeup, and couldn't hide some wrinkles, but she was still very beautiful. Enro frowned. Why are you here? She was also carrying a few empty plates left by the customers. Xiao Jia, who was working outside, heard the noise, and came over in a panic, and hurriedly explained to Enro, "Bossin, I asked Brotherin to let my cousin work here. Can you please give me?" The rest of the words got stuck in her throat. Xiaojia must know that her face is worthless to Enro. Hongjia knelt down. "Enro, Ro, please forgive me. Please take me in. I have nothing left. I can't go anywhere. I want to stay here. At least I can see some familiar people every day. And I can live with my cousin." Enro looked at Xiaojia, who lowered her head guiltily. It turned out that Xiaojia couldn't help but feel the lingering family affection, and secretly took in Hongjia, who was living on the street. Hongjia knelt down and tried to grab Enro's hand, but she dodged. Enro sneered, "Forgive you? When my father knelt down in front of so many people and begged you? Did you ever soften your heart? Have you ever shown mercy? You broke the contract unilaterally, and kicked my dad out of the shop. Have you ever cared about where my dad would go? Can he find a bed to sleep in at night? When he was beaten by the security guards, were you gloating over his misfortune?" Sister Hong was speechless and burst into tears. There was no way. The setting that NPCs cannot lie made her unable to deny a word. After all, what Enro said was true. At this time, Anyonyan hesitated and said, Ro, forget it. It's all over. Dad, you also want to plead for her. She doesn't deserve it. After all, Anyonyan wanted to say that she had watched Enro grow up. But seeing Enro's unhappy face, he didn't mention it. Anyway, the steamed bun shop is doing well now, and I can't handle it alone. Achu can't come to help every day, and we can't let the hair salon be closed all the time. Why not treat her as a helper hired by Dad? Okay, why not hire someone else? Why do you have to hire her? Dad, don't you think she's pretty? Enro knew she had said something she didn't want to say, so she stopped talking. As expected, Anyonyan glared at her. What nonsense are you talking about? He also glanced at Xiaojia nervously. Enro looked at her from the corner of her eye. Xiaojia rubbed her hands together and didn't know where to put her feet. So that's it. Anyonyan was soft-hearted, but he took Hongjia in mostly for Qijia's sake. This made Enro's anger disappear. She was a person who would take revenge for any grudges she had. After the grudges were taken, the other party could go wherever they wanted. In short, out of sight, out of mind. But a light bulb suddenly lit up in her head, and Enro felt that it was not impossible. But before she let go, she had to confirm one thing first. Enro lowered her eyes, pinched Sister Hong's chin with 2 fingers, and looked down at her. A beauty is a beauty, even if she is old and looks miserable. She is still pitiful. Enro, do you really know you are wrong? Sister Hong, really? I did it wrong. Everything is my own fault. I dare not blame you at all. Nor do I dare to blame Brotherin. Enro, have you ever thought about revenge? Sister Hong bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment. I thought about it. But not now. Ro, you are rich and have means. And you know the Destiny Man and the mayor. No matter how much I struggle, I can't get revenge. Under the premise that they can't lie. Her confession shocked Anyonyan and Xiaojia, and they began to hesitate about taking in Sister Hong. Enro, on the contrary, smiled faintly. What about the future? If one day, I am down and out, or you are rich, will you still seek revenge on me and my father? This time, Sister Hong hesitated for a longer time, but the situation was stronger than her, so she finally nodded. No. If that day comes, I will not seek revenge on you. Hearing this, Enro achieved her goal, just like forcing Boss Lin to promise not to raise prices. Since Sister Hong promised not to take revenge, there is no need to worry about her stabbing in the back. For Enro, such a Sister Hong is more trustworthy than a friend in the ordinary sense. Okay. For my father's sake, I forgive you, Enro said. However, you will not work in a steamed bun shop, but in a hair salon. Monthly salary, no matter how much your father promised you, it will be void. I will only give you 1,000. She ignored the surprised eyes of several people and smiled. Don't worry about not having enough to eat. In addition to the fixed salary, there are also bonuses. The specific amount and when to pay depends on your performance and my mood. If you agree, nod your head. What a coincidence. What Enro said was almost the same as what Hongjia said when Xiaojia came to seek refuge with Hongjia. Xiaojia looked complicated, secretly feeling the law of cause and effect. She asked, Bossin, what about me? You are still the manager of the hair salon, the shopkeeper, the manager. And Ro thought about the common titles of this era and nodded. Yes. Just call me manager. The hair salon manager. Hongjia's boss. Report directly to me. Before the bun shop finds a clerk. Come and help more. And the wages will be paid. How about it? Have you thought it through? And Ro looked at Hongjia. I agree. These 3 words were said by Sister Hong through gritted teeth. Not to mention the special setting of the game for NPCs. Sister Hong's reaction made Ro feel as if she saw a real person. The unwillingness, resentment and fear in her eyes were too real and delicate. She raised her hand. Go and get busy. Before the bun shop finds a waiter. You all stay in the store to help. After dealing with this unexpected little matter, she should deal with the business of Fuxiang Restaurant. Chapter 53. As a modern person, Ro only knows which restaurants are good. But she doesn't know a chef. In the Soul realm, it's the other way around. She has never been to a restaurant in her memory. But in her opinion, Yonyan is an absolute chef. The food he cooks for her on weekdays is as good as any restaurant. He was born with a high talent for cooking by this system. As a child who grew up in the fields, he has basically never been to a restaurant like Ro. But he can cook seafood noodles, scallion fish, old duck stew and other dishes. When Ro asked him how he learned it, Yonyan looked confused. In his opinion, once the name of a dish appeared, he would naturally know how to make it. For example, Ro asked him to make pickled fish, which Yonyan had never made before. But he nodded repeatedly when he heard the name. Pickled fish. I know how to make it. Ro. Leave it there. Dad will make it for you to try. He took the pickled cabbage and seed base that Ro brought over. Cut the pickled cabbage and soaked it in water. Then cleaned it neatly. Sliced the fish. And marinated it. His knife skills were excellent. And there was not much meat left from the whole fish from head to tail. And the fish bones were intact. And Ro's eyes were filled with amazement. Ordinary players. How could they have the opportunity to appreciate the artistic cooking skills of an ordinary NPC? And Ro unconsciously gave her father a Michelin hat. With such good skills, it is a waste to only sell buns for more than 10 years. Pickled fish is not complicated to make. The main process is to process the ingredients and stir-fry the base. And Yonyan's movements are smooth and without pause. In less than half an hour, with the sizzling sound of pouring oil, a pot of pickled fish is hot. And Ro didn't eat early, and was already hungry. So she quickly picked up a piece. The sea base has few bones, and tastes smooth and tender. The spicy and slightly numbing taste of the sour soup immediately brought Ro back to the pickled fish restaurant in her memory. At this moment, the experience since entering the game seemed like a dream. And Ro's heart skipped a beat, and she woke up. She didn't want to break her beautiful dream and return to the naked and terrible real world. Dad? It's so delicious. Is this really your first time making it? Of course. Can Dad lie to you? And Yonyan said with a smile, taking out a steamed bun from the steamer. Eat the steamed bun together. Be careful of the spiciness. And Ro took the steamed bun and put it directly into the fish soup. Seeing this, and Yonyan said hurriedly, it's too salty. Ro. Not salty. I like to eat rice with the sauerkraut fish soup the most. And Ro said. And Yonyan was startled. Ro. Have you eaten this dish? He had never made it. Nor had he taken Ro to eat it elsewhere. But his daughter left home for a few days ago. Maybe she couldn't forget it because she had eaten it outside. Yes, I ate it outside once. And Ro remained calm. She loved to eat pickled fish. And she used to go out every week to go shopping from the farm, and go to the pickled fish restaurant. Because she liked it so much. She found the recipe on the internet, and tried to copy it. But even though she could remember the recipe by heart, the results were not satisfactory. Originally, Ro planned to let Yonyan make it according to the recipe she remembered. But she didn't expect that Yonyan's steps were almost the same as the recipe. And the taste was even better than the restaurant. It seems that the designer of this game really instilled all the recipes into Yonyan's mind. Yonyan is an NPC. NPC is a procedure. And the procedure represents a consistent execution standard. And Ro can be sure that even if Yonyan makes the same dish 100 times, there will be no difference in taste. Unless there are differences in the ingredients. And Ro even wants to pull Yonyan over to be the chef of Fuxiang Restaurant. With good taste and stable products. And if the price is appropriately lowered and the service attitude is improved, the restaurant will not have to worry about lack of customers. However, She suppressed this impulse. No matter what. She cannot pull An Yonyan into the business link she has designed. That is to say, the Bozy shop, must cut ties with Fuxiang restaurant, Hongyan bathhouse, and even the hair salon. Dad. And Ro took out the prepared contract. I need you to sign something. What? And Yonyan leaned over to take a look. And Ro blocked the contents of the contract, revealing only the signature part. Just sign it. You don't trust me again, right? Okay. Okay. Dad will sign it. And Yonyan took out the brush used for accounting, signed his name neatly, and then pressed his red handprint on each page. The contract flashed white light, and his eyes widened immediately. Ro. You. He became the owner of the bun shop and the small Western-style building. Fortunately, Sister Chiao and Sister Hong were not employees of the bun shop. Otherwise, they would have discovered that the boss had changed at this moment. And Ro reminded, Dad, don't let others know about this. You and I know. Okay? And Yonyan did not answer immediately, and said helplessly, Ro, why are you doing this? You bought the shop and the house. Even if Dad keeps it, sooner or later I will pass it on to you. Why bother with all this? And Ro hissed, don't show off your wealth. I'm too rich. What if I get targeted by bad guys? Dad, just help me share some of the burden. Promise me. This reason made An Yonyan unable to refuse. Okay. Don't worry. Dad won't tell anyone. Xiaojia won't tell either? And Ro winked playfully. And Yonyan blushed and said seriously, no. He paused and asked cautiously, Ro, do you have any objection? And Ro burst out laughing. Why would I object to this? Dad, I will be very busy from now on, running between the farm and the town, and I may not be able to go home often. I am so happy that someone can accompany you more. And Yonyan was mixed with joy and sorrow, and sighed, alas, it is Dad who is useless, making Ruru suffer so much. How useless? And Ro explained exaggeratedly. He is very useful. I want to borrow Dad for a whole day. The food at Fuxiang restaurant is too bad. I want Dad to be the chef temporarily at noon, and in the evening today to see if I can change the impression of the guests. As the chef of Fuxiang restaurant, Li Kongfu looked very unhappy. The sudden visit of the young new owner of the restaurant startled everyone. Everyone had discussed in private that the restaurant had changed its owner and people would be fired sooner or later. So they unanimously decided to make more money before Enro arrived. Unexpectedly, Enro did not bring anyone but a middle-aged fat man. She did not fire anyone, but asked him not to cook today and let the fat man cook alone. This was to use him as a warning to change the chef. Li Kongfu was still angry after holding it in for a long time. Bossin, the poor business of the restaurant is not just due to the food. Why are you targeting me? Taking kickbacks for purchasing meat and vegetables and passing off inferior products as good ones is what old Huang did. It was shopkeeper Jin's idea to charge tea fees and overtime fees. He also privately reprinted the menu and raised the price of the dishes by 30%. And Ro raised her eyebrows. Oh! She couldn't help but jump out so quickly. She made a big fuss to ask shopkeeper Jin to gather everyone, and deliberately concealed An Yonyan's identity and the temporary chef. It was a whim. I didn't expect it to work. Everyone gasped when they heard Li Kongfu's words, especially manager Jin and old Huang. Their knees felt like they were filled with lead, and they were about to collapse. They couldn't lie, which meant they couldn't deny Li Kongfu's words. So they couldn't say a word to defend themselves and could only beg for mercy. But they didn't have much sincerity. And Ro sneered. It seems that what Chef Li said is true. You should know that just for embezzling money, I can ask the police to arrest people. Old Huang also sneered. You can try it. I am the mayor's cousin. Oh! And Ro glanced at him. Then do you know that I am Miss Heng's best friend? Since you are familiar with the mayor, you must know how much Miss Heng abides by the laws of Lingbing City. Will she allow you to break the rules of Lingbing City in the name of her father? Old Huang's smile disappeared. And Ro continued, I want to see. Are you closer to the mayor? Or is Miss Heng closer to the mayor? Old Huang knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Bossin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I will spit out all that money. And everyone in the store has received hush money. They have to spit it out too. Being caged and unaware, under the game mechanism, shutting the mouth, is simply nonsense. No one can stand now. Everyone kneels down. and everyone is busy taking out the embezzled money. There are piles of gold coins on the ground, with more and less, especially the storekeeper Jean, Lao Huang and Li Kongfu. Several guys must have spent it and couldn't take out much, and kept saying, "Boss, deduct it from my salary, even if it's for half a year. I'll accept it." And Ro was not polite, and put the gold coins into the account one by one. It was not much, not even the fraction of her balance. Presumably the restaurant business was too bad, and it couldn't swallow much money even if it wanted to. The root cause was the business strategy set by the mayor at the beginning. And Ro left them all in the living room and pointed to Li Kongfu alone. "You, come in." She took him and Yonyan into the kitchen together. "Don't worry. Uncle Nian is not here to replace you. Considering that you have made up for your sins, I will give you a chance." And Ro said, "Learn a dish from Uncle Nian today. As long as you can cook it 90% similarly, you can stay in the restaurant. If you can cook it 100%, I can give you a raise." The title of Uncle Nian was agreed upon by Enro and Yonyan in advance, hiding the identity of Enro's father, and simplifying the relationship between him and Fuxiang restaurant as much as possible. There was only one body left on the farm, and time was tight. Enro had no time to find a good chef, so she could only deal with it this way. Li Kongfu's eyes lit up when he heard this. If the food doesn't taste good, many chefs don't think it's their fault. Having been a chef for 20 years, he is confident in his skills. So in Li Kongfu's opinion, this is a piece of cake. "Uncle Nian, I leave it to you. This name is too strange." And Enro's tone contains a hint of apology. And Yonyan patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." And Ro returned to the living room and sat down opposite the people who didn't dare to stand up. She glanced at them coldly and said lightly, "Okay. I'm not interested in settling accounts later. Since you all have a repentant heart, I only ask you one question. From now on, can you behave yourself and do your job well?" The guys all looked at shopkeeper Jean and old Huang. And Ro's calm eyes also fell on old Huang. To be fair, she didn't want to keep someone like old Huang, who was cunning and bullied others. But on the other hand, as long as he was honest and dutiful, considering his age and the identity of the mayor's cousin, he was most suitable for purchasing. As for shopkeeper Jean, he had a mole on the side of his nose, and he looked like a shrewd and selfish master, so he was suitable to be a shopkeeper. As expected, shopkeeper Jean was the first to speak. "Yes, bossin, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new man." Old Huang followed closely and said, I promise too." The other guys then spoke up, patting their chests. And Ro pulled out a piece of paper from her sleeve and threw it over. "Everyone, read it together. Old Huang, start with me." "Hey!" Old Huang picked up the paper and was surprised to see the content on it. And Ro looked at him coldly. "Why? You can't read? Those who can read can read." Old Huang quickly read. "Employee rules. First, I promise not to have any evil thoughts or do anything that would harm the interests and personal safety of Boss and Ro and all the people, shops, and things related to her under any circumstances." Now, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had lived in Zhongsu town for half their lives and had never encountered such a strange rule. "Second, if I encounter anything related to Boss and Ro, or all the people and shops related to her, I promise to notify Boss and Ro as soon as possible. Third, under no circumstances will I disclose the employee code and its contents to anyone in any way. If there were players present, they would be more shocked than the NPCs when hearing such an employee code." And Ro had understood the setting of NPCs cannot lie. With just a piece of paper and 3 rules, all the employees of the restaurant were obedient. Even if they had bad intentions, they would not dare to act on them. It can even be said that no evil thoughts. These 4 words were enough to make them start to condemn themselves the moment they thought of it. Once was not enough. And Ro asked Lao Huang to lead everyone to recite it 3 times. And then she collected the paper with satisfaction. Such things that reveal one's identity must not be spread out. And Ro finally showed her first gentle smile to the employees. "I know why you all want to stay. The monthly salary offered by Fuxiang restaurant is 20% higher than that of nearby peers." Seeing their worried faces, and Ro shook her head. "Don't worry. I won't cut your wages. On the contrary, if you perform well, I will give you a salary increase. Of course, the premise is that the restaurant business is good." Shopkeeper Jean said bitterly, "Bossin, You know the reputation of our restaurant. It is very difficult to turn losses into profits. Do you think I am doing charity to support you? And Rose said to him bluntly, Don't worry. I have my own way. Chapter 54. Fuxiang restaurant was closed for 1 day for rectification, and everyone was assigned work by Enro. Li Kongfu learned to make pickled fish from an onion. Before Enro left the restaurant, he had already made a finished product. He has been a chef for 20 years, and the taste is 90% similar, but he needs to keep up the good work. Shopkeeper Jean was responsible for reprinting the menu, and all the signature dishes were removed. The main dishes were pickled fish, plus some cold dishes and drinks selected by Enro. Lao Huang and some of the guys were sent to purchase ingredients, a large amount, part of which was used to prepare for the opening tomorrow, and the other part Enro asked to send to the farm. The remaining staff were responsible for other things needed for the reopening, such as posters, flyers, newspaper ads, small firecrackers that townspeople love to see, and changing the restaurant sign. After deciding to separate Yongnian from the restaurant, Enro gave up the idea of changing the name to Nianfeng Restaurant, and simply changed it to Yan'an Hotel with the same name as the farm. The cost of this set was inevitable. Enro advanced them a total of 80,000 gold. With the employee code of conduct in place, there was no need to worry about anyone making false accounts. She was busy until the afternoon, and then she drove the car, followed by a long convoy of tricycles, to the farm. Countless people stopped to watch. Such a big momentum was also intentional by Enro. First, there were too many things to purchase, and people were needed to transport them to the farm. Second, it was a good opportunity to attract attention and let the guys put up red silk banners on the tricycles to publicize the news of the grand opening of Yan'an Hotel. Third, it solved the hidden danger that Enro had been hanging in her heart for a long time. As the various facilities of the farm gradually improved, it was bound to be built bigger and bigger. Just like before, they were sneaking around. Players familiar with Zhongshu town would be suspicious of a large farm suddenly appearing in such a remote place. They simply took this opportunity to create witnesses and spread the news quietly in the town to prevent players from being surprised. Of course, Henry did not forget that the farm was now a den of ghouls. Before setting off, she connected with Baofu's consciousness through the air and asked him to call all his cubs back to the house and hide them. But Henry did not expect that this move would scare Pao Pao so much. He finally mustered up the courage and called the 5 ghouls outside the bungalow to start the staff training. He talked all day with a dry mouth. Now he went back to the house to drink some water. He had just finished drinking half of the water when the ghouls suddenly rushed into the middle hall and surrounded him. One of them even slammed the door. He was so scared that he choked on his saliva. But he held it in and dared not cough. His face was red and his legs were shaking. What do you want to do? The ghoul said nothing, just looked at him. And each of them had an expression of hunger and thirst on their faces. There was only one living person in the whole farm, and he was a destiny person. For them, who were just born not long ago, the smell of Pepeo's soul was too fragrant. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. I don't know which ghost started, but the sound of swallowing saliva quickly spread. What does it feel like to put a roasted pig in front of a hungry person? At this moment, Pao Pao had a deep experience. Of course, he was the pig. Pao Pao couldn't stand it anymore and screamed, Brother! Brother Baofu! Help me! After calling for help for a while, he found that Baofu's face was floating at his feet. In his eyes, which were bigger than his shoes, his eyeballs were motionless and staring at him. Pao Pao suddenly had a bad premonition. No. No way. Brother. You don't want to eat me too. We are colleagues. And we have worked for the boss together for so long. How can you bear it? He became more and more angry, and finally got a response from Baofu. Gurgle. Pao Pao. Boss. Help me. Unfortunately, at this moment, Enro was parading with a convoy of tricycles, and they hadn't even left the town yet. It was still too early for them to reach the farm. Wang Er suddenly said, It's very noisy. Pepeo's screaming stopped abruptly, and he looked at it with tears in his eyes. Wang Er said, Laugh. After it finished speaking, it grinned first, revealing its white teeth. Other ghouls were unwilling to lag behind, and followed suit. What does it feel like to be stared at by a group of grinning ghouls? Pao Pao also experienced it. His voice trembled. You are all going to eat me. How can I laugh? Come out. Cry. Zhang De said immediately. Pow Pow could do that. He immediately raised his brows and burst into tears. Big brothers, please don't eat me. There are 5 of you, people, and I am only one. It's not enough for you to share. Pow Pow was startled. He saw that all the ghouls also lowered their brows and pursed their mouths. But there was no tears in their eyes. It was so fake. Angry. Wang De yelled. The 5 ghouls frowned at the same time, baring their white teeth, and Pow Pow was so scared that his heart trembled. Sanda, daze. Zhang Air, respectful. Pow Pow finally realized that these ghouls were practicing the facial expression management he had taught them all day. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still leaned against the table tightly, not daring to move. He was so nervous that every second seemed like an age, and finally heard the faint sound of a car horn. Pow Pow closed his eyes and rushed out from the gap between Wang De and Zhang Air. Boss, he called so enthusiastically that Enro was stunned for a moment. It must be a good thing for employees to see their boss so happy. Right? At least it means that her push in the morning was right. Enro reached out and pressed Peo's head, rejecting his big hug. She glanced at the back of the car. This is Pow Pow, my secretary. From now on, when you see him, it's like seeing me. Remember? Remember. The guys answered in unison. Pow Pow then discovered the huge convoy of tricycles, being stared at eagerly by dozens of pairs of eyes. His face suddenly turned red, and he shrank behind Enro. Boss, what's going on? The guys, the driver and the temporary hired peasants were busy unloading the goods, running after Enro. Enro was busy giving instructions, and had no time to explain. Pour all the fish and shrimp into the pond, and scatter the mincemeat in. Spread it out. After you unload the goods, you will be responsible for turning the soil, that piece of land. Plant the vegetables and onions. Remember to only plant the big ones. Don't plant the rapeseed. The chicken coop is over here. The duck shed is over there. And the big and small ones are placed separately. Remember to sow some millet. Plant these saplings by the pond. Don't block the pickled cabbage shed. Yes, the straw shed opposite the pond. I want to be able to see it as soon as I go out. Finally, after explaining everything one by one, Enro finally had time to deal with the dumbfounded Pow Pow. Where are the people? People? Pow Pow took a while to react. Oh, they are all in the house. Boss, I was scared to death just now. Enro raised her eyebrows. Is there anyone who disobeys the management? Pow Pow was speechless, paused and scratched his head. No, that's not the case. If he really didn't obey, his soul would have been torn into pieces long ago. In the final analysis, it was because he was too timid and hadn't digested the fact that he suddenly had a group of ghouls as his subordinates. Soul Song is a monster-killing game. Players and ghouls are natural enemies from the root. Who would have thought that he would have a day to coexist? It's too buggy. Enro understood from his hesitant words and smiled helplessly. Whether it's Pow Pow or ghouls, they will get used to it sooner or later. She asked Pow Pow to pick up a large package and walk towards the bungalow. The wooden door was pushed open, and before it could be closed, a ghost shouted, "Respect!" All the ghouls lowered their heads at the same time, their arms hanging down at both sides, looking honest and dutiful. Enro looked at Pow Pow with satisfaction. The training is good. Pow Pow laughed dryly. Enro walked to a ghoul and looked at it carefully. Its clothes were torn and had been soaked in the poisonous water for too long, so they were wrinkled, revealing the white sleeveless armor inside. One of the thin gloves fell off, and there was a tear on the back of the other hand, revealing a shallow scar. After removing the stains, it can be seen that he is fair and handsome. Of course, few players like to make themselves ugly. What's your name? Enro asked. The ghoul raised his eyes and looked at the living person, who was half a head shorter than him. With the instinct of the species, it can tell that Enro is not a destiny person. But the soul fragrance it exudes is even stronger than Pow Pow. But because of instinct, it dare not covet Enro's soul, since it found that Enro could speak in its mind. It has an instinctive awe for her. The presence of the ghost mother made this awe even more intense. The ghoul did not answer Enro's question, clenching his teeth tightly until he saw Pow Pow whooshing open his mouth wide from the corner of his eye. Enro saw its panic and turned back suddenly. Pow Pow reacted very quickly and shut up immediately. At the same time, the ghoul finally spoke. Wang Air. Pow Pow whooshing slapped his thigh. Air what air? You are Wang De. and Ro was satisfied. Although she was a little slow to react. She finally established her identity. She couldn't help but think of Lu Qingsong in the past. After Lu Qingsong became a ghoul, he perfectly disguised himself as a player and mixed into Qin Wudi's team. Not only did he behave exactly like a living person, but he was also very good at observing people's words and expressions. This is the ideal employee that Enro wants most. But Lu Qingsong is different from Wang Er in front of him. He was parasitized by the first-generation Wangde, and his soul was not damaged at all. And now Wang Er is a ghoul that has been completely differentiated from a damaged soul, and can only be regarded as a living dead. Every action that imitates a living person is raw. It takes sufficient training to disguise to the ideal state. And Ro asked them one by one, with Pao Pao secretly hinting at the side. And the other ghouls also answered their names smoothly. Perhaps they all felt invisible pressure in front of Enro. And Pao Pao helped. So when they looked at Pao Pao, the eagerness in their eyes faded a lot. This made Pao Pao completely relieved. And he even took the initiative to step forward and give orders, letting the ghouls perform expressions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness for Enro. Someone knocked on the door outside. Bossin. Except for those farmers. We are almost done. Wait for me. Enro said. When the footsteps outside the door faded away, she signaled Pao Pao to put the bag on the table and said to the ghouls, "These are the clothes prepared for you. Clean yourself up and put them on. I know you are very hungry. Don't worry. I promise to feed you. However, you need to be patient for another day." Enro looked at Pao Pao. The restaurant will reopen tomorrow, and at least one new employee will be sent to work. Boss, do you mean to speed up the training progress? Pao Pao asked. Andrew nodded. Can you work overtime tonight? Pao Pao grinned. Online at 10 p.m. No problem. Working overtime can earn 1,000 gold. Anyone who doesn't make money is a fool. Andrew also laughed. 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. That's 10 hours. It counts as 1 day of overtime. And the overtime pay is doubled. Chapter 55. Mom, this pair looks great. Leng Hanli took the pearl earrings handed over by her daughter. Baby, you have good taste. While putting them on, her master called from far away. Madam. Madam. In a hurry. Leng Hanli glanced in the mirror and said indifferently, Who made the master angry so early in the morning? Hung Bobeo was a little surprised. Dad doesn't get up until 9 o'clock. Is he also going to attend Andrew's opening ceremony? Hung Batong was startled, with a strange look on his face. What? What opening ceremony? Didn't her bun shop reopen the day before yesterday? It's the restaurant that my father sold to Enro. It was closed for a day yesterday, and will reopen today, Hung Baobao said. The name has also been changed. It's no longer called Fuxiang, but Yondon Hotel. Hung Batong opened his mouth. The Yondon Hotel that was paraded in the streets yesterday and caused a lot of noise is Fuxiang? Madam, what's going on? He looked at Leng Hanli. Leng Hanli stood up and looked at her outfit in the mirror. She glanced at him in confusion. What else could it be? Master, a good restaurant is running like that. If Enro bought it and didn't reorganize it, would it continue to lose money? She gave all the money she got from the destiny to you and me. How can she fill the hole? Hung Batong slapped his thigh. Madam, how can she renovate the bun shop without money? How can she hire so many broken tricycles to parade in the streets? And how can she buy cars at once? She also built a farm on the wasteland in the eastern suburbs with great fanfare. I see she has a lot of money in her pocket. Leng Hanli paused while pinching the hem of her cheongsam. Yes, and Ro claimed to have received 195,000 gold from Chu Mo. She lost 50,000 gold in mahjong, and spent 140,000 gold on the restaurant. The remaining 5,000 gold is enough to do so many things? However, seeing her master's appearance of not eating all the fat meat, Leng Hanli smiled. Although they are a family, the restaurant and other businesses are all under the name of Heng Batong, and the card table is her battlefield. 50,000 gold was deposited into the account. And what else did she have to do with other things? Leng Hanli said, Master. No one was interested in Fuxiang's price of 50,000 gold. But Enro took out 140,000 gold in real money to buy it. What else do you want? Master? Even if she had 1 million gold, would she have to spend it to buy a shabby restaurant that loses money every day? That's right. Dad. Hung Bobeo was also very unhappy. Enro is my friend. How can Dad only think about making money from her? And Ro even found an opportunity to ask me to help Dad gain fame the day before yesterday. Humph. I'm angry. Mom. Let's go. Hung Baton looked at this and that. And couldn't breathe. Can it be the same? We are all family. Why are you so mean? After the mother and daughter left, he thought about it, slapped his thigh again, and called the housekeeper. Go. Send someone to keep an eye on Fuxiang. I want to see what tricks a little girl can come up with after taking over such a big mess. Fuxiang Restaurant, now Yan'an Hotel, was crowded with people outside, blocking the entire intersection. 20 or so bamboo poles were propped up outside the restaurant, one end on the ground and the other on the edge of the window. 3 strings of small firecrackers were wound around each bamboo pole. This expenditure alone amounted to more than 100,000 gold. Throughout the history of Zhongsu Town, no store had ever opened with such grandeur. There was a large door on both sides facing the street, with a large black lacquered gold signboard on the door, reading, Yong'an Hotel. There was a cloth banner of astonishing size hanging by the door, with a 2-meter-long lintel almost hanging to the ground. Yong'an Pickled Fish. 5 big characters, standing tall and proud. I know about pickled fish. But what does it mean that such a big restaurant only sells pickled fish? Not likely. Maybe it's just one of the signature dishes. What signature dish? You all forgot. This is the original Fuxiang restaurant. It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Sour fish is not one of their signature dishes. Oh, have you eaten Fuxiang? Eating antiques? Hee hee. It's okay to say it's an antique. I ate it when it first opened 10 years ago. That smell. Ugh. 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 I rinsed my mouth several times to clear it. Yes. I also had diarrhea for 3 days after eating. This shop not only costs money, but also costs lives. Whoever eats here will be a sucker. There were many people, and the discussion was loud. And Rose sat in the shop and yawned while listening. I didn't sleep for a night, and was really sleepy. The plan was to open at 10 a.m. and the time was almost up. She cheered up and looked blankly. The farm 20 miles away. Even the fine hairs on Pepeo's face were clearly visible. Let's go. We have to get there in an hour, Pao Pao said. Camera shook. Pao Pao walked in front, then turned back. We have nothing to do. Let's practice again. What's your name? Zhang Er, a muffled voice said. Where are you from and where do you live? Wufang Town, District 7. My family was attacked by a ghoul, and the house was destroyed. I have no money to repair it, so I wandered here to make a living. Now I work as a handyman in Hongjia's hair salon, and live in the hair salon. Not only did he run, and Ro also nodded with satisfaction. After a night of high-pressure training, Zhang Er performed the best among the 5 ghouls. As long as he doesn't come into contact with people and communicate too much, it is generally difficult to discover his ghoul identity. Moreover, his body is very active, and Ro is connected to his consciousness, and the images he sees through his eyes are also very clear. Unlike getting rich suddenly, it always feels like there is a stream flowing in front of his eyes, and everything he sees is a little distorted. And Ro, Hung Bobeo's voice came into his ears, and Ro disconnected the connection with consciousness, and smiled and looked over. This young girl who just turned 18 is full of energy at all times. On the other hand, and Ro, dressed in a mature manner, looks more like a noble lady in Leng Hanli's circle. And Ro walked over quickly and greeted Leng Hanli with a smile. Good morning, madam. Leng Hanli smiled faintly. It's a big deal. So many firecrackers. It must have cost a lot of money. Right? Yes. In order to keep the restaurant from closing down, I owe a lot of money. And Ro complained. Madam, if I have no other choice, and Ro will have to ask you for help. Hung Bobeo rushed to say, don't worry. And Ro, if you are short of money, I can lend you all my private savings. And the monthly interest is only 10%. When Leng Hanli heard the first half of the sentence, she frowned slightly and looked at her daughter. When she said the second half, she smiled, and Ro secretly rolled her eyes. The monthly interest is 10%, and the principal and interest have doubled in less than a year. In reality, this is definitely usury. But then again, as an NPC in the soul world, it is already very rare to be willing to lend money. Thank you, Bo Bao. And Ro thanked him and looked at Leng Hanli. Thank you, madam, for attending the opening ceremony. It's time. Shall we go out together? Leng Hanli smiled and said, Don't worry about it. Fuxiang has been run by the master for 10 years. And I have some feelings for it. This time, let's leave a good ending for this thought. The three of them came to the door of the hotel accompanied by manager Jean and others. With the mayor's wife there, the dense crowd of people watching the excitement quickly quieted down. And pairs of eyes swept between her and Enro, secretly trying to figure out the relationship between the two. Enro deliberately hid herself in the background and let Leng Hanli speak on her behalf. It was not her own business, so Leng Hanli was not interested in saying too much. The reason she was invited to the opening ceremony was not only because of what she said, some feelings, but also because of Hung Bobeo. Enro specifically asked Hung Bobeo to invite his mother. It was rare for her daughter to make a friend. So Leng Hanli agreed without much hesitation. The opening speech ended with a few words, followed by the ribbon cutting and firecrackers. The latter was the most exciting part that people were looking forward to. More than 20 small firecrackers on bamboo poles exploded together, crackling and deafening, and soon attracted a lot of people. It was like Chinese New Year. Leng Hanli and Hung Bobeo both disliked the noise of firecrackers. So Enro sent someone to invite them to the private room on the second floor to taste pickled fish. Enro stayed at the door of the store, looking through the smoke and dust in the air and scanning the crowd. She knew very well that few of these NPCs would go into the store to consume. And they gathered together in a lively manner, not only to watch the firecrackers, but also to receive red envelopes. And no matter how many red envelopes they received, compared with the price of pickled fish in the store, it was difficult to replicate the grand occasion of the bun shop that day. But the hundreds of thousands of gold spent on firecrackers were not wasted. The crowd was everywhere, and in the densely packed narrow light screens, there were many ID players with level suffixes. Firecrackers attracted people, and people aroused the curiosity of players. At this moment, the number of players outside the Yondon Hotel was probably denser than any place in Jiangsu town. The firecrackers were finally set off, and Enro waited until the smoke cleared a little, and gave shopkeeper Jean a look. Shopkeeper Jean cleared his throat and said loudly, "Thank you all for your support. Yondon Hotel is officially open. Opening special offer. All the people with Destiny who come to our store to consume will enjoy 20% off." The crowd was quiet, and then a louder discussion broke out than before. People with Destiny? Only people with Destiny get discounts? What do you mean? Do you look down on us ordinary people? So you only did business with rich people before. And now it's even worse. Only doing business with people with Destiny? Wow. That's not right. A restaurant that specializes in cheating people now only cheats people with Destiny. Isn't that a good thing? The mayor is so awesome. I heard that the restaurant is no longer owned by the mayor, and has been sold. Oh! Besides the mayor, who else is so bold as to cheat the Destiny man? Could it be the Oli gang and the Eli gang? Come on! Have you ever seen a gang open a store to do business? Even if they want to do it, it must be a high-end store like a car dealership. How could it be a job like a restaurant? Hey, why do you care about this? The important thing right now is that this crappy restaurant is not giving out red envelopes when it opens. Yeah. Why don't you give out red envelopes? Boss, congratulations on your prosperity. Give out red envelopes. Unfortunately, no matter how they shouted, the shopkeeper and his staff ignored them. Two staff even took out dustpans and brooms and started to clean up the mess of small firecrackers. This response was no different from driving customers away. I told you, a dog will never change its nature. Disband? Disperse? It will go bankrupt in a few months anyway. What a crap. Wasting my time. The NPCs left with curses. Enro looked out through the window and saw that most of the people had left. She looked at Shopkeeper Jean again. Shopkeeper Jean waved his hand, and the waiters on the side walked out of the door with smiles on their faces, welcoming the people who stayed there. The crowd was too dense just now to recognize. But now it is easy to distinguish that those wearing thin rope gloves are all Destiny people. The reason why they didn't leave was naturally because they were curious about the preferential policies set by the store. After all, in the game, when NPCs meet Destiny customers, they all want to raise the price to the highest. Actively offer discounts to the chosen one? Unheard of. Sir, we have a special opening offer. Please come. Our shop specializes in pickled fish. The soup is delicious. You will never forget it. Pickled fish? How much? 300 gold per person. 500 gold for two. You are respected chosen one. Any consumption will be discounted by 20%. His. You are robbing me. You are crazy. And Ro listened to it briefly, but didn't take it seriously. Originally, Fuxiang Restaurant was criticized for selling rice grains as gold. But she didn't lower the price, but raised it a lot. So she was mentally prepared for this. This is also one of the ways to intercept NPC customers. There are still dozens of players waiting outside the store. Among these people, it would be ideal if 2 or 3 of them could go into the store to eat. Sure enough, as soon as the players heard the price of the dishes, a large number of them left immediately. Shopkeeper Jean stood at the door and looked at Ro anxiously. Bossin. Before he finished speaking, he saw 2 figures coming over. Even without the waiter leading him, he stepped into the store without hesitation. Welcome. Shopkeeper Jean smiled and greeted. And then his smile froze. The visitor didn't look at him, but looked directly at Ro, who was sitting by the window. Bossin. Good luck with the opening. Captain Lee. Boss Tang. And Ro met the other's gaze and smiled slightly. It's a great honor to be here. Chapter 56. Zhongsu Town is the territory of the Oli Guild, and Ro created a huge momentum to attract players. And Oli members were naturally the first to bear the brunt. Most of the IDs I saw just now were decorated with the Oli emblem. I just didn't expect that Dawn Darkness and Mantis would come in person. 1 gold and 1 great god. And Ro's eyes swept across the levels of the 2. And she was puzzled. I didn't understand what Captain Lee said just now. Captain Lee and Tang Lang looked at each other and changed their words. I'm just curious. Most of the larger restaurants in Lingping City sell all kinds of dishes. How did Bossin come up with the idea of selling pickled fish? And Ro remained silent. What he had said before was, I saw a similar pickled fish specialty store when I traveled to China. But I didn't expect to see it in the game. China. Game. Are sensitive words that NPCs can't capture. Yong'an Restaurant specializes in pickled fish, which will indeed attract players' suspicion. Unexpectedly, the first person to raise doubts was the director of the Oli Zhongsu branch. A foreigner. But Ro didn't regret taking the risk. The reason for her adventure was simple. She wanted to test how sensitive the players were. Otherwise, in order not to expose the NPC's skin, she would be very cautious in everything, and dare not do anything out of the ordinary. It was too restrictive. How could the farm grow bigger? Facing the probing eyes of the 2 high-level players, and Ro had the urge to use them to test the business model. If you know too much, you will die. She glanced at the level of the 2 again. No. Unless Baofu was present. No new employee could kill them. Let's explain it according to the prepared explanation. To be honest. And Ro said, showing a little bit of surprise. Yes, he made it for me to eat. The taste is unforgettable. After she finished speaking, she avoided their eyes with a little embarrassment. Captain Lee's expression changed, and he was shocked. Remove the ink? And Ro remained silent. Impossible? Tang Lang whispered. That guy is famous, and has always been alone. No one has ever seen him smile. How could he cook for an NPC? Captain Lee had the same idea. But when he thought about how Chu Mo could give Ro so much money, it was not impossible for him to cook an extra meal. However, he needed to confirm it. After all, Ro did not mention the pickled fish at the mahjong table that day. He was about to ask more questions when a series of footsteps came down the stairs. Captain Lee, seeing Ro's timid look with her head down, Hung Bobeo shouted, You bully Ro again. I'm going to tell Dad. It's this girl again. Captain Lee's eyes flashed with impatience. Ro dodged them and went to Hung Bobeo. No. No. Captain Lee didn't bully me. They came to the restaurant to eat. Really? Hung Bobeo looked suspicious. Tang Lang had been trying to figure out how to please the head of a town these days. His eyes lit up, and he spoke with a smile before Captain Lee. Of course it's true. Miss Hung. We're here to taste the pickled fish. Then he shouted loudly to the outside, Brothers of Oli and En Lai. Come in and eat. I'll treat you. Most of the people who stayed outside the door were players from the 2 guilds. They cheered and rushed in. 20 or 30 people instantly crowded the living room and made it lively. Hung Bobeo's face turned from cloudy to sunny. That's great. Andrew. The restaurant reopened and was as successful as the steamed bun shop. So many players ordered at least a dozen pickled fish and earned several thousand gold. Unfortunately, Andrew frowned. Hung Bobeo was puzzled. What's the matter? Do you not welcome guests from the guild? It's okay. I'll ask them to leave immediately. Forget it. And Ro held her and glanced out the window. There were a few vagrants lingering outside. But when they saw the guild players rushing into the store, they shook their heads and left. And they were exactly the target customers in Ro's mind. She could only wait for this wave of guild players to finish eating and leave. Ro, your pickled fish is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious pickled cabbage and such tender fish. Hung Bobeo pulled Ro to the second floor. Ro was very sensible. If you like it, just tell the waiter and eat as much as you want. Really? That's great. Ro, you're the best to me. Hung Bao was chattering. Ro's eyes were already empty. And her steps suddenly stopped. Hung Bao didn't pay attention and almost tripped over the stairs. Bao, I have something urgent to go out. You eat slowly. Ah? Why is that? You don't eat with me. Ro didn't care to comfort the young lady, and walked down the stairs quickly. She caught a glimpse of the guild players next to her, and stopped again. She took a breath, and walked out of the restaurant calmly. Only when she could no longer sense the gazes from behind did she quicken her pace, and walk towards the car parked at the intersection. Ro slammed the car door shut, and once again looked away. Her mind suddenly felt a sharp pain, and she could not see anything. What happened? She tried again, but it still didn't work. She simply imagined the face of the rich man, and successfully saw the picture with distorted lines. The picture showed Peopeo's face, with a distorted outline, and it was still possible to see that he was still in fear. Ro started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove quickly towards the farm. At the midpoint between the town entrance and the farm, Pao was seen in a state of dejection. His pale, terrified face was spread on the ground like a pancake. Boss, what's going on? Enra's tone was unusually harsh, causing Pao to shudder. She had just connected to Zhang Er's consciousness, and the picture she saw was shaking violently, as if a reporter was running fast with a camera. In the center of the camera was a farmer, an NPC. I don't know either. Many NPC farmers will take this road, and we have met several people along the way who knew that Zhang Er would suddenly rush up. Pao was incoherent. It's my fault. I saw him staring at passers-by a long time ago. I should have taken him back to the farm. Ro frowned. She had guessed it on the way here. Zhang Er walked out of the farm for the first time after becoming a ghoul. He had never tasted souls. But after meeting NPCs one after another, he finally couldn't suppress his instinct and rushed up. Simply put, the new employee training failed. Ro looked at Pao with deep eyes. His clothes were torn, and there was a scar on his shoulder, bleeding profusely. He must have fought with Zhang Er to stop him. She asked, "Where is the man? Did you kill him?" Pao was stunned for a while before saying, "No, it's not me. I can't beat it. It's Brother Fufu." At the time of the incident, Zhang Er's mind was full of the soul of the peasant. In the crisis, Pao was forced to take action and successfully killed Zhang Er's body. But it then changed drastically, and Pao couldn't beat it. He could only watch it eat the peasant's soul and rush towards him again. It was Baofu who arrived in time, and the bone knife broke it into countless pieces without hesitation. Enra glanced at the traces of liquid on the ground, suppressed her thoughts, and said, "Drink the life potion to heal the wound first, and then cover the traces on the ground." Before she finished speaking, Baofu's face disappeared leisurely. From a far distance, two dense and short screams came. Enru and Pao looked at each other, and Pao didn't bother to drink the life potion, and pulled her to perform the movement skill and ran wildly. Before reaching the place, I could see the light spots floating in the air. The player lost the game qualification, and the body disintegrated into white light spots. And there were two groups. Bao. What's going on? Baofu grunted, unable to give an answer. For it, the matter was simple. It saw two destiny people coming in this direction, so it asked to eat them. Boss, look! Pao picked out a card from the scattered gold coins. Although it was also black, it was not an auxiliary card. Ro had seen this kind of card among the props leaked from the bodies of other players. There were also some cards with guild emblems printed on them, the so-called guild identity cards. Because of it, the guild emblem will appear in front of the player's ID, and the emblem of the Orly Guild is depicted on this card. Ro looked towards Zhongsu town, then looked back at the black wall in the distance. It was morning, not the time for soldiers on the city wall to change shifts. This dirt road was not a main road out of the town. Usually, except for farmers working in the fields. There were almost no players. In other words, these two early players were most likely following her. And Ro couldn't help but think of Captain Lee's repeated attempts. It was basically certain that they were sent by Captain Lee. On one hand, the employee training failed, and on the other hand, Captain Lee was still suspicious. And Ro just felt a headache. She couldn't help but glare at Bao Fu. Bao Bao. You killed him. The two Ollie players who followed her died suddenly. Is there anything more suspicious than this? Bao Fu's eyes slowly turned around and gurgled. Pao Pao didn't think as deeply as she did, and his expression was a little confused. But seeing the boss's gloomy face, he didn't dare to say anything. Soon after, the car stopped at the farm gate. Seeing Ro walking in aggressively, Pao Pao couldn't help but say, "Boss, this business model won't work. Ghouls are too uncontrollable." And Ro turned around suddenly. Won't work? Then what kind of business will work? Tell me. On the same day, Pao Pao was severely questioned by the boss for the second time. He took a step back timidly, but it also aroused some of the young man's temper. And he poured out all the things he was worried about in the past 2 days. Many businesses are feasible. Boss, you now have a farm where you can grow vegetables and grains, raise chickens, ducks, fish and meat, all of which can be sold. You now also have a steamed bun shop, a hair salon, a bathhouse and a restaurant. If you manage them well, which one can't make money? Even if the boss wants to make a fortune from players, I can go out and ask where there are quests. Just like T21. We secretly lurk at the quest site, and as long as we pick up the corpses and secretly transport them back to the farm to hide them, the risk is much smaller. Why do you have to raise ghouls and create tasks for yourself? Zhang Er is already very good. He can talk and lie. But in the end, he can't help but pounce on living people. Fortunately, it was just outside the town. And fortunately, Brother Baofu helped. So there was no big trouble. I can't imagine what the consequences would be if Zhang Er was brought to a town full of people. And Ro didn't say a word and listened to every word. When she saw that Pao Pao didn't speak again, she asked lightly, "Are you done?" Pepeo's energy was gone, and he slumped his shoulders guiltily. He said in a tone that was almost begging, "Boss, let's not do such a risky thing. Even if we pick up corpses everywhere, we can make a lot of money. So, you want me to follow you everywhere, and let Baofu follow you everywhere? Is it not possible? Brother Baofu has ghost magic to hide, so it's okay even if he goes out during the day." "Of course not." And Rose suddenly interrupted him. "This is my home. My father is in Jiangsu town." Pao Pao was stunned for a moment, and naturally thought of Yonyan. He had long seen that Ro had an unusual feeling for this NPC. However, no matter how much feeling she had, it was still just an NPC. He carefully chose his words. "Boss, I know your original intention of playing this game. Maybe it was to reminisce." And Ro interrupted him again. "No, you are wrong. Pao Pao, I am not reminiscing. This game is far from being as simple as playing a game for me. I live here. I live here." "It is." She suddenly stopped. Pao Pao waited for a while, and then asked, "What is it?" And Ro closed her eyes, and asked herself, "Is Pao Pao trustworthy? From their performance so far, the answer is yes. But should she trust him, and tell him that she is an NPC? No. Any secret is no longer a secret once the person who knows it exceeds herself. Past experience tells Ro that in this world, she can only trust herself. Of course, now in the soul world, there are two more people, Yonyan, who is Data, and Baofu, who is both Data and Ghoul. Pao Pao is a human being after all. I have made up my mind." And Ro opened her eyes. The Ori Guild has become suspicious. In order to divert their attention, a task must be created tonight at the latest. As for you, think about it before you object. I don't mind depriving you of your game qualification immediately. Chapter 57. Don't mind making him lose the game qualification? Pao Pao took a few seconds to digest this sentence, and said hesitantly, "Yes. Is it that serious?" But Anra's calm eyes told him that it was. Pao Pao swallowed his saliva, like an employee who was overwhelmed by work and broke down, and got angry with the boss. And then heard the boss say lightly, "I want to be fired." This was the first time in my life that I saw the cruelty of capitalists. He drooped his head, kicked a bunch of weed roots with his toes, and said nothing. But Ro didn't give him time to feel sad, and said, "Call them all out." 2 minutes later, in front of the pickled cabbage shed, the rich bone knife cut a pickled cabbage jar, and the dark green poisonous water flowed all over the ground. There was another corpse, whose face was white and swollen from the poisonous water, and it fell to the ground. This was the last surviving corpse among the corpses harvested by T21. The level is unknown, but it is estimated to be at least gold. As for the destiny value, it is indeed abnormally high among gold players. He died 13 times in a row, but did not completely log off. In the game, similar beings are called children of luck. Either the system initially determines that the destiny value is extremely high, or, by chance, completing a certain game task. It is like a butterfly storm, which suddenly increases the speed of the destiny value. However, no matter how high the destiny value is, after so many deaths, it is also the last gasp. Wangda, Wang-er, Zhangda, Sunda, 4 ghouls lined up in a row, just glanced at the corpse, and then looked away. Players in the temporary death state have no soul, and they are not interested in corpses. And Ro glanced at her watch. Pao Pao worked all night last night, and she didn't return to town until the early morning. Before she left, this corpse had died once. The 12-hour resurrection time is almost over now. Pao Pao is still a teenager, and he quickly digested the unpleasantness just now. He whispered to Enro boss. Zhang-er is already the best among these ghouls, new employees. Even if this player has the highest level, he has just been differentiated into a ghoul. So he is definitely not as good as Zhang-er. Who said we should divide him? And Rose smiled and directed Wangda, Wangda, go cover the corpse's eyes, and tie it to the pillar. She casually threw the scarf and rope over. Wang Da's movements were a little unfamiliar, but he quickly tied up the corpse. Pao Pao looked at the scarf on the corpse's face and roughly understood its purpose. The eyes were covered, so even if the player woke up, he couldn't see the surroundings, and couldn't even operate the light screen. So there was no need to worry about exposing the farm. But what exactly did the boss want to do? Just as he was wondering, Enro began to speak. With a serious look, listen carefully. The 4 of you, the most beautiful soul of the destiny, will appear on the corpse in a while. He is different from Pao Pao. Neither I nor Baofu will stop you from eating him. But? Enro changed her tone and sneered. The premise is to hold back for 3 minutes. If anyone can't help but move within 3 minutes, there is only one outcome: death and complete disappearance. The 4 ghouls showed puzzled expressions on their faces. This time it was not practice, but from the heart. They didn't understand Enro's first sentence. There is clearly a corpse in front of them. Why is there a soul? And it was the soul of the destined one. This was not important. The sudden violent gasp of the corpse disrupted their immature thinking. The smell of the soul quickly spread in the air, rushing into the nostrils of the ghouls, penetrating all the way, stirring the most deeply rooted instincts in their subconscious. 3 minutes. The moment the 4 ghouls forgot Enro's instructions, and Ro's voice came into their ears. The posture of pouncing froze in place. Exactly the same. Pao Pao's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he shrank behind Enro. On one hand, there were 4 ghouls with their teeth bared and drooling, and on the other hand, he was worried that the player in front of him was not just resurrected. If the opponent kept watching the resurrection time and chose to go online at the same time as resurrection, he, a small bronze player, would not be able to defeat the opponent at all. And Ro obviously thought of this, and lowered her eyes to look at the terrified face of the rich man who emerged from the ground. A bone knife suddenly rose from behind the pillar of the pickled cabbage shed and chopped it at an extremely fast speed. The player's panting stopped, and suddenly a muffled groan broke out. His wrist was precisely cut in half by Baofu, and his tendons were broken. Don't think about breaking free from the rope and running away before it heals. It turns out that this move was just an insurance policy that didn't come in handy. The player's groan of pain was unconscious, and he was not online. Anyone would be discouraged after dying more than a dozen times in a row, and must have been desperate. The smell of blood made the smell of souls in the air more intense, and the 4 ghouls twisted around frantically, staring at the player. The instinctive desire to devour souls was too strong, but it was still unknown which one was stronger than Anra's threat of death. And Ro took 2 steps forward silently, and observed the 4 ghouls from the side. Each of them was drooling, and their faces were more ferocious than the other, especially Wangda, whose eyes were bloodshot, as if he was about to shed tears of blood. And Ro judged that Wangda should be the first one who couldn't help it. Pow Pow couldn't help but call up the light screen and watch the time in the lower right corner pass by. He had a little idea of Enro's intention. Using the soul of the player who attracted the ghouls the most to test which new employee had the strongest endurance and could resist temptation the most. From another perspective, the more a ghoul can resist his instinct, the more he listens to Enro. But his guess was quickly overturned. It was Sanda who couldn't help himself first, roaring and rushing at the player. Wang Er saw his companion snatching food from the tiger's mouth, and he didn't want to be left behind, so he rushed forward. At this time, exactly 2 minutes had passed. Enro raised her eyes from her watch and aimed at the two ghouls jumping in the air. Violent. She spat out a word. The bone knife flashed like a ghost, as fast as an illusion. With 2 consecutive thuds, Sanda and Wang Er fell to the ground. Their bodies separated, and blood spurted out from their broken necks. Only their bodies died, but their lives did not end. Their bodies boiled like boiling water and grew rapidly. Sanda's broken spine stretched out like a vine, and in a blink of an eye, it wrapped its body tightly. At first glance, others were skin and bones, but it was bones and flesh. Wang Er's crazy transformation started from his head. His short hair kept growing from his scalp, as if it had absorbed too much blood, turning red little by little, and becoming more and more like muscle fibers, connecting his head to the equally fibrotic body. It just didn't put it back on the neck, but was forcibly embedded in the chest, with eyes wide open. The crazy transformation doesn't take too long, but it can't be completed in the blink of an eye. And Rose spoke again, bow bow. The bone knife came out again, so fast that the human eye could only catch the afterimage. Compared with the 2 sea-level crazy transformation ghouls, the rich bone knife was like a high-level martial arts that crossed too many levels. Invincible. And shredded them into countless pieces again in an instant. 2 bangs. The 2 ghouls exploded into gold coins all over the sky. Pow Pow was stunned, and his eyes numbly moved back to the light screen in front of him. 2 notifications popped up there. Mission name: Secret Lair of Yong'an Farm. Mission location: East suburb of Zhongsu Town. Ghoul level: SS highest. Ghoul number: 3 out of 6. Time limit: none. Difficulty rating: SS. Congratulations on your level upgrade to LV18 bronze, including Zhang Er, who also died at Baofu's hands not long ago. He has killed 3 ghouls and has upgraded 3 levels in a row. For a moment, Peopeo's mind was a little confused, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Enro glanced at him calmly and dealt with the matter at hand first. Of the 5 new employees, only Wang De and Zhang De were left. Enro walked in front of the 2 ghosts and lowered her eyes to Zhang Da's feet. It raised half of its foot, while Wang Da's 2 feet were firmly on the ground, because he was too strong. The soles of his shoes sank in. Enro looked at Wang Da's eyes again, which were redder than before. She suddenly realized that the red of the eyes, the more it meant that Wang De was resisting the instinct to devour the soul with all his strength. In other words, it was the most obedient one. Enro pounded its chest and nodded in approval. Okay. Good employee. Go eat. Don't eat it all. Leave a bite. Wang De rushed over. Enro turned and patted Zhang Da's face, narrowing her eyes. As for you, if you were a second late, you wouldn't be able to bear it. Right? Forget it. The Destiny people all pay attention to luck. You are lucky. Go too. The 2 ghosts were only a few seconds apart, but Zhang De went over now. Just as Enro said, he could only eat 1 bite. The soul was devoured, and the player silently exploded into a ball of white dots. Wang De licked his lips contentedly, and the bloodshot in his eyes quickly faded. Zhang De stared at it fiercely, but he didn't dare to do anything because he was afraid of Enro and Baofu. You 2 go back to the house first, Enro ordered. The 2 ghouls left obediently. Wang De seemed to be a little floating, and he activated his skills to cross the pond. His toes tapped the water surface a few times and landed on the other side of the pond. Zhang De was unwilling to fall behind, so he also activated his skills to follow. They parasitized the players' bodies and naturally possessed the players' skills. It's just that the logic of using it is different from that of the players. There is no light screen and no energy value. It's more like another instinct. Feeling someone holding his shoulder, Pow Pow suddenly withdrew his eyes from them. Boss. Enro looked at the character attributes on his light screen and smiled. Congratulations on the upgrade. I just won by doing nothing. Pow Pow blushed. Boss. Sunda and Zhong'er died just like that. Isn't it a pity? Even if they can't be sent to the town, they can be guards and bodyguards on the farm. And Ro glanced at the traces left on the ground by the two ghouls after they turned into water, and chuckled, what a pity. With their endurance, how can I feel at ease to take Dad to live on the farm in the future? Take him to live on the farm. Doesn't the boss want Uncle N to continue selling buns? Then why reopen the bun shop? And Ro shook her head. It's not the right time yet. She immediately skipped the topic. Pow Pow, let me ask you a question. Why did you give up your studies to play the soul-calling song? And Ro thought he would say money. But Pow Pow answered without hesitation. To prove myself. My parents died early. And it was my brother who took care of me. Anyway, I want to be his brother, not his son. He joined the guild when he was in college. So why should he stop me from playing games? My luck is so bad. And God obviously doesn't want me to take the college entrance examination properly. So I won't take it. My brother always says that he can't support himself if he doesn't study. Isn't this just a lie? How many people play games when they turn 18? Why can't I? I want to show him that I can not only make money in games, but also become a high-level player and make a lot of money. Pow Pow expressed his feelings, but got no response. Then he found that the boss was looking into the distance with a dazed look. Boss? And Ro came back to her senses and smiled. Silly boy. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Your parents are. Oh! Pow Pow pouted. They are all holographic engineers, who died suddenly from overwork. And there was only a 2-month gap between them. So I say, what's the point of reading so many books? They both have double PhDs. But in the end, they still work for others. And Ro understood. No wonder this child has good grades, but is so resistant to studying. He inherited the excellent genes of his parents. But, isn't it too coincidental that the couple both died of overwork? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Pow Pow scratching his head and said embarrassedly, Boss, I had the wrong attitude before, and didn't think clearly. I have thought it through. If I follow the boss, I have to make money and level up. I support the boss's plan to design tasks to lure players into the pit. However, boss, Wangda seems to have good endurance. But there are people everywhere in the town. Can he still hold it? And Ro asked him, do you think I do this just to test their endurance? Pow Pow was confused. Isn't it? No. But more than that. And Ro was confident. You may not have noticed that once the ghouls have devoured the souls of the players, the souls of the NPCs are not very attracted to them. It's equivalent to, desensitization therapy. Desensitization therapy? Pow Pow was confused. But it didn't stop him from looking at Ro with admiration. The boss is awesome. His IQ is off the charts. And he can always find bugs in the game. Chapter 58. As the sun moved westward, the black exhaust and yellow smoke of the car blended together and drove towards Zhongsu town. Come on. Tell me again. My name is Wangda. I originally lived in Wufang town, District 7. My family was attacked by a ghoul, and my house was destroyed. I had no money to repair it. So I wandered here to make a living. Now I work as a handyman in Hongjia's hair salon, and live in the hair salon. What else? I am an ordinary person. I cannot use functions unless I have no choice. If I use them, I will not be an ordinary person, but a person of destiny. I remembered them all, but they sounded weird. Especially the word function, which stands for skill. From a data perspective, ghouls and NPCs are no different. Skill is a sensitive word that cannot be captured or understood. Pow Pow spent a lot of time and had to compromise and use magical power instead of skill. After all, in the eyes of NPCs, many skills of players have surpassed the scope of martial arts and are often called magical power. But Anna raised objections. Wangda pretended to be an NPC and called his skills magic power, which was fine. But once he pretended to be a player and called it magic power, it would arouse suspicion. She came up with an idea and simply used similar sounds to change the skill to function, which really worked. Speaking faster, it doesn't sound too awkward. Peopeo's imagination was opened up, and he started to extend from this word, changing light screen to wide screen, life value to life mole, and system to washing bucket. Wangda, say those words together as I taught you. Wangda frowned and thought for a while, then said, I turned on the wide screen, and the bucket informed me that I was attacked, and my life mole dropped by 100 points. Pow Pow wanted to cry and laugh. Boss, it sounds like a dialect. Is it okay? As far as I know, no matter which country the player enters the game, the language will be automatically translated into Chinese. But there has never been a dialect accent. And Ro didn't care at all, and asked him, what about the dialect accent? Pow Pow tilted his head and thought, the development and maintenance of the soul-calling song, like the game archive, are black boxes that cannot be cracked, even if the dialect version is updated. It seems that it will not be a big deal except that it sounds a little strange. As he was thinking, the car suddenly stopped and braked. There were dense figures in front of him. But in the map, this place is nearly 1 kilometer away from the town entrance. A familiar face appeared outside the main driving window and knocked on the glass. Bossin. Dawn is dark. Pow Pow immediately took a deep breath, not caring about the fear of the ghoul anymore, and held Wang Da's hand tightly, fearing that it would rush out of the car in an impulse. After all, there were more than 20 player souls in front of him, and Ro also glanced at Wang Da, rolled down the window, and smiled, captainly. You and gang leader Tang showed such support at noon, and Ro hasn't thanked you yet. Having said that, a light screen popped up in front of Captainly, and Ro's favorability dropped by 5%. In just half a day, it returned to the rejection state. Captainly smiled dumbly and said, Bossin, don't be nervous. 2 of my men met with an accident here, and I just came to investigate. Bossin, did you see the ghoul? As soon as this word came out, Wang Da's body tensed up. Pow Pow held his hand more tightly, not daring to let go, and Ro's eyes widened. Her fake smile disappeared, and her expression was horrified. Ghoul? There is a ghoul here? Captainly, don't scare me. Her expression changed too naturally, and Captainly squinted and looked at her for a moment, but found no flaws, and turned to look at the back seat of the car. He had seen Pow Pow once. He naturally looked down on players who were obsessed with data and beauty and completely forgot that this was a monster-killing game, and a trace of contempt flashed across his eyes. His eyes moved to another person. Judging from his clothes, he was an NPC, and judging from his figure, he was a tall man. But now Pow Pow was holding his head and hitting his back hard. Vomit! Vomit! Pow was so anxious that he was furious, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. Captainly stared at him for a few seconds, but still couldn't see Wang Da's appearance, and looked back at Ro. Bossin, what is this? Ro, who was immersed in panic, came to her senses and finally remembered the person behind her. She hurriedly said, It's my farm buddy. A fish bone is stuck in his throat. Captainly, I'm leaving first. Ro released the brake and stepped on the accelerator. A figure flashed outside the window. Captainly had already appeared in front of her. He pressed the front hood of the car with one hand, making it difficult for the whole car to move forward half an inch. The tires rubbed against the dirt road at high speed. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the smell of burning tires came. Ro frowned and released the accelerator. Captainly dodged again and approached the back door of the car with a smile on his face. But his tone was unquestionable. How do you want to remove the fish bone? Bossin? Let me see. Without waiting for Ro to answer, he grabbed the door handle and broke the door lock with a little force, opening the car door. Pow Pow was sweating profusely, and the hand on Wang Da's back became more and more powerful. Wang Da couldn't hold on, and his upper body leaned out of the car. Ugh, indescribable vomit suddenly sprayed on Li Duizhu's shoes, and the strong sour smell was like a biological weapon, rushing in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the Ollie players a few meters away smelled it and covered their mouths. Even Chinese players can't tell that this is the taste of pickled cabbage water, not to mention these foreign players. Sorry. Sorry, Pow Pow said repeatedly, without giving Wang Da a chance to look up. Dragged him back into the car and closed the door. Ro put one hand on the steering wheel, and the other hand couldn't help but cover her nose, looking at Captainly in the rearview mirror. He was probably the only person in the audience who didn't cover his nose, staring blankly at his Huangwu leather boots. His eyes were dark, and his face as ugly as it could be. I'm sorry, Captainly. I'm in a hurry and have to leave now. I'll treat you to pickled fish when I'm free. If it's a second later. Ro is worried that she will laugh out loud, so she hurriedly stepped on the accelerator and left. Oli players made way, but no one stopped them. What did the NPC eat to vomit this smell? A player muttered and walked up to Captainly. called out twice, and when he saw that his boss didn't respond, he hurriedly took out a handful of gold coins and sprinkled them on his leather boots and the ground. In the pop-up light screen, directly select purification. The acid on the ground disappeared instantly, and Captain Lee's shoes were clean, and the pungent smell gradually dissipated. Minister? The player called again. Captain Lee slowly exhaled the stench in his lungs and said in a deep voice, "Keep investigating." 2 guild members followed in row here and were attacked by ghouls. It couldn't be such a coincidence. The car drove into the town and gradually slowed down. And Rose smiled at Pow Pow from the rearview mirror. "Smart. I was scared to death," Pow Pow said, looking at Wangda with disdain. "What did you eat? It's too smelly, isn't it?" Wangda had a stern face, but he looked innocent, and Rose smiled and said, "It has been soaked in the pickle jar for so many years. What do you think it ate?" Oh, Pow Pow also laughed, but the smile quickly faded. "Boss, what if they find the farm along the way?" And Rose said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? The players' bodies are gone, and the pickle shed has been cleaned up. Can they scoop a bowl of poisonous water to taste?" With a sudden wealth, Zhangde had to hide himself. They were able to find clues, which was a great achievement. At this moment, in the densely packed pickle jars in the pickle shed, Zhang Da's whole body was buried in the soil, with only his head exposed on the ground. But all he could see was darkness. A large jar with the chassis removed covered it tightly. Ghouls have excellent hearing. It suddenly turned its head and heard the dense footsteps. "Search. Remember not to destroy anything, and put everything back to its original place." A voice gradually approached. Zhangde suddenly stared. It smelled a strong soul fragrance. The instinctive impulse made the body buried in the soil twist uneasily. But soon it stiffened again. The big eyes like a rich fist appeared in front of its face. The eyeballs slid to the edge, looking at it coldly. "Sister Hong, this is Wangda, a temporary worker in the hair salon." "Temporary worker?" Sister Hong repeated, looking at the tall, dull man. Her eyes were so sharp that even though Wangda had messy short hair and untidy beard, she could tell at a glance that he looked extraordinary. It can even be said that he is not inferior to any Destiny person. With an Rose warning, Wangda did not dare to covet Sister Hong's soul. Besides, it was just an ordinary soul. Compared with the Destiny person, it was tasteless without tasting. He lowered his head. "My name is Wangda. From..." And Ro patted his arm and interrupted. "I am just a temporary worker, doing odd jobs in the hair salon. Sister Hong doesn't need to ask too much." Okay. The situation could change at any time. How could Sister Hong dare not listen to Enro? After Enro left, she swept the floor while sneaking a glance at Wang Er standing in the corner. He was like a wooden stake, motionless. At this age, with this appearance, he was so honest. It was rare. In the past, Sister Hong would naturally look down on him, or even despise him. He was young and strong, but did not make progress. And he was reduced to doing odd jobs for others. He deserved to look so dirty. But today, Sister Hong looked at her hands that were wrinkled by water from washing customers' hair. She was over 30 years old and had fallen into this situation. If she had an honest and obedient man to live with, it would be a little comfort. Besides, Wangda is handsome and looks quite impressive. He looks very strong. After a few days, Sister Hong blushed for the second time. She cried out and held her thin waist. "Wangda, Wangda, come and help me. I have sprained my waist." In the small room in the corner, Pow Pow, who sneaked in, opened the door a little and was stunned. And Ro is not the kind of person who will not go home. The bun shop is just across the street. After leaving the hair salon, she went back home, and Yonyan was busy in the kitchen, smiling happily, taking off the apron. He was about to go to the restaurant with Enro to help, but Enro held him down. "Dad, what did you promise me?" And Yonyan was stunned. "Except for teaching cooking, I will not go to the restaurant unless I have something else to do. You can't tell outsiders that I am the father of the restaurant owner. This is a bit hurtful to ordinary people." But Yonyan is an NPC who has witnessed his daughter's success with his own eyes, and promised to trust Enro unconditionally from now on. So he just thought that she had her reasons for doing so. He drooped his eyebrows and said worriedly, "But Ruru, I heard that the guests mentioned the restaurant today, and they have a lot of prejudice." Can that pickled fish really change the reputation of the restaurant? 3 or 500 gold per serving. Isn't it too expensive? And Ro comforted, just wait and see. Dad, within 3 days, I will make people who go to the restaurant to eat line up outside the door. Chapter 59. It was already dark when I saw the restaurant. The neon lights were on, giving the whole town a layer of fireworks. And Ro parked the car at the old place. Just after walking 2 steps away, she saw a middle-aged NPC approaching and touching it twice, and uttered a few words of envy. It seems that I should mark a parking space in front of my store. And Ro thought. She did not go directly to the restaurant across the street, but took a detour and walked to the diagonal corner of the intersection. This is also opposite the restaurant. Through the window, you can see most of the store. And Ro patted a young man in a blue cloth jacket. Ding Liang. Right? I've seen you at the mayor's house. The young man was startled and turned his head slowly. Obviously, he didn't expect Ro to know him. He was a servant in the mayor's house. He served in the dining room. Logically, he and Ro had only met once. And Ro smiled and said, "Don't panic. It was your eldest daughter who told me your name. Why are you standing here? Can you be fooled just by looking? Come in. I'll treat you to pickled fish." Ding Liang was more and more surprised. Not only did Mr. N know him, but he also wanted to treat him to pickled fish with a starting price of 300 gold. He swallowed his saliva, and a greedy look flashed across his eyes. But after a moment of speechlessness, he refused, shook his head like a rattle, and ran away in a hurry without saying a word. And Ro looked at his back, smiling unchanged, but the gentleness in her eyes gradually cooled down. Needless to say, it must be someone sent by the mayor to investigate the situation. As soon as the mayor's wife arrived at the restaurant in the morning, she started with precious little firecrackers. And Ro immediately realized that she had spent money to renovate the restaurant. But she had finally caused trouble. She just didn't know when the trouble would break out. However, this was not the most important thing at the moment. And Ro looked around and separated from many people. They were all players from the Oli and Enlai guilds. According to the time, Captain Lee should have searched the farm long ago. But he sent people to the restaurant to keep an eye on them. Which means 2 things. First, they found nothing on the farm. Second, this guy still didn't give up. Do you really have to find a way to get Chumo here? And Ro couldn't help but think of the figure she saw through the blood-winged ghoul, and shook her head. Forget it. That was the super player ranked first on the destiny list. She didn't have the confidence to disguise herself perfectly in front of him. If he was exposed, with Baofu's current level, he wouldn't even be able to fight back. It's better to upgrade Baofu to SSS level first. And Ro ignored the guild players, who were secretly following her, and walked straight across the street to the restaurant. I could see clearly through the window just now that the store was empty. Compared with the surrounding stores, it was very deserted. There were 2 players at the door of the store. There was no guild emblem in front of their IDs. They were wild guests. One was called Hee Hee, and the other was called Ha Ha. Their names matched well, and even their levels were exactly the same, LV24 bronze. Could they be twins? And Ro's eyes lit up, and she stopped quietly. They were looking up at the big poster on the wall inside the door. Hee Hee, is this the weird restaurant mentioned in the forum? A portion of pickled fish costs 300 gold. And it's for 1 person. Is the owner of this store crazy? Haha, NPCs are all money conscious. Let's go in. No. If you really want to eat here, they'll take advantage of you and make money. Haha, I love pickled fish the most. I'm usually too busy playing games to go out and eat. I found some in the game, but the taste is totally wrong. Since this store dares to say that it specializes in pickled fish. What if it's authentic? Delicious is a bunch of data. Unpalatable is also a bunch of data. Is there any difference? Haha, of course there is. Brother let's go. I'll treat you. You won't eat even if I treat you. A 20% discount for 2 people is 400 gold, which is 2,000. You have so much money to burn? You might as well go to the karaoke bar and order 2 NPCs. Haha, hey, brother But didn't listen and turned to walk out the door. Suddenly, a melodious female voice was heard. Excuse me, sir. He was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously stepped aside to let Ro in. Not far from the counter, the shopkeeper Jin's eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly came to greet him. Oh, boss. It's been a long day. Why are you back just now? And Ro looked at him with a little surprise. What a coincidence. This sentence is needed. I went out to get my hair done. Oh, don't mention it. The shampooer in the hair salon almost scared me to death. And I went home and laid down for a long time before I recovered. And Ro stopped in front of the counter and glanced at the door casually. The two players really stopped. And the faint light emitted from the edges of their body outlines should be a clue popped up on the light screen. Shopkeeper Jean said in surprise, a shampoo. How dare a mere shampooer scare the boss? Boss, tell me what store it is and what its name is, and I will call the police to arrest him immediately. The two people at the door turned around, their eyes focused on Ro's back, waiting for her answer. Mission clues often appear inadvertently like this. But Ro didn't say anything more, rubbed her eyebrows, and asked Shopkeeper Jean, how is business today? Shopkeeper Jean looked bitter. Don't mention it. Except for the two gang members at noon. No one else sat down. Most of them were, like the two people at the door, who were scared away by the price. He lowered his voice and said the second half of the sentence. Boss, are the prices of the dishes in the store too high? He raised the same doubt as Yonyan. Back then, the most expensive signature dish in the store was only 180 gold. He thought that Ro would lower the price after taking over. But he didn't expect Ro to double the price. Her heart was even darker than the mayor. And Ro obviously disagreed with his opinion, and said slowly, if we don't set the price higher, how can we show the nobility of the chosen ones? Thanks to the chosen ones, we can live a peaceful life in Lingbing City. We can't let them eat together with the dirty civilians. Right? Shopkeeper Jean thought about it, and then thought about it again. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense, because the chosen ones are noble. They are slaughtered like pigs? Let's put aside whether the boss is brave or not. No matter how powerful the chosen ones are, they are still people who make money by licking blood on the knife edge. They can't go against their own wallets. Right? Are they stupid? When Shopkeeper Jean was about to persuade them, a powerful voice suddenly sounded at the door. Boss. One serving of pickled fish for two people. 2 bowls of rice. It turned out to be the two Destiny people who had been struggling at the door for a long time. Shopkeeper Jean opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. And Ro smiled at him and scolded, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and ask someone to come to the kitchen. Shopkeeper Jean hurried away. And Ro turned behind the counter and smiled at the two people. 2 gentlemen. Please sit down. Ahoo. Come and lead the way. Sometimes he spoke softly. Sometimes he spoke with full energy, which made people laugh and shudder. Ahu was 2 meters tall, with a strong back and strong waist. He was one of the thugs that Pow Pow saw at the beginning. But he was just an ordinary waiter. He didn't like to laugh. And his square face was always stern, which was quite intimidating. He was anxious to ask for clues. And suddenly, he walked up and put 400 gold on the counter. Boss. What's the matter with the hair salon you mentioned? Wing On Hotel boss favorability plus 5%. Current favorability 60%. Friendly. And Ro casually glanced at the light screen in front of him. And without stopping, she landed on the large round plate on the counter. The round plate was made of red copper, about the same size as the wok in the kitchen, with the bottom deeply embedded in the counter. But the capacity was much larger than the wok. It was specially used to hold the gold coins that customers paid for. 500 gold coins were put in, just enough to fill the bottom of the plate. It's not a big deal. Thank you for your concern, sir. And Ro smiled warmly. Ahoo. Show the 2 gentlemen to their seats. Hey, boss. He was about to ask more questions when a dark shadow came over oppressively. Each player made himself 180 plus cm tall. But he was still nearly a head shorter than Ahu. He was not afraid of an NPC. But he was still shaken by Ahu's loud voice. Sir, please. The 2 of them followed Ahu involuntarily, and sat down near the window, not far from the counter. He turned on the light screen, and stared at the newly arrived system notification on it. Quest clue. Hair salon employee. Related task. The hidden ghoul in Zhongshu town relation degree 5%. The correlation is too low. He looked up while thinking, only to see his partner shaking his head and looking around. And it was obvious that he was not focusing on the task, waiting for the long-awaited pickled fish to be served. He was furious. The clues are all in front of you. But you are still thinking about eating? Didn't you buy the Zhongshu town map? Search for how many hair salons there are in the town. Haha was in a very good mood. in order to eat this pickled fish. He was ready to spend money to treat him. But he didn't expect Hee to rush to pay for it. Of course I'm happy to eat such expensive pickled fish for free. He slowly opened the light screen map and showed the search results to the other party. Look! There are 23 hair salons in all directions. Oh! I remember some bathhouses also offer haircuts. There are 12 bathhouses in total, which adds up to 35. Should we go to each one? It's just right. Let's eat first. Eat. 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 You only know how to eat. There are more than 30 hair salons in all directions. How long will it take to find them? Haha shrugged. Then we can only dig out more clues from the bosses. You're just talking nonsense. He frowned. If you want the NPC to answer every question, the favorability must be at least 70%. And her favorability to me is only 60%. This woman owns such a big restaurant. How much money does it cost to feed her? I can't afford it. In my opinion, it doesn't cost too much. Haha squinted. Brother she. Have you forgotten how the forum scolded this restaurant? They are crazy about money. They only do business with players and rip them off. Someone wants to catch 2 ghouls and airdrop them here. Haha said. He pondered. What do you mean? Haha nodded. NPCs are greedy. But they have different ways of being greedy. This restaurant has just opened, and its reputation has fallen to such a low point. What do you think the boss cares about most? Business. He suddenly realized. Slapped the table and looked up at the counter and shouted. Boss, add another serving of pickled fish. Large portion. And Rose smiled. Okay. Yongin Hotel boss favorability plus 5%. Current favorability 65%. Friendly. It really works. He got a little carried away and then shouted, add another serving. Shopkeeper Jean just came out of the kitchen and heard these 2 shouts in succession. He was stunned. The price of pickled fish is a bit high, but the portion is honest. The large portion is enough for 2 adults to fill their stomachs. But these 2 Destiny people added 2 large portions in a blink of an eye? Can they finish it? Shopkeeper Jean looked at his boss with a dull face. And Ro winked at him and smiled. Why are you standing there? Report to the kitchen quickly. Don't let the guests wait too long. Oh, okay. Shopkeeper Jean nodded repeatedly. And after being shocked, he happily returned to the kitchen. Wing on Hotel boss favorability plus 5%. Current favorability 70%. Friendly. He was also overjoyed. He glanced at the notification on the light screen. You are good. Your analysis is accurate. He waved to Enro boss. I have something to ask. Is it convenient for you to come over? 1,200 gold was earned. So naturally there was nothing inconvenient. Enro came over with a smile. What do you want to ask? Sir? Which hair salon did the boss go to during the day? Seeing Enro hesitate and look at him, he added, oh, my brother, and I also want to get a haircut. Seeing that your hair is so well groomed, I also want to go to the shop you go to. Chapter 60. Wanda really couldn't understand why this woman had to stick to him. At dinner time, there were no customers in the store. So Sister Hong simply closed the store and focused on flirting with the new handyman. She pretended to have a backache before, hoping to find an opportunity to get close to the big guy. But he didn't even look at her. You stinky man. Why are you pretending to be serious? Sister Hong cursed inwardly. I thought about how many big and small bosses in the town rushed to propose to her. But on second thought, maybe Wang De is really a novice who doesn't know much about the world. Much better than those fat, pig-faced, greasy bosses. This thought, instead of being hit, made her even more excited. Wang De, my hands really hurt. The skin is peeling. Can you help me remove the hand oil? She is now broke and a little older, but she is still somewhat confident about her beauty. Otherwise, she, who had nothing since childhood, would not have been able to start from scratch and once owned 3 shops of different sizes. But Wang De still stood in the corner, as if he had grown roots in the ground, motionless. If the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain. Sister Hong made up her mind and pulled open the collar. The Cheongsam slid to her shoulders, revealing her collarbone. She bit her lip and walked towards Wang De. When she got closer, she found that the man was tense and didn't even dare to move his eyes. Just say, there are no men in the world who don't eat meat. Sister Hong was secretly pleased with herself, and became more and more unscrupulous. She hooked her arm around Wang Da's neck and pressed her body against him. The fragrance of the soul rushed into her nose. The soul of the NPC was not as strong as that of the player. But she was too close. It's like a person who has just finished a sumptuous meal and turns around to have a dessert put in front of his mouth. Wangda clenched his fists tightly. Veins on his forehead bulged, and bloodshot eyes began to emerge again. In the small room in the corner of the hair salon, cold sweats were running down the crack of the door. The adolescent boy watched an adult movie about to start. The heroine was still charming, and the hero was tall and mighty. It would be a lie to say that I'm not curious. But, sister, do you know that you are seducing a ghoul? Picking chestnuts from the fire, dancing on the tip of a knife, drilling fingers into an electric fan. I'm talking about you. Through the clothes, Sister Hong could feel the man's solid body and full muscles. Neither taking the initiative, nor rejecting. He was as tight as a stone. This made her even more excited. She hooked her fingers on the buttons on Wang Da's cloth shirt and unbuttoned them one by one. The first thing that caught her eye was a dark red scar, which had long since healed, and was as long as a mountain range across his chest. You've been injured. Does it hurt? Sister Hong blew a breath on the scar left by Gao Wu, and the man remained silent, like a majestic mountain. You are such a man. At this point, Wangda still hasn't refused, so everything that follows will naturally come to fruition. Sister Hong stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and tried to find Wangda's lips. Unexpectedly, her feet were empty, and the whole person flew up, and was suddenly thrown onto the sofa. The sofa was made of wood, and Sister Hong felt pain all over her body. But she didn't scream, but was happy in her heart. The more silent a man is, the more violent he becomes at this moment. It's done. It's done? The certainty turned into astonishment in the next second. Wang Da's eyes widened and turned red. He glared at her angrily and rushed out the door in 2 or 3 steps, leaving behind the stunned and disheveled Sister Hong. There was still a blush on her face brought by the excitement, which quickly faded with the blood. If it was just a rejection, it would be fine. Just a blow to her self-esteem. But what did Wang Da's expression before he left mean? Angry. Sister Hong sat up suddenly. Oh no! This damn man must have gone to Enro to complain. Could it be that he is also the lover of that girl? Ada? Ada! Sister Hong ran to the door, and just as she stuck her head out, she bumped into a wall of flesh. She thought it was Wangda, so she subconsciously grabbed the hand of the person who came, and said while looking up, Ada? Stunned again. There were 2 men outside the door. In her eyes, their looks were not as good as Wang Da's, but they were also extraordinary. And the hand she held, the cold and rough touch, was a glove. The thin cord gloves of the destined one. Ada? He raised her eyebrows and stared at her. Sister Hong immediately let go of her hand, stepped back a few steps, and said after a while, First, sir, do you want a haircut? He didn't say anything. Her eyes fell on her shoulder. Quite ambiguous. When he and Haha found this hair salon, they found that the door was open. Thinking that there was a ghoul hidden inside, they wanted to observe it quietly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to the door, he was thrown into the arms of a beautiful woman. Not only beautiful, but also fragrant and sexy. The buttons of the cheongsam were half unbuttoned, and it was placed on the undulating peak, half covering. He had been to the dance hall so many times, but he had never met such a charming NPC. Sister Hong calmed down and soon found his charming eyes. Suddenly, she was sure in her heart. She was afraid of what Wangda would do, even if the dead man complained to Enro. As long as she found a chance to leave the hair salon and no longer earned a pitiful 1,000 yuan, Enro could not do anything to her. And right now, it seems that there is such an opportunity. As soon as she thought about it, Cece saw the notification on the light screen. Hairdressing shop employee favorability plus 30%. Current favorability 80%. Love. Cece curled her lips and smiled. It seems that this NPC can't wait to throw herself into his arms. But then, the smile disappeared. Hairdressing shop employee favorability minus 30%. Current favorability 50%. No feeling. What's going on? Could it be that she recognized the wrong person? Cece had no idea of the entanglement in Sister Hong's heart, just as she made up her mind. She thought of running. It was because Pao Pao and Anra teamed up to cheat her that she ended up with nothing. But the destiny in front of her was indeed an opportunity. She didn't want to seek revenge on Anru. But she didn't want to live a miserable life for a mere 1,000 gold coins. Hong Jia's thoughts turned over and over. And the notifications on the screen turned over and over. The favorability increased and decreased from time to time. And he suddenly didn't know how to play this game. Ha, brother. Take a look. Is this NPC a bug? Haha hurriedly stuffed 3 large portions of pickled fish. And at this time, he was tilting his head back and trying to pour life potion into his mouth to promote digestion. He lowered his head and burped a pickled cabbage-flavored burp. He looked at the light screen that he had turned into visible mode. What a coincidence. After the light screen popped up the latest notification. No new messages appeared. The favorability of the hair salon employees stopped at 70%. Friendly. Enough to interrogate clues. Haha said. He smacked his lips. Feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, at the beginning, 80% favorability gave him the opportunity to spend a night with him for free. Where is your shampoo? He asked. I wash and cut hair. Sister Hong buttoned her clothes and replied with a smile. Gentlemen, do you want a shampoo or a haircut? They looked at each other with a chuckle. The clues given by the owner of Yong'an Hotel were few but clear, indicating that there was something wrong with the male shampooer in the hair salon. Finally, the name of Sister Hong's hair salon was added, and the relevance of the clues rose to 50%. It shouldn't be wrong. Haha frowned and said, Are you the only one in the shop? Didn't you say there's a new male shampooer? Him? Sister Hong showed a trace of disgust. He ran away. Sir, I've been doing this for more than 10 years. And I'm very skilled. I promise you'll be comfortable. This was ambiguous. And he couldn't help but stare at Sister Hong's fair neck. Intentionally or not. She left the top button unbuttoned. Having eaten the pickled fish as she wished. Now only had the task in mind. He ran away. Where did he go? Sister Hong's smile froze. Why does a good man care so much about Wangde? Could it be that this gentleman is a rabbit? This recognition made her immediately drop 20% favorability towards Haha. Haha was stunned and looked at his companion. This woman really has a bug? Right? He smiled without saying anything and pointed at the light screen. On it. Sister Hong's favorability towards him also increased by 10%. And entered the like. Stayed again. Sister Hong warmly helped his arm. Sir, please come in. My technique is really good. While washing you, I will also press your head. It will definitely relax your muscles and relieve fatigue. It is good to recover something after losing it. He was already tempted and followed him in. Hey, brother he. Haha didn't call him. And a message from He popped up on the screen. Wait for the ghoul to come back. He sighed and shook his head. The two were not brothers. And they didn't even know each other in private. They met in the game. After all, their IDs were related. After getting to know each other, one was addicted to food, and the other was blinded by lust. They got along well, and started to do tasks together. This guy is still reliable at the critical moment. Besides, what he said is true. Even if we go out to look for it now, we don't know where the ghoul has gone. Waiting is the safest way. Moreover, the two of them analyzed on the way that the ghoul who would disguise himself as a hair salon employee must be at least C level. As for the higher B level, they all agree that the possibility is very small. The higher the level of the ghoul, the stronger its appetite. And it is not satisfied with devouring the souls of NPCs. It will not stare at her, as the restaurant owner described. The hair salon is not big. On the right-hand side of the entrance is the rest and waiting area, which is furnished with mahogany sofas and glass coffee tables. Going inwards on the left is the most open area in the store, which is the hairdressing area with 3 large mirrors as tall as a person. At the end is a corridor, separated by a fancy wall. The hair washing area is at the entrance of the corridor. And at the end of the corridor is a small room with a half-open door. In those days, there was no such thing as a reclining chair for hair washing. Customers all sat on leather stools with their heads facing the sink. In theory, the hair washer should stand beside the customer, which is the easiest to operate. But this time, Sister Hong chose to stand behind Cece. Her body pressed tightly against her back, slightly bent over, and her 2 fleshy balls almost pressed on Cece's shoulders. Her body fragrance was alluring. Sir, is the water temperature suitable? Yes. What about the strength? You can use more strength. You can't hurt me. Sister Hong smiled like a silver bell. You are worthy of being Mr. Destiny. You are so strong. The words were too obvious, and it was no longer a hint. Cece lowered her hand and touched the smooth cap behind her. Hong Jia didn't hide. It was done, although she didn't quite understand why. But it was easy to catch, which made Cece very happy. Through a wall, the sound of water and laughter reached Pepeo's ears. He was like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and running around. After waiting for someone to come, Wangda ran away. It was all Hong Jia's fault. She couldn't seduce anyone else, but she had to seduce Wangda. She put her mouth close to him, afraid that the ghoul couldn't smell the scent of the soul. Thinking about it now, Pao Pao hoped that Wangda would swallow Hong Jia in one gulp, so that he wouldn't be in such a dilemma at this moment. Keep still and wait for the two players to run out of patience and leave. Or just go in and kill them. But what if the other party is higher level than him? And there are two people. And he is just a broken bronze player. So he has no confidence. Pao Pao slapped his forehead. Suddenly realized that the most fatal point is that in such a long time, he has never thought of forming a temporary team with the boss. And he has not even exchanged a communication card. If he can't contact in an emergency, won't it delay things? After thinking about it, Pepeo's eyes fell on the window. The room was small, and the window was not big either, so one person could barely get out. First, go outside and look for Wangda. If Wangda is not found, run to the hotel with a wind step to inform the boss. When employees encounter difficult tasks, they must ask the boss for help. Right? Pao Pao made up his mind and nodded vigorously. As soon as his hand touched the window, a face suddenly stuck to the glass. He was startled. Wangda, Pao Pao blurted out, and immediately lowered his voice. Where have you been? It smells good, Wangda said. His eyes slid to one side, staring straight at the wall of the hair salon. It seems that his IQ is still online. He didn't break through the wall and rushed into the hair salon directly, but came in through the window of the small room. Pao Pao had just pulled him into the room when the sound of water next door suddenly stopped and Sister Hong's confused voice came. Room, go to the room. Sir, can you take me away? I don't want anything. As long as I can stay by your side and serve you all the time. The footsteps actually came to the small room. Hide quickly, Pao Pao said in a breathy voice, and finally pushed Wangda under the bed with great effort. The moment he hurriedly hid himself, the door opened. The player stepped in with the specially made metal iron boots, and Sister Hong's cloth shoes fell off, and her calves wrapped around the other's waist like a water snake. Bang! She was pressed to the bed. Dang! Hee hee. The metal buckle on the belt fell to the ground. Wait a minute. Sister Hong didn't let him go any further, supporting his chest and looking at him seductively. Sir, will you agree to Xiao Hong? Take Xiao Hong away. Xiao Hong serves you like this every day. Notifications of favorability kept popping up, approaching 90%. With a nod, she could enter the infatuation state and do whatever she wanted with Sister Hong. It must be said that Sister Hong's timing was very accurate. Chapter 61. As a real NPC, Sister Hong naturally didn't know the existence of favorability. The reason why she could be on time was purely because of her ability to observe people's words and expressions over the years. She was afraid of running and hated running. But deep down, she always missed that short morning. After forming a contract with a destiny person, her life seemed to be out of control. But on the other hand, her heart felt a great sense of fulfillment. That feeling was as if she had everything, and she could even die for it. On the outside, she needed a destiny person to rely on so that she would no longer be bullied. Inwardly, she still longed for that feeling. At this moment, the longing in her eyes was enough to move people. For a moment, Cece even forgot that she was an NPC, but a poor woman who was alone, homeless, and beautiful. Okay, he nodded, and even surprised himself. But Cece didn't regret it. He had slept with many women in the game, but they were not Sister Hong. Not as beautiful as Sister Hong. Not as passionate as Sister Hong. Just vulgar people who exchanged their bodies for money. Bringing Sister Hong by your side, and enjoying her warmth and tenderness every night, is indeed a good choice. The word good made Sister Hong's smile deepen, and her eyes sparkled with tears. Sister Hong Hair Salon Employee. Favorability plus 5%. Current favorability 94%. Infatuated. Note, meet the requirements for the contract. Sister Hong hurriedly wiped her eyes, staring at Cece's hand without blinking, and a cluster of pink light jumped on the other party's open palm. The hand slowly approached her eyebrows. Sister Hong couldn't help holding her breath, and her heart was beating wildly. She did it. She successfully got rid of the shackles of a miserable life, escaped from Enro's clutches, successfully fell in love with a destined person, and made the other person fall in love with her. In just a few days, the ups and downs of life replayed in her mind. She had enjoyed wealth and honor. She didn't have a reliable and capable man. Now, this part of the gap has finally been filled. She closed her eyes. The heat full of masculine breath rushed towards her. She was intoxicated for a few seconds, and slowly opened her eyes with a little shyness. The affection flowing in her eyes suddenly froze, and a second later it rushed to her throat, and she burst into a scream that could blow off the roof. Her destiny, the one she had just fallen in love with, and who also loved her, had his head smashed into his chest, and blood and brain matter flowed out of his sunken neck. The heat she felt just now was from these warm liquids. It covered her whole face. Pow Pow hurriedly covered Sister Hong's mouth. But it was too late. He heard footsteps outside. The iron boots stepped hard on the ground, making a thumping sound. In front of him, Wanda put his hands on Cease's exposed buttocks, greedily biting the sole. Enough. Enough. Pow Pow raised his foot and kicked Wanda aside. In fact, Pepeo's action was unnecessary. Wang Da's hand and hammer fell on Cece together, and he didn't control the strength of the hammer well. Cece died almost in the blink of an eye. Wang Da could only eat part of the soul. At this moment, Cece's residual soul could not be extracted with death, and was locked in the dead body. As soon as it became a ghoul, it began to change wildly. Hee. Under the skin, the flesh began to churn, and various parts of the body began to swell up, and then suddenly shrank without a trace. Only his chest showed a small bulge that was getting bigger and bigger, as if a living thing was trying to break free from it, but couldn't break through the tough skin. There was a sound of ribs breaking, and then, bang! A human face poked out from the chest. The facial features were covered by thin skin, but the outline could be distinguished. A face covered with human skin, with 7 orifices sealed, but you can see the eyeballs rolling under the skin and the mouth wide open. Ghoul. Ghoul. Sister Hong broke free from Pepeo's hand and shrank to the inside of the bed with a scream. Pow Pow also witnessed the whole process of the ghoul's transformation at such a close distance for the first time. He was not careful and failed to control Sister Hong. But according to the plan, there was no need to control it later. He pulled Wang Dazeng under the bed again. Wang Da had just differentiated a ghoul and was in a weak period, so it didn't take much effort for Pow Pow. Before putting down the bed sheet, Pow Pow took a last look at the ghoul, ignoring the weird and terrifying human face on its chest and the fact that it had no head. It still maintained its human form, but during the transformation, his body became taller and taller, his shoulders almost touching the ceiling. All the clothes on his body were torn, and the bumps on his skin stabilized. They turned into faces of different sizes. It was so damn embarrassing. Pow Pow was shocked, and the moment he put down the bed sheet, the door was kicked open. "Brother Shi?" Haha exclaimed, and the task details popped up on the screen in front of him. But Haha didn't have time to look at it. With one hand holding a weapon, he immediately took out a prop from Onigashima with the other hand, and threw it at the towering ghoul. The smoke bomb exploded, and thick white smoke began to sink from the ceiling. Pow Pow quietly lifted the bed sheet and took a peek, thinking the reason why he hid under the bed was to sneak attack the second player. But who would have thought that the other party would actually detonate a smoke bomb? Isn't this courting death? Where are you, Brother Shi? Come out! Haha shouted again. But he didn't notice the giant ghoul in front of him. Just Cece. After all, he was completely naked, even without a head, and couldn't be recognized. The white smoke descended quickly, and Haha couldn't see the situation in the room clearly. Before he responded, he was struggling whether to kill the ghoul or retreat and keep a distance. Suddenly, he saw a shadow flashing on the ground. Haha was delighted. Brother Shi, you have already fought with the ghoul. Why didn't you call me? Hurry up, before it has finished its crazy transformation. Swish. A line of blood shot out from his neck into the billowing white smoke. The bone-burying shovel directly cut off half of his neck, and with another swish, his hand holding the weapon was cut off at the shoulder. After a sound of blood bubbles, there was a series of crisp coins. Pow Pow held the bone-burying shovel tightly, and it was not time to relax. Wangda, hurry up, before it changes completely. However, the room was filled with thick white smoke, which was pungent and dazzling, so that Pow Pow could not see the figure of the ghoul at all. He followed his memory, and swung a shovel towards a certain place. After all, the size of the ghoul has increased, and the shovel head is obviously stuck in its flesh. Pow Pow made up his mind, and hurriedly activated the weapon skills. Bone-burying shovel. 2-stage attack. Open the coffin. The shovel head burst out a smooth red ray, sometimes bright, and sometimes dark. The ghouls felt the pain, and countless faces all over their bodies roared together, but their mouths were sealed by skin, and they sounded like a muffled drum. Wangda, help me! Pow Pow shouted. A vortex formed by white smoke suddenly appeared beside him, and Pow Pow hurriedly moved out of the way. Wangda held the sledgehammer, and the hammer head expanded into a huge hammer in an instant, hitting the handle of the bone-burying shovel. The bone shovel disappeared without a trace. The ghoul's howl became more painful, and with a wave of its arm as thick as a stone pillar, it smashed the wall, and dirt flew everywhere. But that was all. After all, it was just a newly differentiated sea-level ghoul, and its transformation had not yet ended. Its body was not strong enough, and its movements were very slow. The sky full of gold coins exploded, floating in the white smoke. Looming, the white smoke rushed out of the gap in the wall, and some gold coins fell into the alley outside. But no one dared to pick it up. Or rather, there was no one around. When the ghoul smashed the wall, a passerby shouted, "Ghoul!" and everyone ran away instantly. There were 2 smoke exhausts at the door in the gap, and the smoke in the room soon faded. Pow Pow looked at the gold coins on the ground, and then looked at the upgrade notification on the light screen, and was overjoyed. Wangda, we succeeded? Pow Pow gave Wangda a big hug, and suddenly remembered the scene where Hong Jia forced a kiss on him, and hurriedly stepped back. As expected, Wangda bit his tongue tightly. His eyes were red. Hurry up and clean up. Someone is coming. A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Boss? He ran to Enro. We succeeded? We succeeded? Enro smiled, clapped his hands with him, and urged, hurry. The 2 of them worked together, and soon they had picked up all the gold coins in the room. As for those that fell into the alley, they had no time to take care of them, and there was no need to take care of them. Pow Pow packed Ha Ha's body in the sack he had prepared long ago, and heard Andrew say, Wangda, carry her on your back. Only then did he realize that he had completely forgotten about Sister Hong. At this moment, Sister Hong was curled up in the corner between the bed and the wall, hugging herself tightly, trembling all over. She was already scared silly. Today is his son's birthday, and Captain Lee has to go offline early. But as soon as he lay down on the bed, his trusted subordinate pushed the door in. Minister, a mission has appeared. Captain Lee frowned and sat up. The frequency of ghouls appearing in Zhongsu town is not high, but even in a peaceful place, there are always missions, which is not surprising. What is strange is that his subordinates rushed in to inform him in such a panic. He quickly determined, is it related to Enro? Yes. The mission location is Hong Jia's hair salon, which is now also Enro's property. Who did the mission? Are there any mission details? I don't know yet. Our people arrived first, but there was only an NPC named Xiao Jia at the scene, crying, and we couldn't ask anything. Captain Lee pondered for a moment. Where is Enro? The people sent to monitor her said that she returned home not long after returning to the hotel at night. She was in the small house in Guangyin Lane. Seeing that the boss was thinking and not speaking, the subordinate continued, Minister, it seems that our guess is correct. There is a ghoul lurking around Enro, but it is not in Yandon Hotel or Yandon Farm. But, since the mission has been exploded, the ghoul must be gone. Captain Lee asked, are you sure the ghoul is dead? Sure. Many people in the alley next to the hair salon saw the ghoul with their own eyes, and some gold coins were left on the ground. Minister, do we still need to send someone to keep an eye on her? The brothers all want to rest offline or go on missions. Leader Lee shook his head, an NPC. One moment he is involved with the Destiny one, and the next he is involved with the ghoul. This matter is not that simple. Come on. Take your team and follow me. Where are we going? The subordinate asked. Minister, isn't today your son's birthday? Captain Lee paused while putting on his shoes and said calmly, birthdays come every year. Let's go check on that NPC again. The wooden wheel rolled over the bluestone bricks and finally got quieter after reaching the dirt road. But the ox cart was obviously bumpy. After the neon lights faded away, Pow Pow lifted the hay and let out a long sigh. But his heart did not fall back into his stomach. Unro, who was wearing a simple men's casual suit and a straw hat, heard him ask behind her, "Boss, I feel a little nervous. What if Chujia lets slip something and gives away clues?" And Rose smiled calmly. She has been helping out at the bun shop all day and doesn't know anything. What clues can she give? Chapter 62. Hongjia huddled in the corner. Her eyes were straight. Her lips were trembling. And her hair was messy. This look reminded Enro of the day she saw her on the street. However, Enro didn't think she was pitiful at all at that time. But now, she was quite pitiful. She hugged the thighs of the Destiny twice in a row. And without exception, she fell straight from the clouds to the dust. "Run! Come here!" Enro raised her chin. "Clean up Hongjia's clothes." Now Hongjia's clothes were stained with blood and brains. And she was wrapped in hay all the way, so they were a little dry and smelled bad. Pow Pow looked at the boss unexpectedly, but said nothing. He took out a few gold coins and sprinkled them on Sister Hong, operating the light screen. After clicking clean, Sister Hong's clothes were brand new, exuding a faint scent of drying in the sun. However, people are not living props, and the stains on their bodies cannot be removed with gold coins. Go get another basin of water and a towel. After a while, Pow Pow brought the wooden basin into the house and placed it in front of Sister Hong according to Amru's instructions. "Boss." He did not leave immediately, but reported the results honestly. The reward for strangling the ghoul, plus the gold coins dropped from the corpse. I picked up a total of 7,643 gold here. There are also 2 weapons and an auxiliary card. As he said this, he was about to take things out of the prop column. And Rose smiled and shook her head. This is the income from the trial operation of the new business model, which is not included in the farm income. You have contributed a lot. Keep it. It will be considered a bonus for you. Peo's eyes lit up, thinking of how much he opposed the business designed by his boss before. He felt a little embarrassed. "No need. Boss, I have upgraded another level, and now I am level 19. One thing is one thing." And Rose said, "There is no such thing as an upgrade in the salary I offer you. Since you mentioned it, just treat it as employee benefits." "Then I keep it?" "Keep it. Next time, I'll handle the task in a businesslike manner." "Yeah. Thank you, boss." Pow Pow left happily, and Ro closed the door and turned her attention back to Sister Hong. NPCs really couldn't escape the temptation of money after hearing the conversation between the two, due to sensitive words. Although they didn't understand everything, Sister Hong had regained her consciousness with a bonus of more than 7,000 gold. She looked up at Enro in a daze, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Enro raised her hand and brushed the air in front of her, and a bunch of gold coins fell down. "Remember what I said? The basic salary is 1,000 gold, and bonuses are extra." Sister Hong stared at the gold coins on the ground and nodded gently. "It depends on my performance and your mood." "Enro? Unro? Boss." She is still very sensible. This means that Sister Hong was just frightened, but not scared silly. This woman has much better psychological quality than ordinary people. No matter what disadvantageous situation you are in, you will find ways to find a step forward. Sister Hong's repeated actions also prove this point. And Rose smiled. "That's good. In terms of employee value, Sister Hong is actually much more useful than Sister Chiao. Sister Hong performed well today and was lucky, because I am in a good mood now. So these are your bonuses. However," and Ro took a step forward and stepped on the gold coin. "Before you take the money, you have to answer a question for me." Sister Hong stretched out her body, kneeling on the gold coins, with a look of desire on her face. "Boss, ask me. Money. Man, if you could only choose one, which one do you choose?" And Ro narrowed her eyes slightly, and said word by word, "The man I am talking about includes all the destined ones. Think it over before answering. All NPCs love money. This game setting is far from as simple as it sounds. What is money? Is it just the golden coins? Or is it the balance of different digits in the account? No. Power is also money. And connections are also money. Just like people in the real world. NPCs of different classes have different depths of looking at problems. Hongjia has gone from having nothing to owning 3 shops. so it is impossible for her to be as careless as the lower-class townspeople. Before, she made a pact with Pow Pow just to protect herself and her property. Today, she tried to make a pact with Cece, just hoping that the other party would pull her out of the miserable quagmire. The question is whether Hong Jia herself can realize her true heart. This question obviously exceeded Sister Hong's expectations. She murmured a few times in a panic, and her fingertips fell on a coin. It felt a little cold, but it was like a fire that instantly ignited the real Sister Hong. Money. I want money. Only money can help her get rid of her embarrassing life. And only money can allow her to win over the power of the rich circle. As long as there is enough money, she can even be on an equal footing with the mayor and the gang's destiny. Sister Hong's face was full of greed and desire. Instinctively, she gathered the gold coins on the ground in front of her. There was a large pile, and it was estimated that there were thousands of gold coins. But she didn't dare to collect the balance, and looked up at Enro. I know that everything today was arranged by you. And, boss, I will listen to you in everything. As long as I can make money, I will listen to you in everything. Having said that, the last sentence was a little hesitant. Enro guessed what she was worried about and smiled. Don't worry. As long as you work for me wholeheartedly, I can not only give you money, but also a lot of money. More than you have before. And I can guarantee that your life will be safe. Sister Hong opened her mouth. In a world where ghouls are rampant, even the chosen ones cannot guarantee that they will not capsize in the gutter. For example, the chosen one who almost made a pact with her today. Didn't he become a ghoul and die? And Rose's tone was really too loud. But for some reason, Sister Hong believed her. Before Enro left, Sister Hong suddenly called her boss. Can I ask a question? Enro smiled and looked back, nodding. You are already very rich, but you still want to take the risk of going against the chosen ones. Why? Enro's smile faded. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and smiled again. Same as you. Not only does she want endless money, but she also wants this soul world where no one can threaten her life. She didn't say this, but there was no doubt on Sister Hong's face. She understood. To some extent, she and Enro are the same kind of people. Enro walked out of the door of the bungalow and looked into the dark night. She and all the NPCs in this soul world share the same desire. Maybe, Enro thought, this is why she turned into an NPC? Boss! Pow Pow walked through the darkness and came over quickly. The body has been soaked in the tank. Enro smiled and said, no need to hide it. When he resurrects, this soul will be divided between Wangda and Zhangda. Zhangda has only tasted a bite of the player's soul, so he needs to consolidate it. Wangda has just been differentiated and is in a weak state, so he also needs to replenish it. Oh! And Bao Bao. Last night, Bao Fu differentiated 5 ghouls in one go, so he should also be in a weak state. But now it is at a high level. And Ro did not see any signs. She squatted down and touched Bao Fu's forehead. Bao Bao. You have worked hard. When we open the shop tomorrow, I will find a few more corpses to reward you. Whenever Enro returned to the farm, Bao Fu's big face always followed her, appearing and disappearing on the ground. Hearing Enro's words, its eyes slowly turned. Gulu. Pow Pow was a little surprised. Boss, we have to run business tomorrow? Is it too frequent? If we don't do it more frequently, how can we spread the reputation of the restaurant? Enro said, let's get started. Once the warm-up is completed, you can go home. Enro put one hand on his shoulder and handed him 2,000 gold coins, today's overtime pay. I was still worried about running, but I made nearly 10,000 gold in one day, not including the money from the props. As the old saying goes, as long as there is a 300% profit, people are not afraid of death. What's more, the boss designed throwing clues, creating ghouls, strangling ghouls and players. This business model can not only earn system rewards, but also earn gold coins dropped by players, and also obtain corpses to feed farm employees, and use this to make the restaurant business prosperous. Kill 4 birds with 1 stone, and make a lot of money without any investment. After the ghouls just happened, there were few pedestrians in the streets of Zhongsu town. Pow Pow came out of the shadows, glanced around, and went into a small shop. No matter how fierce the ghouls are, there is only one kind of shop in this world that will not close, the pawn shop. In the game, the pawn shop is the official mall, which is spread all over Lingbing City. This small pawn shop is very small, and it cannot be compared with the 2 pawn shops on Jongsu Street. But it has all the necessary parts. On the right-hand side after entering the door is a counter with 2 small windows, which is a place for buying and selling props, commonly known as a container. There is also a counter on the left, but only one window is opened, so you can see the upper body of a person inside, but not the face. In the original owner's memory inherited by Enro, there was no impression of this counter. After learning about it from Pow Pow, she was quite shocked, because the NPC in the counter on the left can also see the player's light screen. He has no name. Because of the role he plays, he is called Data Officer by the players. And the counter on the left is also called Data Cabinet. There was no one in the pawn shop, so Pow Pow went straight to the Data Cabinet. Buy or sell? Asked the Data Officer in the window. Sell, as Pow Pow answered. The light screen popped up and stayed on the system notification interface. A checkbox appeared on the right side of each notification. Pow Pow checked the notification of Hair Salon Ghoul. Wait a moment, the data clerk said, then laughed. One ran away. I'm still tracking it, Pow Pow replied, just asking casually. It's really new information. No one has sold it before. C-level mission. 50 gold. The data clerk put a handful of gold coins on the counter. After walking out of the pawn shop, Pow Pow looked around as usual, making sure there was no one. Then he used the swift wind step to run all the way to the small Western-style building in Guangyin Lane. He climbed up to the second-floor window behind the building and got into Anra's room. In front of the building, the spies of the Oli Guild kept staring at the door. The lights were off in the room, and Ro heard the noise and asked, "Did it sell?" It was sold. Each guild usually sends people to collect data after midnight. In another 2 hours, Oli should be able to get the task details. And Ro nodded. Let's do the second step of warming up. Pow Pow sat down beside her, turned the light screen to visible mode, and called up the forum. He flipped through the Lost section and soon found the help post posted by Haha. He was a wild guest. Without the support of a guild, if he died during a mission, he could either survive the 12-hour resurrection time and hope that the ghoul had left the battlefield when he logged on, or he could be safer and post a message on the forum to ask for help and find someone to collect his body. Oh, 10,000 gold. It seems that you have a lot of money. And Rose smiled. Pow Pow thought for a while. Boss, why don't you let him bear fruit twice first? If he is at the middle bronze level, his destiny should be enough to revive several times. And Rose shook her head and said, compared to this little money, it is more important to let Wang De and Wang Er taste the sweetness. Reply? There are already more than a dozen posts under the help post, and I wonder if anyone will take up the task of collecting the corpse. However, for Enro, this is not important. The forum is anonymous, and neither the big guild nor the game official can crack the real ID. Pow Pow took the nickname of Ghoul with peace of mind. Ghoul, don't bother me, brother. Your corpse is no longer in the hair salon. I carried it away with great effort. Haha. He is online all the time and replied quickly. Poster, I knew it. No wonder the corpse collector couldn't find it. It turned out you stole it. Goddamn corpse thief. Bastard, Pow Pow said. This attitude is not good. Just when he was about to reply, Haha sent another message. Poster, brother. Please, return the body to me. All the money and goods I dropped belong to you, and I will give you another 10,000 gold. I really can't lose the game qualification. Ghoul, which corpse thief will return the body? Have fun. Are you waiting to be wanted by the guild? I am kind-hearted. I came here to tell you so that you don't waste time and go to bed early. Those who have jobs should work hard, and those who don't have jobs should find jobs quickly. Seeing him press the send button, and Rose smiled and said, You are quite good at irritating people. Pow Pow felt wronged. I didn't mean to irritate him. Boss, you know that there are job seekers everywhere now, but they can't find anyone. They are all busy playing games. In our neighborhood, the security booth has been empty for half a year. No one comes to apply for 20,000 yuan a month. And Ro was silent. In theory, there are only tens of millions of gamers who are qualified to play games, which will not have much impact on the operation of society. However, for more than 20 years, the myth of gamers getting rich has continued to appear, making the whole society flock to it. Those who go to school don't study well, and those who work don't work well. Even if they lose their qualifications and log off the line completely, Their hearts are still tied to the game. The pickled fish restaurant she loved the most also closed down because it continued to fail to recruit employees. Ridiculous. Haha. Although her level is not high, she is also an old player. And she knows that Pow Pow is serious. All the major guilds have issued orders to prohibit corpse stealing. But this is an obvious way to get rich quickly. Even if it is exposed, and will be posted on the World Channel for wanted. It will not stop. Corpse stealers cannot return the bodies. Pow Pow waited for a while, and asked Andrew, "Boss." He doesn't reply. What should I do? The most important news has not been said yet. Before he finished speaking, Haha suddenly replied, "Poster, let me die to understand. How did you know that we got the clues to do the task? Follow us? Why? Run and have fun. Long press Haha's forum ID. And send a private message instead. Corpse stealer, brother. I am kind-hearted and will fulfill your wish. That restaurant has a lot of mysteries. And you can find clues to tasks from time to time. For example, the tasks that were popular in Jiangsu town a while ago. The coal shop ghoul. The east suburb ghoul. Brother. I got the clues before others. Corpse stealer, this is luck. Corpse stealer, brother. What is your initial destiny value when you enter the game? Emergency help haha. 120. Corpse stealer, brother. I am 100 times yours. Haha. Brother. This game is not for you. Face the reality as soon as possible. After sending this private message, Pow Pow felt inexplicably happy. And suddenly heard Andrew ask a question. Your initial destiny value is really 12,000? Pow Pow looked embarrassed and scratched his head. 60. Only half of haha. Not even a chance to revive. God knows how hard he worked to survive until now. Seeing Enro half smiled. Pow Pow quickly switched to the attribute page, but after meeting the boss, my destiny value is soared. And now it is really 12,000. Oh! Enro dragged out the last word. After so many mission experiences and so much money and props, it would be strange if it didn't increase. Enro patted his head. Work hard. It won't be long before I can add a few more zeros to your destiny value. It was late at night, and the lights of all the shops in Weiyuan Lane were off. Only Hongjia's hair salon was still on. Perhaps the ghouls had damaged the circuit. The dim light flickered from time to time. Xiaojia sat awkwardly on the sofa, her face pale, not daring to look directly at the gentleman of destiny gathered in front of her. After being interrogated for so long, in addition to fear, she also had deep disgust in her heart. Captain Lee knew this very well. After all, the other party's favorability towards him had dropped to 30%. However, no useful information was obtained. Could it be that the ghouls were really just hiding beside Enro and had nothing to do with Enro? Have you finished collecting data today? Leader Lee asked his subordinates. Not yet. The subordinates suddenly changed their words. Coming. Coming. The members responsible for collecting data finally ran through all the pawn shops in Jiangsu town and sent the task information to the team channel. Jiangsu town is located on the edge, and neither players nor townspeople have much contact with the outside world on weekdays. There are no gates on the city wall, so the probability of exploding ghoul tasks is the lowest among nearby towns. Many times, the task information reported in the daily data collection report is 0. Even when Zhongshu town was plagued by ghouls a few days ago, no data was collected. After all, the choice of whether to sell data is in the hands of the players. But today is an exception. Herring sent a complete task details. Task name, temporary worker in a hair salon. Task location, Sister Hong's hair salon in Weiyuan Lane. Zhongshu town. Ghoul level, C. Number of ghouls, 0/2. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, C. The font is gray, which means the mission has ended. This kind of low-level historical mission is sold to the pawn shop at a very low price. But it is better than nothing. Dawn Darkness. Which pawn shop did you buy it from? Herring, Minister. It is Huanhuan Lane. Huanhuan Lane. Li Duk is familiar with all the pawn shops in the town. The one located in Huanhuan Lane is the smallest of all the pawn shops. Few players usually go in and out. The data was sold in a remote pawn shop. I guess the person who completed the mission was a stranger and acted very cautiously. Could it be that the other party witnessed the ghoul killing his 2 men and followed him all the way? Leader Lee shook his head. The mission details were too simple. If he could buy specific clues to discover the mission, the reference value would be the greatest. Unfortunately, when the details appeared, the clues became invalid clues. And the pawnshop did not buy invalid clues. He looked at Sister Chiao and piled the gold coins on the coffee table up by 2 cents. Ask you again. Where is Sister Hong? Sister Chiao's expression at this moment was extremely complicated. She seemed to be afraid and disgusted. When her eyes fell on the gold coins, she felt a little greedy. But she didn't dare to take it. Just shook her head. I don't know. I really don't know. At this time, an Oli member rushed into the store. Minister, someone has opened a bidding on the external network to sell clues to Jiangsu town. Bidding? What task? Not a task clue, the member said, also confused. The bidder said it's an address. As long as you go there, you can get the task clue. Address? You can get clues by going there. Is there such a place in Jiangsu town? Why is the territory under his jurisdiction getting more and more strange? Before Captain Li could figure out what was going on, another member came in. Minister, the mayor wants to see you. Things kept coming one after another, making him upset and confused. But the mayor sent someone to look for him in the middle of the night, which meant that the matter was very important. And getting along well with the NPC management on the territory was his biggest responsibility as a minister. You go, no matter how much it costs. You must win the bid and get that address. You can divide the money on the table. You've been up all night. It's hard work. After giving his instructions, Captain Li left in a hurry without paying any attention to Sister Chiao. Chapter 63. Hung Ba Tong wrapped himself in a silk robe, leaned back on the recliner, sipped a sipping tea from a purple clay teapot, and looked calm and composed. He didn't look like he was in a hurry to find someone to question him. He opened his eyelids. Captain Li, what do you think? Captain Li smiled elegantly as always. The mayor is right. Since our Jiangsu branch has chosen to take root in Jiangsu town, we naturally have the obligation to strangle the ghouls and protect the townspeople. Hung Ba Tong waved his hand. There are tens of thousands of people in the town. So what's the big deal if a few of them are eaten by ghouls? The key is not whether to protect or not, but business. Captain Li, everyone was in danger a while ago, and many bosses lost their business and came to me crying. I also know that your guild makes money by killing ghouls. So you should come to Jiangsu. Outside Dongju City is the land of no life, where there are as many ghouls as you want. How many guilds envy it? Captain Li curled his lips at this remark. Hung Batong, this old man, is a typical person who talks without any pain. There are many ghouls in the land of no life, but they are all unclassified ghouls that are not even sea level, with little experience and few rewards, which are not enough for the guild to fill their teeth. Furthermore, Zhongshu town is the territory of Oli, and only in this small piece of land can they demonstrate their right to the task. How can there be a territory in the land of no life? I have heard that many ghouls appeared in some places, and the guilds and wild guests rushed over when they smelled the fishy smell. How much would be left after eating their own members? Now, after completing their daily tasks, the members of the Zhongshu branch rushed to other places to look for clues. If it were not for the salary of the guild, I am afraid that many people would have quit the membership. However, these complaints could not be made to the mayor of the town in front of him. The mayor is right, Li Duk said with a smile. Changing the subject, the mayor seems to be in a good mood. Is there something happy going on? Hung Batong smiled, sipped his tea again, and said nothing. The situation reported by the housekeeper at dinner came to his mind. It has been a long day. Except for the gang members, who stayed for lunch for the sake of the lady. There was no other table of guests. Not even a single table? No. Ding Liang saw it for real. Just a few words of conversation. Hung Batong's mood turned from gloomy to bright. And it's good now. 140,000 gold. That broken restaurant didn't lose money. Captain Li. Hung Batong put down the teapot and lit a cigar instead. I heard that you took your gang members to support Yong'an Hotel during the day? Captain Li understood and smiled. Madam came out to calm the situation. So of course, gang leader Tang, and I have to give her enough face. That's right. But she's a woman. Hung Batong paused. If you continue to show affection to my wife, I will be unhappy. This will not happen again. Understand? I dare not. The mayor is really wronged, Li Duoju said. Mayor, rest assured, I will definitely convey your intentions. Hung Batong was satisfied, biting the cigar and stood up, shaking his nightgown. Okay. If the matter of the ghoul is not urgent, I will not bother Li Duoju to run in the middle of the night. I don't have the peace and freedom of Li Duoju. I am alone. I have to accompany my wife quickly. Captain Lee's eyes darkened. After leaving the mayor's house, he checked the team's news. The bidding time is tomorrow morning. It seems that we won't be able to get the mysterious address where we can find the clues to the mission tonight. Dawn darkness. Terminate the surveillance of Yan'an Hotel. All members are not allowed to dine in the hotel. Herring, Minister. Why? Isn't Roe the mayor's man? If that's the case, they should take care of the restaurant business more. Ordinary people can't afford to eat pickled fish that costs hundreds of gold. But they, the players, can still afford it. Dawn darkness, on the contrary. Hangdon can't stand seeing the restaurant doing well. If you see someone eating in the restaurant, you can stop them. Herring. Okay. Got it. Drywater. Got it. Other online members continued to reply in the team channel. When Captain Lee was about to put away the light screen, Herring sent a separate message. Herring, Minister. Are you not monitoring the restaurant anymore? Where is that NPC? Captain Lee knew he was referring to Enro. He thought for a moment and slowly exhaled. Perhaps the loss of the two members' qualifications and the ghoul hidden in the hair salon were really just coincidences for Enro. After all, the information found did not point to her. Dawn darkness, no surveillance. I will participate in the external network auction tomorrow and go online later. If there is a place where you can repeatedly wait for clues, this is the most important thing for the game. The mayor's teasing is still ringing in my ears. A lonely man. Captain Lee put away the light screen and simply used the movement skill to fly back to the Oli Hall. The clubhouse was renovated from a hotel, with hundreds of bedrooms, all with dense bunk beds, specially used to accommodate offline members. Captain Lee's exclusive room was the cleanest. A suite, and there was only one bed in the bedroom. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes in the holographic cabin. After soaking in the neural sensor for nearly 20 hours, his skin was already wrinkled. Fortunately, the holographic cabin has a constant temperature function, so it is not too cold. Captain Lee pushed open the hatch, put his feet on the ground to adapt for a moment, and walked towards the shower room in the room. When he passed the door, his footsteps paused. The door was slightly open. He opened it carefully, and a small figure fell to the ground. He was caught by his arms in time and carefully put on the ground. He went to the bathroom to get a dry towel, wrapped his son up, and put him on the bed. The jumping light just hit the little face, quiet and peaceful, like a sleeping little angel. Captain Lee stared at it for a moment, turned his head, and looked out the window. In the distance, there was a fire rising into the sky. A building was burned for some reason. If there hadn't been specially ordered soundproof glass, the sound of the fire truck would have been heard long ago. He finally sighed, and his eyes fell back on his son's sleeping face. He touched his son's hair with a damp hand and whispered, "Happy birthday." The next morning, Enro went to the bun shop first to comfort the frightened Inyonian, telling him not to be afraid of the ghouls and to sell buns in peace. Then she went to the hair salon and found Xiaojia spending the night on a hard wooden sofa. After a simple comfort, she took out 5,000 gold coins and asked her to repair the exterior wall of the hair salon. Building a house out of nothing is expensive, but buying materials and labor is a small expense, and 5,000 gold is enough. "Bossin, have you seen my cousin?" Xiaojia asked worriedly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I took Sister Hong to the farm to help, and she will be back in 2 days." And Rose said, "Xiaojia, the hair salon is closed today. You find someone to repair the wall. And by the way, help the bun shop recruit a clerk. You decide the wages. The main thing is that the person must be honest and hardworking." Okay, Xiaojia agreed. Andrew drove to Yan'an Hotel. As soon as she entered the door, the shopkeeper Jean came up to greet her happily. "Boss, our restaurant opened yesterday with great success, with a total income of 15,320 gold. After deducting the cost, we can make a profit of about 5,000. Then his face fell, and he was worried, however. Yesterday, it was mainly the two gangs that spent a lot of money. Apart from the gangs, there was only one table of guests. "Boss, if no one comes to eat today, we will lose money." "I'm not in a hurry." "Why are you in a hurry?" And Rose smiled and said, "Don't worry. Business will only get better in the future." Better? The shopkeeper Jean was full of doubts. But when he thought about the boss selling 3 large portions of pickled fish to 2 customers last night, He felt that the boss's words were naturally reliable. But he couldn't figure out how to make a restaurant with a bad reputation and sky-high prices do better business. The shopkeeper Gene stood behind the counter, waiting anxiously until noon. He couldn't bear it anymore. So he walked to the gate and looked around. Other restaurants were already full. But his restaurant was deserted. Not even a fly flew in. What should I do? The boss said that he didn't get enough sleep at night. So he went to sleep in the private room upstairs. He didn't dare to disturb him. Shopkeeper Gene stamped his feet. And just as he turned around, he heard a loud shout outside. Sour fish. Sour fish. The most delicious sour fish in the soul world. Take a look. Taste it. The sour fish is specially for the Destiny. Shopkeeper Gene was stunned, turned his head, and saw a tall young man standing outside the door. The sun shone on his body, making his silver armor extremely dazzling. The chosen one? Is he seeing right? Is this chosen one trying to attract business for his family? Shopkeeper Gene rubbed his eyes, and saw the young man turn around and smiled at him. Then raised the paper loudspeaker again, and continued to shout. Sauerkraut fish. Super delicious sauerkraut fish. Shopkeeper Gene felt that the other person looked familiar, vaguely like the secretary beside the boss. But after a closer look, he felt that he was not. The secretary must be fair and clean, with regular features. The one in front of him had dark skin, thick eyebrows, and a big mole on the side of his nose. He looked acceptable among ordinary people, but compared with other chosen ones, he was not pleasing to the eye. Shopkeeper Gene subconsciously stroked the hair of the black mole on the side of his nose. Hey, what a coincidence. It was the first time he saw a person with a black mole like himself. But what was wrong with this person with a destiny? Shopkeeper Gene was puzzled and hurried upstairs. There was a rocking chair in the private room, cushioned with snow white and fluffy fox fur, and Rose sat on it comfortably, rocking slowly and taking a nap. Closing her eyes, the faint smell of pickled cabbage flowed in the air. She seemed to be back to her childhood, sitting on the swing in the yard of her grandmother's house. Carefree. When your dad comes back from fishing, Grandma will make delicious pickled fish for Ruru. Grandma smiled at her while taking pickled cabbage from the tank. So when she was interrupted by the knock on the door by shopkeeper Gene, she glanced at him with some displeasure. Boss, there is a Mr. Destiny downstairs. I heard it. And Ro calmed down and smiled. I met him this morning. I just said that the business in the store was not good, and he took the initiative to help promote it. It would be nice if all the people with Destiny were as enthusiastic and kind as him. What do you think? Shopkeeper Gene opened his mouth, speechless. The people with Destiny are enthusiastic and kind? He didn't know about others, but he had never heard of such a thing in his life. You go out and do your work. Business is too bad. I'm trying to find a way to leave me alone. And Rose said this lightly, without any sincerity. Shopkeeper Gene didn't dare to question it, and said all repeatedly, and went out. His usually smart brain had never been so confused. The boss said that business would definitely be better. And then he said that business was bad, and he was trying to find a way. Could it be that the chosen one at the door was not the boss's solution? Pow Pow shouted for a long time. But there was no player on the street. Not even the Ollie player that the boss said might come to monitor. Many passers-by stopped to watch. They were in awe of the chosen one's identity, and did not dare to get too close, whispering to each other from a distance. Pow Pow shouted even harder. And even the waiters in the restaurant rushed to the window, looked over, and were completely confused. Finally, a player passing by the street noticed this side, and turned over. Brother, what are you doing? And Ro heard the voice, and looked down from the second-floor window. She squinted her eyes to see the ID above the player's head, Lu Jiao. She didn't see the specific level, but only saw the words. Silver. Lu Jiao looked Pow Pow up and down and said happily, Brother, you have fallen to work in a restaurant? You know nothing. Pow Pow lowered his voice. I'm doing a mission. You can take a break. Who doesn't do a mission to find clues secretly? Why are you so ostentatious? As if you are afraid that others don't know? Lu Jiao obviously didn't believe it. It's true that Zhongsu Town just released a mission, but it was completed yesterday. So we all went for nothing. Pow Pow was stunned. We all went for nothing. It turns out that this person is the corpse retriever that Haha is looking for. The corpse thief meets the corpse retriever. What a wonderful fate. Pow Pow glanced upstairs casually, and Enro nodded to him. He was confused. looked at Lu Jiao several times, and asked, "How many people are there in total?" Lu Jiao also looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you asking this? Buddy, you are not from the guild, right?" No. Don't worry." Peopeo's ID flashed above his head. 3 bars. Bronze. Lu Jiao's eyes flashed with contempt. But his hand patted Peopeo's shoulder familiarly. "Your level is a bit low. Brother, have you formed a team? If not, you might consider joining my team. If you can't get a mission in the guild's territory, they have already swept the town. Just yesterday, 2 wild guests dug up a clue by sheer luck. And what happened in the end?" Deerhorn smacked his lips. "You are just helping others. But Oli is behind us and killed us." "Yesterday? Oli? You don't know? We are corpse recovery guys. We received a job last night. When we got there, we saw that the place was full of Oli players. We didn't recover the body, and lost the transfer fee. It's obvious that the 2 found the clues and were targeted by Oli. So, it's hard to make money. But it's hard to eat shit. It's better to recover corpses than to work in the guild." Pao Pao was aroused with curiosity. "But didn't you say you didn't succeed? If you can't do it this time, you can do it next time. It's not like every place is under such close scrutiny by the guild like Area 8. For example, Area 10 and Area 11 of the Gal Guild. And Area 12, the headquarters of the small guild. There are many places to retrieve corpses. We are short of people. Are you interested? Your level can be raised by taking a few orders." If it were the old Pao Pao, he would have happily agreed to join the team if someone took the initiative to recruit him. However, after working with the boss for a while, he has become somewhat cunning. When the other party spoke, his eyes would occasionally glance at his armor, and his thoughts were almost written on his face. This group of corpse retrievers also do the dirty work of killing people and stealing corpses. However, Pao Pao has a clear self-awareness, and does not think that he is much cleaner than the other party. Black eats black. It's fair. He hesitated and said, "But I really have a clue. Wait until I finish this task. And then join you? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Jiao's voice was infinitely prolonged. And in front of him was the light screen of Peopeo's visible mode. Quest clue: there is a ghost in that forgotten corner. Related task: the ghoul wandering in Zhongsu town, relevance 10%. The font is pure black, indicating that the clue has not expired. Lu Jiao grabbed Peopeo's arm. "Brother, where did the clue come from?" "Hush. Don't say it yet." He looked alert and looked around. "What are you looking at? Do you have nothing to do? Eat when it's time to eat. Earn money when it's time to earn money." The crowd watching from afar dispersed hastily after his sudden roar. No one dared to offend a Destiny man. The shopkeeper Jean was originally leaning on the counter to look out, and he quickly squatted behind the counter after hearing the sound. Lu Jiao looked at Pao Pao eagerly. "Brother Sanao Bar, you are alone, right? It's risky to do the task alone. It's safer to have someone to cooperate with. Shall we form a team?" He showed his sincerity this time, and his ID and level were displayed. Pao Pao didn't have the skill to see through other people's light screens. And then he found out that the other party was actually a silver level. Although it was a low-level silver level, it was still a whole level higher than him. He hesitated and glanced upstairs inadvertently. But he didn't see Enro in the second-floor window. "Brother, do you think my level is not enough?" Lu Jiao's face was a little ugly. In terms of level, who can be higher than the boss? Although the boss has never shown his ID, Pao Pao firmly believes that Enro is at least a great god. He calmed down and started to act according to the script. "How dare I? Lu brother, I'm afraid you will think I'm low level." "Oh, you are joking. Which great god didn't start out as an unknown person?" Lu Jiao patted his shoulder warmly. "Don't worry. We two will work together to complete this task. I won't bully you. We will split it 50-50. But doesn't Brother Lu have teammates?" "Oh, it's just a small task. I won't take them with me." "How can I not take them with me? The boss wants to do something big this time." Pao Pao was worried. "It's not that I don't trust Brother Lu. It's just a little difficult to find the complete clues. To be honest, the clue was leaked by the owner of this restaurant. I pestered her for a long time, but she refused to say more. I also thought about it for a long time before I came up with this method to attract business for her." "What does this have to do with her business?" "Brother Lu, didn't you read the forum? This restaurant just opened yesterday. Because the price of dishes is too high. It was criticized. Business is very bad. when I went up to find the owner. She was so worried that she locked herself in the room and refused to come out. Lu Jiao looked at Yong'an Hotel doubtfully, and then saw the big character poster on the wall, and couldn't help but take a breath. 300 gold for one serving of pickled fish? She must be crazy because she has a lot of business. So who can be bad? Seeing Pao Pao scratching his head, Lu Jiao thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It's not difficult. Don't we have the two of us? Look, there's not a single fly in the store. As long as the two of us sit in and order 2 servings of pickled fish, it will definitely improve the boss's favorability. And the clue will be easy to get. Right, brother? I've tried it. So the clue relevance is only increased to 10%. What was the earliest clue? Ghosts or haunting? Damn. I guess I can only buy forgotten corners with hundreds of gold. There are so many corners in such a big town." Lu Jiao calculated. It's easy to find when the correlation is above 50%. If so, we have to spend thousands of gold? Pao Pao smiled embarrassedly. I'm short of money. So I thought of a way to help attract business. What about the favorability? How much is it now? 60%. Lu Jiao frowned and thought for a while, and had to admit that Pao Pao's method was the most reliable at the moment. Different NPCs have different ways to improve their favorability. Since the restaurant owner is worried about the poor business, the solution is of course to help attract business. He pointed in front of him. Pao Pao knew he was operating the light screen by looking at his movements, and asked, "Is Brother Lu here?" "Of course I'm calling for help," Lu Jiao said. "How much business can we attract by ourselves?" "Call the brothers first." Pao Pao pouted secretly. He just said that he would not take his brothers with him to do the task. But when he encountered difficulties, he thought of his brothers. There is really no friendship between the wild guests. The boss regards them as target customers, which is indeed the safest. The people are nearby and soon rushed over with the wind step. When the two heard Lu Jiao briefly explain the situation, their cold eyes turned into burning heat. They showed their IDs enthusiastically and shouted Pao Pao and brother. One of them is called Baopi, and the other has a more normal name, Lin Ci. They are both high-level bronze players, only one step away from silver. 3-bar brother. The business of retrieving corpses is the fastest to gain experience. 8 out of 10 orders are to rescue people from the hands of ghouls. If you follow us in the future, I guarantee you will be promoted to silver in less than 2 months. While Baopi was talking, Pao Pao had already accepted Lu Jiao's invitation and joined this temporary team of wild guests. Lu Jiao asked, "Brother, are you relieved now? You said the restaurant owner is upstairs. Is it upstairs in the restaurant?" "Yes. The private room on the left side of the stairs on the 2nd floor." Before Lu Jiao could say anything, Baopi had already walked into the restaurant in disbelief, ignoring the shopkeeper Jean, who came to greet him. And with a flash of his body, he used his movement skill to rush to the 2nd floor. The others hurried to follow. Baopi pushed the door, but it was locked. He said loudly, "Boss, open the door. I have something to ask you." "Order downstairs. Any seat is available." A lazy voice came from inside, and it seemed that they were not going to open the door. Baopi couldn't bear it, so he knocked on the door. "Just ask." Before he finished speaking, a notification popped up on the screen. Yong'an restaurant boss favorability minus 10%. Current favorability 45%. Rejection. "Wow, this woman has a bad temper," Baopi said, and then raised his voice. "Boss, 2 large portions of pickled fish." 4 portions. Lin Ci added calmly. His voice was not small. "I told you to order downstairs." The boss's voice was a little impatient, but the 5% increase in favorability showed that this path was right. Baopi looked at Pao Pao. "What's your favorability?" After looking around, Pao Pao had the highest favorability among the 4 people, 60%. And he said that when he bought a 2nd portion of pickled fish, his favorability did not change. Lin Ci analyzed, in other words, the boss is not looking at the average customer spending, but the customer flow. "But this pickled fish is too expensive," Baopi said. "Look at the boss's attitude. Which high-end restaurant has such a bad service attitude? No wonder the business is bad and people scold him." "Okay, stop talking nonsense." Lu Jiao stopped Baopi from cursing and said, "In my opinion, the method of the 3-bar brother is the most reliable. It can help the restaurant attract customers and improve the boss's favorability. Ci, what do you think?" In this team, although Lin Ci's rank is not the highest, He plays the role of a think tank. He walked to the window, looked at the sparse flow of people on Wanlu 3rd Street, and smacked his lips for a moment. 2 steps. First, find a way to lead the flow of people to Wanlu 3rd Street. Second, find a way to lead people to the store. Both of your steps are not easy, Berpy said. Lin Ci shook his head. The first step is not difficult, as long as you can be shameless. The second step is difficult. Pickled fish is so expensive. How can people be willing to pay for it? What if? Pow Pow said weakly. What if you reveal the clues to the mission? What a joke. You finally got a clue. But you're giving it to someone else? Balpi scolded. If you don't want to do it, get out of here. Don't give me bad ideas. Luju also frowned, agreeing with Balpi's point of view. The attitudes of the two once again confirmed Peopeo's guess. They didn't regard themselves as their own people at all. I'm afraid that once they get the complete clues to the mission, they will stab them in the back, so that they can take the mission for themselves and make a fortune. However, Lin Ci suddenly said, no, it's not necessarily a bad idea, as long as it is handled properly. It is a good way to get it done quickly. Chapter 64. Tea House. Since the ban on Jiangsu Town was issued, fewer and fewer players have been coming and going in Jiangsu Town. At noon, most seats in the huge tea house were still empty, and there were only 3 or 4 tables where players could be identified at a glance, and they were not next to each other. Suddenly, a table of guests raised their voices. Are you crazy? A portion of pickled fish costs 500 gold? Hush. Lin Ci raised his index finger and scanned the surroundings at the same time. He leaned close to Balpi's ear and said something. Really? Berpy still couldn't hold back his voice. Lin Ci frowned and glared at him. And he lowered his voice. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. He stood up in a hurry. The 2 consecutive shouts overwhelmed the whole audience and had already attracted the attention of others. Not far away, an Ori player had already spotted them when Lin Ci ran into the tea house. Seeing the 2 people leave quickly, he waved his hand, and all the players in the tea house stood up. Herring came over. Captain Kushui, what should we do? The minister said that if you see someone who wants to eat at Yong'an restaurant, stop them. Kushui smiled and said, let's go. Anyway, there is no mission and nothing to do, so I might as well mind my own business. Berpy walked on the street and whispered to Lin Ci, are you following me? Passing a corner, Lin Ci glanced back quietly and nodded. Berpy clapped his hands and smiled. This is too easy. It's indeed easier than I thought. Lin Ci walked quickly and thought, maybe this restaurant has a bad reputation. The whole Jiangsu town knows it. Maybe we 2 brothers acted well. Berpy said. It was enough to attract others' attention to say that they were going to eat pickled fish for 500 gold. In addition, the 2 of them were so secretive when talking about it. It would be strange if other players didn't get suspicious. Just like the 3-bar brother, as a player, took the initiative to help Yong'an restaurant to promote business. In this game, abnormal behavior is often related to clues. 2 people sat by the window of Yong'an restaurant and ordered a large portion of pickled fish. It was the first time for Pow Pow to eat pickled fish in the restaurant. As soon as he took the first bite, his eyes lit up and he ate it up. Lujiao was so focused on the clues of the mission that he didn't even move his chopsticks, even though he was supposed to pay for the meal. Pow Pow ate a little to satisfy his craving, and realized that he was too relaxed. He opened his greasy lips worriedly and said, Brother Lu, are Brother Beige and Brother Lin okay? Lujiao looked at him with a complicated look. It was obvious that this kid didn't have much game experience, but he could find clues in a place like Jiangsu Town where missions were not frequent, so his destiny should not be low. According to his calculations, he originally intended to kill him once he got the complete clues. But now he thought that having a new player with a high destiny value in his team could improve the luck of the entire team, which was not a bad thing. He just had to find a way to convince Balpi and Lindsay. After making up his mind, Luju comforted him, don't worry. They formed a team earlier and have a good understanding. Brother, I am serious about asking you to join. Since you have joined the team channel, you can't quit at the last minute. Pow Pow sneered in his heart and suddenly raised his voice. It's delicious. This pickled fish is so delicious. My God. It looks expensive, but it's worth it. Even a Michelin 5-star chef can't make it taste this good. Lujiao thought he was interrupting him on purpose. But when he saw Pow Pow squinting his eyes, he realized that someone across the street was looking at him intently. iron boots, thin gloves. A player. Lu Jiu quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of white and tender fish meat, put it in his mouth, was slightly startled, and nodded sincerely. It's really delicious. But brother, do Michelin restaurants have this dish called pickled fish? Pow Pow tilted his head and thought for a while, then sighed exaggeratedly. I haven't seen it before. It's their loss. I say, the game officials are too out of date. The soul calling song has been out for so many years. They should at least develop a food illustration. Right? It makes everyone have money but nowhere to spend it. Lu Jiu's mouth twitched. Money but nowhere to spend it. You are so poor that you can't even afford this meal. But the two of them singing the same tune had a good effect. The player crossed the street and walked into the store, glanced at the big poster with the price, and directly picked a table to sit down. Shopkeeper Jean walked up and said, Sir, are you alone? Then how about a single serving of pickled fish? The player crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Wait until everyone is here. Pow Pow exchanged a few glances with Lu Jiu, and before Lu Jiu shook his head, Pow Pow whispered, Brother Lu, how much business do you think we need to attract before we can get the complete clue from the boss lady? Lu Jiu's eyelids trembled, and he stared at him. According to Lin Si's plan, if he could use the performance of suspected discovery of clues to hook people, he would try to avoid throwing out specific clues. The player was lured by their exaggerated performance, whether he was suspicious or really wanted to try the Michelin 5-star pickled fish. It was still unknown. In short, there was no need to give more bait at the moment. But the stupid thing with 3 bars didn't understand his hint. Pow Pow quickly kept silent, paused and said, There are many tables between us. He can't hear it. Don't worry, brother. Who knows? Lu Jiu gritted his teeth. Don't say that the weapons and skills of Lingbing City are varied. And the spiritual domain is even more bizarre. There may be skills like the wind-hearing ear. There are only a few spirit realm players in Lingbing City. Even if there are, they won't come to such a remote town. Pow Pow said stubbornly. It's better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, take it easy. After Lu Jiu finished speaking, he changed his tone and said in a normal voice, Oh, if they don't come, we won't have a good time. Let's just finish eating. The two began to sing the same tune again. Lu Jiu had his back to the player, while Pow Pow was just the opposite. He saw the player open his eyelids and glanced at him. Then he tapped his fingers in the air. Judging from the action, he was obviously typing. Pow Pow couldn't help but glance at Lu Jiu. Could it be that he was right? The other party really had the skill of clairaudience and heard their whispers? However, it was exactly what Pow Pow wanted. The more wild players were pulled in, the easier it would be to do this business. Lu Jiu noticed that his face looked different. What's wrong? Mina brother Lin is here. Pow Pow grinned, pointed out the window, and was full of joy. The two big brothers are so amazing. It's only been a short while, and you brought so many people back. Lu Jiu turned his head and saw his brothers walking side by side on the street, followed by a large group of players. After a quick count, there were more than 10 people. When Balpi and Lin Si stopped, the group stopped as well. When they walked, the group followed. From a distance, the tense atmosphere between the two sides could be felt. Lu Jiu's heart jumped. What a great deal. They are all guild players. If they were wild players, they wouldn't be so close to each other. Didn't we agree to seduce wild players? Why did we provoke the guild? This Lin Si. He always talks on paper, but the actual operation is a mess. Lu Jiu was wronging Lin Si. It is true that things were messed up, but the reason is not the ability, but the fact that it is not easy to distinguish between wild guests and guild players. Guild players will not wear guild logos on their bodies, do not reveal their IDs, and do not have time to distinguish carefully. So who can know whose identity? The two walked and stopped, and finally approached the entrance of the hotel. Balpi looked at Lu Jiu nervously, and Lu Jiu made a gesture helplessly. At this point, they can only act according to the plan. Even if they are targeted by the guild, they still have an advantage. First, they have 10% of the clues in their hands. And second, the boss lady has a 60% favorability towards the 3 bars, which is higher than everyone else. In other words, they can get the complete clues and run away. Wait until the storm is over, and then secretly complete the task. Of course, the premise of all this is to make this damn restaurant prosperous. Lu Jiu's words also made Peo's heart jump. A guild player? It's terrible. Apart from Oli and Eli, there are so many guild players gathered in Zhongshu town, even if they are Eli members. Eli is a vassal of Oli. What's the difference between them and Oli? The boss said that the target customers are wild guests. The rich brother ate 2 Oli members yesterday. He and the boss had a hard time covering it up. Now they are targeting him again. Brother. Lu Jiao's solemn tone brought Pao Pao back to his thoughts. Be prepared. When someone comes in, go upstairs to win the boss's favor. Make sure to get the complete clues as soon as possible. As they were talking, Balpi and Lin Ci had already walked in. Before they sat down, the Oli players rushed in. A dozen people immediately crowded the counter. Shopkeeper Jean recognized Ku Shui and Herring, both of whom were among the guild members who attended the restaurant yesterday at noon. He said enthusiastically, "Dear Masters of Destiny, welcome. Gentlemen, please sit down. I'll ask the waiter to take the order." "No need." Ku Shui interrupted him and said coldly, "Shopkeeper Jean, we, Oli, have reserved the restaurant for lunch." He glanced at the guests by the window. "Clear the place." Manager Jean was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. Okay. Gentlemen, please." Before the 4 Luji people stood up, he turned to Ku Shui. "How many servings of pickled fish do you want?" "There are 12 masters in total." "So 6 large servings first?" As he asked, he sighed secretly. "Although I don't know what's going on. The boss is really good at predicting things. He said there would be business. And business came. Although, it was still a gang business. However." Ku Shui looked cold. "Did I say we wanted to eat pickled fish?" Our shop specializes in pickled fish." The shopkeeper Jean changed his mind in time. "Of course. In addition to pickled fish, there are also many snacks and cold dishes. Please take a look at the menu." The menu handed over was swept away by Ku Shui. "We booked the place and didn't eat. Just rest." This surprised the 4 people of Lu Jiao. He thought that although the players he attracted were from the guild, he finally attracted business. He planned to wait for them to finish ordering, then sneak up to the 2nd floor and inform the proprietress about this matter to improve her favorability and obtain clues. Unexpectedly, the other party did not come to eat at all, but to mess up the party. Lu Jiao looked at Lin Ci and asked with his eyes, "Did you two mess up?" Balpi scratched his hair and was also suspicious. "It shouldn't be. Didn't they see that we found the clue?" Lu Jiao hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet. Pao Pao stopped working first, and suddenly shouted to Jin Zhonggui, "Give me another big portion of pickled fish. I'm not full yet." After working so hard for a long time, it's impossible to get nothing in vain. "Brother." Lu Jiao didn't expect that Pao Pao, who had the lowest level, would confront the guild head-on. Balpi couldn't help looking at the window, and began to consider the possibility of jumping out of the window to escape. Lin Ci frowned and wondered if he and Balpi didn't act well enough, or if these guild players were too slow. The sound of Peopeo's shouting had not yet faded, and all the Oli players stared at him, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Shopkeeper Jean was confused, looking at the 4 people of Lujiu, and then at the numerous guild members. He was shocked and scared. Could it be that those 4 were the enemies of the guild? But if there is a grudge, you can just seek revenge. Why bother with the restaurant business? His favorable impression of Ku Shui plummeted. Due to fear, he dared not speak, and his smooth smile had frozen on his face. I can only ask the boss to come forward. The boss is on good terms with the mayor's wife, and knows Captain Li and gang leader Tang. Only she can handle this tricky situation. Otherwise, if the 2 sides fight, not only will the restaurant lose business, but the decorations that have been rearranged at a high cost will also be ruined. Perhaps because manager Jean was sincere. A lazy voice broke the tense atmosphere and came from the stairs. "Oh, it's quite lively. I was worried that no one would come to eat." All eyes looked over at once, and Ro was wearing a cheongsam, twisting her slender waist, holding a silk handkerchief in one hand, and placed it on the handrail of the stairs, looking over with a smile. There was no trace of cowardice. This gave the guild players an illusion that what appeared before them was not an unknown NPC, but the highest management among the NPCs, such as the Mayor Hung Batong. Only with such a status can one have the confidence to sit on an equal footing with the destiny. Perhaps it was this reason that caused her to anger the mayor, and thus be disliked by her own minister? And Ro looked at shopkeeper Jean. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and serve the guests." as if she didn't feel the stagnant air, and knew nothing about what had happened before. Boss. Shopkeeper Jean seemed to be waiting for the wrong child of his parents. They didn't order any food. They just said they wanted to take a break. Rest? And take a break? And Ro was surprised. And then sneered. If you want to take a break, go to the hotel. Why come to the restaurant? Hardwood tables and chairs. Don't you worry about hurting your back while sleeping? Swish. Everyone's favorability was reduced by 10%. Pow Pow came to his senses and shouted, No. No. They didn't order. Boss. We ordered 2 large portions of pickled fish. And Rose seemed to have just seen him, holding her handkerchief to cover her mouth and laughing. It's you. 3 what? Why don't you leave? Are these 3 friends you invited? Yes. Yes. They are all my brothers. They heard that the pickled fish in the store is delicious, so they came all the way here. It's rare to meet someone with a tongue. Thank you for your support. And Ro yawned with her hands covering her mouth, and wiped away the tears from her eyes with her pink nails. I'm tired of waiting for customers to come. I'm going to take a nap first. You guys should do whatever you need to do after dinner. Her attitude was familiar and casual, which made many people frown. It's rare to see an NPC who dares to look down on others, especially players. But when these words reached Pepeo's ears, it was a different scene. Pow Pow understood. Do what you need to do, meaning that the guild players should be left alone first, and there is no need to drag in other wild guests. And the 3 Luigi people should be directly dealt with. Presumably the boss is also afraid of involving Oli again and making things worse. He thought about it, and saw and Rose stopped at the corner of the stairs and looked at the Oli players. Clear the field. Right? Okay. I will definitely talk to the mayor, and the leader Lee, and the leader Tang some other day. Is there any justice in hindering people's business? After that, he went upstairs by himself. The players of Oli laughed. Don't be too outrageous when you ask for justice from our minister. She just knows Hung Bobeo. But she really takes herself seriously. That's right. Judging from her expression, she doesn't know that the mayor wants this restaurant to go bankrupt. Right? Can you look at her when you see the minister? By the way, what's wrong with her arrogant attitude? How dare she ride on the heads of our players? Captain, after we clear out the people here, we will patronize her other stores. Yes, I remember that her steamed bun shop is doing very well. Right? Kushui had a disdainful smile on his face. Hearing this quietly, he said, What are you waiting for? Clear the place. Jin Zhongui was dumbfounded. He thought that the boss had come out to make harsh remarks, and these gang members would be more restrained. He didn't expect that they would have to clear the place. Some sensitive words were blocked by the system. But he finally heard that his boss had offended the mayor and the gang. Everyone took out their weapons at the same time. Knives, guns, sticks and clubs, and scared Jin Zhongui so much that he didn't dare to speak to dissuade him. Lu Jiao also thought that the boss's appearance would bring a turnaround, but he didn't expect this to be the outcome. He felt a little desperate for a moment. This store, this female boss, is really hated. No wonder the business is so bad. Being in the guild's territory, he couldn't beat the big legs after all. So he stood up silently. Let's go. After taking a step, he didn't forget to press Pepeo's shoulder, fearing that the young man would act impulsively. Fortunately, although Pow Pow was full of resentment, he obediently stood up and followed him out of another door. Now, the only person left in the store was the wild guest sitting alone. Kushui took a few steps forward, stared at the other party, and said with a smile, Do you have no ears? Or do you not understand what people say? After so many things happened, the wild guest still closed his eyes, as if all the disputes had nothing to do with him. When he heard Kushui's ridicule, he didn't even raise his eyelids. It's a pity that Kushui doesn't have Andrew's golden finger that can see through all the light screens. Otherwise, when he saw the idea of the wild guest, even if he was not afraid in his heart, he would be more polite in his words. Governor LV57 Gold. And this is exactly why Andrew decided to reduce the scale of this business. Unless they use their sudden wealth, it is unlikely that Pow Pow and Wangda can defeat a gold. If they really fight head-on, even if they win by chance, they may make things worse, and it will be difficult to end. And Rose sat in the rocking chair, her eyes empty, and suddenly heard a knock on the glass window. Outside the window was Pepeo's worried face, and Ro opened the window to let him into the private room, glanced down quickly, and then raised her index finger to Pow Pow, who was about to speak. Shoo. And Rose signaled Pow Pow to turn on the light screen and typed a few words on it. Wild guest downstairs. Gold. Pow Pow then recalled the man who was attracted into the store by the exaggerated acting of him and Lucio, and was shocked. He turned out to be a gold? He recalled that the man seemed to have a skill similar to the wind-hearing ear. Pow Pow could not help but look at Anru with admiration. What is the meaning of strategizing in the tent? Isn't it the boss who has been sitting in the private room on the second floor, but knows everything about the situation downstairs? He put down his heart. Even if what the group of Ollie players said was true, and the boss offended the mayor and the guild, there was no need to be afraid. The boss has great powers. Why does he hide in the city and not compete for a place on the destiny list? There must be a reason for the boss. Besides, he has not seen the boss's level yet. Maybe the boss is already on the list. Could it be? A name popped up in Peopeo's mind, Princess Banwa, the second wild guest on the destiny list. Yes, a female player. Beautiful and powerful. It must be her. And Ro glanced at his burning gaze and frowned slightly. What is this little brat thinking about? But business was the most important thing at the moment. So she typed 2 more words on the screen. Where are the people? Pow Pow, waiting for my good news downstairs. Act as planned? And Ro was about to nod, but suddenly raised her hand, signaling to wait. She sat back in the rocking chair, her eyes empty. Her consciousness passed through the brief darkness and connected to Wangda. In terms of surveillance, Oli and his people were like the difference between a point-and-shoot camera and a high-definition network surveillance compared to Wangda. First, and Ro could connect to Wangda's consciousness anytime and anywhere and see what he saw. Second, ghouls were born with extremely sharp hearing, and even if they were hiding across from the hotel, they could clearly hear the voices in the hotel. Ever since she started shouting on the roadside, the whole situation has never been out of Ro's control. Across the street is a small coffee shop with a quiet environment and retro decoration. The ochre window awning covers the green-framed windows. Wangda sits by the window, holding back the pungent smell of coffee in front of him, staring at the opposite hotel without blinking. In the store, the Ori players have surrounded the wild guest governor. It seems that he is really deaf, Kushui said with contempt. Brothers, send him off. All kinds of weapons light up with skill lights, like a circle of colorful rings. Suddenly, Wang Da's sight shifted slightly. A wave of people emerged from the intersection, split into 2 groups, and poured into the 2 doors of the hotel. The dense footsteps suddenly stopped, and then there was the sound of weapons vibrating in the air. What is going on? And Ro murmured silently. She thought that when the guild members faced the golden wild guest, both sides would not give in, and at most they would fight. Unexpectedly, 20 or 30 people suddenly rushed out and surrounded the Orly players. The eyes were Wang Da's eyes, but the consciousness was in Ro's own consciousness. Through the eyes of the ghoul, she could also see the IDs on the heads of those people. The distance was far, so she couldn't see the ID names clearly, but she could tell that none of them had the guild emblem. In other words, these were all wild guests. She suddenly remembered that after the governor entered the store and sat down, he turned on the light screen and operated for a while. Could it be that he was summoning these wild guests? If so, how did he do it? The reason why wild guests are called wild guests is because they have no organization and are free to act. And Ro's doubts were soon answered. In the restaurant, Herring leaned close to Ku Shui's ear and whispered, Captain Ku Shui, it seems that they are all wild guests. This person should be the governor, who often issues task clues to wild guests. His reputation among wild guests is higher than that of Princess Half Moon. I didn't expect that someone in the guild would recognize me. The governor finally opened his eyes, shining brightly. When his eyes swept over Herring, he couldn't help but take a step back. Herring was responsible for collecting task data and knew more about the governor than others. Players above the gold level are high-level players, and a wild guest who reaches the gold level has a savage combat power that is considered to be a god. The members of Ollie instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, but they were surrounded by wild guests and had no way to retreat. Ku Shui couldn't retreat either, because this was Ollie's territory, and as the highest level member present, he represented Ollie's face. Ku Shui's face darkened. You bully us because we are few in number? Even if you are the governor. So what? Let me tell you. There are nearly 10,000 Ollie members in Jiangsu town alone. Not to mention the entire sub-8 district. Using numbers to suppress others shows that he is already timid. The governor laughed disdainfully. You 12 people are against me alone. Before you dealt with me, you also had 12 people against 4 wild guests. Why don't you say that you are bullying too few people? This slap in the face made Ku Shui's face even gloomier. The governor raised his hand and signaled the wild guests behind him, put away. Even if their ministers come, they can't do anything to me. This is a restaurant, and I didn't call you here to fight. A wild guest wanted to speak, but was suppressed by the governor's eyes. He smiled and looked at Ku Shui. More than 30 of my brothers want to have a good meal in this restaurant. Captain Ku Shui, right? Yes or no? This is considered a way out. As long as Ku Shui nodded, he could take his people away. But it also humiliated the guild. Just a moment ago, he was still aggressive and wanted to clear the place. But now he ran away with his tail between his legs. If it gets out, it will inevitably become a joke. Where will he put his face if he meets other wild guests in Zhongsu town in the future? Does Captain Ku Shui want to sit down and eat together? Or does he want to say no? The governor's tone was dangerous. Herring hurriedly pulled Ku Shui's clothes. Captain Ku Shui, let's go! Ku Shui pushed away Herring's hand and turned to leave, but was stopped by the encirclement of wild guests. The wild guests had a playful smile on their faces, making Ku Shui feel that they were stepping on his face. Over and over again, the governor glanced at the wild guests, and the encirclement loosened a gap, allowing a group of worldly players to leave in disgrace. And Ro saw clearly that Ku Shui and his group did not go far, but went into a tavern on the same street, presumably to find a place to vent. It was her own fault. Someone slapped her in the face, which made her feel a little happy. Governor, you asked us to come here. Could it be? The governor nodded and smiled. There is a clue hidden in the owner of this restaurant. I don't know what it is. However, to improve the boss's favorability, you may need to spend money to take care of her business. The dishes are not cheap, and there is only one mission. You can decide for yourself whether to participate or not, and who will win. I know. The price of pickled fish is posted on the wall. It's only 300 or 400 gold. Less than the ticket price of a teleportation array. I can afford it. Thank you, Governor. Me too. Thank you, Governor, for taking care of us. Thank you, Governor. The voices of thanks came one after another. The governor didn't know that in the private room on the floor above, and Ro also thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Not only did he help her slap her in the face, but he also took care of her business. With more than 30 people, they could sell at least 20 servings of pickled fish. Even if they discounted it by 20%, they would still have several thousand gold. The price was small, but who would complain about the small amount of money? Boss, 1 serving of pickled fish. I'll give you 2 big ones. Add 2 bottles of wine. Lotus White. And Ro was listening attentively when someone patted her arm. She cut off the connection with her consciousness and looked at the light screen of the visible mode of Pao Pao. The light screen showed the temporary team chat channel. Lu Jiao and Baopi had sent several messages to inquire about the situation. They were planning to give up the mission. But Pao Pao didn't give up and asked them to wait downstairs while he climbed up the wall to the 2nd floor. At this time, they must have discovered the changes in the store and came to ask Pao Pao what was going on. Baopi, the store has business. Lu Jiao, how is your impression? Brother? Has it increased? Have you asked for clues? Enru blinked at Pao Pao. Now, it was natural for 3-bar brother to get the mission clues. The Ori Guild withdrew its spies, but some people did not. And Ro asked Wangda to keep an eye on her restaurant. But she also didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes in the noodle shop next to the cafe. Not long after, the housekeeper hurried to the dining room, frightening the mayor's chopsticks. What? Is the restaurant doing well? Hung Badong's blood rushed up, and his neck turned red. Beside him, Lung Hanli and Hung Bobeo looked at him in surprise. Hung Bobeo, Dad! And Ro's restaurant is doing well. Why are you so excited? Lung Hanli flattened the corners of her mouth, cleverly concealing a trace of contempt. Hung Batong opened his mouth, but walked into the yard without explaining. The housekeeper followed him. Master, calm down, the housekeeper said. In my opinion, the good business is just an illusion. Those destined people who come to the restaurant to eat are all hired by Enro. A hired person? Yes, Master. Shoutingsy told me everything. That group of customers had a conflict with the Oli gang and almost fought. Master, think about it. The Eli gang was supported by the Oli gang. How could it be possible to go against the Oli gang? Those people, although they are Destiny people, they are definitely not members of the gang. Seeing Hung Batong rubbing his finger ring in deep thought, the housekeeper continued to analyze. The master has been in charge of Zhongsu town for so many years. Have you ever seen a group of Destiny people without gang identity? It is rare to see more than 5 people, let alone more than 30 people. So I dare to conclude that Enro must have given them a lot of money to have the courage to offend the Oli gang. How much money did she give? Enro still has so much money in her hand. Hung Batong gritted his teeth more and more. But he had already agreed with the housekeeper's analysis in his heart. He sneered, looking for help? Okay. I want to see how much money she has, and how long she can help. The housekeeper chuckled. The vision of the Destiny is so high. It's strange that she can afford it. It won't be long before Enro will cry and beg the master to take back the restaurant. Hung Batong snorted coldly. Who would buy a mess that eats money but doesn't spit out bones? He suddenly asked, no one in the gang eats there? How can it be? How can it be? Shouting, he said that they all left in a moment. With the master's order? Who dares to patronize Yong'an in Oli Eli? Chapter 65. On the second floor of the hotel. In a private room. Pao Pao was so anxious that sweat broke out on his nose. Fearing the governor's super ear skill, he dared not speak. Nor did he dare to pace anxiously in the private room. He could only stand there and urge Enro with his eyes. Enro was thinking. According to the plan, the goal of this business was to find a group of strangers to follow the clues to the arranged location to do the task. There didn't need to be too many strangers. 7 or 8 would be enough. And the number couldn't be too small. Otherwise Pao Pao and Wang Dan would be able to fish in troubled waters, and kill people, and steal corpses. The plan has fallen into an awkward situation. The Lugia team alone has too few people. Only 3. Once the fight starts, we can only annihilate them all like Zixahaha. Even if there are 3 more bodies, it will be difficult for Yong'an Hotel to become famous if no one is left alive. If the governor's gang is involved, the scale will be too large. More than 30 people. The governor is also a golden wild guest. And it is too difficult to deal with him with Pao Pao and Wangda. Is it really necessary to use the sudden wealth? But in this case, the fact that there are SS-level ghouls in Zhongshu town can no longer be covered up. Attracting more high-level players will make business more and more difficult. The light screen scrolled, and Lu Jiao urged Pao Pao in the team channel again. And Rose stared at the light screen for a few seconds and sighed silently. Forget it. You can't get fat in one bite. At present, it is most important to find a sustainable business model and keep the farm out of it. This business failed. Anyway, there are Bao Fu and Wangda, and we can create a new one later. Besides, she had a backup plan with Captain Li. And Ro nodded to Pao Pao and started typing on the light screen. 2 minutes later, Pao Pao jumped down from the second floor window and landed lightly. Lu Jiao and the other 2 immediately surrounded him. How is it, brother? Pao Pao glanced at their hopeful eyes, smiled slightly, and turned the light screen to visible mode. The 3 of them saw the word 70% correlation behind the task clue and were overjoyed. Balpi slapped his thigh and couldn't help laughing. It's okay. 50% is enough for us to locate the task. 70%. What's the difference between that and the task details in front of us? Pao Pao was startled and hurried to cover his mouth. But it was too late. His eyes flashed, and a figure rushed out of the hotel door and stopped in front of them in the blink of an eye. Governor. Pao Pao secretly said that it was not good. He forgot to remind them that the governor had a super hearing. Balpi laughed so loudly. It would be strange if the governor could not hear it. Balpi was also startled and blurted out, Who are you? Lugio and Lindsay pulled him at the same time. After they were driven out by Oli, they saw dozens of players pouring into the hotel in a blink of an eye. Although they didn't know what happened specifically, as long as they had eyes, they could find that there was a conflict between the 2 sides. In Oli's territory, he dared to confront Oli head-on. So he must be a tough guy. Pao Pao opened his mouth and swallowed his words. Lugia and the others didn't know that this man was the governor. It was strange that a little brother of his suddenly revealed the identity of the governor. Fortunately, the governor had no intention of hiding his identity and smiled faintly. Governor. Governor? Then I am still the general. Governor? Balpi almost bit his tongue. Lu Jiao was also shocked. Are you the governor? A few meters away, a wild guest ran out of the store and asked, Governor, what's the matter? The governor raised his hand and signaled them not to come over. He smiled and looked at Lu Jiao. Among the 4 people, Lu Jiao stood in the front, obviously the leader of this small team. The governor said, Have you found the clues to the mission? While asking, he looked up and glanced at the 2nd floor, and the window was closed. He asked directly, and it was hard not to think that he was here to grab the clues. Having just been troubled by the guild, the mission was finally recovered. So Lu Jiao was not willing to give it up. He loosened his clenched teeth and forced a smile. What clues? I didn't understand what the governor said. We brothers just stayed here to eat, but were driven out by the Orly Guild without any reason. We are unwilling to see the governor. Lin Ci pressed his back and signaled him to stop talking. Looking at the governor's half-smile, Lin Ci said calmly, He has heard it. Lu Jiao suddenly looked embarrassed. Lin Ci continued, The governor is well known and has always been a supporter of wild guests. We are also wild guests. We finally found a mission. Is the governor going to snatch it? Snatch? The governor smiled and shook his head. No. I only give opportunities, not snatch them. In front of the guild, I hope to give wild guests a chance. And in front of wild guests, I hope to give more people a chance. Do you understand? Lin Ci frowned. The more people you are talking about are the wild guests in the store? The governor smiled and said nothing, which was considered as tacit agreement. Lu Jiao was so angry that he blurted out, We dug up the clues. Why should we give others a chance? You are bullying people. What's the difference between this and the guild? He raised his voice unconsciously, and the guests crowded at the door of the store heard it and asked loudly, Governor, is this troublemaker looking for trouble? The governor waved his hand without looking back and raised his voice. Friends, we are late. Do you mind if we join now? The guest said, as long as they are called by the governor. They are our own people. Besides, the restaurant owner has not been seen yet, and there are no clues. So of course we don't mind. The governor nodded and stared at Lu Jiao's eyes. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to give up the clues and give up the mission. It's just that it's not easy for the brothers to make a trip. Why not give them some time? Since Ku Shui broke the first wine bowl, the NPC guests in the tavern were busy paying the bill and leaving. Soon, there were only a dozen Orly players left in the store. The boss and the waiter dared not speak out and shrank behind the counter. Unfortunately, their favorability was exposed in front of the players. Ku Shui raised his head and drank a bowl of wine, smashed the bowl and glared at them. What? You are not happy about the guild booking the place? Are you afraid that we won't pay? Brothers, this meal is on me. Drink as much as you want. As he said that, he sprinkled a handful of gold coins on the ground, which brought back the favorability of the boss and his men. However, the guild members, especially the players under him, are not NPCs, and they can't regain their dignity by spending money. The governor's gang of wild guests made him lose face. Herring hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to persuade him. He knew Ku Shui's temper very well. The more he persuaded, the more fuel he added to the fire. If he didn't do it right, he would lead his men back to Yong'an Hotel, causing more casualties. Private fights between guilds were strictly prohibited, but there were no rules to restrain the guilds against wild guests. As long as Ku Shui called, the online members of Oli in the town would rush over. It didn't matter who won or lost, but the worst thing would be the minister's online accountability. If drinking to drown your sorrows and showing off to NPCs could make big things small and small things disappear, that would be the best. However, just as Herring made up his mind, it fell through in the blink of an eye. A man walked into the tavern, and before he even approached them, he smiled and said, I heard that a group of wild people were quite courageous and offended Ku Shui. President Tang. President Tang. The members of Oli greeted him one after another. Tang Lang waved his hand and walked up to Ku Shui. What's going on? He was a younger brother to Captain Li, but he had a very good relationship with all the captains under Captain Li. Ku Shui and others, no matter how proud they were of their Oli status, could not help but feel proud that such a great player was willing to make friends with him. So when Eli entered Jiangsu town, the two sides fought fiercely. Seeing that the person coming was Tang Lang, Ku Shui's heart moved. You know the governor, right? The famous golden wild guest? Tang Lang suddenly realized. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly in Oli's territory. Did he bring those people in the hotel? More than 30 people. All of them. Ku Shui said bitterly. If I wasn't worried about the minister's punishment, I would have rushed up to fight him. There are thousands of holy people in the town, and each of them can drown him with a spit. Would they be afraid of him with a piece of gold? Captain Ku Shui must obey the orders of Captain Li. However, how can we just brush off the gathering of wild guests to provoke us? Where will the guild's reputation be in the future? Hearing that something was wrong, Herring said hurriedly, President Tang. Tang Lang patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. If you come forward, you will be punished by Minister Li. If it is our Eli who cannot bear the humiliation, Captain Ku Shui will bring you to help Eli. If Minister Li wants to blame, he can only blame me. Ku Shui's eyes lit up. President Tang is willing to come forward in person. Tang Lang is a great player, and his strength is even better than his own minister. If he shows up, plus the guild has the advantage in numbers, it won't be a problem to win back a game. Is the Golden Wild Guest comparable to the great player? That's just comparable. Besides, he doesn't believe that the governor will risk his life for an irrelevant wild guest. Even if he does, what about the other way around? Which wild guest will risk his life for the governor? You have to know that in the soul-calling song, wild guests are the most shameless things in the gutter and mud. As Tang Lang nodded, all the members of Ali stood up. Let's go! Get back our place. How dare the trash wild guest be so presumptuous in our Oli territory? President Tang, let the bullshit governor see the power of the great god. Facing a group of superior companions, Herring was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. And he bit the bullet and advised, President Tang, the minister strictly forbids us to waste destiny points in meaningless places. He will definitely be unhappy if he knows. Useless places? Tang Lang chuckled. As far as I know, the mayor specifically told us to take care of the business of Yong'an Hotel. Now there are so many people eating in the restaurant. We can't stand it. We just smashed the restaurant. How can it be meaningless to manage the relationship with the mayor? Yes, smash the restaurant. Yong'an Restaurant was a place where he was humiliated by the drought, and he wanted to raze it to the ground immediately. Call more brothers over. Let's smash the restaurant. Pao Pao followed the three people of Lujiu, picked a table in the corner, and sat down tremblingly. The nearby wild guests cast their eyes, and the noise became much quieter. Shopkeeper Jean was confused by the sudden arrival of so many guests, but it did not prevent him from being happy and busy. He came over and was slightly surprised to see that Lujiu and Pao Pao looked familiar. However, Shopkeeper Jean remembered clearly that Lindsay and Balpi did not eat in the restaurant. Gentlemen, what would you like to eat? Being coerced, Lujiu had no mood to eat. Lindsay was the calmest. My brother ordered a portion of pickled fish before, but it has not been served yet. Bring it up. Before Shopkeeper Jean could respond, a guest next to him said, Brother, one portion may not be enough. The governor said that the restaurant owner holds the clues to the mission, and whoever takes care of more business is likely to get the clues. Look, everyone ordered a portion of pickled fish. Lindsay glanced at Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, then 4 portions of pickled fish. All large. Hey! Shopkeeper Jean responded, spreading his hands and reaching out. Master timings. There are many customers now, and the store is too busy. Can you pay the bill first? 4 portions of pickled fish, plus the one that was not paid before. A total of 2,000 gold at a 20% discount. Lu Jiao's eyelids twitched, and he paid the money reluctantly. The gold coins fell into Shopkeeper Jin's palm and disappeared without a trace. There was no way. The governor was the only one in the store who knew that they had obtained the task clue. The governor was also a strange person. He did not rob them directly, but only asked them to stay in the store for half an hour. After half an hour, no matter whether other guests got the clue or not, they could leave directly. This was what the governor called fairness. The so-called giving others a chance. Seeing the eyes of the guests, Lu Jiao knew that someone had become suspicious. After ordering the pickled fish, those prying eyes gradually moved away. According to Enro's request, the restaurant prepared enough ingredients, and the pickled fish was quickly served. The soup was hot and golden, but the spicy and fresh smell did not arouse the appetite of the 4 people. On the other hand, the other wild guests ate very happily. This fish is amazing. I have never eaten such delicious food in the game. Yes, it tastes better than offline restaurants. Except for being expensive. There is nothing wrong with it. By the way, even if I don't get the task, This trip is not in vain. Just treat it as a journey of searching for food, haha. Lin Si looked at his nose and his heart, still with a blank expression. Balpi hadn't eaten lunch, and looking at the fragrant pickled fish in front of him, and listening to the comments from other tables, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Brother Lu? Eat, Lu Jiao said. The four of them started eating at the same time, except for Balpi, who smacked his lips with relish. The other three were bored and waited for time to pass. Pao Pao had eaten a lot before, and now he was even more absent-minded, glancing out the window from time to time. He knew that Wang Dezhang was opposite the restaurant, but he didn't know where exactly. There were so many people in the hotel. I wonder if the boss noticed them. Ever since the governor went out to stop people, and Ro knew about the incident. With Wang Da's keen hearing, she listened to the conversation between them, and the governor word for word, describing highway robbery as giving others a chance. Such a weird logic opened in Ro's eyes. This governor always said he stood on the side of the wild guests. If he really met other wild guests, wouldn't he protect his own people without hesitation? And Ro even suspected that he was creating a persona as a prelude to his high level and intention to establish a guild. There is no difference from the guild. After driving away the Ori guild, another Yet guild came. This is difficult to deal with. And Ro really wants to sew up Balpi's leaky mouth. Not only does he not keep a tight lid on his mouth, but he also keeps smacking his food while eating. There are only two ways now. 1. She goes downstairs and tells Lu Jiao the clues in front of everyone. 2. Trust the governor and wait for half an hour. But both methods come down to the same question: whether the governor's character is trustworthy. If he is trustworthy, and Ro and Pao Pao don't have to do anything, just wait until the time is up. Or if Ro goes down to give Lu Jiao a clue, she won't have to worry about other wild guests interfering. In other words, both methods are fine. On the contrary, if she doesn't trust the governor's character, both methods are problematic. And Ro looked at her watch, and there were 10 minutes left. Since there was no better solution, she could only wait and see. However, there was another variable in the 10 minutes. If she didn't come downstairs, the governor would definitely come up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed the half-an-hour agreement. Sure enough, after connecting with Wang Da's consciousness again, and Ro immediately heard a question. Governor, are you going upstairs? In the field of vision, the governor has already walked to the stairs. Hearing this, he smiled and said to the guests, business downstairs is booming. Of course we have to ask the boss to come down and take a look. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. These guests were not worried at all that the governor would use the credit of attracting business to improve the favorability of the restaurant owner, and then take the clue for himself. In this way, perhaps, how credible is the governor's character? Footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs, gradually approaching, and Ro cut off the connection with her consciousness, put her toes on the ground, and stopped the rocking chair. She hadn't decided how to deal with the governor's arrival. The thought of a golden wild guest with an online IQ approaching made her feel a little uneasy, and Ro unconsciously reached out to the Chongsam fork on the side of her thigh and stopped halfway. She suddenly remembered that the 7-soul sword was given to Pao Pao. She turned and took out a jade bracelet from her collar. There was a mini light screen as small as a label on the jade bracelet. Name: Ice Wristband. Category: Defensive Weapon Orange. Defense value: 300 passive. Skill: 1 out of 1 Beautiful Freezing. Instantly imprisoning the opponent needs to consume 200 energy points. Last night, and Ro decided to lend the 7-soul sword to Pao Pao. She was unsure and found a defensive weapon from the pile of unused props. It was also the only weapon that passively activated defense. According to Pao Pao, most passive weapons need to be bound to take effect, and only a very small number can be activated without binding. And Ro secretly tried it with a kitchen knife. When the knife was still a few centimeters from the back of her hand, it was like a piece of iron plate that suddenly hit it, breaking the blade. However, the second time she chopped it, she was not blocked. In other words, although this ice wrist guard does not need to be bound, it can only defend once and has a cooling period. The weapon properties do not mention how long the cooling period is, so Ro did not dare to try it easily, fearing that it would not be useful at a critical moment. For example, now, if the governor launches an attack for some reason, and Ro is not sure whether it can work, if possible, 300 points of defense value. Can she save her life from the governor? Unfortunately, She has no energy value, so she can't activate the skill of the ice wristband. Instantly imprison the opponent. It sounds like a good skill to escape. The footsteps are getting closer and closer, and suddenly stop through a door. A layer of noisy movement fades away, and the surroundings fall into silence. And Ro holds the jade bracelet in her palm and covers it with the back of her hand. Many players have perspective cards. Once the governor finds out that she, a mere NPC, is holding an orange weapon, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. And Ro controlled her breathing to avoid being noticed by the other party's sharp ears. In the silent waiting, the knock on the door finally sounded. But it only sounded for a moment. And Ro frowned and listened carefully to the diners on the first floor. It was very quiet, and the noise was gone. The situation changed again. A few seconds later, footsteps sounded again, and they went away in a few steps. The governor walked up slowly, but used the movement skill when he left, and Ro ignored the cold sweat on her palms, and her eyes were empty, connecting to Wang Da's consciousness. The entrance of the restaurant was crowded with people. Many people had already rushed into the restaurant, and many were crowded at the entrance, each holding a weapon. Judging from the ID, they were all players from the Oli and Inlai guilds. What happened? Is that Kushui so cruel? Not long after leaving, he brought people back to kill? Two figures answered in Ro's doubts. Tang Lang and Kushui came from the other end of Wang Lusan Street. Unhurried. When they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the guild players automatically separated a path for the two to enter. The guests in the store also stood up and looked through the window. The crowd made it impossible to find the governor, and blocked Tang Lang from entering. However, through Wang Da's ears, and Ro could hear their voices. Governor, Inlai Guild. Mantis? Tang Lang. I didn't expect that the famous governor would recognize me. It's an honor. Governor, President Tang mobilized a large number of troops to support Captain Kushui. He is enthusiastic. The irony in his words was obvious. Oli players are naturally backed by Oli. But Minister Liming Haihei didn't show up. But the president of Inlai Guild came with people. There are many small guilds in Lingbing City, and Inlai is just an inconspicuous one. Some of the wild guests, who don't know Tang Lang, laughed contemptuously when they heard the words. When did the Oli Zhongsu branch raise such a big dog? That's right. Rushing to bite people. Huh? Which country is this guild from? Why is it so flattering Shuri Island? Fortunately, there are also people who know the truth and quickly whispered, Mantis is a great god. Shut up and don't cause trouble for the governor. The rude guest was horrified at the same time. Fortunately, Tang Lang didn't care and smiled lightly. The governor is too hypocritical. You gathered so many guests. It's not a big deal. But I just brought some guild brothers to patrol the streets. And it's a big deal? The governor said coldly, I don't care about relatives or strangers. I only care about reason. The Cold Soldier City dungeon has been online for nearly 20 years. And I have never heard of the rule of not allowing guests to enter the store to eat. May I ask if President Tang represents Inlai or Oli? If it is Oli, please ask Dawn and Darkness to come in person. If it's Inlai, before President Tang sets a precedent, he might as well ask the three guilds of Lingbing City whether they agree or not. Hey, Tang Lang's tone was still light. Governor, don't put me on such a high pedestal. Neither I nor Captain Kushui said that we can't let wild guests into the restaurant to eat. He changed the subject. We just don't let you eat in this restaurant. Governor, don't misunderstand. We are not targeting you or anyone here. Yong'an Hotel is related to the mayor of Zhongsu Town. We are maintaining the relationship with the NPC management. Governor, you won't want to stop us. Right? The governor frowned. What do you mean? Could it be that the restaurant's business is not good? In addition to the pricing issue, there is also the instruction of the mayor of Zhongsu Town? But apart from Tang Lang, looking at Kushui's gloomy eyes, it is obvious that he is not targeting the person, but the matter? Rather than the matter, as Tang Lang said. Kushui said sternly, what are you waiting for? Smash it. You dare. The governor shouted. When the wild guests saw that the situation was tense, they all took out their weapons. For a moment, more than 30 wild guests and hundreds of guild players were in a standoff, and the smell of gunpowder filled the restaurant. Master! Master! Gang leader Tang brought people to smash the restaurant, bringing about 100 people. The housekeeper hurried into the dining room. Hung Badong's hand trembled, and the soup spoon fell to the ground, smashing the restaurant. Smashing what restaurant? The gang members dared to do whatever they wanted on his territory? Tang Lang is really brave. The housekeeper panted and waved his hand. Yes. It was Yong'an restaurant. Captain Ku Shui went with him. Hung Batong was startled. Are you going after that gang? Yes. Xiao Ding said a fight was about to break out. And the customers in the nearby shops all ran away when they saw the situation was not right. Okay. It's good to fight. Hung Batong changed his expression of shock, took the spoon handed over by the servant, and sipped the chicken soup calmly. Tang Lang is a good person. Very reasonable. The housekeeper finally calmed down and said, it's all because of the master's good management. What about the public security office? Hung Batong nodded. Let them know. Don't worry about it. It's just a shabby restaurant. Not worth wasting time on. Looking for helpers. Doing business. The store was smashed. What a shit. Hearing Tang Lang's words, and Ro finally determined that the mayor was doing something behind the scenes. Fortunately, the governor was very tough, not to mention the other wild guests. His aura alone intimidated the guild players. Everyone was ready to move, but no one dared to really do it. And Ro could roughly guess the governor's mentality. It was just a low-level task. There was no need for him to offend two guilds. The key is face. He didn't get any clues, and he didn't get any face. If he just left, it would undoubtedly damage his image in the eyes of Yiku. This guy is ambitious. He probably wants to win over Yiku with his prestige and start his own business. However, Enro can't put his hope on the governor. Compared with all the guild players in Jiangsu town, he is weak and can't hold out for long. Enro walked out of the private room, shaking her head and lamenting as she walked. He accidentally got into trouble. She just wanted to retrieve a few bodies and boost the restaurant business. How could a small fight turn into a large-scale fight? She was so unlucky. If she had a destiny value, it would definitely be very low. In the words of the players, she was plagued by bad luck. In the tense atmosphere, the sound of her high heels stepping on the wooden floor was particularly harsh. A graceful figure with white stilettos and a silk cheongsam with dark patterns of snow velvet appeared at the corner of the stairs, attracting everyone's attention. And Rose stopped, looked down at the whole place, and smiled. Wow, it's really lively. She deliberately ignored Tang Lang. Her eyes stopped at Ku Shui's face, and said with a smile, Captain Ku Shui said he wanted to rent the place for a rest. Why did he change it to renting the place for a fight? Before she finished speaking, according to the old rules, all players' favorability was lowered at the same time. Ku Shui hated the whole place, and was so emotional that he didn't care about the change in favorability at all. He sneered, Bossin. The brothers have changed their minds. Smash the store. And Ro remained calm. Smash the store? Is it the order of Captain Li? Ku Shui was startled and looked at Tang Lang. Tang Lang smiled and winked, indicating that he would bear all the consequences. Ku Shui was confident. Yes. No. No. It's not the order of the captain. A voice suddenly shouted from outside. The guild players blocking the door were in a commotion. Minister. Minister. Herring made a way through the crowd and walked in. Behind him was the gloomy Captain Li. Ku Shui opened his mouth. His eyes moved between the two, and finally glared at Herring, believing that he was the one who called the minister over. Tang Lang was calm and greeted Captain Li with a smile. But he was scolded by Captain Li for no reason. You are also fooling around. As the president of the guild and a great player, it was somewhat embarrassing to be scolded in public. Tang Lang pursed his lips, and a trace of haze passed through his eyes. And Ro put one hand on the handrail of the stairs, and her fingers, which were slightly exerted, finally relaxed. Dawn and darkness came a little late, but finally arrived at the critical moment. She frowned and said aggrievedly, Master Li, how did I offend you that you want to smash my store? All the guild players looked at Master Li. Take care of. The business of Yong'an Hotel was an order issued by the minister in the guild channel late last night. Not only Oli, but Enlai Guild also received the same order. At this time, Tang Lang and Ku Shui brought people to smash the store. Even if they did something a bit too much, it did not violate the order. The most important thing is that the mayor Hung Batong will definitely be happy to see it happen. But what does Herring's series of no just now mean? Captain Li originally wanted to deal with the conflict with the governor first. But seeing this, he could only put it aside. Under the dense gazes of his subordinates, his throat slid. Going back on his words is not his style, and it is not in line with his consistent philosophy of governing the guild. It is detrimental. But what else can be more important than the future of the guild? After the external network auction ended, he had already made up his mind. At this time, he hesitated a little. But he was not too entangled. Captain Lee turned around and looked up at Unreasonable, who was high up on the stairs. He showed his most iconic elegant smile. Sincere and gentle. I didn't explain clearly, so my subordinates misunderstood. Bossin, Oli and Eli's brothers are not here to mess up the party, but to support us and have a meal. Without waiting for Unreasonable to respond, he glanced at the members behind him and said in an unquestionable tone, everyone should get at least one portion of pickled fish, paid for by themselves. And the Eli Guild is the same. All the players widened their eyes at the same time, unable to believe their ears. They were clearly here to mess up the party. How did it become support? Besides, the boss said it himself, from now on no one can enter Yong'an restaurant to consume. Ku Shui couldn't help but say, Minister, shut up. Captain Lee's face changed instantly. His expression was cold. You apologize to Bossin. Chapter 66. Master, it's not good. It's not good. The meal was interrupted 3 times, making Hung Bottom's mood fluctuate, and he almost shouted PDST to the housekeeper. Fortunately, the wife and daughter ate little and left the dining room early. Hung Batong threw down the fruit fork. What's wrong? The housekeeper was sweating profusely and didn't bother to wipe it. Everyone is sitting down. Everyone is sitting down. Everyone is sitting down. Explain everything in one breath. Oli gang and Eli gang. I thought they were going to mess up the place. But who knew that more than 100 people sat down to eat? Each person gets a large portion of pickled fish. 400 gold. 100 portions. 400 gold. That's 40,000 gold. Hung Batong didn't understand, but he did the math in his mind. When he woke up, he thought he was either hallucinating or the housekeeper was crazy. What do you mean? The gang dares to eat in Yong'an? Aren't they going to smash the store? The housekeeper was puzzled. I don't know either. Shouting said that as soon as Captain Lee arrived, everyone sat down to eat. The 3 floors of the restaurant were full, and the shop assistants were so busy that they were about to fly. Hung Ba Tong slapped him. Do I want to hear how her business is going? I want to know why they dared to go in for dinner after I explained it to them. Where's Captain Lee? Tell Captain Lee to come see me. Right now. The housekeeper covered his face and stood there without moving. Master, he spoke tremblingly. Shouting saw the gang sitting down, so he went in to invite Captain Lee. Captain Lee. He said he would come after dinner. Bang! A plate of fruit was smashed to pieces by Hung Ba Tong, and juice splashed all over his face. 40,000 gold. 40,000 gold for one meal. He sold the restaurant for 140,000 gold, and Unreasonable earned it back with 3 meals? 3 hours ago. Offline. Captain Lee personally sent his 2 children to kindergarten, and took a serious look at the security guard before leaving. The security guard bowed solemnly and assured him that he would protect his children. In today's era, it is not uncommon for rich people to hire family security guards at high salaries. Captain Lee returned home, sat in front of the computer, turned on the encrypted line, and entered the auction website. This is not the official website of Soul Guiding Song, but the dark web, which is said to have a very complicated background. Props, clues, and even game qualifications can be auctioned there. The auction item he is eyeing today is even more special. There is no physical object, only a verbal address, so not many people participate in the auction. Very good. The auction start time is set at 10:30, but when the time comes, the page has not entered the bidding stage. Seeing the time passing by, if it is overdue for 1 hour, the auction will be invalid. Is it really fake news? Captain Lee muttered to himself. There was a call from headquarters. What a pity. I thought you would have more missions in Jonsu, the logistics said on the phone. While waiting, Captain Lee had almost digested the disappointment and smiled. There is nothing to regret. I doubted its authenticity from the beginning. Special addresses and special NPCs have an abnormally high probability of appearing mission clues. This statement sounds very unreal. That's not the case. Minister Liming, the logistics officer, lowered his voice. I'll tell you secretly. This phenomenon is supported by data. Just like the destiny value. Different players enter the game at the same time, and the destiny value assigned by the system is different. The probability of triggering task clues in different locations and different NPCs in the game is also different. Captain Lee laughed silently. Saying this is the same as not saying anything. Logistics. I know Minister Liming doesn't believe it. But I can't say too many details. Otherwise, each branch will have a lot of opinions about the division of jurisdiction of the headquarters. I think that Captain Lee has suffered some losses in managing Jiangsu for so many years. So I said that. Captain Lee turned and began to smile bitterly. It is a fact that everyone can see that he is not in a high position in the eyes of the headquarters. Otherwise, even if Qiqian Yiming is a great player, how dare he show off in front of the head of a department? In front of the old man of Huaying branch. That guy is still obedient. In the final analysis, it was because Zhongqiu town had a low frequency of tasks. For 5 consecutive years, the number of tasks released was at the bottom among all departments. And the number of tasks completed by the members was much lower than that of others. In other words, no one looked down on Zhongqiu, and then looked down on him as the director. The logistics staff comforted him. Director Liming, didn't Zhongqiu town just release a few tasks? Your branch also gained a lot in the T21 tasks. This year's year-end assessment should not be at the bottom, which is a great improvement. Hey, it's the bidding stage. Minister Liming. The auction started at the last minute of the auction. Looking at the countdown, Captain Lee was in a trance for a moment, and hurriedly clicked the bid button under the urging of the logistics department. The starting price was 100,000 gold. Perhaps because the bidder was too late. The dozen or so people who registered did not bid, and they should have given up the auction. The countdown soon entered 10 seconds. 100,000 gold is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. He was the only bidder, and Captain Lee began to doubt the gold content of the auction item. As soon as he was thinking, someone actually bid 110,000 gold. Each bid will increase by 10,000 gold. Captain Lee was startled. His hands were faster than his brain, and he immediately raised the price. The other party followed closely, and the price instantly soared to 150,000 gold. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Captain Lee gritted his teeth and kept clicking the bid. 3 seconds later, the price stopped at the number 200,000 gold. He no longer remembered how many times he had bid. He opened his eyes wide and saw a burst of fireworks animation on the page, and an English name appeared in the center of the page. Dawn. That was the nickname he picked up for the bidder. Captain Lee breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the ID of the person competing with him. A pure Chinese name must be a pseudonym, but the other party's nationality is obvious. Longyang Guild? Or other commercial game guilds in China? Captain Lee didn't have time to think about it, and 2 messages popped up on his phone. One was a bank deduction. The other one had the abbreviation of the auction website in front and an address at the end, Wang'an Hotel, Wanglu 3rd Street, Jiangsu Town, District 8, Lingbing City. Captain Lee's eyelids jumped, and he continued to read. Below was a task detail. Task name, temporary worker in a hair salon. Task location, Sister Hong's hair salon in Wuyan Lane, Jiangsu Town. Ghoul level, C. Ghoul number, 0 out of 2. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, C. It was exactly the same as the task data Herring collected yesterday. In other words, this mysterious bidder was the one who completed this task yesterday? No, that's not right. Captain Lee tried to stay rational. Jiangsu branch can buy mission data from the pawnshop data cabinet, and other guilds can also do so. The game rules do not limit the data to a one-time sale. In other words, there are 2 extreme possibilities for this auction item. 1. A fake to cheat money. It is not unheard of before. 2. A real thing, because it mentions Yang'an Hotel. Captain Lee asked himself that he knew the relationship between Yang'an Hotel and the hair salon better than anyone else. They were all Andrew's businesses. His intuition told him that the second possibility was more likely. Unro. This NPC who has no flaws but makes him feel weird everywhere. Is it really the NPC with special luck, as the logistics said? Her Yong'an Hotel is the address with special luck? If it is true, the doubts that have troubled him for so long, the feeling that the other party is hiding a secret, finally has a reasonable explanation. Coincidence is no longer a coincidence, but a necessity under the control of the game system. So, does this mean that his Jiangsu town and Jiangsu branch can reverse the current situation of the low-frequency task area in one fell swoop? Captain Lee was excited. Without hesitation, he immediately took off his clothes and entered the holographic cabin to log into the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Herring sitting restlessly at the door of the bedroom. He always activated his passive defense skills when he was offline, so Herring didn't dare to get too close. As soon as Captain Lee stood up, Herring trotted over. "Minister, something happened at Yongin Hotel." Captain Lee's heart suddenly stopped. The auction item is real, genuine and authentic. The more polite a person is, the more frightening he is when he is serious. Captain Lee is a typical example. No matter how arrogant Kushui is, he has to give in front of the boss. But this time, he couldn't give in. It's okay to apologize to others. But to the NPC? Where can he save face as a man of destiny? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Kushui's molars were grinding again and again, and he swung his arm, and the gold coins fell from his palm. He laughed angrily, and glared at Enro on the stairs. Enro lowered her eyelashes, and watched the gold coins hit the ground and rolled into the gaps between the players' feet. Captain Lee obviously didn't expect Kushui to do this. And in anger he slapped him loudly. "What are you doing? I asked you to apologize." Kushui's lips were bleeding, but he still said stubbornly, "She is an NPC. Is there any more effective apology than money?" Captain Lee was stunned and hesitated. NPCs all love money, and Kushui's behavior seems disrespectful. But it is not without reason. Other players also nodded secretly, and turned their attention to Enro to see how she would react. However, before Enro changed her expression, the players saw the light screen notification first. Everyone present had their favorability lowered. Captain Lee was shocked. Enro was a special NPC, and Yan'an Hotel was a special address. He came here to improve his favorability. "Bossin." Enro sneered and interrupted him with her movements. She raised her hand, drew a semicircle in the air, and scattered gold coins all over the players' heads and faces. Compared with the money Kushui took out, it was like the difference between a trickling stream and a surging river. Not worth mentioning. Captain Lee was dumbfounded, and only heard Enro's crisp and cold voice. "Do I look like someone who needs your money?" She stared at Kushui. Kushui was also dumbfounded. He didn't look at the gold coins on the ground, nor did he look at Enro. Instead, he stared at the air in front of him. 40%, 35%, 30%. Enro's favorability towards him was decreasing. Captain Lee was so experienced that he could guess the general idea by looking at his reaction. When the favorability dropped below 10%, it would enter the direct attack state. The NPC and the player would fight to the death. Moreover, the favorability of a single member would also affect the entire team. Luck. If it was any other NPC, it would be fine. It would be irrelevant. But it was Enro. Enro took a step down the stairs. The high heels stepped on the wooden boards and gold coins, making a sound that made Captain Lee shudder. The second step. The third step. Enro grabbed the handrail of the stairs with more and more force. Captain Lee suddenly moved his eyes away from the back of her hand with faint blue veins. And without hesitation, he took out a tang sword and cut towards Kushui's abdomen. The sword was obviously of a high level. The armor in Kushui's clothes only lit up for a moment, and then dimmed. From front to back, the sword cut to the spine. "Minister." Kushui looked at him in disbelief, blood gushing out of his mouth, and his white intestines slid out from the horrific cut. "Minister." The other members of Oli had never expected that the boss would take action. And he was so cruel. The life points that he had worked so hard to accumulate were instantly cut in half. How many tasks would Kushui have to do to save them back? Captain Lee looked around with a sullen face. "Shut up." Then he turned to Enro and forced out a flattering smile. "Bossin, I am not good at managing my subordinates. I will clean up the house as an apology to Bossin." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Enro's hand, and the veins disappeared, which made him feel relieved. The fight would not end until death. As long as Kushui died, the problem would be solved. As expected, the anger on Enro's face disappeared, and she covered her mouth with one hand. Looking frightened, Captain Lee glanced at the ground. Kushui's eyes were wide open. His skin was pale, and he had died. In the eyes of Enro and other NPCs, he was already invisible. He hurriedly comforted him softly. "Bossin, don't be afraid. Kushui was just seriously injured, not really dead, and will wake up. After learning the lesson, I think he will learn his lesson. I will bring him to apologize to Bossin in person." After he finished speaking, a notification popped up on the screen. and Enro's favorability towards him increased by 20%. It's just that he had made things difficult for Enro several times before, and she had already lost a lot of favorability. Now it was only 60% friendly. Enro seemed to be looking at him, but in fact her eyes were on Ku Shui's body. Silver player. I really want to steal the body to the farm. It's a pity that there are too many people now, and there is no chance to do it. Thank you, Captain Lee, for doing justice for Enro. In a short time, Enro's face returned to normal, and she seemed to have completely forgotten the bloody and tragic scene just now. Captain Lee, are you really here to eat? Please take a seat. She turned her head and looked around, and finally found the shopkeeper Jean, who was curled up against the wall in the corner behind the crowd. She shouted, Shopkeeper Jean, please invite the guests to take a seat. Shopkeeper Jean was already frightened and his legs were weak. He couldn't even stand up by holding on to the wall. Captain Lee glanced at the members of Oli again. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what Boston said? Find a seat by yourself. The crowded crowd finally dispersed. It was just that the minister's words and actions were too abnormal. So the members of Oli looked at Enro from time to time. Captain Lee, there are so many of you. I'm afraid there won't be enough seats on the first floor. You can sit on the second or third floor. Enro walked down the stairs and saw Captain Lee using his moving skills. His figure was so fast that he couldn't see clearly. After a while, he picked up all the gold coins on the ground and handed them to her personally. For such a small matter, he didn't even ask his subordinates to do it, but did it himself. Enro deposited the gold coins into her account. 100,000 gold. She had just spent 50,000 gold, and the extra money must have come from the dry season, the explosion, and some from Captain Lee's own pocket. Enro asked in surprise, what is Captain Lee doing? My subordinates are ignorant and have ruined Boss Ann's restaurant business, so they must compensate. The crisis was resolved, and Captain Lee turned back into a gentle and elegant gentleman. Enro naturally accepted it with a smile, and at the same time, she gave him a 5% increase in favorability. 65% favorability. Only one step away from 70%. Friendly. The heavy stone in the heart of Captain Lee finally fell. His performance not only stunned the members of Oli, but also surprised Enro secretly. Unexpectedly, the effect of deliberately releasing the auction items far exceeded expectations. Captain Lee, you really want more tasks in Jiangsu town. There were already more than 30 wild guests headed by the governor in the store, and more than 100 guild players came in, and the 3 floors were instantly filled to the brim, with no seats left. Shopkeeper Jean and his staff were busy, so Enro simply went to the counter to help. The strange thing was that although there were people sitting at every table, the whole restaurant was quiet, with only the people sitting at the same table whispering to each other. The players were like this, and the wild guests were no exception. A pair of eyes hovered over her, and Enro greeted them openly and smiled at the governor. Captain Lee killed his subordinates in order to please an NPC. This probably shocked him, and he didn't figure it out for a while. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. He was skilled and bold, so he decided to stay and see what was going on. Some of the guests could not sit still and came to ask for leave, but he persuaded them to stay. None of them left. After all, there were still tasks to be done. A man walked into the door stealthily and saw Enro standing at the counter. He turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Enro. Ding Liang, are you looking for Captain Lee? He is in the private room on the 2nd floor. Go up. Ding Liang was in a dilemma. He lowered his head and went up without saying a word. After a while, he came down again in disgrace. He did not dare to go through the front door, but went out through the back door. 2nd floor. Qi Shan. In the private room, the tea in Tang Lang's hand spilled over the edge of the cup and onto the table. Minister Lee. It's impossible? The tasks and clues of the soul guiding song all appear randomly. Any place and any NPC may reveal clues of the characters. All players know this. How can there be special NPCs? Leader Lee looked at him quietly. Oh? Then tell me. Since everything is random, why are there differences between high-frequency task areas and low-frequency task areas? Then, isn't it because of luck? Some people are lucky, and some are unlucky. Right? The same is true for regions. Leader Lee snorted and laughed. Without further explanation, large guilds with national backgrounds such as Longyan, Gar, and Oli have the strength and resources to collect data on a large scale for analysis. It is normal for a small guild like Eli not to believe it without seeing the analysis report. Besides, he himself did not believe it before the auction results came out. In short, from now on, you and I will work together to protect Yong'an Hotel. Tang Lang rarely insisted on his own opinion. Are you going to offend the mayor just for a baseless guess? Minister Li. I don't agree. Baseless? Captain Li stood up and looked down at him. You are the president of a guild. But you have such a low IQ? Come down with me. Tang Lang was confused and followed him downstairs, only to see Captain Li sitting directly in front of the governor's table. One was gentle and elegant. The other was silent and reserved. They didn't say a word to each other, but no one felt uncomfortable. Only Tang Lang, who almost had a fight with the governor not long ago, was embarrassed to sit at the same table with him. A great god actually felt a little embarrassed in front of two gold players. Captain Li got straight to the point. The governor summoned so many wild guests. Is it for the mission clues? He did not deliberately lower his voice, and the surroundings were quiet at the same time as he spoke. The wild guests and guild players all looked over. Clues? Minister Li. What clues? Tang Lang asked the questions in the hearts of many guild players. Before Captain Li answered, he suddenly realized it. Who is the governor? And why does he enjoy a high reputation among the wild guests? Isn't it because he often spreads mission clues to the wild guests? In other words, today's conflict was not just a dispute of arrogance, but also involved mission interests? The governor did not say anything, and Captain Li was too lazy to pay attention to his wooden head. There was a pot of pickled fish on the table, but it was not touched. Captain Li was not polite, and picked up the chopsticks to eat. There is no area in Lingbing City that restricts the movement of wild guests. And the same is true for our Shongsu town. Similarly, no matter what the mission clue is, and which player it falls on, Li and Lai will not grab it by force. However, since the governor has not left, he should not have got the clue yet. Right? Captain Li said with a firm tone. You always like to give Yik opportunities. And Tang Lang and I also hope to let our men do more tasks. In this case, let's make a gentleman's agreement. No matter who gets the flower, you, me, and Tang Lang will not interfere. How about sitting here until the mission is over? Tang Lang couldn't sit still. Is there really a clue to the mission hidden in this restaurant? If it's true, the mission appears on his own territory. Of course he has to grab it. How could he give it to Yiku? He might not be able to do anything to the governor alone. But if he joins forces with Captain Li, what can the governor do? After all, the golden Yiku is just a gold. But Captain Li had expected this, and pressed down his shoulder with one hand, his eyes fixed on the governor's face. The governor narrowed his eyes slightly, but decisively said, okay. The two raised their teacups, and clinked them in the air. The whole restaurant was bustling. For Yiku, although there were many more competitors, he no longer had to worry about the guild players bullying the minority, and could boldly dig for clues and do tasks. For guild players, there are too few missions in Zhongshu town. Most people take their own time to follow the team to find missions in other places, often spending money on travel, but returning empty-handed. Now there are missions in their own territory, which is almost like giving away benefits for free. In the corner, let alone the three-person team of Lu Jiao. Even Pao Pao was confused by the waves of big battles. He was concerned about the plan, and repeatedly signaled Lu Jiao to run away. But as soon as his butt lifted up from the chair, the governor always glanced over accurately and in time. Several people felt disappointed. Judging from the governor's intention, the half-hour agreement must be invalid. Fortunately, things finally took a turn for the better at this moment. Pao Pao gave Lu Jiao a look. Lu Jiao nodded slightly, and the four people at the table raised their buttocks at the same time. But their eyes were all on the governor's back. After waiting for a few seconds, the governor did not turn back, and his straight back did not move at all. This shows that the gentleman's agreement between him and Captain Li is really effective, and he will no longer interfere with their actions. However, it is too early to draw a conclusion now, and we will talk about it after leaving the hotel. Pao Pao gestured to the back door of the hotel. The four people just straightened up, and a familiar voice passed through the entire living room and reached their ears. Hey, Sandia gang, why haven't you left yet? Pao Pao's neck was stiff, and he was about to cry again. Boss, I'm leaving soon. What do you want me to do? Chapter 67. Pao Pao, Lu Ji, Lindsay, and Baopi. The four of them had just raised their buttocks halfway and had not yet stood up straight. But because of a sudden question, they immediately became the focus of the whole audience. They maintained an awkward posture. And the first thing they looked at was not Unreasonable, but the back of the governor. The governor was the only one who knew that they had grasped the clue. Among the four, only Pow Pow quickly shifted his gaze to Unreasonable's face. In the public eye, he did not dare to raise his eyebrows or squint his eyes, and could only hope that the boss could understand his eyes. "Boss, what are you doing? I finally got a chance to leave. Are you still going to make the plan?" Opposite the governor, Captain Lee raised his eyes and looked over with interest. Pow Pow quickly suppressed the pleading in his eyes and forced a smile, but couldn't speak. His heart almost stopped beating. Both Captain Lee and Tang Lang recognized him, although the boss put on makeup and disguised him. Who knows if he can escape the sharp eyes of two high players? Once he is recognized, with Captain Lee's brain, he will definitely see through the so-called mission as a prearranged trap. "You're asking for trouble, boss." And Ro walked over slowly in her high heels. Even though Peopeo's eyes flickered, the slightly surprised smile on her face did not change at all. When she passed by Captain Lee, she glanced at him silently. "Didn't I tell you everything you asked?" As Pow Pow stared helplessly, and Rose spoke the next sentence clearly. "The ghost is at the Nanju flour mill. With the speed of you Destiny people, you can get there in half an hour from here. Why are you eating again?" Before he finished speaking, the entire first floor erupted in a silent uproar. All guild players and wild guests opened their mouths at the same time, but no sound came out. They looked at the light screen in front of them with burning eyes. Quest clue: the Lin's flour mill in the southern suburbs of Zhongsu town has been closed for many years due to the Ghoul rebellion and has long been forgotten. Now, a ghost is quietly wandering in the factory area. Related task: the Ghoul wandering in Zhongsu town. Relevance 70%. Tang Lang was originally skeptical about the clues of the mission in the hotel, but now he couldn't help but widen his eyes and turned his head, just in time to meet the half-smile of Captain Lee. Even the governor couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Rose's graceful back. Originally thought that the flower would fall to someone, but unexpectedly, all the players were equally affected. In a moment of silence, Ro pointed at Peopeo's table. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you in a daze?" Pow Pow couldn't guess what the boss wanted to do, and didn't know what to say for a while. After being dumbfounded, Lu Jiao next to him became anxious and hurriedly said, "The boss's pickled fish is so delicious. My two brothers didn't get to eat it, so we ordered another one. Now we're done. Boss, let's go!" After saying that, he rushed to the back door with a few people. His action was like pressing the play button. All the players on the first floor jumped up, chased after him, and rushed out of the store. For a while, the restaurant was in chaos with cups, plates, bowls and chopsticks constantly knocking against each other, chairs and people falling over. Except for the governor's table, only Pow Pow stood there motionless. He couldn't figure out what the boss was trying to do. If he told everyone the clues, dozens of players on the first floor would know about it. In a few minutes, the guild players on the second and third floors would also catch up. How could he execute the plan when hundreds of players gathered at the flour mill? There was only one sea-level madly transformed ghoul there, being besieged by hundreds of people. Wouldn't it be a matter of a blink of an eye to be strangled? In his confusion, his eyes suddenly stopped at Rose's hand. Ro crossed her arms, put her right hand on her left arm, and tapped the silk fabric with her index finger. Peopeo's eyelids jumped. This was the code they had agreed on to prevent any changes in the plan. Tapping twice meant the plan was scrapped. Pow Pow bypassed everyone and took Wangda back to the farm. Pow Pow breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the boss felt that the matter had become too big, and that Oli and Ian Lai were involved. He was afraid that it would not end, so he gave up the plan. But he was only half relieved. He suddenly saw Rose's white finger tap again, 3 times, representing the plan to move forward, regardless of the consequences. Pow Pow forgot to breathe. His eyes fixed, and met Amber's smiling gaze. At this time, the players on the first floor had almost run away, and shouts came from the second and third floors. "Hurry up! We can't let the wild guests take the task." Another group of players rushed down the stairs, and more people jumped directly from the window, one by one like dumplings, scaring pedestrians to dodge in a hurry. Pow Pow finally reacted, gritted his teeth, turned his head and shouted to the back door, "Captain! Brother Lou! Wait for me!" He used the wind step and disappeared in an instant. The restaurant that was packed with people a minute ago was now empty, and in a mess a minute later. And Rose seemed to be frightened and looked around in panic. What's going on? Why are they all gone? Shopkeeper Jean. Shopkeeper Jean. Shopkeeper Jean thought that the fateful people in the store had finally started fighting. So he was behind the counter. He looked out for a few times, and then ran out in small steps. "Boss! I'm here! I'm here! The customers have all run away. Have you collected the meal money?" You're asking about this." Shopkeeper Jean nodded repeatedly. "We've collected the money. There were too many customers before, and I was afraid I couldn't handle it when I settled the bill. So I asked the waiters to collect the money from each table in advance." Shopkeeper Jean pointed to the counter. The copper plate was already full, and the pile of gold coins was like a towering mountain. "The cornucopia can't hold it. The rest of the money is in my hands and my waiter's hands." "Boss, wait a minute. I'll ask them to come over right away." There were more than 140 guild players and wild guests in total. Each person ordered at least a large portion of pickled fish, plus some drinks and snacks. This meal brought in 60,000 to 70,000 gold. Adding the 50,000 gold that Captain Lee used to apologize, the restaurant earned 120,000 gold in just over an hour of business. And Ro knew this account clearly. She waved her hand. "Why are you in such a hurry? There are still guests who haven't left. Captain Lee is a distinguished guest. You have to serve him attentively." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Shopkeeper Jean walked to Captain Lee in small steps. "Captain Lee, do you need more dishes or rice? Our restaurant has unlimited rice. And fish soup is also a must." Captain Lee glanced at Ro and said with a smile, "Then everyone should have a bowl. Also, I took the governor's pickled fish. So bring another large portion." "Hey!" Manager Jean took the bowl and walked away again. And Ro yawned with her hands covering her mouth, and lightly tapped her shoulders as she went upstairs. "I'm tired from all the work. Please enjoy your meal. And if you need anything, just tell Manager Jean. Bossin, please stay." Captain Lee left the table and walked over. "Bossin, how did you find the ghost in the flour mill?" And Ro paused, stood on the stairs, and looked down at him. Captain Lee immediately regretted that Ro's favorability towards him had been declining because he could not help asking questions every time he met Ro. Now things have changed with time. And Ro is not a strange NPC, but a special NPC that is bound to the game's luck. She is the key to reversing the decline of Dongsu Town. As expected, and Ro restrained her smile and asked, "Dr. Lee, do you not believe what I said?" Favorability dropped by 5% to 60%. Captain Lee hurriedly said, "No. No. The grain stores in the town are all monopolized by Boss Lin's family. And my father has suffered a lot of grievances because of this. Now I have opened a restaurant. Since it is useful, I want to open a flour mill to investigate. Is it strange?" And Rose spoke very quickly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Captain Lee, where did I offend you? And why do you target me everywhere? If Captain Lee really hates me, it doesn't matter. You don't have to pretend to take care of the restaurant business in the future. What we sell at Yondon Hotel is ingredients, taste, and service, not Miss Heng's face." Without giving Captain Lee a chance to explain, she went upstairs in her high heels. Bang! The sound of a door being slammed came from the second floor. Captain Lee was secretly anxious as he watched his favorability drop by another 5%. It was so hard to raise it to friendly, but it fell back to indifferent in the blink of an eye. Who knows if it will become an obstacle for guild members to dig clues from Yondon Hotel in the future? Ask. The clues in the game are random. Not to mention that Ro is a special NPC. No matter how the clues are obtained, it is the will of the game. What's there to ask? Captain Lee was reflecting on himself when Tang Lang came over. Even if the mayor doesn't dare to lose his temper with you, how dare she? A small NPC boss. Minister Lee. Even if she... Captain Lee glared at him. Tang Lang shut his mouth, his eyes gloomy. He thought Captain Lee was dissatisfied with his attitude towards Ro. But he didn't know that Captain Lee was just worried that the special nature of Ro and Yong'an restaurant would leak out. After all, there was a governor in the restaurant. Captain Lee put on his usual calm and elegant smile, sat back at the table, issued an order in the guild channel, and then raised his glass to the governor. I have told the members of Oli not to attack Ika unless they are protecting themselves. Since the clues are on the same starting line, who will get the final mission reward depends on their luck. The governor pondered for a moment, and also sent a message in the team channel. The same applies to Yiku. The two clinked their glasses, but neither drank. They looked at Tang Lang at the same time. Tang Lang secretly clenched his fists, and had to issue an order in the Enlai Guild channel. Private room on the second floor. The sound of 3 glasses clinking together was clearly heard by Enro. She stood in front of the window, her chin slightly raised, her eyes without focus looking at the gray-blue sky. The pale sunlight hit the dark pupils, exuding a fascinating color. Wangda. Follow my instructions and start. A figure walked out of the back door of the cafe, interlaced his fingers, and the joints made dense crackling sounds. The left foot tiptoed, and the whole person was like a black arrow, disappearing into the crisscrossing alleys. The 3 Luju started early, in order to collect the body for Haha. They also bought a map of Zhongsu town and successfully searched for the abandoned flour mill in the southern suburbs. Unfortunately, they were unfamiliar with the place, and they were distracted by the map from time to time, and were soon caught up. Fortunately, others were also on a mission, and did not even look at them. When they left the town and rushed to the flour mill yard, there were already many people inside. They were stopped by a loud explosion. In the red brick wall, the brown and yellow tiles were knocked open by the behemoth from the inside, and the fragments were scattered. A huge octopus suddenly appeared, and on the top of the back were countless tentacles gathered. A tiny human head was hanging, and it seemed that there was only a layer of skin between it and the huge body. Damn! It changed so fast. The ghost must have been killed by someone who arrived. There's only one ghoul after all this time, and it's only sea level. So why bother fighting? The players who arrived one after another also stopped outside the yard. The ghoul appeared. The clues were complete, and the task details popped up on everyone's screen. Task name: Ghost of the Abandoned Flour Mill. Task location: Lin's Flour Mill in the southern suburbs of Zhongsu town. Ghoul level: C. Number of ghouls: 1/1. Time limit: 1/1 day. Difficulty rating: C. Lu Jiao was vomiting. It was just a sea-level mission, not counting the newly received 3 bars, and the 3 members of their team could barely split the reward. I don't know how it happened, but in the end, more than 100 people came to compete for it, and many of them were obviously higher than him. What are they fighting for? The crazy ghoul looked huge and terrifying, but sea level was sea level, and the players in the courtyard could easily deal with it. They, who came late, couldn't even get a sip of soup. Brother Lu, why don't we retreat? Balpi said. Luju looked at Lindsay, who did not object. Alas! Luju sighed, and was about to turn around and leave when a man bumped into him. Brother Lu, the ghouls are out. Why don't you go in? Pao Pao was anxious. I called my brother over too. Your brother? Luju frowned. Before he finished speaking, another black shadow rushed over at an astonishing speed, and suddenly stopped, bringing a gust of wind in his face. Pao Pao nodded vigorously. Yes. My brother. Wangda. Hammer. Beside the large barren wheat field, the flour mill with red brick walls is almost completely occupied by ghouls. In the midst of the crazy transformation, the size of the ghouls is still expanding, and the densely packed huge and thick hands have already filled the entire factory area, and the height has also increased to 20 to 30 meters. Only the head on the top of the back has not changed in size, and still maintains a human form. Others don't recognize that terrified face, but Pao Pao recognizes it. Haha. Before dawn, Haha naturally resurrected, and Ro did not let Bao Fu and Wan to eat all of his soul, leaving a trace. Even if it was just a tiny trace of soul, it was enough to differentiate into a new ghoul. But it had no reason, and its movements were stiff. After being taken to an unmanned factory area, it could only wander aimlessly. From a distance, it looked like a ghost, because it parasitized in the body of the Destiny person. Its level could barely reach sea level. Such a ghoul naturally could not withstand the siege of players. A wild guest, 2 Orly players, and 3 silver players rushed into the flour mill at the same time, killing its parasite in one encounter, causing it to transform wildly. Outside the courtyard wall, Lu Jiao waved his hand to block the flying brick fragments and stared at Pao Pao. Do you have brothers? If you have brothers, You should team up to complete the task as soon as you get the clues. Yes, yes. Pow Pow didn't think of how to explain it for a while. So he simply changed the subject. The ghoul is almost transformed. Lu brother. Let's go in quickly. Lu Jiao broke away from his hand. What's the point of going in? The only one who moves faster than me is Bain. There are several inside. Can I rob them? The mission will end soon. Pow Pow shook his head. It would have ended long ago. The ghoul's crazy transformation period is the best time to strangle it. Isn't it? You mean? Lu Jiao seemed to realize something and opened the mission details. The number of ghouls on it suddenly changed to February 2nd. Lin Ci looked up at the huge octopus entering the mountain. The people inside are raising goo. Seeing the terrifying momentum of the crazy ghoul, they deliberately delayed time to let low-level players rush to die. Every time the ghoul devours a player's soul, the hidden reward will increase by 1 point. Balpi was surprised and said, "Aren't they afraid of losing control?" Lin Ci shook his head. With hundreds of players surrounding it, it is impossible to lose control. They calculated this point. Pow Pow nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. This is our chance. They want to raise it. But we don't. While they are not prepared. Rush in and kill the ghoul. Not to mention the gold coin and item rewards. Whoever kills the ghoul will get a lot more experience. For this reason alone, our trip is not in vain. If that's the case, the people inside must be well prepared. This ghoul will stop the people rushing in before it completes its transformation. Even if they can't stop it, with their level, they will definitely kill the ghoul before everyone else. Lu Jiao said. How can we beat them? We can beat them. Pow Pow pushed Wangda in front of him. My friend is gold. Not only Lu Jiao and Balpi. Even Lin Ci showed some shock. Gold? No one believed it. If there was really a gold-level brother in Sandaegang, this task would have been completed long ago. Why would they wait until now? Lu Jiao, it's not that I don't believe you, brother. But look at the level? His reaction was within Pao's expectations. Pow Pow swallowed his saliva and looked at Wangda. This was the first time he disguised himself as a player. This was the biggest test for Wangda. It had no light screen, no ID, and no level. It would be exposed if it was not careful. More and more players came and stopped outside the courtyard when they saw the octopus ghoul. To Wangda, each one exuded an extremely tempting soul fragrance. It was like a rice bug that fell into a full rice jar. Wangda's eyes were red, and his molars were clattering. In Pao's eyes, he was already on the verge of losing control. But he also knew that there was an invisible rope that crossed a distance of 10 kilometers, tightly tying Wangda's nerves and preventing him from losing his mind. And Wangda's angry expression, in the eyes of Lu Jiao and others, was obviously angry. Balpi laughed dryly. That? Wangda Chui Wangge. Lu Gu is just. I'm Huang Jin. Wangda shouted angrily. His voice was so loud that he immediately attracted the attention of other nearby players. What did you say? Huang Jin. Huang. What does Huang Jin mean? That's impossible. Huang Jin also came to grab a sea-level task. That's hard to say. A mosquito leg is also meat. Who doesn't want to earn some pocket money? What does it feel like to be stared at by food? Anyway, Wangda couldn't stand it anymore. And he raised his hand to produce a black hammer. And the hammer head emitted a dim skill light. With a loud bang, a huge gap was smashed in the factory wall. Brother. Brother. Pow Pow didn't catch him, and saw Wangda rushing into the factory yard, stamping his feet and saying to Lu Jiao, Brother Lu, follow me. He chased in first. Lu Jiao looked at Lin Ci. Orange weapon. Lin Ci frowned and thought, at least, maybe yellow weapon. What are you waiting for? He is really gold. With gold leading the charge, we have nothing to fear, Balpi said, and followed in first. The courtyard wall was not wide, and next to a single-story bungalow, the word warehouse was written on the rotten double wooden door. On the ground, the sticky tentacles were slowly crawling. Pow Pow had already chased for a while, and turned back to shout to them, don't worry about the tentacles. The main body of the ghoul is in the flour mill, and Brother Wang has already rushed over. Hurry. It's too late, and the ghoul will be gone. Pow Pow shouted loudly, and the players wandering outside the courtyard also heard it. We'll go too. Yeah. If that guy is really golden, when he fights with the people inside, it'll be our chance. Let's go. Fish in troubled waters. The shouts rang out, and no matter whether they were wild guests or guild players, People who knew each other outside the courtyard formed temporary teams. Some jumped over the wall. Some poured in from the gap. In this way, the three Lijiaos did not dare to hesitate, and suddenly accelerated their speed to chase Pow Pow. In a blink of an eye, Pow Pow had disappeared. The flour mill is a long strip, covering a very wide area, with a gable roof with brown and yellow tiles. It looks like a two-story building, but in fact it only has one floor. At first glance, there are many doors on a long brick wall. Which door did the three bars go in from? Did you two see it clearly? Lu Jiao was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. A large number of players rushed over from behind. I didn't see it clearly either, Balpi said. Lin Xiai took a calm look and said, it must be the nearest door. He is at a low level and can't run too fast. Before he finished speaking, he rushed to a tilted broken door. The rotten door panel was still shaking slightly. It's here, he said, and after a slight pause, he disappeared into the door. Luju quickly caught up and disappeared behind the door. Balpi took a few steps behind Luju and shouted, wait! The word I was swallowed back into his stomach. The damp and rotten smell rushed into his nose. And in the shadow behind the door, the terrified and twisted faces of Luju and Lin Xiai came into his eyes. They were each strangled by a hand, and a faint light flowed along the bulging hands with blue veins and flowed to the people behind them. Wang Dachui. No, he is not a human. He is a ghoul. On his hand, there is a glimmer of soul. Berpi was stunned. He saw Wang Dachui clasp his hands together, and Luju and Lin's head collided with each other, like two broken watermelons. The juice splashed. The fishy and hot liquid made Balpi come back to his senses, and he subconsciously opened his mouth. But the cold touch suddenly sank into the back of his neck. The light screen popped up, showing that he was attacked, and his health value dropped sharply. He turned his eyes to the limit, and finally caught a glimpse of half a familiar face in his peripheral vision. 3. Sorry. My name is not 3 bars. Pow Pow smiled and looked at Wangda. He found out. We can't keep him. Wangda threw away the 2 corpses that were beginning to change wildly, stretched out his hand, and pressed down Balpi's face with 5 fingers like claws. The soul light lit up again. Squeak. Pow Pow pulled out the 7-soul sword from Balpi's neck. You are worthy of being Lan Wu. No wonder the boss, who is so high in level, never confronts people head-on, but stabs them secretly, which is so convenient and cool. Enough. The people behind are catching up soon. Wangda. Let's go! The plot against the 3 people of Lu Jiao was just a matter of a moment. Outside, a large number of players had already rushed to the outside of the flour mill. Some people were about to rush into the nearest door, when suddenly, an outer wall not far away was smashed, and 2 figures fell out in a mess. Damn it! Pow Pow cursed and looked at the players. More than one ghoul almost fell here. More than one? Could it be that someone inside was raised by goo and split into a ghoul? Look at the wide screen. Wangda suddenly roared fiercely. Ninja mission details. Now, everyone could hear his unique dialect accent. Pow Pow looked at Wangda in surprise, and realized belatedly that Wangda was the boss's puppet. And why was he giving orders before? The players suddenly became chaotic. 5. The number of ghouls has become 5. Fuck. Are they all raised by goo? The ones inside are too cruel. No. It should be a fight inside. The first people to arrive are more than we thought. I'm just a bronze player. I can't afford to offend him. I'll retreat first. Retreat? We have more people. Are we afraid of him? At worst, we can merge several teams into a big team and attack together. I agree. I agree too. The 3 of us. The 5 of us. The brothers of Oli and Enlai will join the temporary team. Yi Ke, come to my place. Don't let the guild get ahead. Shouts came one after another. But before they could build a large-scale temporary team, the tentacles on the ground suddenly twitched. A dull and angry roar broke out in the sky above their heads. The ghoul's transformation was complete. The tentacles, which were as thick as a man's waist, came to life in an instant, like countless vines growing on the ground, wrapping around everything they could in the blink of an eye. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the players held various weapons, activated skills, and saved themselves. Luckily, the octopus ghoul was only sea level, and the tentacles were not very tough, so they could be easily cut off without using skills. But breaking off countless tentacles is only a minor injury to the octopus, as its main body is at a high altitude. Just like a person, you can chop off his fingers countless times repeatedly, but it will not kill him. This ghoul has a weak attack power, but it has a strong self-healing ability. It quickly extends new tentacles from the broken ends and entangles the players. The players have a clue in their hearts and are not so scared. Then they remember to ask a key question: where are the other three? But outside the broken wall, where are the shadows of Pow Pow and Wanda? Outside the courtyard wall, more and more players rushed to the flour mill and saw the huge tentacles of the octopus waving in the air. Wherever the tentacles fell, the house was broken like a cardboard box, and dirt flew everywhere. No one was afraid, only excited. When they saw the octopus, they got the task details, and the number of ghouls in the task details made them realize that this trip might not only allow them to drink soup, but also eat meat. Everyone rushed forward. The already dilapidated flour mill was directly turned into ruins, and some skills had fire elements, which soon set everything on fire. Fires were everywhere. Smoke was everywhere. Vision was obstructed, and the situation became more and more muddy. No one noticed Pow Pow and the gold player, who was competing with low-level players for food. The two of them moved in the crowd, leaving behind a few corpses or terrified faces wherever they passed. When other players found their partners turned into ghouls, their first choice was to kill them without hesitation. The parasite died, and the ghouls mutated wildly. Kill the mutated ghouls, and gold coins were everywhere. In the face of wealth within reach, not many people can keep their sanity. This hidden low-level task, starting from a secret node, gradually evolved into a ghoul tide. A player looked at the task details distractedly and shouted in shock, 23. 23 ghouls. The task level has been raised to A. Chapter 68. Kill. Eat. Broken bronze. Eat. This level is good. High level silver. Kill. Enough. Stealing too much will make people suspicious. Call Pow Pow to retreat. Outside the gate of the backyard of the flour mill, there is a small house connected to the courtyard wall. It is a dry toilet. After many years, it still emits a faint odor, but at this moment, it has been completely covered by the strong smell of blood. It is full of corpses. Pow Pow threw the corpse on his back onto the pile of corpses and wiped the hot sweat. Seeing Wanda tilt his head like he was stuck, he asked, "What did the boss say?" "Retreat," Wanda said seriously. "Brother Fufu is here?" Wanda didn't answer and turned to walk out. I ran after him and just walked out of the toilet. I felt a cool breeze on my back. The whole toilet disappeared. The ground was clean, leaving a rectangular empty space without any weeds. Wanda swung the hammer and smashed the wall. The red brick wall collapsed, covering the empty space. Pow Pow was stunned for a moment, and a chill ran down his spine. If he had walked slower, he would have been swallowed by Baofu's ghost technique. Elephant swallowing. This was not a big deal, as Baofu could still spit out what he swallowed. The key point was that it was inevitable that there would be contact in his stomach, and if he was not careful, his soul would be eaten by Brother Baofu. It was like, inadvertently, he had walked through the gates of hell. Before Pow Pow could recover, Wanda suddenly looked in a certain direction. The man of destiny is coming. Pow Pow looked far away, but he didn't see anyone. All he could hear was the sounds of fighting in the flour mill. He knew that Wanda had excellent hearing, so he said without doubt, "Go!" The two ran in opposite directions, running towards the endless dark green fields in the distance. In the hotel room, Enro finally focused her sight, bent her calves, and rubbed her sore ankles. It had been exactly 15 minutes since the first group of players arrived at the flour mill. The people downstairs probably hadn't finished their portion of pickled fish. Enro smiled silently. Captain Lee's gentleman's agreement helped a lot. If there were any high-level players on the scene, she really wouldn't dare to play so big. As for what Pow Pow was worried about, how would it end if the incident got out of hand? Enro was not worried at all. At this point, Captain Lee would naturally cover for her. On the first floor, the governor only drank tea and didn't move his chopsticks. Tang Lang felt like he had a thorn on his buttocks, and he couldn't sit still. He just felt that Captain Lee's game was inexplicable. Only Captain Lee finished his pickled fish leisurely, and soaked a bowl of rice and fish soup. Nodding his head in approval, Chinese cuisine is indeed profound and extensive. Ministerly, the governor rarely spoke up, Is it worth sending so many members for a small mission? He was trying to test Captain Lee, so he would not fall into the trap. I think this question can be returned to the governor as it is. Calling so many subordinates for a small mission. Captain Lee smiled. At least our Oli branch does not have to pay for the travel expenses. Captain Lee also buried a trap in his words. The word subordinates fundamentally changed the relationship between the governor and the Yek players. The governor's eyes fell on the teacup, and he smiled faintly, without any rebuttal. If Lingbing City wants to form a guild, it will either have to fight with other small guilds in the sub-12th district, or survive in the cracks of other guilds. It will be difficult to grow. Since the governor has this plan, you might as well consider our Zhongsu. After saying this, the governor narrowed his eyes, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Tang Lang was shocked and his eyes widened. Captain Lee smiled and said, I am different from other branch directors. I am not exclusive. Whether it's President Tang or the governor, I will give you enough room for development. Minister Lee. Tang Lang raised his voice unconsciously. The governor sneered. I have come here as a wanderer. Occasionally spreading clues is just to help my former self. Minister Lee is overthinking. Besides, the frequency of tasks in Zhongsu town is so low that there is no second one in the 4 major camps. Just like today. That clue is a small task that you and I look down upon. This is obvious. Minister Lee's so-called development space is a bit exaggerated. Is it popular in your country to make big promises? Captain Lee didn't care when his sore spot was touched. He is no longer the same as before. He smiled and said, yes. Today's clue is just a small task. Everyone will share the reward, which is estimated to be less than 100 gold. But Governor, what if there is another task tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? And even every month in the future? Can you consider whether you can support the dozens of members under you? His words made both of them look serious. Captain Lee smiled even more. Zhongsu Town. Low-frequency mission area. From now on, these two words will no longer be equated. Minister Lee. Tang Lang was anxious. He didn't believe that the special NPC had long held clues. But even if it was nonsense, he couldn't tell outsiders. No matter what the consideration was, Captain Lee wanted to recruit another small guild into the town, which would undoubtedly squeeze Enlai's living space. He thought, impossible. Even if it is the high-frequency task area in Long Yan's hands, it is impossible for task clues to appear every day. Minister Lee, you are talking nonsense. Captain Lee pursed his lips and glanced at him coldly. Since the two met, Tang Lang has never been so presumptuous in front of him. The governor also came to his senses, put away his sharp eyes, and shook his head gently. Everything Captain Lee said was naturally impossible, because it is impossible for a high-frequency task area to burst out tasks every day. This is a fact. The reason why he shook his head was that he realized that he had intervened in the hidden conflict between Captain Lee and Tang Lang. With the existence of Enlai Guild, Zhongsu Town is not a suitable place for these wild guests to settle down. The governor said lightly, it's the same thing. Captain Lee, you think too much. When this small task is over, no matter whether the wild guests stay or leave, I will let them disperse and let the two of you. He paused. His eyes fell in front of him. His expression was frozen. Coincidentally, Captain Lee also received a team message. Herring, Minister. A. Level. It's an A. Level mission. A ghoul tide. Herring, many people have come. Minister. Please send the execution team to support. He also forwarded a mission detail. The number of ghouls 14/23. The ghoul level a highest. The governor's light screen showed similar news. A wild guest was requesting support. A total of 34 wild guests. More than half of them were dead or injured. The governor and Captain Lee looked at each other. Both of them could not hide the shock in their eyes. Only Tang Lang looked at this and that, completely confused about what was going on. Among the hundreds of guild players, there were about 20 people from his Enlai guild, but no one reported information to him. They were all busy killing ghouls to make money. The organization and discipline of the members of the small guild were not even as good as those of the wild guests when faced with such a situation. Captain Lee turned the light screen to visible mode, and Tang Lang was stunned when he saw it. Before entering the level, C level is a low-level task. B level is an ordinary task. And a level and above are what players commonly call high-level tasks. As for A level tasks and A level ghouls, any high-level player will be tempted. After all, Where do so many S-level and above tasks come from in the game? The number of tasks is like a pyramid, and the number will decrease sharply with each level. For most guilds, A-level tasks are a must-win. This is why Captain Lee is willing to share such important task information with Tang Lang. The moment before, he was still thinking about how to win over the governor to Zhongsu town and recruit him for his own use. Now, he is afraid that he will snatch the task away. It would be difficult for Captain Lee to defeat a golden wild guest without a perfect deployment. A subtle stalemate spread among the three people. Small tasks can be done by others, but big tasks are impossible. Not far away, shopkeeper Jean heard the voices suddenly become quiet, and he leaned forward to ask the three guests if they needed anything. But his head immediately retracted. The atmosphere is not right. Are they going to fight again? Oh my God. It has happened again and again. Can't we just finish this meal properly? Fortunately, after a while, he heard the governor speak. Minister Lee, do you intend to continue the confrontation? Once the ghoul tide is not controlled well, it will spread. When the S-level ghoul is brewed, you, Oli, and Ian Lai will probably suffer heavy losses. Captain Lee smiled and said, before that, the governor's men should be wiped out first. Right, the governor said indifferently. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by heaven. And all the wild guests have this awareness. The governor is really ruthless. They all came to Zhongsu at the governor's call. The governor remained calm, whether here or at the mission site. We have no advantage in numbers. In this case, I won't stop you, and you won't stop me. Whoever can kill the A-level ghoul and get the most mission rewards will do it based on their abilities. How about it? Tang Lang and Captain Lee looked at each other, and finally showed the confidence that a great player should have, and smiled. It's a deal. Deal? Just as the word deal floated in the air, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the store, and the person at the table was gone. Shopkeeper Jean was frightened again, muttering, good boy. The familiar footsteps sounded. He got out from behind the counter and walked quickly to the stairs. Boss, are you going out? And Ro raised her index finger, on which the car keys were dangling, one circle after another. She smiled and said, didn't the customers leave? I'm going out to do something. The twists and turns of the midday business finally came to an end, and shopkeeper Jin's heart was relieved, and he couldn't suppress his joy. Boss, I've calculated it all. He followed in Ro. The total income from this lunch is 73,215 gold. 6 times that of yesterday. Boss, as expected, predicts things like a god. And business is booming. Shopkeeper Jean was full of admiration. Before Enro took over, this store could hardly make a penny a day, and he never imagined that there would be a day when he could make tens of thousands of gold. Enro took the money and transferred him 20,000 operating funds, patting the back of his hand. This is nothing. There is another meal in the evening. Hurry up and clean up what needs to be cleaned up and replenish what needs to be replenished. At night? Will there be so many people coming to eat at night? The shopkeeper Jean was stunned and was stunned. Of course. And Rose smiled. Besides, they won't fight. The gold wild guest is indeed high in gold content. The governor and Tang Lang flew to the flour mill almost at the same time. Captain Lee desperately consumed his energy value and turned on the movement skill to the maximum. But he was still far behind the two. When Captain Lee arrived, the number of ghouls in the task details was only a pitiful 3. March 29th. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the two of them killed more than a dozen ghouls. It's a pity that he claimed that Zhongshu town was the territory of Oli. In the entire Zhongshu branch, there was not a single member whose level could compete with him. Captain Lee gritted his teeth secretly, and the hundreds of Oli members who were temporarily dispatched also arrived. Divide into 2 groups. One group will set up a blockade within a radius of 1 kilometer. All players entering and leaving will be checked. No ghoul can be spared. The other group will follow me in and make sure to find that A-level ghoul. Minister. A member shared a light screen and asked in confusion. It's an A-level mission. But there is no A-level ghoul? What? Captain Lee looked over and saw that the ghoul level in the mission details was C highest. He immediately called up his own light screen and saw the historical message sent by Herring. A-level. It clearly says A-level. Captain Lee's furious eyes swept over the confused members. Where's Herring? Find Herring for me. Just then, a man covered in blood shouted. Minister and staggered out of the ruins. It was Herring. After a moment, he was shocked. I swear I didn't change a word. It's a level. Many people have seen it. Minister. Chapter 69. And Ro walked into the farm and saw the toilet next to the pickle shed. On the left, it said men's toilet, and on the right, it said women's toilet. Bao Fu. A familiar terrified face appeared at his feet, and it seemed to be bigger than the pickle jar. And Ro knocked on its forehead. You stupid thing. You really brought the whole toilet back? Don't you think it's smelly when you eat shit? Bao Fu grumbled, expressing his dissatisfaction. Pow Pow came out from the back of the toilet, covered in blood, and spoke for Bao Fu. Boss, if it weren't for Brother Bao Fu swallowing the toilet, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a corpse left, with the toilet wall blocking them. Those players who used the resurrection card to go online did not have their souls devoured by contact with the sudden wealth, and almost all the players who died in the ghoul tide chose to revive in advance. Resurrecting online earlier and killing 2 more ghouls can not only earn more rewards, but also make up for the life points lost in death. What is the result of the battle? And Ro asked. Pow Pow was very excited. It's far beyond the plan. A total of 13 bodies were transported back, and almost all of them had died 2 or 3 times. When I soaked them in the pickle jar, 2 of them were unwilling to give up and resurrected early, because they saw my face. They fed the ghouls as you told them to do. Didn't they feed them completely? And Ro walked towards the pickle shed and asked. No. They only ate a little bit. And Ro's eyes swept over the pickle jars. If you ignore the toilet, the pickle shed looks the same as when I left last night. The only difference is that the pickle jars were empty last night, and now 11 of them are soaked with player corpses. This is what it feels like to have enough food at home. And Ro relaxed and closed her eyes. Countless invisible threads, like radio waves, appeared in the air, converging into sounds that entered her ears. So hungry. So hungry, hungry. So hungry, hungry, hungry. The voice of the rich man was deep and long, like the low background sound in the vast universe. Wangda and Zhangda spoke at a normal speed, sounding confident. As for the other 2, they were like a pair of chirping sparrows, full of impatience and desire. Without a doubt, this is the player that Pow Pow mentioned, who did not give up and resurrected early. Now, due to the damage to his soul, he has been divided into a ghoul, and has become the 3rd generation of her employees. Oh, counting the 1st generation, Wangda and Wang Er, it should be the 4th generation. And Ro turned sideways, opened her eyes, and her sight fell precisely on the 2 figures behind the pickled cabbage shed. The 2 new ghouls looked no different from Wangda, just like living people. They were just hiding their faces, and their eager eyes wandered from time to time on Pow Pow and Wangda. He is eager for Pow Pow, but afraid of Wangda. And Ro was a little surprised. Are they all Wang Da's cubs? Yes, they are all Wang Dachui's offspring. Pow Pow laughed. He had been in the wolf den for too long, and had worked closely with Wangda for 2 consecutive days. His fear of ghouls had subsided unconsciously. At this time, he saw 2 new ghouls looking over, and even took 2 steps towards Wangda. He acted as if he was holding Wang Da's thighs. What can you do to me? And Ro frowned. Didn't you say to feed Bao Bao a little too? Bao Fu has differentiated several ghouls in succession, and he must be in urgent need of replenishment. Pow Pow said aggrievedly, It's not that I don't give it to you. It's that Brother Bao Fu doesn't want to eat it. So I let Wang Dachui eat it. Don't eat it? Is there a time when ghouls don't eat souls? Enri squatted down and touched Bao Fu's forehead. Why don't you eat it? Bao Bao? Bao Fu made a slow and low gurgling sound. And this time, Enri didn't understand what it meant. If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Now there is surplus food at home. Bao Fu can eat meat anytime when he is hungry. And Ro put the matter aside and walked towards Pow Pow with a smile. Yo. Level 24. Almost reaching high bronze level. Congratulations. Although the person who killed the ghoul with his own hands gets the most experience, the nearby players can also get some experience. Pow Pow ran around in this mission again, and was not far from the strangled ghouls. And the accumulated experience he got was also very considerable. He scratched his head embarrassedly and suddenly pointed at Wangda. Wang Dachui has also been upgraded from C level to A level. Eat some more player souls, and you can evolve ghost arts when you reach this level. Really? And Ro can see through the attribute labels on the player's light screen and various props. But she can't tell the level of the ghoul. This is probably related to the fact that she is not a player and cannot activate the system notification. She stopped in front of Wang De and patted his handsome face. You did a good job this time. And you deserve to be upgraded. Keep up the good work in the future. The higher the level, the easier it is to hunt. Do you understand? Perhaps it was because of the upgrade. Wang De looked much calmer and more relaxed than before. Not tense all the time. And more like a living person. However, although Enro said this, she did not take Wang Da's upgrade too seriously. So what if he is an A-level ghoul? For a high-level ghoul, it is enough to have a rich man. And he is absolutely loyal. As for Wang De, this kind of ghoul who can hide in the crowd, and whose IQ will increase as his level increases is actually an unstable factor for Enro. A ghoul gives birth to a sinister and changeable human heart? There is nothing more terrifying than this. In the entire soul world. Enro is probably the only one who doesn't take the A-level ghoul seriously. With the flour mill as the center, a blockade was set up within a 1-kilometer radius to stop nearby players, who came after hearing the news. The mission is over. Everyone hurry up and leave. Then why are you blocking it? Does Ollie need to explain to you what he did? Get lost. The entire flour mill was almost razed to the ground, and black smoke filled the ruins. The players who participated in the mission were divided into 2 groups. The majority of them were members of the Oli and Enlai guilds, and the minority were the wild guests brought by the governor. On the broken bricks and tiles, players who had died and gone offline were constantly resurrected. They were confused about the current situation and walked towards their own camps with grumbling. The guild players formed a big circle, with Captain Li and Tang Lang in the middle. Everyone, check the historical messages. The mission details say that the ghoul level is A. Raise your hands. Only a few member players raised their hands, including Herring. Herring looked around and said, Minister, they are all the first group of people who came. Tang Lang also finished the check and nodded. Enlai too. That is to say, when the first group of members arrived, the A-level ghoul was still here. And when we arrived in the second group, it was gone. Captain Li frowned. It should be, Herring said. According to the rules of the game, it either left or died. So it didn't appear in the task details received by the second group of people. On the other side, the governor confirmed the same thing and shook his head, pondering. The highest level of the first batch of people is only silver, since it has already set off a wave of ghouls. As long as it is dealt with for a while, it is entirely possible that all players will be wiped out. It is impossible to escape. Governor, do you mean it was killed? A wild guest's eyes lit up with greed. Someone took the A-level ghoul reward for himself? He glanced at his companions, obviously suspecting that someone took it for himself. The others were immediately dissatisfied. Why are you looking at me? I've died twice. I'm going to eat alone. That's right. I was almost eaten by a ghoul. If I hadn't been cruel enough to myself and committed suicide in time, I wouldn't be qualified to go online now. Among us, you are the one with the highest level and the fastest runner. Right? You are the one who should eat alone. The governor's face darkened. Okay. Stop arguing. It is his habit to review the situation afterwards. Now the font of the entire mission details has turned gray, which means that no matter there are A-level ghouls or S-level ghouls, the flour mill mission has ended. Even if the wild guests quarreled, it would not change the fact that no one got the A-level ghoul reward. The most likely thing is that the A-level ghoul and the main reward of the entire mission are in the hands of a certain guild player. After all, they sent hundreds of people and had the home advantage. So it was not surprising that they ended up like this. Count how many people are missing and help collect the bodies, the governor said. Several disdainful expressions fell into his eyes, and he saw it clearly. Where is Daong? Someone asked. Another person said nonchalantly, I saw his neck was broken by the ghoul tentacles. He should be separated. Don't worry about it. Oh! The person who asked the question didn't have any emotional fluctuations. The governor's eyes became darker. Can he really gather these selfish wild guests together to form a guild? The governor's eyes moved and stopped at the guild players not far away. His weapon is special, and comes with a passive skill of misty sound. The conversation between Captain Li and the guild members came into his ears clearly. Minister, the scene has been searched, and no suspicious clues have been found. Where are the bodies? They have all been collected, and the cart will arrive soon, the person reporting said with a little sadness in his tone. Minister, only 21 bodies were found and 34 people are missing. The missing people either turned into ghouls, or had their souls completely devoured by ghouls. There is only one ending: losing the game qualification. Leader Lee was silent for a moment and said, Herring, compile the list and report it to the headquarters. Keep an eye on it. Tell me as soon as the headquarters gives them compensation for offline activities. Yes. Not far away. Tang Lang also gave his subordinates similar instructions. However, he is a small guild with no so-called headquarters. All income and expenditure come from the guild account. And the pocket of the guild is also his personal pocket in a sense. Establishing a union is not much different from starting a business in the real world. Once the framework is set up, countless mouths are waiting to eat. The governor suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He closed his eyes and sighed, and did not even notice the approaching footsteps. Governor, Captain Lee said with his signature elegant smile. I was doing this for work. I apologize. The governor opened his eyes and said calmly, Since it's work, Minister Lee doesn't need to apologize. Captain Lee shook his head. I'm not apologizing for snatching the mission, but for my previous inconsideration in inviting you to lead people to Zhongsu town. You don't need to apologize for that, the governor said. First, I didn't accept your invitation. And second, he paused, a wild guest is just a wild guest after all. You? Captain Lee could hear a hint of dejection in his tone. Herring trotted over. Minister. The mayor went to the guild hall in person and said he would see the minister soon. He lowered his voice. He was very angry about us eating at Yongin Hotel. Captain Lee felt a headache. No one in the whole of Oli could match his good relationship with the local NPC management. But what was the purpose? It was just to dig for food in the cracks of the stone, borrow the mayor's eyes and ears and influence, and not want to miss any clues of the mission that appeared in Zhongsu town. Now that we have Enro and Yongin Hotel, is it necessary to go to such trouble? Captain Lee didn't think clearly for a moment. Minister? Tell him I'll be back soon, Captain Lee said, no longer caring to chat with the governor about other trivial matters, and waved goodbye. But before leaving the scene, Herring caught up again. Minister, it's bad. The tone was much more flustered than when he mentioned the mayor just now. Herring directly shared the light screen. Someone told the story of Yongin Hotel. The screen stopped at the forum interface. What kind of magical shop is this? It has revealed clues for 2 consecutive days? Today is an A-level ghoul wave. Leader Lee's heart skipped a beat. Across the circular first-level safety zone, the central city. The middle building is 9 stories high and is the tallest building in Lingbing City. It is not only the office location of the NPC management of Lingbing City, but also the headquarters of the management of Lungyang Guild. Going through various guilds and taking away the office locations of the NPC management? Only Lungyang can do it. In the top floor office, the man with silver-rimmed glasses raised his eyes from the screen and turned to the person taking a nap on the sofa. He was also a young man, dressed in black and with short silver hair. Look carefully. There are thin lightning patterns shining between the dazzling silver hair. It turns out that the special address that almost failed to be sold is a restaurant in District 8. Chairman Lu smiled. Chuemo, are you interested in taking a look? Chuemo said nothing, did not move, and even his breathing seemed to disappear. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have been dead. Chapter 70. Soul Guiding Song has been released for 23 years, and now there are more than 10 million game players. This number may seem insignificant, but due to the game elimination mechanism, the number of people who have played the game has actually reached billions. It can be said that among adults, except for the elderly who really can't understand holographic equipment, almost all have played Soul Guiding Song. In the holographic era, it is a way for countless people to get rich. In the official game forum, it was afternoon, and the data in the upper right corner showed that the number of online users exceeded 5 million. A newly posted post was quickly pushed to the front row, and the number of replies increased exponentially. It broke through 100,000 in a short while. The poster took a nickname of Waiting for the Rabbit by the Tree, and the title of the post was very eye-catching. What kind of magical shop is this? It has revealed clues for 2 consecutive days? Today is the A-level Ghoul Tide. 1L, what? Ghoul Tide? Where is it? Is it over? For LTO 1L, you are overthinking it. The poster would yell here when the task is not over, wishing he could be choked to death. Poster, are you here to show off? 10L, can you guys grasp the main point? The main point is that there is a store that has revealed clues for 2 consecutive days. Okay. 31 LTO10L. The main point is of course the Ghoul Tide. Let's not talk about whether this store exists or not. Even if it does exist. What does it mean? Is it strange that two tasks are revealed in the same place? 42L. 31 is right. Continuous tasks in the same place within a short period of time are 99% related. This is common sense that everyone knows. If you don't kill all the enemies in Task A, Task B will be generated. After posting, the poster disappeared for 2 minutes. And the post was only a tiny hit. 2 minutes later, the poster appeared amid the envy or curses of the followers. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree poster. Oh, there are still people who don't believe it. Watch. The poster posted 2 task details. Task name, temporary worker in a hair salon. Task location, Sister Hong's hair salon in Wuyan Lane, Zhongsu Town. Ghoul level, C. Number of ghouls, 0/2. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, C. Mission name, Ghost of Abandoned Flour Mill. Mission location, Lin's Flour Mill in the southern suburbs of Zhongsu Town. Ghoul level, a highest. Number of ghouls, 0/23. Time limit, 1/1 day. Difficulty rating, A. 112L, damn. It's really an A level Ghoul Tide. 115L, I don't believe it. It's just typing. Who can't do it? You change 1 to 23. C to A. And you can do it with just a few clicks. Is it that difficult? 121L, don't believe it plus 1111111. Waiting for the rabbit poster, believe it or not. I am full this time and plan to take a break. Playing games is really tiring. I just don't have time to keep an eye on that store. It's a pity. Otherwise, who would be willing to tell you the code of wealth? 145L, which store is it? In Zhongsu Town? 157L, where is the person? He took off his pants and didn't poop. And ran away again? Sit tight and wait poster, okay. Since you are so sincere, I will give you a clue. It is the store you scolded yesterday. 161L, scold? Sour fish? 164L, the expensive sour fish? 172L, the case is solved. Some guilds also open stores to do business. The black store is opened by the poster. They want to trick people into going there and get ripped off. Dismiss. Sit tight and wait poster, TSK. I just want to say that I have nothing to do with that store. If I really want to make a connection, I just ate a few meals there. You don't even need to think about it. What does it mean that something is wrong when things are not normal? Is there any restaurant in the Soul Calling song that has such outrageous prices? They also offer discounts specifically for players, which is obviously arranged by the game. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree poster. Have you heard of special addresses and special NPCs? Forget it. You won't know even if I tell you. Believe it or not. 216L, keep writing. Keep writing. 231L, the poster can't write anymore and ran away. Funny. 233L, wait. The mission details look familiar to me. I'll go check it out. 247L, I'm back. Oh my god. The mission details seem to be true. The hair salon in Zhongsu Town. Yesterday, a hapless guy posted a post on Lost One asking for help. And a ghoul admitted to stealing corpses and mentioned the hair salon. 263L, what do you mean? The hair salon mission only involves 2 ghouls. What does it have to do with the poster? Damn. The poster is a corpse thief? 289L, where is the poster? Why hasn't he come out to explain? 291L, what else is there to explain? If a corpse thief dares to admit that he stole corpses, everyone in the forum will spit at him and drown him. 308 LTO 247L, even if the hair salon mission is true, it doesn't mean that what the poster said is true. Right? Unless the Ghoul Tide is also true. 311L, the Ghoul Tide is true. Zhongsu Town Flour Mill. I just came out of the mission. Many people from our Yika and Oli Inlai guilds died. The governor is here too. I wonder if he visits the forum. 326 LTO 311L? 330 LTO 311L? 338 LTO 311L? Golden Wild guest governor? From then on, the popularity of the post suddenly increased, and the number of replies soared. 1039L, brothers. The poster probably doesn't dare to come back. Anyway, there's only one transfer ticket left. I'll go and scout the way for the brothers. 1276L, I'll go too. I said Jiangsu Town is not simple. Have you forgotten the incident of Qi Qian Yiming losing the blue weapon some time ago? It is said that he was completely offline in Jiangsu Town. 1298L. There is also the T-21 mission. Isn't it just outside the city wall of Jiangsu Town? It is because Jiangsu Town has no city gates that I almost can't associate it. 2376L. I still don't believe it. A restaurant that can frequently reveal mission clues? I have been playing Soul Calling Song for 5 years and have never heard of it. I am cold. Unless the governor comes out to testify. The flour mill. The guild players have evacuated one after another, and the remaining 10 or so wild guests are searching in the ruins, fearing that they have missed a gold coin. A wild guest walked up to the governor and shared the light screen. Governor. Look! A cluster of flame suddenly ignited in the depths of the governor's eyes. Special address? Special NPC? Oli. Inlight Guild. The contrast in attitude of the leaderly before and after. Because of this post, he suddenly figured it out. So that's it. Special address? Special NPC. If he really had a guild, he certainly wouldn't want people to know about such a crucial existence. If it was true, the guild could constantly obtain task clues and task rewards from it, which would undoubtedly be a powerful tool for the guild to grow and develop. If it was false, so what? It would just be a waste of time and energy to verify it. However, after a while, the flame dimmed. The premise was that he wanted to establish a guild. In a fiercely competitive game, how easy is it to establish a guild? Even if the Yek under his command were not a group of scattered sand, how could a few dozen people compete with the Oli Guild? Even the Inlight Guild had more than 1,000 members. The identity of Yek was like a solidified class. Once a Yek, you are a Yek until you are completely offline. Governor? The Yek had known the governor for a long time and knew his ambitions to some extent. If this information can be used properly, your reputation among Yek will definitely rise to a higher level. You can call for... Forget it. The governor shook his head slightly, called up his own light screen, and actually dismissed the temporary team that he had worked so hard to build. The wild guest saw the team disbandment notice and said in surprise, Governor, you... Before he finished speaking, another notification popped up on the light screen. Player Governor invites you to join a long-term team. The governor smiled and said, It's time to wake up from this dream. If you don't mind, the two of us can team up to do the task and be promoted to Super God as soon as possible. Wild guest, just the two of us? Governor, just the two of us. Yiku was excited. How could I dislike it? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. The Governor General is running around just to collect mission clues and send them to others, which is purely delaying his own upgrade. But in the end, when those people really encountered high-level missions, they were still busy making money for themselves? The governor's eyes dimmed again, and he opened the forum interface and clicked on the post. 4095L. I am the Governor General. I can't guarantee whether what the poster said is true, but I can guarantee that the A-level ghoul tied in the Zhongshu Town flour mill is real. The initial clue to the mission did come from the Yondon Hotel. Brothers, there will be no more governor in the Soul Realm. See you in the Jianhu. After posting this reply, he turned off the light screen, looked inward at the prop bar, and asked, Do you have a name change card? Yiku was still staring at the reply in a daze. He reacted for a few seconds before nodding, Yes. 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 After a while, Governor disappeared, and his game ID became Starry Night. It's time to return to the essence of the game and rush to become a legend. The governor's reply was like nuclear material, thrown into the forum reactor, instantly setting the entire forum ablaze. The forum forced anonymity, and the governor did not prove his identity. So naturally many people did not believe it. And even more people were skeptical. Only a few who had experienced this mission believed it. For example, Captain Lee. He and Herring stood at the intersection near the town, their brows twisted into knots. After the auction was successful, Captain Lee subconsciously made a plan to spread the news that Yong'an Hotel could dig up clues. This will certainly intensify competition among players, but it can also attract players to Jiangsu Town. Players have their own luck, and the denser the population, the easier it is to generate tasks. This is common sense that many people know. On the other hand, Jiangsu Town, which was judged as a low-frequency task area in the past few years, has entered a vicious cycle. The lower the popularity of players, the fewer tasks will be generated. And the fewer tasks, the lower the popularity of players. Even members of their own branch need to leave Zhongsu territory and go to other places to find tasks. He hoped to use Yondan Hotel to guide Zhongshu Town to a positive cycle. But the premise is that Yondan Hotel only gives out small tasks. If every time it is an A-level task like today, he can't give it to others no matter what. So he withdrew his invitation to the governor, and even thought of kicking Eli Guild out. But someone posted in the forum, directly pointing out that Yondan Hotel is a special address. The governor even posted a comment to testify. What on earth is he thinking? Herring rarely saw the minister with such a gloomy expression, and he didn't dare to speak for a while, until he received a message. Herring cried out, "Minister, lost ones. There are several lost ones among our missing people." "Captain Lee, what do you mean?" "This is sent from the headquarters." Herring shared the light screen. 5 people in our branch went to the headquarters for help offline. After dying in the flour mill, they used the resurrection card several times, but failed to go online. No. They died again immediately after resurrection. You mean? Among the 34 people who are missing, 5 of them are not disqualified. And their bodies were stolen. Lee Duk was puzzled. In the A-level ghoul tide, there are still people who are distracted to steal bodies? Strangling ghouls can earn rewards and increase experience and level. Isn't it more important than stealing bodies? Let's go back and take a look. It must be those wild guests. The two used the movement skills and quickly rushed back to the flour mill. In the ruins filled with black smoke, there was no figure of the governor. There was only a wild guest, who was stubbornly searching for the missing gold coins. Captain Lee flashed, grabbed the wild guest by the collar, and lifted him up easily. "Tell me, is there a corpse thief in your team?" The wild guest glared at him, and after recognizing that he was the director of the Oli branch, he put on a smile. "Corpse thief? No. The governor strictly forbids us to do such dirty work." But Captain Lee didn't believe him, and with a thought, he raised his weapon, which was a reflective dark iron claw covering the entire back of his hand and 5 fingers. The tip of the iron claw was extremely sharp, and it immediately poked 5 holes in the wild guest's neck. Tell the truth, he did not miss the guilty look in Yika's eyes. Under the threat of death, Yika gritted his teeth and said, "Dawn is dark. I advise you to think clearly. I am the governor's man." "Governor?" At this point, the governor will not care about Yika's affairs anymore. Leader Lee smiled coldly, pulled hard with 5 fingers, and the iron claws tore Yika's throat directly. The other party's eyes were wide open. His face was full of anger, and he died with his eyes wide open. I guess he knew that the level gap was too big, so he didn't dare to revive easily. Take him back and hang him up. If he doesn't explain within a day, kill him until he is completely offline. Yes. Herring had never seen his minister get so angry before, and said tremblingly, "Minister, I have a new discovery. The corpse stealer should not be him." Herring shared the light screen, stopped at a certain floor of the hot post, and switched to the law section. The poster of this hot post, waiting for the rabbit, and the reply to this help post, "Ghoul," should be the same person. The corpse stealer. He should have completed the task of the hair salon yesterday. And he also stole the bodies of other players. Looking at the hot posts, he also participated in the flour mill task. And another body was stolen. I think it must be him. Herring is not a high level, but his brain is very active. He continued to analyze. "Minister, look at the task details he sent. The highest level of ghouls is also A, which means he was the first to arrive. It is very likely that he also killed the A-level ghoul. After getting the reward for the A-level ghoul, he looked down on the reward for the C-level ghoul. So he just stole the body." Herring was very patient in his words, but his tone was getting more and more angry. In the same mission, no matter which camp they were in, they were all teammates to some extent. And this kind of heinous corpse thief, who killed the ghouls and then started killing teammates, was simply outrageous to both humans and gods. "Boss, I see a lot of people say they want to come to the restaurant. It seems we won't have to worry about business tonight. Run to exit the post, and change the nickname from Waiting for the Rabbit by the Tree to FA. Retire after success. Perfect invisibility." And Ro asked with a smile, "Which business are you referring to? Selling pickled fish? Or 1 fish in 3 ways? 1 fish in 3 ways? What is that?" "And Ro, 1 way. Kill players and pick up money. 2 ways. Drain the family's assets and feed the souls to the employees under you. 3 ways. Turn the players into ghouls to work for us. Pow Pow said with sparkling eyes. In fact, there is a 4th way. After working, you can transform wildly, explode gold coins, increase experience and earn system rewards. And Rose smiled but said nothing. Experience level and so on. That's your business as a player. I'm just a small NPC, and I don't have the privilege to enjoy it. Pow Pow admired. Boss, you have studied the ingredients of players, and the utilization rate is 100%. Seems to have forgotten that he is also a player. Of course, in Pepeo's eyes, the boss is also a player. And a top player. Princess Banwe. No wonder she ranks 2nd on the destiny list. Others still earn hard-earned money with swords and guns. But the boss has used his IQ to fool everyone. Pow Pow nodded as he pondered. Boss, you are so good at naming. It just so happens that our business model has no name. So let's call it One Fish. 3 ways to eat. Are you going to eat fish tonight? Having tasted the sweetness, he was eager to try. And Rose shook his head. Before you decide, you have to answer me a question. How did you know about the special address where the task clues appear frequently? Looking at the forum replies, it can be said that no one knows the existence of special addresses and special NPCs. The post is so popular, there must be many high-level players among the replies. Even high-level players don't know. So how did Pow Pow, a small bronze player, know about it? Pow Pow really didn't tell you something. He put away his smile and scratched his head with one hand. A typical guilty gesture. Boss, can I not tell you? Don't worry. I guarantee with my character that this matter will not cause any harm to you and the hotel farm. It will only have a positive impact. Boss, just look at the hotel business tonight and you will know. And Ro didn't believe the character guarantee of an adult. However, Pow Pow, who was only 18 years old, was no different from a teenager after getting to know him. He had a sincere heart. In the past, he would answer all questions without hiding anything. Although he concealed something this time, he admitted it openly. And Ro thought for a moment and smiled. I believe you. However, the frequency of eating fish cannot be too high, so as not to attract too much attention. We will tentatively decide to do 1 order every 1 to 2 days, not to mention the far-flung ones. The players in the 11 towns in the 8th district alone are enough to support the business of Yan'an restaurant. And tens of thousands of players are enough for Enro to feed her for a long time. Now the whole forum knows about it. And the popularity has far exceeded Enro's expectations. She was afraid of attracting too many high-level players that even Captain Lee couldn't handle. But there was no other way. The forum was the fastest way to hype up the restaurant's reputation. The bodies of ordinary players couldn't last for a few days. And she couldn't wait. Doing a single fish business every 1 or 2 days could not only suppress the popularity, but also replenish the players' bodies in time. The frequency was just right. Oh, Pow Pow was a little disappointed, but still followed the boss's arrangement. Then boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go offline first. Wait. And Ro called him and lowered her head. Bao Bao. The giant mouth of Bao Fu opened, and a pile of gold coins spit out from the black hole. They were all the money leaked by the players who died in its stomach. And some props were mixed in. And Ro didn't care about the props. And put all the gold coins into the account. This is the reward from the flour mill mission. Plus the one I got from Zixahaha. The total is less than 130,000 gold. So let's count it as 130,000. 5% is 6,500 gold. And then, there are still corpses. And if there is money leaked later, I will give you dividends. And Ro held Pepeo's hand and transferred the money. The restaurant is a downstream industry of the farm. It's too troublesome to settle it on a daily basis. Let's settle it on a monthly basis. If the business is good, it will be more, no less. Don't worry. It's so much money in less than 2 days. Why should I worry? Pow Pow was very happy. The remaining 11 corpses still have a chance to be resurrected. And the money leaked out will not be small. In addition to the restaurant business brought by this order of eating fish, the money that Pow Pow can actually get is doubled on the basis of 6,500 gold, which is not a problem at all. He looked at the remaining props on the ground. Boss, we have accumulated a lot of props. Should we sell them in the pawn shop? And Rose shook her head. There are many people in the pawn shop. And there may be players who recognize a certain prop. It's too dangerous. I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. I'll talk about it later. Besides, we can eat 3 fish in the future. Maybe there will be something useful in it. Yeah. Boss. What you said makes sense. The chicken pecking at rice suddenly paused. A light screen notification popped up in front of him, which was a rare world announcement. Only official. Wanted order number 4789. Player's ID, Lucio. Balpi. Lindsay. Suspected of hiding the bodies of our members. The reward for providing effective clues is 50,000 gold. And the reward for catching them is 100,000 gold. Validity period, permanent. Pow Pow stared blankly, unable to react for a moment. And Ro was a little surprised. Didn't you say that these 3 were corpse retrievers? How did they become corpse thieves? Besides, all 3 of them have completely gone offline. After Pow Pow and Wang Da's sneak attack, they deliberately diverted the attention of many players, giving the 3 people enough time to transform wildly. At this time, they had already been strangled as mutant ghouls. I don't know, Pow Pow said. It's a bit pitiful that a good corpse collector was labeled as a corpse thief. Fortunately, they have all lost their game qualifications. No matter how high the wanted reward is, it has nothing to do with real life. Thinking of this, Pow Pow suddenly asked, Boss, why are you so good to Haha? You can make a lot of money from an auction. The boss has never been so generous to other players. And Rose smiled softly. He is the first one who came here specially to eat pickled fish. So of course, he should be treated specially. At the Oli Hall in Zhongshu Town. When Captain Lee came back, the mayor had already left. After waiting for a long time, no one came. As the god of Zhongshu Town, he couldn't stand this kind of anger. Captain Lee didn't bother to look for him, and paced in his room, and finally waited for Herring. Minister, the wanted order has been issued. But, Herring hesitated. He contacted the bidder through the headquarters, and the headquarters contacted the bidder through the auction website. The identity of the bidder was kept secret. After analysis by Captain Lee and Herring, they believed that he was either a corpse thief or a lost person who posted a message on the forum asking for help. As it turned out, it was the latter. The other party truthfully informed the 3 game IDs who helped retrieve the body, but made it clear that they were corpse retrievers, not corpse thieves. But coincidentally, among the members of Oli who participated in the flour mill mission, someone happened to hear a wild guest calling his companion Lu Gu. Lu Jiao. Lu Gu. The 3 people participated in the flour mill mission and were wild guests, so they were naturally the most suspicious. Besides, many people know that corpse retrievers, who often walk by the river, are most likely to steal corpses. Admittedly, after a whole set of reasoning, there are not enough clues, and there are still many contradictions. But Captain Lee can do nothing. A hopeless bounty order is a psychological comfort to the 5 members who have lost their qualifications, and it is also for the other active members to see. No matter what happens, the guild stands behind them. As a guild manager, I can't concentrate on completing tasks and upgrading levels like he could. There are always many headaches. Captain Lee looked at Herring. You understand, right? Although Herring is not of high rank, he is the most active and capable of seeing the big picture among his subordinates, and is the most suitable to be promoted to the management level. Herring hesitated for a while and nodded. I understand. Minister, where is the mayor? Before Captain Lee could answer, another member rushed in. It's bad. Minister, the security guards have surrounded the Yong'an Hotel. Chapter 71. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the business of restaurants was the slowest. But the Yong'an Hotel was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. The 3 layers outside were the waiters of nearby stores, and passers-by who happened to pass by and stayed to watch. The 3 layers inside were rows of security guards, all wearing blue uniforms and long leather boots. Judging from the number, I'm afraid that half of the security guards in the town have been dispatched. They were ready for battle. Some security guards were scattered around the hotel, with windows closed inside and seals posted outside to block people's eyes from watching the excitement. But it did not dampen their interest in watching the fun. The decline of Fuxiang Restaurant in recent years is undoubtedly a good thing for the surrounding restaurants. First, no one is competing for business. And second, the customers passing by are scared away by the prices of Fuxiang Restaurant and turn around and go into other restaurants. Comparing goods is a waste of money. Thanks to the comparison of peers, the business of nearby restaurants has improved a lot. But since Fuxiang changed its name to Yong'an Restaurant, in just 2 days, The business has been booming. How can people not be jealous? Even though Yondon sells pickled fish for 300 to 500 gold per serving and attracts the business of the Destiny people, there is not much overlap in customer flow with these restaurants. However, making money is something that makes people jealous. Not to mention these NPCs, who are greedy for money. Although they don't know what Yondon has done wrong. Almost everyone wants the mayor to force Yondon to close down. They are happy to hear it, gloat over it, and almost applaud. In the restaurant, the mess left by the guests at noon has been cleaned up and tidy. Hung Batong sat on a chair with a big belly, looking down at the two people kneeling in front of him. The store manager Jean, and Lao Huang, who was in charge of purchasing. The latter was even Hung Batong's cousin. Jean, have you thought it through? Can you tell the truth? Hung Batong looked dignified. He had just asked Jean a question. How much money did Yong'an Hotel make in the past 2 days since its opening? Somehow, Jean hesitated and couldn't answer for a long time. Jean was stuck in the answer set by Enro. Employee Code of Conduct. The first rule is that the interests of boss, Andrew, must not be harmed. The content appeared in his mind word by word. Will answering the mayor's question harm the interests of the boss? Manager Jean couldn't tell, so he could only pretend that it wouldn't. But there is also a second rule, which is to notify the boss immediately if something happens that is related to the boss. This question is obviously related to the boss, and the restaurant is about to be closed, so it is of course a big deal. The problem is that with so many security guards surrounding the restaurant, not even a fly can fly out. Shopkeeper Jean was so anxious that he was almost sweating. The thought of I have to find a way to notify the boss quickly occupied his mind, and he didn't care to answer Hung Batong's question at all. Hung Batong couldn't suppress the anger that had accumulated for a whole day, and smashed a teacup. You say? He pointed at his cousin. Old Huang shrank back in fear and said bitterly, Mr. Mayor, Shopkeeper Jean is the accountant and the money collector. I don't know. Hung Batong picked up another cup, took a deep breath, and held it in. Okay, then I'll ask you a question, you know, Hung Batong said. What are the vegetable and meat shops that supply Yong'an? Like manager Jean, Lao Huang subconsciously went through the employee code of conduct. But the result was that he couldn't make a judgment. Hung Batong seemed to be asking just an ordinary question. With his brain, he couldn't figure out the deep meaning behind the question. Lao Huang swallowed his saliva and answered, vegetables are from the Liang family. Poultry meat is from the Li family. Hung Batong turned his head to the soldiers behind him. Remember, call all these bosses over. Just after he finished speaking, Old Huang changed his tone. But, sir, these things are now supplied by the boss's own farm. Hung Batong was stunned. Own farm? Yes. Yong'an farm in the eastern suburbs. That broken farm was just repaired a few days ago. Even if it can grow vegetables, how can it grow so quickly? Hung Batong was incredulous. Then I don't know either, Old Huang said. The boss asked us to purchase a large batch of vegetables from seeds to vegetables, from chickens and ducks to fat fish, and sent them all to the farm. The day before yesterday? Wouldn't the unearthed vegetables go bad after 2 days? Nonsense. Old Huang kowtowed repeatedly. Master, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, go to the kitchen and take a look. The greens and cabbages are all juicy, and there is still mud on the roots. Hung Batong asked someone to bring the vegetables over. As Old Huang said, they were all as fresh as they had just been unearthed, and they even looked better than the ones he bought himself. He was shocked for a while, and couldn't figure it out. More than 10 years ago, there was a big ghost outbreak in the eastern suburbs, and many farmers nearby died. After that, nothing could be grown in that piece of land anymore. There are rumors that it is because the soil is soaked with the blood of ghouls and has corpse poison. Now, a large area, including part of the land under his name, is all barren. How did Enro grow? And she grew so well? However, now is not the time to explore this matter. Hung Batong threw the good cabbage on the ground and said angrily, where is the rice and flour? The rice and flour are not produced by ourselves. Right? Lao Huang whispered. The rice and flour are from the Lin family grain store. Before he finished speaking, Hung Batong said to the soldiers, call Boss Lin. Hung Batong paced in the store. When he walked away, Manager Jean pushed Lao Huang. You? Lao Huang was puzzled. Does what I said bother you? How can it not bother you? The mayor wants to cut off the hotel's supply. Manager Jean was disappointed. You have a pig brain. Lao Huang panicked immediately. Compared with the mayor, he was inexplicably more afraid of his boss. After a while, 2 cars arrived at Yong'an Hotel almost at the same time. One was clean and shiny, and the other was gray and covered with a lot of dust, as if it had rolled over the dirt all the way. But the people who got off the 2 cars were exactly the opposite of the cars. Boss Lin was hunched over, like a gray old man, and Ro was wearing a cheongsam and high heels, with gorgeous makeup. Bright and beautiful. Boss Lin's car was in the front, and he didn't notice the back, but he heard a crisp and moving greeting in his ears. Boss Lin. What a coincidence. The moment he turned around, he staggered back, and his legs were not smooth, and he almost fell. Fortunately, the soldier helped him in time. Boss Lin, the mayor is waiting for you inside, the soldier said. Oh, okay. Boss Lin turned around and followed the soldier into the store. The sound of high heels following him made him dare not look back. Hung Ba Tong saw him first and said, Boss Lin, from now on, all the grain stores you own will stop supplying to Yong'an Hotel. Understand? Hung Ba Tong is the king of Dongsu Town. If you want to do business in the town, you must listen to him. Boss Lin was about to agree, but Enro laughed behind him and said, Mr. Mayor, why are you ruining my business for no reason? Boss Lin's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but look back. The surrounding scenes flew back, as if returning to the day when his beloved daughter died tragically. And Rose smoked a blood-stained cigarette and said, Qi Qian Yi Ming must help me vent my anger. His feet softened, and he almost fell again. This time, it was Enro who supported him. Boss Lin, are you feeling unwell? Be careful. And Rose smiled and waved to the side. Manager Jean, bring me a life potion. Manager Jean knelt inside, and looked at Hung Ba Tong after hearing the words, but did not dare to move. What a coward. And Rose sighed. Ah Hu. Go. Ah Hu is a big guy with a slow brain. He used to be a thug in the restaurant, but now he has become a good man. He is the one who listens to Enro the most among the waiters. He ignored the threatening eyes of the soldiers, and took a life potion from behind the counter. Enro, you really only take one when I tell you to? You should take at least 3 or 5. Boss Lin is so weak. If he doesn't take good care of himself, how can he live a long life and take good care of his family? She stuffed the life potion into Boss Lin's hand and smiled again. Right. Boss Lin? Boss Lin was shaking all over, but he didn't have any strength in his body, and he didn't dare to break away from Enro's hand. Enough. Hung Batong's face was gloomy. Enro, I came to Yong'an Hotel today to do business. Boss Lin, from now on, you are not allowed to supply goods to Yong'an. I came to you for this matter. Just leave when you hear it. However, Boss Lin did not leave. He whispered, Town Mayor, we are all doing business. Why should we hurt the harmony? What did you say? Hung Batong never expected that he would dare to go against his will, and his eyes were wide open. Boss Lin fell silent, being frightened by Enro and facing the wrath of the mayor of a town. It was not easy for him to say a word of disobedience with his cowardly personality. However, since he came to her, Enro would certainly not let him go easily. Enro was a vengeful person. But one thing is one thing. The matter of the 2 beautiful sisters has been turned over because of Mei Qian's death, and it is not her character to keep going on and on. She didn't want to embarrass Boss Lin. On the contrary, she wanted to give him a fortune. And Rose smiled and glanced at Hung Ba Tong. We are all businessmen who get up early and work late to make a living. It's hard for Boss Lin to understand. Boss Lin is here. Let's talk about the supply order for Yong'an here. Enro. Boss. Boss Lin was embarrassed and glanced at Hung Ba Tong. Can't we supply according to the previous order? That's not enough. And Rose said with a headache. There are more than 100 people who patronize Yong'an at noon today. Such a big rice jar is gone in the blink of an eye. How about this? The supply volume will double in the future. And whenever Boss Lin gets new rice, Yong'an will be given priority. I won't take advantage of Boss Lin. How about raising the supply price by 20% on the basis of the market price? When it comes to business, the money-grubbing attribute of the NPC is highlighted. 2. 20%? Boss Lin's dark eyes lit up. That's right. 20%. Let's make money together. And Rose smiled. On the other hand, if the destined people of the gang such as Oli Eli can't eat the food in my restaurant, I'm afraid it will be a big trouble. Boss Lin swallowed his saliva. Gang. Gang? During this period of time, he was absent-minded except for seeking justice for his daughter. He didn't even know that the steamed buns near his home had reopened, and the hair salon had changed hands. Not to mention that the gang had visited Yong'an Hotel on a large scale for 2 consecutive days. But this hotel, originally Fuxiang Restaurant, was once one of the properties under the mayor. Boss Lin was very clear about this. His flashing eyes turned around Hung Batong and Enro twice. They were all experienced people who had been in the business for many years, and they soon understood why such a big battle was in front of them. No wonder Enro had the guts to go against the mayor. It turns out that she has the support of the gang. Boss Lin was not surprised at all. After all, Qiqian Yiming, one of the top 100 masters on the destiny list, could become Enro's backer. And Qiqian Yiming is a figure from another branch of the Oli gang. Hung Batong was almost fainted from anger. These two people really don't take him. The mayor? Seriously? Lin Xiao. He couldn't help but shout, calling Boss Lin's name. Enro was a little surprised. It turns out that Boss Lin has a full name. In the NPC identity information she could see, Boss Lin was just Boss Lin. It seems that the design of NPCs in this game is more detailed and complicated than it appears on the surface. In other words, Sister Hong and Sister Qiao also have unknown real names? Enro's thoughts wandered a little, but it did not affect her from extending her hand to Boss Lin. Boss Lin. Deal? Boss Lin gritted his teeth, stopped looking at Hung Batong's face, and held Enro's hand. Deal. The mayor has power, but the gang has force. If we really have to compete, it's hard to say who is superior. But in the end, in this era of rampant ghouls, losing a mayor won't cause much trouble. But without the chosen one, no one will survive. Rebellion? Rebellion? You are going to rebel. Hung Batong went completely berserk. His face flushed and his neck thick. Fire. Gun squad. Call my fire. Gun squad. Chapter 72. On the way back to the hotel, Enro didn't know that Hung Batong would do this. After Pao Pao logged off, she wanted to personally train 2 new employees, but she was worried about the hot posts on the forum. So she planned to go back to the store to see how many customers she could attract. Unexpectedly, the restaurant was almost closed. Hung Batong gave an order, and the black-clad soldier behind him hesitated. Mayor, what are you waiting for? Go! Hung Batong slapped him in the face. The black-clad soldier hurried out. Enro glanced outside the door and saw that he had not gone far. So she had a bad feeling. There were also soldiers in black uniforms outside, who were clearly distinguished from the security guards. They were kept at home by Hung Batong. Among those people, some carried muskets with them. Boss Lin, you go first. Enro's voice turned cold. Boss Lin was already frightened. Then Bossin. No one is allowed to leave. Hung Batong shouted. Enro was too lazy to pay attention to him, and once again said to Boss Lin, the mayor is here for me. It has nothing to do with you. Leave now while you can. Boss Lin limped away in a hurry. The people outside didn't know what happened inside, and no one dared to stop him. So he luckily got back to the car and ran away. At this time, 2 black-clad soldiers strode in, pointing their guns at Enro. Since the day she entered the game, Enro had tasted the feeling of being oppressed by NPCs, but she really didn't expect that NPCs would put her life in danger. Fire. Guns, in Enro's cognition, might be more appropriate to call them fire guns, which belonged to the ancient style of hundreds of years ago. But even so, it is probably the most lethal weapon that NPCs can use in the entire Soul world. Now, 2 such firearms are aimed at her, and she is not a player, has no movement skills, and even wears a pair of 7 to 8 centimeters high heels. There is a 7 soul sword in her sleeve, which she took back from Pao Pao, but she has no energy value, and no matter how high the damage of the 7 soul sword is, the length of a palm is not enough for her to achieve a counterattack. Pao Pao has been offline to rest, and the ghouls, like Fu Fu and Wangda, are also far away in the farm more than 10 kilometers away. Enro can't count on them. Enro had her usual smile on her lips, but it was getting colder and colder. Are you afraid? Of course she is afraid. She is not an NPC made up of data. In her body is a real soul. If she dies here, she may really die. But, compromise? No. There is this word in Enro's dictionary, but the word compromise is definitely not used here. She gave up her life of being content with a small fortune and chose to take risks in business. Eat fish. Business. In order to no longer have to look at anyone's face. Even if it's a super top player like Chu Mo. Not to mention Hung Ba Tong. A mere NPC. The air stagnated. And the people around even stopped breathing. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the two firearms and the young boss 2 meters away from the muzzle. Hung Ba Tong was furious. And seeing this, he snorted heavily, "Enro, you are finally going to die." He was halfway through his words. And Enro suddenly took a step forward. Hung Ba Tong was startled. The two armed soldiers were even more surprised and took a step back unconsciously. Their hands holding the guns began to tremble. It was a very slight tremor. But Enro caught it. Enro's smile deepened and she took another step forward. The soldiers did not retreat. And one of them stammered, You, don't come over." For a moment, it seemed that who was threatening whom was reversed. She was right. These NPCs lived in the protective wall created by the players. Which was really too peaceful. If there are no ghouls, they can live their own lives. If there are ghouls, they can just run away no matter what. Because there will be a destiny to deal with them. But she has survived many missions, and even killed a few people with her own hands. Suddenly, a cold breath burst out from Enro. Murderous aura. Even Hung Ba Tong, who finally reacted and found his tongue, couldn't help but swallow the harsh words back into his stomach. With a click, the gun fell to the ground, and a metal part fell out and rolled to Enro's feet. She picked it up, looked at it carefully, and suddenly smiled at another soldier. "You want to kill me with this scrap metal?" No, I don't want to kill you." NPC doesn't lie. He said no. Of course he didn't. Shut up. Useless. Hung Ba Tong has seen a lot of things. He rushed over, snatched the musket from the soldier, and pointed it at Enro. "They don't dare." "But I do." Similarly, when Hung Ba Tong said he dared, he really dared. NPCs will also take human lives lightly. Enro narrowed her eyes at him, grasped the barrel of the gun, and moved it to her forehead. This reckless move sealed Hung Ba Tong's anger with a layer of ice. He had been dominating Zhongsu town for half his life, and he had never seen such a fearless person. Even the powerful Destiny was afraid of death. Hung Ba Tong took a step back involuntarily, and the gun almost slipped out of his hand. And Rose suddenly reached out with her other hand and held his gun hand. "Hold it steady. If the shot doesn't kill me, but accidentally hurt someone else, that would be bad. Right?" And Rose said. "According to the law of Lingbing City, if you accidentally kill someone, you will be sentenced to 10 years in prison." What did you say?" And Rose showed a hint of surprise. "The mayor doesn't understand the law of Lingbing City? I thought Miss Hung took the law so seriously because she learned it from you." The mayor. "It's okay to kill me. But if you kill someone else, oh yes. The mayor has enough reason to kill me. Right?" Hung Ba Tong didn't have it. What he did have was just a heart full of jealousy and greed. He was really mad at Enro and Boss Lin. Enro asked herself that since she had contacted Hung Ba Tong, she had not offended him, but spent nearly 3 times the market price to buy a bad asset. NPCs have their own logic. So she decisively chose to use magic to defeat magic. The law of Lingbing City is the best magic for NPCs. But the anger blocked Hung Ba Tong's chest. So he didn't let go. Putting down the gun is equivalent to losing his face as the head of a town. One side is red-faced and thick-necked, and the other side is as calm as a mountain. In terms of aura, Enro will definitely win. Shopkeeper Jean, Old Huang, the waiter, and the soldiers who witnessed this scene, secretly worried for the young boss. And at the same time, they felt a sense of inexplicable admiration and awe. Hung Ba Tong's murderous intention had been scared away. And in order to save face, he needed a way out. Enro refused to give it to him. This kind of stubborn and difficult person must be beaten so hard that he can't even raise his head when he meets him head-on for the first time. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. However, someone gave it to him. Mayor. The sound was a distance away, but Captain Lee had already used his mobile skills to pass over the heads of the many security guards outside the door and rushed into the restaurant. Before he could stand firm, he quickly shook his arm and snatched Hung Ba Tong's gun. Now it was good. It was not that Hung Ba Tong did not dare to shoot, but that the gun was taken away by someone. And it was the Destiny. Hung Ba Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his face did not show it at all. And he looked at Captain Lee with a questioning look. Such a serious ghoul incident happened in the town. Captain Lee, why didn't you report it to me immediately? Captain Lee was startled. And then realized that he had been so focused on the mission that he had forgotten about this matter. Zhongsu Town is different from other towns. The missions are low frequency, and there are few destiny givers. As a result, Hengbeidong has long given up the business of destiny givers, and has focused entirely on the local townspeople. The haunted ghost will make the people in the town panic, and the townspeople will not dare to go out, and his industry will have no business. In other words, increasing the frequency of missions is in the interests of the guild, but not in the interests of Hengbeidong. Captain Lee frowned, and his headaches had increased. His silence once again made Hung Ba Tong feel scorned, and Hung Ba Tong angrily said, Li Ming, this master is asking you a question, whether it was his self-proclaimed name or his tone. He couldn't help but put on the posture of a superior, an NPC, superior to the players. In an instant, all of Captain Lee's entanglements were covered by one thought: enough. He really had enough. He lowered his head first, then raised his head, and his momentum suddenly changed. The oppressive momentum of a gold player instantly filled the entire restaurant. Mayor, have you forgotten that I am the chosen one? The leader of the guild, and the leader of the elite branch. Do I need to report everything to you? Few players would make themselves look ugly. Leader Lee is tall, has an upright figure, and has the aura of a chosen one. In comparison, Hung Ba Tong is just an NPC with a big brain. Hung Ba Tong was stunned and could not believe it. But no matter how angry he was, he knew that a head-on confrontation was like hitting a rock with an egg, and it was not the way to deal with the guild. After reacting, Hung Ba Tong waved his hand and said, Seal the Yan'an Hotel for me. Wait a minute. Leader Lee also waved his hand, and a large number of Oli members rushed into the encirclement of the security guards, isolating them from the outside. No soldier dared to move in front of the man of destiny. Not to mention that the man of destiny was fighting 1 against 100. All the security guards in the town added up to only 100 or 200 people, while the Zhongsu branch of the Oli gang had thousands of people. Hung Badong's mustache and fingers trembled together. Li Ming, you Zhongsu want to rebel? The mayor misunderstood. I just want to ask, what did Yong'an Hotel do that needs to be closed? Of course it's because of the ghouls. So many people of destiny were eating at Yong'an Hotel, and then rushed to the flour mill. Do you dare to say that this ghoul incident has nothing to do with Yong'an Hotel and Enro? Captain Lee suddenly realized and glanced at Enro. Enro put on a shocked and wrong expression at the right time. But in her heart, she also suddenly realized. It seems that Hung Ba Tong is not stupid at all. He came here for a good reason. Captain Lee smiled and said, Mayor, I was there when we had dinner. And I was also there when the ghouls were at the flour mill. I can guarantee that it was just a coincidence. Besides, there are no ghouls in Yan'an Restaurant. Right? It would be an overreaction to close down Yan'an Restaurant because of a coincidence. Hung Badong's teeth were clattering. You, the Oli gang, are you going to interfere with the execution of the mayor's official duties? I dare not. Since the relationship has been torn, Captain Lee has no reason to back down. I am a man of the world. I just see injustice and can't stand it. You? The pickled fish in Yan'an Restaurant is a specialty. Although it has only been open for 2 days, it has already become the canteen of our branch. If it's shut down, where will the mayor let us go to eat? It's shut down for no reason. Even if I agree, my subordinates will have objections. Don't you think so? Leader Lee tilted his head and looked outside the door. Except for Herring. He hadn't told other members about the special address. The members looked puzzled and exchanged glances. Herring responded loudly in time, yes. The other members put aside their confusion and said in unison, yes. The NPCs had never seen such a scene before. The security guards were all weak in the knees, and the crowd watching the show outside was also frightened and involuntarily stepped back. Hung Ba Tong was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He pressed his chest with one hand. Okay. Li Ming. Captain Lee. Okay. Even if he was given another 100 musketeers, he would not dare to do it. In the current situation, he could only lead his men away in disgrace. But his sullen face still scared the NPCs. What happened? The mayor and the Oli gang are at odds? How can this be? We have to rely on the gang to kill ghouls in the future. Yeah. The Oli gang won't be angry and leave. Right? In the final analysis, Everyone first considered their own safety, not the face of the heavenly Lord Hung Ba Tong. Captain Lee had good hearing, and he heard most of the discussions outside, and felt that his decision was right. The townspeople were sheep, and the ghouls were wolves. Only when there were wolves, the sheep needed the heavenly Lord Hunter the most, not Hung Ba Tong, the leader who could not convince the crowd. And in this game, ghouls can never be killed. With the existence of Enro and Yong in hotel, there will be more and more. In the coffee shop, Tang Lang sipped the coffee in the cup, which was delicious. I didn't expect that in the old days of the game. Coffee was hand-ground, which was much better than in reality. The confidant whispered in his ear, President, it seems that the special address and special NPC mentioned in the post are true. Otherwise, how could Minister Lee turn against the mayor? They have been running the business for so many years. Tang Lang smiled nonchalantly and said nothing. The confidant said again, what should we do in the future? Should we go against the mayor together with Oli? There was hesitation in his tone. On the one hand, after Eli moved to Zhongsu town, the relationship with the local management was unprecedentedly close. Many complaints from townspeople against guild members were suppressed by the public security office before they reached Tang Lang's ears. But on the other hand, if Zhongsu became a high-frequency task area, who in the guild would not be jealous of the task rewards? Tang Lang drank the last sip of coffee and nodded his head with a smile. Who says you can't have both? With the dawn and darkness blocking the way, he, Tang Lang, should build relationships and make money. At sunset, some out-of-town players arrived at the Yondon Hotel one after another. They first peeked in from the windows and doors, and after taking their seats, they asked questions to the shopkeeper and waiter. When night fell and the neon lights came on, the hotel was already crowded. But there was a private room on the second floor that was never open to players. Since Captain Lee led his men away, she walked into this private room, lay on the rocking chair, and closed her eyes to rest, listening to the silence downstairs being filled with voices and becoming noisy. On the second and third floors, the sound of players chatting and bragging could be heard from all directions. The private room was not soundproofed, and Ro could hear the noise, but couldn't hear what they were talking about. It was obvious that it was all about the special address. Everyone came to find out. Unfortunately, they would all be disappointed today. Shopkeeper Jean knocked on the door and walked in, feeling both happy and worried. What's the matter? And Ro asked, muttering to herself. Could it be trouble again? Boss, the store is full. Not even a chair is available. But there are still many customers outside the store. They asked us to give a number and queue up. Manager Jean had never heard of queuing for meals. And Ro laughed. Yong'an should be the first restaurant in the entire Seoul realm to have a queue for meals. But don't count on the turnover rate. They all come here for the mission clues. If they don't get the clues, no one will leave. If they want to queue, they can queue. Write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on paper and send them out. In addition, write a big character poster saying that our restaurant provides takeout dishes, so people don't go hungry. And Ro paused and said, notify them to postpone the closing time to 10 p.m. and increase all wages by 20%. Shopkeeper Jean was overjoyed. Okay, I'll go right away. And Ro had already paid them a high salary. And even if they didn't increase the salary, just extending the business hours would probably be fine. Now that they were given an extra 20% salary, there was no reason for them to be unhappy. And Ro called him. Wait a minute. Call Lao Huang first. There were twice as many customers as at noon, and the waiters were so busy that Lao Huang felt uneasy and took the initiative to help wash the vegetables in the back kitchen. He was soon brought up by shopkeeper Jean. When he saw Ro, he lowered his head. Manager Jean had already explained everything to Hung Ba Tong, and Ro didn't blame them. After all, the information they spilled out was irrelevant. The farm in the wasteland was the most eye-catching. Even if Hung Ba Tong didn't ask, he would sooner or later find that the land that couldn't grow anything was now full of vitality. Seeing Lao Huang's look, and Ro didn't say what she had prepared. She smiled and looked at Manager Jean. You performed well today. You will get a bonus after the end of the month. As for you, and Ro turned to old Huang and shook her head. You are SOSO. You should recite the employee rules 100 times every day and learn to use your brain. With double happiness, shopkeeper Jean was overjoyed and patted his chest to assure boss. Don't worry. I will watch him recite it. Yes. And Rose stood up and tidied her clothes. Boss, are you going out? You haven't had dinner yet. I will ask the kitchen to make you what you want to eat. Shopkeeper Jean was very considerate. And Rose shook her head. Didn't you say that the guests have no place to sit? Let them have the private room. No need for dinner. Walking down the stairs. She was wearing a cheongsam and high heels. And her pretty face naturally attracted a lot of attention. And Rose didn't look away. Fortunately, the hot post only said that Yongin Hotel was a special address. And didn't mention that the owner of the hotel was a special NPC. So no players came to get close to her. When Enro walked out of the hotel, a large poster takeout had been posted on the wall. When the players outside the door saw it, they all shouted to the waiter to place orders. It seemed that they wanted to sit in front of the store and eat directly. The neon lights were prosperous, and the shadows of people were everywhere. It was very lively. But the excitement was only concentrated in this place. The restaurants near the hotel were deserted, and even the lights seemed to be dimmed. When the local NPC customers saw so many Destiny people gathered here, they were scared away. It is true that Yondon Hotel ruined their business. But I don't care about you. And Ro pulled the corner of her mouth and drove to Wuyen Lane. The hair salon has been repaired, but the lights are dark. There was a ghoul incident just now, so few people dared to patronize it. As soon as Enro walked into the bun shop, she saw Xiaojia helping to clean up. She was looking down, telling a short teenager something. Bossin. Xiaojia may have heard that the restaurant was almost closed, and seemed to want to ask something. But she didn't ask in the end, and pulled the boy to her. This is Bozy, the guy I found for the Bozy shop. And Ro was startled, looking at the narrow light screen above the boy's head. It was really what she understood as Bozy. Bozy working in a Bozy shop? It's unique in this whole world. And Ro couldn't help but smile and asked, "How old are you?" 14. He spoke timidly, just like a soft and chewy bun. He seemed quite honest, and Enro felt more at ease than an adult. She nodded and asked Xiaojia, "Dad is in the kitchen?" When Enro walked into the kitchen, and Yongyan was cutting vegetables. The knife was slicing on the chopping board, and he didn't hear anything behind him. His back was not tall, but he was broad. When Enro saw him, some invisible but tough armor shattered. The pungent smell penetrated her nose and eyes, causing a surge of heat in her. Her eyes blurred for 2 seconds, and tears kept flowing. Enro held the door frame with one hand and cried silently for 2 minutes. Ever since the confrontation with the two guns, her nerves have never relaxed until now. The sound of cutting vegetables suddenly stopped. Ro, what's wrong? Why are you crying? And Yongyan was busy in the kitchen, and didn't hear the guests outside talking about the restaurant. He washed his hands and came over to help Enro wipe her tears. But the more she wiped, the more tears she cried, and she couldn't stop. Oh, what happened? Tell Dad. Dad will find a way. Okay? Don't cry. Don't cry. After persuading for a while, Enro burst out laughing. Dad, it's because you cut the green onions, and there are still some on your hands. And Yongyan turned his head and looked at the big pot of chopped green onions, and reacted, oh. Then go wash it quickly. He covered the pot with a pot lid, and shook his head again. No, there is still a smell. Go to the toilet on the second floor to wash. Dad, I'm fine. And Ro wiped her face with her sleeve. She had a handkerchief pinned to her chest, but it didn't work. Her almond eyes were red. And Yongyan was in a trance, and returned to the time when his wife was still alive. Standing in front of him was his little daughter, who had cried loudly when she fell down. Instead of the silly girl, who was bullied all the time when she grew up, but didn't say a word. And Yongyan's nose was sore. And he heard Enro say coquettishly, Dad, I want to eat small wontons. Okay. I'll make it for Rura right away. And I'll put more stuffing. No. I want less meat stuffing, so that the wonton skin tastes better. Okay. Then Dad will make you a big bowl. Put more seaweed and shrimp skin. And Yongyan's guilt towards his daughter was clearly revealed in these trivial matters. An hour later, and Yongyan sent Enro to the car at the alley entrance and advised, Ro, why don't you go back to the farm today and go home to sleep? Isn't the restaurant business improving? And Ro held his hand. It's only temporarily improving. I have to go back to work. And Yongyan stopped persuading her, helped her open the car door, and reminded her several times to be careful on the road. And Ro watched his gradually shrinking figure in the rearview mirror. The separation is only temporary. Once she builds the farm, and it can be self-circulating, and has prepared enough military force to protect the farm, she can let an Yongyan move in. By then, it doesn't matter what kind of bun shop or Yongyan restaurant it is. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Pao Pao is on time to work overtime. After eating the buns and wontons brought by Enro, he picked up a kerosene lamp and went swimming with Enro at night. Compared to when Enro first came here, the farm has been turned upside down. The thatched house has become a bungalow, and there is a pond outside the gate. In the dim light, you can see fish making waves under the dark water from time to time. Fruit trees formed a semicircle on both sides of the pond, with shadows slightly dimmed. Opposite the pond was the pickled cabbage shed, and on the side of the shed was a vegetable field that had been expanded countless times, half of which was sown with rapeseed, and the other half was transplanted with mature vegetables to supply the restaurant. At first, Pao Pao thought Enro had too much stock, but now that the restaurant has become famous, he couldn't help but admire the boss's foresight. In front of the pickled cabbage shed was the public toilet of the flour mill that was swallowed up by the sudden wealth. Enro wanted to throw it away, but it was so big that it didn't fit anywhere. On second thought, the mayor's house is not expensive, but it is extremely expensive to build a building on the farm. It is better to renovate the public toilet and use it as a staff dormitory. It just so happens that there will be more and more ghouls on the farm. The public toilet is full of blood. Of course, we can't just find a craftsman from the town. So Enro gave the task to Pao Pao. But he didn't have time to do it. Boss, I found some staff dormitory design drawings on the internet after I went offline, and I will renovate it according to the drawings. However, it may cost a lot of money to renovate it as a living prop. How many exactly? It depends on how many employees the boss wants to put in. Enro covered her nose with a handkerchief and looked around the dark public toilet. There were only 2 rooms in the bungalow, and Enro's room was temporarily used to house Sister Hong. Pao Pao didn't like the room to be full of ghouls when he was offline, so he drove Wanda, Zhangde, and the 2 new employees into the public toilet. Anyway, ghouls don't have any concept of cleanliness or smell, and they don't need to sleep. At this time, noticing Enro coming, the 4 ghouls came to the door of the public toilet together. Enro pondered for a moment and spit out a number. Pao Pao was shocked. 20? Boss, do we need so many employees? Even if all the corpses in the pickle jar were turned into ghouls, there would not be enough 20. Of course we need it. This is just a temporary number. Enro said calmly. Don't build a house too big. They only need a bed. Just 3 berths. Single beds. Pao Pao took a breath and subconsciously thought, is it a violation of the labor law to treat employees so harshly? But on second thought, that's right. All the ghouls want is souls, as long as they are fed. Look at the 4 major camps in the entire soul world. Who can feed them for a long time? Meeting the boss is like meeting a living Buddha. Enro continued to walk forward, and not far behind the public toilet was the fence. The fence was also completely demolished and rebuilt, and the rough and simple dead branches became smooth and flat wooden boards, all painted white. Enro used to be low-key, but now she is as high-profile as she can be. Who made her a well-known rich woman in Zhongshu town. Enro took the kerosene lamp and put it under the fence to shine. The lamp was dim and could not illuminate the color of the soil. Purify the marginal land when you have time to prevent the surrounding corpse poison from spreading in. After she finished her instructions, she stood up and looked at the dark farm. The prototype has been formed, but there are still many things missing. One of the most important things is electricity. I have inquired that the entire Lingbing city is powered by a unified power supply. The thermal power plant is so polluting, but it is actually located in the central city. Pao Pao said. The farm wants to have electricity. It was fine before, but now I'm afraid. You mean, laying the wires requires the permission of Heng Beitong? Pao Pao nodded, and Ro frowned, also feeling it was difficult. Just because Heng Beitong wanted to kill her. She was even worried that he would cut off the power supply to the restaurant. Not to mention laying the wires. Pao Pao, the boss has a good relationship with Hung Bobeo. Why don't we ask her? Forget it. Even if we pull a wire over, we are still controlled by others. And Rose said, it's better for the farm to equip itself with a generator. This thing should be available in the game. Right? It should be there. But it may also be produced from Ghost Island. And it must be very expensive. So we have to look carefully. and Ro understood what Pow Pow meant. Even if someone bought such expensive equipment, it would be hidden very tightly, and it would be difficult to find clues. Then we can only wait and see. And Ro put this matter aside and gestured to the public toilet. Call Jean to the pickled cabbage shed. It's time to train him. The boss can communicate directly with his mind. Pow Pow didn't want to go in. Besides, Wang Dachui is already very professional. Why don't we let him go tomorrow? And Ro tapped his forehead. The first lesson in the workplace is not to rely too much on a specific subordinate, but to train more new people. The second lesson is that the boss should establish the attitude in front of his subordinates. Asking you to call a ghost. What are you afraid of? Go! Chapter 73. Captain Lee stayed online until midnight again. Now that he was offline, the children should have gone to bed. He felt a little guilty, but there was nothing he could do. The special address matter was not 100% certain, and he had to keep an eye on the Wing On Hotel. Herring walked in. Minister, the hotel is closed, and the employees have packed up and left. No clues? No. Herring was a little worried. They sent a group of members to the hotel, but after a whole night, they didn't get any clues. The same thing happened to the other guests, who came after hearing the news. Many people left cursing, saying that the governor was a liar. Many people also said that the person who left a message in the post as a witness was not the governor at all. Minister, what if? Herring hesitated. If we offend Hung Ba Tong, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? We were watching outside the mayor's house and saw President Tang go in. Captain Lee's brows were almost wrinkled. During the day, he recruited the governor in front of Tang Lang, which would inevitably lead to his alienation. It's not surprising that Tang Lang chose to stand on the side of the mayor. Besides, Captain Lee didn't regret it. If Yong'an was really a special place that continued to lay golden eggs, he really wanted to drive Eli out. Things are different now. Now without Eli, Zhongsu Town is not short of players. Nor is it short of luck. It's too early to say this now. It depends on when Yong'an reveals the third clue. Captain Lee shook his head. Herring suggested, why don't we send someone to follow Enro as before? Yanan and Anru are inseparable. If she is a special NPC, we may be able to find clues earlier than others if we keep a close eye on her. Learly pondered for a while, but still shook his head. Don't interfere with the special NPC's trajectory. Too much interference may affect the mission given to her by the system. Besides, Andrew has clearly stated that she doesn't like being followed. Today he helped to rescue her, and finally raised Andrew's favorability to 70%, which cannot be wasted. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. And Ro was busy all night. Captain Lee led a group of members to wait all night. Tang Lang fell into the trap, and ran to the mayor's house to be scolded and listened to complaints for half a night. He was surprised that an NPC could scold with so many vivid words. What the mayor said is right. Captain Lee was indeed inappropriate this time. I had advised him to apologize to the mayor before I came, but he just didn't listen. Tang Lang sighed pretentiously. Don't worry. I will definitely send someone to keep an eye on Yondan Hotel to see what Enro is doing. Hung Batong felt relieved a little, and looked at Tang Lang suspiciously. You are not going around in circles to take care of her business. Are you? Tang Lang immediately said, how can that be possible? I really want to share the worries of the mayor. Once I find that Enro has violated the law, I will definitely notify the mayor immediately. Then the law will be followed. Minister Lee can't interfere in the town's public affairs. What if he still interferes? Hung Batong narrowed his eyes. Tang Lang said in a deep voice, that means he will be against the mayor and Eli. Even if it's like hitting a rock with an egg. Eli will definitely defend the dignity of the mayor. After Tang Lang left, Hung Batong was reluctant to get up. The housekeeper took out a cigar with great insight and handed it over with both hands. Where's the lady? She fell asleep a long time ago. Hung Batong nodded, took a puff of the cigar, and the smoke enveloped his gloomy eyebrows. The housekeeper tried. The same thing happened to Enro. If the master hadn't written her on the list, it might not be Lin Meiqian who died, but her. List? What list? It's the list that was given to Qiqian Yiming, the housekeeper reminded. Beautiful woman. Hung Batong remembered and slammed his fist on the table. That's right. Ungrateful little bitch. After the two of them scolded each other, Hung Batong's remaining anger finally dissipated, and he began to yawn. Master, we still have to deal with official business tomorrow, so go to bed early. Hung Batong nodded and stood up. Seeing the housekeeper's expression, he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" The housekeeper hesitated and said, "This time, Captain Lee is indeed sorry to the master. But in my opinion, Tang Lang is not a good guy either. Master, don't be fooled by him." That. Hung Batong smiled disdainfully. "It was indeed my fault before. Dogs should be kept at least two. Let them bite each other. Otherwise one of them will grow fatter. Do you think I don't know? I know. I know. The master is the wisest. I just said too much. It was too late." So Hung Batong didn't want to wake up his wife. So he simply went to sleep in the study. After the housekeeper served, he turned off the lights. He looked at the red lacquered door in the dark night and smiled coldly. Tang Lang's wolfish ambitions were not important to him at all. What was important was that since Enlai settled in Jiangsu town, Tang Lang had never taken the trouble to take care of himself. It can be seen from this that the leader of this small gang obviously doesn't know how to behave. Unlike Captain Lee, he always chatted politely every time he saw him. And the one under Captain Lee named Herring always found an opportunity to not attract attention and stuffed a few red envelopes. This is what a man who is doing big things looks like. As for whether Yongdong Hotel can continue to operate, it is none of his business as a housekeeper. At dawn, most shops have not yet opened. Two figures are moving quickly through the streets and alleys, coming from different directions and gathering together. "Post? Post. Where are the people?" Another voice came from a hidden alley. "Here." There are also two people in the shadows at the alley, one of whom has an ID, 4 bars. "This is my friend, Jean Bilao." Jean Bilao? I have never seen such an ugly ID. Seeing that Jean Bilao did not show his ID, the two people who came did not show theirs either. So they briefly introduced themselves. Hu Yang, bronze mid-level. Wild guest. Coincidentally, there is also a 4 in my ID. So call me Aussie. From the Gal Guild. Hu Yang was shocked. Gal Guild also went out to do tasks alone? It's late at night. Just to make some extra money. Aussie said. Brother 4 bar. Can I ask where the clue came from? Yong'an Hotel? No. For bars denied too quickly, which made people suspicious. Aussie smiled and said, Wing'an Hotel is such a big deal. I just asked casually. Don't be so nervous. Let's take a look at the task clues. The few people had never met before, and they didn't have time to get familiar with each other. Out of caution, none of them proposed to form a temporary team. Except for 4 bars. The other 3 didn't even reveal their IDs. For bars hesitated and shared the light screen. Task clues, Xiao Zhang Coal Shop, which has been uninhabited for a long time, has suddenly made strange noises recently. Related task, the hidden ghoul in Jiangsu town, relevance 50%. See, Dao Gang had obviously prepared in advance. And the light screen map located Xiao Zhang Coal Shop. The distance was not far, and with the mobile skill activated, it would take less than 10 minutes to get there. He seemed to be a novice, cautious and nervous. Asi patted his shoulder. Why are you nervous? Look how calm your friend is. Fortunately, the light was dim. Otherwise he and Hu Yang would be frightened by Jean Bilao's red eyes. The 4 of them soon arrived at the sloppy lane. Since the Xiaozhang Coal Shop was haunted by ghouls, several shops on both sides have closed down. This row of houses looked particularly deserted, with a cold chill coming from the dark windows. Hu Yang and Aussie looked at each other, and both of them smelled danger. Ding! A subtle metallic sound came from inside, like a hammer hitting a nail. See, Dao Gang couldn't help but tremble, and asked the others in a low voice how to deploy. It was obvious that he was a novice who only knew how to talk about war on paper. Hu Yang rushed to Aussie and said, What deployment? It's such a small place, and there are so many NPCs opening shops next to it. It must be a small task. I think Brother Sidio Gang doesn't have much experience. Why don't you take this rare opportunity to gain some experience? Aussie glanced at him and said nothing. No one of the wild guests is a good person. Sidio Gang asked, How to gain experience? Hu Yang said, It's very simple. You and Jean Bilao go in directly. We will be your backup. Don't worry. If you can't beat the ghoul, we will take action immediately. Really? Sidio Gang was tempted. And after repeated confirmation, he gritted his teeth, pushed the wooden door open to a dark gap, and invited Jean Bilao to go in together. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the darkness. Hu Yang and Aussie waited for a while, and suddenly a cry came from inside, Help! Aussie was about to rush in, but was stopped by Hu Yang again. Hu Yang finally showed his ID, silver. The meaning was obvious, he was at a high level. And with him in charge, the 2 bronzes inside might as well be used to feed the ghouls. Aussie looked at him for a while, concealing his disgust, and retracted his outstretched hand. Master! Master! Hung Ba Tong was awakened by the butler. It was gray outside the window, and the sun hadn't risen yet. He was about to explode. But the housekeeper stamped his feet and said, Ghouls? There are ghouls again! Hung Ba Tong sat up in shock. Captain Lee. No. Tang Lang. Call Tang Lang to me. It was too early. Tang Lang hadn't come online yet. The housekeeper was blocked at the gate of Eli Guild Hall, and couldn't even cross the threshold. He dared not say anything to the gatekeeper of Eli Gang, stamped his feet, and went to the Oli Guild Hall not far away. Captain Lee and Herring had been up all night, and when they heard the housekeeper's words, they looked at each other. The mission was revealed at this time? When did the clue appear? The 2 of them took a few members of the Orly and rushed to Xiao Zhang coal shop. From the outside, the coal shop was not damaged much. Only a big hole in the roof, and a lot of broken tiles, and wood chips were left in the front and back alleys. There were some messy footprints and blood that had not yet dried on the ground covered with coal slag. Apart from this, there were no other suspicious traces. Leader Lee was checking carefully, and Herring had already asked the surrounding townspeople and ran in. Minister. People nearby said they heard a loud noise and saw a huge fist. He looked at the hole in the roof. It should have come out from here. But it disappeared quickly. Leader Lee nodded. In addition to the smell of blood, there was also the familiar stench of ghoul corpse fluid in the air. It should be a crazy ghoul. Ask someone to go to the pawn shop to sweep the data cabinet. But the other party completed the task quietly. The level may not be low, and it may not sell the data. Outdated data is worthless. Herring had a point, but the work still had to be done. So he issued an order in the team channel. With a thought, he switched to the forum and browsed around. Minister, there is a discovery here. It was a post posted 3 hours ago. There is a clue. Team up. Limited to 2 people. The main post did not reveal much information, because the poster clearly stated that those who are interested can send a private message directly. There was no reply to the follow-up posts below. But just 2 minutes ago, a reply from the poster himself appeared. 67L poster, I was scared to death. There are actually 3 ghouls. Thank you 2 brothers for giving me the opportunity to practice. Otherwise I would have died there. The time of posting, the time of the task outbreak, and the end time are very consistent with the coal shop task. Herring followed up, poster. Can you tell me where the task is? 69L poster, anyway. It's a matter of luck. I'll tell you. Yawn on. There were too many people eating. I just went to join in the fun. But I didn't expect to come across a clue. Herring opened his eyes wide and looked at Captain Lee. Captain Lee fixed his eyes on the screen. In less than a minute, the poster's reply was followed by a large number of followers. Because most of the first wave of people who came to try it out were disappointed and cursed on yesterday's hot post, saying that Yongin Hotel was a scam. It just so happened that this poster's post appeared. It made it more and more confusing whether Yongin Hotel was a special address or a repeated hype. In short, Yongin's popularity will not drop for a while. Captain Lee was thinking. And a team message popped up on Herring's screen. The member sent out actually bought the mission data in the pawn shop. Mission name, strange sound in the abandoned land. Mission location, Xiaozhang coal shop in the sloppy lane of Dongsu town. Ghoul level, C. Ghoul number, 0 of 3. Time limit, 1 day. Difficulty rating, C. Sure enough. Another member also sent a message, Minister. The mayor's housekeeper is still waiting in the hall, and wants the minister to go to the mayor's mansion. Captain Lee frowned. Just say I'm checking if there are any ghouls left out, and let him go back first. He paused, then added, give him 500 gold. Thank him for notifying me. After sending it, he stopped caring about it, and turned to Herring, reply the task details to this poster's post. Herring was surprised. Are you sure? This will make the competition more intense. Captain Lee took a deep breath. Since we can't suppress it anyway, we might as well attract more people to let Zhongsu enter a positive cycle. Get ready. Send more people to Yongin Hotel to reserve seats in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, the number of guests at noon today will be no less than last night. Chapter 74. Pao Pao thought he had done a great job in this fish business. But after soaking the two bodies in the pickle jar, he turned around and saw the boss's face sullen. What did I tell you? Pow Pow, kill one. Let one go. What happened? Killed both. Pow Pow didn't understand why the boss was angry, and said unconvincedly, neither of them is a good guy. They want to feed me to the ghouls. Then what? And Rose said calmly, this time, you met two people you think are bad. Kill them both. Next time you meet two good people in business, should you kill them or not? Pow Pow. This is a game. Are you immature if you use the game to judge people's character and influence your actions? Pow Pow was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Feeding players to the ghouls. Isn't that what he and the boss are doing? If you judge character by this, let alone the boss, he himself is not a good person. Why kill one and keep one? Didn't I tell you clearly? If the players who come to do the task are wiped out every time, what will others think? Do you really think that Mantis Dawn Dark and other high-level players are all fools who can't detect any tricks? Last night, while Pow Pow was training new employees, and Ro carefully reviewed the flour mill mission, it is true that the first order of eating fish was very successful. But that was the result of careful planning, and it was also inseparable from the good luck of the three high-level players, Li Duozhu, Tang Lang and the governor, who made a gentleman's agreement with Enro's ability to control ghouls. It is not difficult to upgrade small missions to ghoul tides every time. But will she be so lucky next time? Furthermore, even if there is, Zhongsu Town will occasionally come up with an A+ high-level task. How could it not attract the attention of the top leaders of Oli? Or even the Longyan Guild? The most terrifying thing in the game is not only the top players, but also the number of players. You know, there are tens of millions of players in this game. Even if you get rich quickly and upgrade to SSS level, you can't withstand the siege of a huge army, hidden the existence of the rich. Using small tasks to quietly earn the corpses of players, and make a fortune quietly, is the most reliable strategy at the moment. Therefore, Enra made two important changes to the business model of the fish-eating business. First, the clues are no longer released publicly, but point to point, and the number of players involved is controlled within 10 each time, and they are allowed to perform tasks at night as much as possible. Second, no matter which fish-eating business, more than half of the players must survive and enjoy the task rewards. Only in this way can the task be started and ended immediately, without leaving any clues. And the restaurant's reputation can be maintained continuously. And Ro originally planned to put the second fish-eating business in the daytime today. After thinking through the above 2 points, she simply arrived early at midnight to give an explanation to the players who visited the restaurant last night. At the same time, it also verifies the execution of Pow Pow and the ghoul employees. Compared with the chaotic ghoul tide, the small-scale mission of killing half and leaving half requires more delicate operations and more flexible on-the-spot response. And Ro had told Pow Pow about these considerations in advance. But she didn't expect that at the end of the matter, he still killed both players. Pow Pow was in the wrong. His head drooped. But the young man was stubborn. It won't be a problem. I specifically replied in the post. Anyway, many people now know that someone got the clue from the hotel and completed the task. You directed and acted by yourself. And you said what you wanted to say. Do you think it is credible? Pow Pow was silent. Andrew's tone softened. But still strong, I emphasize again. In the future, for all the business of eating fish, you have full decision-making power on the spot about who to kill and who to divide. But the survival rate of more than half is a red line that cannot be crossed. Remember? Pow Pow said listlessly, remember. Amru, this business has hidden dangers. Cancel the dividend, and you can go home. This time, Pow Pow, Zhang De, and the new employee Zhang San were dispatched to eat fish. And there was also a newly differentiated ghoul living dead. So the number of ghouls shown in the task details is 3. The living dead was differentiated after a flour mill player was resurrected. His soul was basically eaten by Zhang De and Zhang San, leaving only a trace of residual soul, and became a ghoul with extremely low IQ. This kind of ghoul is the core bait of the fish-eating business. A temporary worker, and a one-time consumable. After killing the 2 players, Pow Pow strangled it together with Zhang De and Zhang San. Therefore, the reward for this business includes the money and goods leaked from the 2 players' deaths twice, and the system reward for strangling the ghoul, not counting props. The total is nearly 30,000 gold coins. According to the 5% dividend, Pow Pow can get about 1,500 gold. And Rose said lightly, and 1,500 gold was wasted. However, Pow Pow already had a lot of money in his hand, so he didn't take it to heart. He went back to his room with a sullen look and logged off. And Rose looked at his back and shook her head. He is still too young. It is not that Pow Pow is not capable. On the contrary. And Rose thinks that Pow Pow is active in work, has a lively mind, and is very malleable. He is a good employee that is hard to find even with a lantern. He is just a little bit young. It is normal for a child who is only 18 years old to have a young spirit. The edible fish business targets the corpses of players. In the cold soldier city with millions of players, it is like taking chestnuts from the fire. It is too dangerous. If he is not careful, he will be caught by the tail and besieged. Pow Pow will only lose the game qualification, but Enro may lose her life. To work under her, being capable is one thing, but the most important thing is to be obedient and to be able to carry out her orders meticulously. Enro leaned on the back of the car seat, looking at the hotel diagonally across the road through the windshield. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, the hotel door was already full of players. When the door opened, everyone rushed in. It seems that the post erected and acted by Pow Pow, although a little fake, still had a certain effect. Of course, the key is to thank a certain person who replied to the post for posting the task details. And Ro concluded that the man was Captain Lee. After much thought, she finally led Captain Lee to the choice she wanted. Since it was impossible to keep the wealth within the family, she might as well attract players from other places. Otherwise, there would be too many losers among the members of Ali. And Captain Lee would sooner or later notice something was wrong, and the fish business would be unsustainable. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about the restaurant business today. And Ro didn't sleep all night, so she simply didn't go to the store and drove back to the farm. She drank 2 life potions in a row, barely dispelling her sleepiness. She took out the key, opened the door of her room, and saw Sister Hong sitting at the table, counting. Sister Hong has been locked in the room for 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, she did not make a fuss, and behaved quietly and honestly. And Ro walked to the table, confirm it one last time. Have you figured it out? Sister Hong did not speak, but looked at her with a calm look. And Ro had to admit again that this woman was indeed like herself in some aspects. Well, come out with me. Sister Hong got up and followed to the door of the room, only to see Enro turn around and smile. By the way, we have known each other for many years, but I still don't know your real name. Sister Hong quietly looked at the young girl in front of her, who was half her age. The former sister Enro had long disappeared, and now it was time for Sister Hong, who was living under someone else's roof, to start over. My last name is Mei. Mei Hong, she said. Plum Blossom. Or Rose. And Ro raised her eyebrows. No matter which last name it was a very charming name. The name is like the person. Sister Hong shook her head, the eyebrows of men. And Ro couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Mei Hong? With this rare last name? Sounds no less charming. But Sister Hong insisted. Beautiful man. Interesting. Come here. The 2 women in Cheongsam walked together. And Sister Hong was always half a body behind Enro, which was a detailed expression of her recognition of reality. From the fish pond to the pickled cabbage shed, then to the vegetable field, the chicken and duck shed, and finally to the farm gate. She was speechless the whole way. Sister Hong followed Enro and stood outside the gate, following Enro's gaze. She looked up at the farm plaque, and her eyes suddenly paused. Not far from the gate, at the window behind the public toilet, there was a familiar face. Wang De. When she first saw Wang De in the store, this man had a kind of dullness that moved her heart. When they met again, Wang De had no expression on his face, and his eyes were calm, like a deep cold pond. And Ro also saw Wang De, and deliberately took a step to lead Sister Hong to the public toilet. Through the side wall, Sister Hong could not see the blood on the ground inside. And similarly, she could not know that on the other side of the model brick wall, there were several hungry ghouls with red eyes. And Ro did not speak. And Sister Hong did not speak either. This is a test, not only for Sister Hong, but also for the new employees. For someone who needs her to worry. It is enough to run around for one person. And Ro does not want to have another person who asks questions. The action of asking essentially represents a kind of questioning. Moreover, Sister Hong herself is an NPC who cannot withstand the interrogation of players. Similarly, although Enro has the ability to connect to the consciousness of ghouls over a long distance, she does not want to be busy controlling ghouls all day in the subsequent fish-eating business. Baofu is the ghost mother of Wangda and Zhangda. Now the two ghosts have also become ghost mothers, and each has differentiated into several new ghouls. Enro hopes that the ghouls will form a pyramid system, with Baofu standing at the top, and she only needs to control Baofu. At most, she can control Wangda and Zhangda. As for the little ghosts at the bottom, as the fish-eating business gets on track, it will sooner or later enter multi-line parallelization, and it will be left to Pao Pao and several ghost mothers to worry about. In addition to Zhang San and Li Si, there are a group of new employees born in the middle of the night in the public toilet, and none of them feed the souls of players. The NPC's light soul fragrance still has a fatal attraction to them. If Wangda and Zhangda can control them, Sister Hong can live. On the contrary, if they can't, Sister Hong may not die, but at least one of Wangda and Zhangda will die. The test time is 5 minutes. Baofu had already received Enro's instructions and dived deep underground. Wangda and Zhangda were also warned by Enro in advance that no matter what the situation, if they can't control the little ghosts under their hands and let them hurt ordinary people other than the destiny, there is only one consequence: disappear completely with the little ghost. In the public toilet, the ghosts were tortured by their instinctive desires, digging their fingers into the wall, leaving layers of debris. Their parasites were all destined, naturally possessing power beyond that of ordinary people, and they wanted to break through the wall immediately and devour the two delicious souls outside. But the will of the ghost mother bound them invisibly. One ghost couldn't stand it anymore, and with a wave of his arms, a mace appeared in each hand. It swung the stick and smashed the wall, and the moment the spikes touched the wall, its head rolled down. Zhang Da's eyes were bloodshot, and the sickle in his hand was dripping with blood. The body of the little ghost began to change wildly, and the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs were mixed together, turning into a pool of rotten meat. It looked soft, but if you look closely, the surface was covered with layers of fine teeth with barbs. The wall and the ground were scraped off in an instant. It seemed that it was still heading for the soul outside the wall. Zhangda held the iron chain sickle in his hand. His eyes were fierce, and he froze in place without moving. It wanted to kill this useless ghost immediately, but the moment it made a move, the other two ghouls separated from it also became restless. If you attack with distraction, it will weaken its suppression power on the little ghost. Outside the wall, Sister Hong heard a slight strange sound, as if dense termites were gnawing on bones, which was frightening. She glanced at Enro, but Enro seemed not to hear it, looking up at the pale sky with her beautiful face. Sister Hong retracted her gaze and fell on the surface of her cloth shoes. She did not make a sound, nor did she distance herself from the wall, even though she knew very well that there must be something very dangerous behind the wall. The silence stretched for a long time, and after an unknown period of time, the sound of termites gnawing suddenly stopped. Enro curled her lips and smiled. "Mei Hong, how is my Yong'an farm?" Sister Hong raised her eyes and looked over. 8 acres of land. A little small? That's right. Enro agreed. But with your joining, I believe it will soon become bigger. Enro took her to the farm gate again and took out 2 red brocade boxes from the back seat of the car. One box was shallow and long, and inside was a red silk cheongsam with dark patterns. The other box was taller, and contained a pair of women's high heels of the same color. Just looking at the packaging box, you can tell that both items are worth a lot of money. I can satisfy you with whatever you want. Enro stared into Sister Hong's eyes. Then, please do your best to satisfy me with what I want. In the public toilet, he clenched his teeth. His forehead and cheeks were bulging with blue veins and covered with sweat. Its sickle drooped on the ground, and around the chain, about a palm's height from the ground, tens of thousands of gold coins floated. The crazy ghoul exploded, but not a single gold coin fell to the ground. It disappeared silently, leaving only a sticky corpse fluid on the ground. The room was filled with golden light, illuminating the frightened faces of the new employees. A figure changed position and appeared where the crazy ghoul was. Of course, the crazy ghoul had been strangled, and now there was only Wangda with a calm face. Wangda hooked his 5 fingers, and all the gold coins and props were siphoned into his palm. He glanced at Zhangda with an indifferent look. and uttered a sentence in an equally indifferent voice. The clear and the turbid are separated, and the chaos is gone. It's a pity that only Jean, who was at the sea level, didn't understand it at all. Chapter 75. When Beiji arrived at the place, the outside of Yondon restaurant was already crowded with people, and the entire intersection was bustling with players. At the door of the restaurant, a waiter was shouting, "The numbers are released. The numbers are released. Please take the numbers in order to eat." The crowd was noisy, and everyone rushed in. Queuing? There is no such thing, since everyone is here for the mission. Once they sit down, from opening to closing, no one will leave empty-handed. Before Beiji set out, he had already read all the relevant posts in the forum and prepared a strategy. He activated his movement skill with a thought, and shuttled through the crowd like a fish. Beiji's movement skill was not the most common swift wind step in Lingbing City, but an unexpected surprise obtained in a small task, called Wind Through the Forest. After fully activating it, the speed was not even half as fast as the swift wind step, but in a dense crowd, he could find gaps and take advantage. Soon he came to the store door from the periphery. He was delighted and was about to step through the door, but was stopped by a 2-meter-tall sturdy man. "Ahoo, the store is full. There's a queue." Even when facing the destiny, he was still serious. Beiji was anxious. "I bought a lot. 8 portions." "Ahoo, large portions or small portions?" Beiji glanced at the big character poster on the wall and gritted his teeth. "Large portions." Ahoo turned his head. "Manager Jean. 8 large portions of pickled fish. Take out." Beiji thought he could go in and was about to smile, but he was stunned when he heard the words, "Take out, take out." "Ahoo, you are alone. Ordering 8 portions, but not taking them out? I want to take them out for my brothers." But, before Beiji finished speaking, his eyes paused and stopped in front of him. Wing on hotel waiter Ahoo's favorability plus 20%. Current favorability 70%. Friendly. What does it mean? When ordering, you didn't mention the favorability, but said to take them out for my brothers. And the favorability suddenly increased? Could it be that the light screen notification was delayed? While wondering, Beiji was pushed aside by Ahoo's big hand. "Wait here. Other customers, please state clearly whether you are taking out when you get your number. Take out is impossible, and there is no player who buys 8 portions like Beiji." In the end, Beiji was carrying a bunch of simple food boxes, with one hanging around his neck, looking confused and wanting to cry but unable to. Beiji. The reason why he changed his ID to this is just because of one word: poor. He made 8 friends in the game, and whenever he was short of money, he would borrow from the 8 people one by one, and he would always be able to borrow money. For example, this time, he borrowed again and again to get 3,000 gold. Just as operation funds, he bought 8 servings of pickled fish, and his pockets were empty. No, he hadn't bought his own share yet. In a trance, Beiji was pushed out of the periphery by the players, with a sad face, and put the servings of pickled fish into the life props column. It seems that this trip was in vain, and these pickled fish will be taken back by the brothers as interest. He thought absent-mindedly, turned around, and saw a beautiful Cheongsam woman coming over. At the moment of passing by, he heard the other person muttering in a low voice, "I wanted to go to Xiangji to buy some rice balls, but I forgot that they were closed a long time ago. However, how come there are still people living there?" Quest clues: the mysterious guest of Xiangji snack shop. Related tasks: the ghouls hiding in Zhongshu town. Ji stared at the task clues on the screen for a long time. After reacting, he turned around in a panic to look for someone. But among the dense crowd of people, where was the shadow of the Cheongsam woman? 15 minutes later, Ji finally found Xiangji snack shop in the northwest of Zhongshu town. Half of the signboard had fallen off, so it must have been vacant for a long time. A basin of cold water extinguished his excitement. 5 players arrived at the same time. What happened? Did someone else get the task clue besides him? An hour later, a huge explosion sounded in Xiangji snack shop. A huge flesh flower broke through the 4 walls. A circle of stamens was densely packed, and each one was a pale and wriggling human hand. In the middle of the flower, a shrill scream sounded, and blood splattered. The nearby townspeople were alarmed, and they didn't even bother to put on their shoes. They ran out of their home shouting and disappeared into the heavy night. The players of Ollie scattered throughout the town noticed the movement and rushed over from all directions. When Kushue led the team to arrive, Rohua had disappeared, and Beiji and 2 players were walking out of the ruins, their faces covered with blood, but couldn't hide their happy expressions. After a stalemate, the 6 players who arrived at the same time decided to form a temporary team. Originally thought that there was only 1 ghoul in the snack bar, and the task reward was not enough to be divided among 6 people. But unexpectedly one of the buddies was unlucky, and was divided by the ghoul. 2 other players were also unlucky, and died in the mission. In the end, it was Ji and 2 other players who shared the 2 ghoul rewards. They were not at a high level, so the 3 of them shared 2 rewards, which was a rich harvest. Ji got 5,000 gold, plus a red weapon that exploded, and a small level increase. Very happy. As for the 2 teammates who died temporarily, who cares? They were buried in the ruins, and no one was willing to spend time digging. The 3 of them didn't need to discuss it, and they automatically disbanded the team, not afraid of the other party chasing them later. I didn't expect to be surrounded by Ali just after I walked out of the ruins. Kushue crossed his arms and looked over. You are lucky. What rewards did you get? I felt very sad. In the past few days, Yan'an Hotel has revealed several clues for tasks. Some members of their Zhongsu branch have participated in the tasks and tasted the sweetness. But Kushue, because he had offended Yan'an Hotel earlier, was banned from entering the hotel by the director himself. And he has no chance to do the task since then. Beiji became nervous. What do you want to do? Can the guild rob you? Kushue was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. With a wave of his hand, the members of Oli rushed forward. The 3 of Beiji had just finished their tasks. All their attributes were at a low level, and they were unable to resist. Fortunately, a voice sounded at this time. Kushue, stop! All the members of Oli were stiff, retreated like a tide, and put away their weapons. Minister. Kushue lowered his head to hide his unwillingness. The captainly glanced at him coldly, walked in front of Beiji, and showed a gentle smile. Don't get me wrong. Zhongsu Town welcomes all players to come to do tasks. However, since the mission is to be discovered on Oli's territory, I hope you can take the initiative to provide the mission details after completing the mission. It's just a small request, isn't it? Beiji, after completing the mission? After the mission is over, clues and details have become invalid data, which everyone knows. Leader Li nodded. That's right. Beiji exchanged glances with the 2 temporary teammates and shared the light screen with Doubt. Herring walked up quickly and wrote down the mission details. Then, Beiji hesitated. Can we go now? Captain Li saw his worry and turned to Herring and said, notify all members of the Zhongsu branch that they must not stop foreign players from doing tasks, and must not use their numbers to bully the minority and take advantage of the situation to rob. Herring, I have already notified them. Beiji was relieved and hurriedly left with his temporary teammates using their mobility skills, heading straight for the teleportation array in the town square. The 3 of them disappeared into the night, and then Captain Li walked towards Kushue. From today on, Kushue will be stripped of his position as captain and demoted to an ordinary member. As for which team is willing to accept you, go ask other captains yourself. Kushue's reluctance finally turned into fear. Minister. He was forbidden to enter the Yan'an Hotel, and the fact that the hotel owner had a very low favorability towards him had already spread throughout the branch. Even his teammates secretly disliked him for dragging them down. So which team would be willing to accept him? Not only would he lose his position as captain, but no team would be willing to accept him. Even if he went to other places to do missions in the future, he would be alone, which was much more risky. In terms of individual combat, the guild members and the wild wolf are completely incomparable. His gaming career may end here. But Captain Li did not give him any room for maneuver and went straight into the ruins with Herring. Herring, Minister. The scene has been checked. There are no traces of ghouls and player corpses. Those 3 wild wolves must have cleaned it up. Captain Li nodded. Post the mission details to the forum. After a few days, the positive cycle of Zhongsu Town turning into a high-frequency mission area has begun. From 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., Dun was unable to enter the restaurant. He sat on the steps outside the restaurant, watching the players walk out of the door one by one, returning empty-handed, and sighing in despair. Dun curled his lips in disdain. Among these people, there may be a few who have obtained clues, but they are pretending to wait until late at night to do the task. They are afraid of being snatched away by others. There is a very popular post in the game forum. Everyone guessed that it was posted by the Jiangsu branch of the Orly Guild. From time to time, outdated task details are updated, and most of the updates are in the middle of the night. It was obvious that those who got the clues chose to do the task at night, when there were few people. As a result, many players who came to Jiangsu town to try their luck did not leave, nor did they stay in the hotel, but wandered around the streets and alleys all night. Dun Dun did not plan to leave either, and sat until the hotel closed before getting up, intending to wander around and try his luck. If he really met someone doing the task, it would be good to drink some soup and get some experience. He patted his butt, and unexpectedly, a piece of paper came out from under his butt. The gentleman's barber shop is grandly opened. Welcome to patronize. After looking at it for a while, Dun Dun remembered that this was a flyer that an NPC had handed out at the entrance of the hotel during the day. Everyone thought it was an advertisement to attract attention, so they took it and used it as a cushion. Now that everyone has left, the ground outside the hotel is full of discarded flyers. Dun Dun was about to throw the flyer away when he heard a noise nearby. It was the hotel staff who had finished cleaning up and came out to lock the door. Dun Dun recognized him. The waiters in the hotel called him Manager Jean. Manager Jean also looked over and said, "Ouch. Sir, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a whole night. How about coming early tomorrow?" "Oh, yes. This barber shop is also owned by our boss. If you are tired, you can go there to get a haircut and massage. It is very comfortable." Dun Dun thought, "What did you say? Your boss opened it? Of course. How about letting it hand out bills at the door of our shop?" Shopkeeper Jean said. A quarter of an hour later, Dun Dun arrived at the entrance of Wuyan Lane. In the past, Wuyan Lane would have been empty in the early morning, as more and more people with destiny stayed in the town during this period. The sensitive shopkeepers quietly extended their business hours while worrying about the town's public security. Just like now, there are many people wandering in the alley, and the lights of the pastry shop, the bun shop and several small shops are on. Not far from the alley entrance, there is a rotating light of a hair salon, with black and white stripes, revealing a unique and cold style in the colorful neon lights. Just like its name. Gentlemen, it seems that it is not closed yet. Dowdu lifted the black bee curtain and walked in. A woman with a willow waist and lotus face came up with a smile. The bright red cheongsam was slit to the thigh, revealing a line of whiteness. "Would you like a haircut, sir?" Dun Dun looked away from her legs. "You and Yongin Hotel have the same owner?" Her red eyebrows curled her lips and smiled. "The boss doesn't like people asking about his privacy. Haircut 200 gold. Massage 400 gold. Which one would you like, sir?" Hiss. Dun Dun took a breath of cold air. It's too expensive. But he soon realized that the unusually expensive price is the style of Yongin Hotel. Isn't it? It seems that they are indeed the same owner. Next, it depends on whether this store can reveal some clues to the mission. Haircut and massage. A set, Dun Dun said arrogantly. Isn't it just the price of 2 servings of pickled fish? Let's gamble. Besides, the barber is so pretty. It's worth it. He followed Mei Hong through the entrance and walked into the store. His eyes widened immediately. Inside the store, for players who were enjoying the massage service of the NPC shampooing girl turned their heads to look at him. When their eyes met, there was a flash of lightning. Dun Dun just wanted to take a picture of her thighs. I thought I was perceptive, but it turned out that he was the one who realized it later. That night, another failed task detail was uploaded to the hot post on the forum. The next day, before the barbershop opened, a large number of gentlemen came to the door to ask for information. They waited from morning to noon, but the barbershop was not open yet. But Yongin Hotel was open for dinner, so they had to choose one of the two. A group of people left, but there were still dozens of people left. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Mei Hong appeared with the shampoo girls and posted a price list on the glass door. This store focuses on men's hair and beauty services. Haircut 400 gold. Facelift 400 gold. Massage 800 gold. Limited time opening offer 20% off on all orders only for Destiny. The players were shocked. Isn't it starting at 200 gold? How come the price has doubled in one night? You're raising the price, right? That's really ruthless. Even more ruthless than Yangon. Mei Hong smiled coquettishly. Gentlemen, I'm really sorry. There are too many customers. and our shop can't handle it. So we have to resort to this last resort. But gentlemen, please rest assured that our shop focuses on service, and is definitely worth the money. You still have the nerve to talk about service? You don't open until 2 o'clock. And you've made so many of us wait for so long. How can you say that you provide service? A player couldn't stand this. Look at it yourself. There are so many of us. And with only 4 shampoo girls under you. When will we get a turn? Your store is so small. And there's not even a place to sit. Spending money to dig for clues is fine. But the problem is that even if you have your wallet ready, it's not your turn to spend it. So players can't help but feel resentful. Wing On Hotel still has the shopkeeper Gene smiling at you. But the manager of the shabby barber shop in front of him has a fake smile on his pretty face. Which makes people angry. What's rare is that Mei-hong didn't change her smile at all after hearing the unfriendly accusations. And her favorability didn't change at all. She smiled and said, "If you are tired of waiting, you may take your number to Hong Yun Bathhouse to rest. When it's your turn, I will send someone to invite you. The bathhouse is very close. Turn right after leaving the alley, and it's 200 meters away." After that, she ignored them and walked into the store, directing the shampoo girls to do business. Hong Yun Bathhouse? What does she mean? Is it a clue? It shouldn't be. I didn't receive any system notification. I have some impression of this name. Do you think the bathhouse has the same owner? Definitely. NPCs are so greedy. They don't want to let outsiders take care of the business. I hope they will go bankrupt. Some players were talking. And one of them turned around and saw, "Hey! Damn it. These bastards are running too fast." Half of the people behind were gone. "Boss! Give me a number. I'm not the boss." Mei-hong walked to the door, with a piece of paper in one hand, and a pen in the other. "My last name is Mei. And I'm the manager of the barber shop." When Lan Xiang and the technician got their numbers and rushed to Hong Yun Bathhouse, there were already quite a few people gathered at the front desk. What the hell? 500 gold for a bath? The front desk was a gray-haired old woman. Although she was old, every wrinkle on her face was full of shrewdness. She was a bit like Ahu. She only cared about money and not people. Even if the people in front of her were all destiny. Some players have already found out that the old NPC's name is Xiang Sa. Xiang Sa said with a straight face, "Each bath ticket includes a single pickled fish, which is from Yong'an Restaurant. You can eat it without queuing. And the price is very fair." Yong'an Restaurant's pickled fish? You old woman. You won't cheat me. Right? After a player said this, his companion pulled his arm. Fortunately, the NPC's favorability did not decrease. Xiang Sa has been in places like bathhouses for half her life. She has heard all kinds of unpleasant words, and her psychological quality is not ordinary. Lan Xiang and the technician looked at each other and squeezed in. 2 tickets. Give us 2 tickets. Someone took the lead, and the others rushed forward to pay. Lan Xiang and the technician got the tickets first and rushed into the men's area. They thought they were the first. But unexpectedly there was already a person in the big pool. A man with long hair. His body soaked in hot water. His hair tied up on top of his head with a hairpin. He was a player at first glance. NPCs in the game don't dress like this. The man was humming a song leisurely. But when he saw someone coming in, he seemed to be startled and was about to walk out of the hot spring with his butt naked. Lan Xiang and his brother looked at each other, tacitly stopped each other, and showed their IDs. "Brother, you are not a young girl. Why are you hiding in a hurry? My name is Lan Xiang. My buddy is called a technician. Both of us are silver. What should I call you, brother?" Pao Pao looked flustered and reluctantly showed his ID. 5 bars. "Oh, high-level bronze. The level is not low." Lan Xiang patted his shoulder, but used a threatening tone. "Brother Wu Dao Gang, did you find a clue?" That night, a dilapidated house in the east of the town was reduced to ruins by the amazing destructive power, and another task detail was uploaded to the hot post. Soon, the fish-eating business was online for half a month. Wing On Hotel, Gentleman Barber Shop, Hong Yun Bathhouse. The 3 industries under Enro's control are becoming more and more prosperous. But the employees in the store have fewer and fewer opportunities to see the boss. Most of the time, Enro stays on the farm. She was very busy, running around to deal with each specific fish business. And she had to shoulder the burden of training new employees by herself. The bodies on the farm came quickly. And in order to create disposable consumables, They also left quickly. At the same time, Enro also needed to monitor every business throughout the process. She established a consciousness connection with every new employee and could participate in the task in depth. Not only did she have to quickly analyze the on-site situation and the composition of the task players, but she also had to guide the new employees' words and deeds to avoid flaws. And if necessary, she had to formulate emergency strategies, which was very exhausting. Wangda and Zhangda, two ghost mothers, have no pressure to play the role of players with dialect accents. But new employees are bound to make mistakes from time to time. Players who witness mistakes must be dealt with as quickly as possible. It is not a simple kill. Either the soul is devoured or it is split into a new ghoul, making it lose the game qualification and unable to enter the game forum. This is not the most difficult. The most difficult thing is to encounter high-level players above the gold level during the mission. As time goes by, the frequency of high-level players appearing in Zhongsu town is getting higher and higher. Just like now. And Rose saw the ID level of a player through Zhang Da's eyes, and decisively ordered Zhang Da to retreat. Don't be greedy. You can't eat him. Don't worry about the subordinates. Call Pao Pao, and leave immediately. Remember? Don't let the destiny see the clues. After half a month of feeding, Zhang Da has already upgraded to a B-level ghoul, but has been unable to break through to A level. If it were Wangda, the two ghosts would probably have a chance to get rid of the gold player together. But even if Wangda was here, Enro would order it to retreat. After Wangda was promoted to A-level ghoul, he changed too much. If Enro hadn't heard his subconscious voice "I'm so hungry" when he connected with her consciousness, even she wouldn't have recognized Wangda as a ghoul. He looked too much like a human. Enro simply left Wangda on the farm to help differentiate and train new employees. He hadn't been on the scene for a long time, and Enro fed him much less souls than other ghosts. She didn't want Wangda to continue to upgrade. After all, the probability of encountering a high-level player is relatively small, even if she gave up a few consumables and new employees. Enro's fish-eating business made her a lot of money in just half a month. Not to mention the gold coins and props. The big vat in the farm's pickle shed was almost half full of player corpses. After confirming that Zhang Da Pao Pao had successfully escaped from the scene, Enro cut off the connection and came to the pickle shed from the bungalow. The big face of the rich man floated at his feet and followed him all the time. Two bone blades pierced through the ground and pointed at the two pickle jars respectively. Two players were resurrected. Enro squatted down and touched Bao Fu's pale forehead. Bao Bao. Why don't you eat? Pao Pao said Bao Fu didn't want to eat souls before. But Enro didn't see it with her own eyes, so she didn't take it seriously. But in the past half-month, she saw clearly that Bao Fu really didn't want to eat. Even if it differentiated into a new ghoul and entered a short-term weak state, it refused to devour souls to replenish energy. With the most delicious player's soul in front of him, there is still a reason not to eat it? Bao Fu is a ghoul. Enro gave a few gentle words of advice as usual. But Bao Fu's bone knife hovered outside the pickle jar, but didn't go in. In those huge eyes, the small pupils slowly moved. Dull and slow. So cold. So hungry. The voices that Enro heard in her consciousness were the same as always. Enro's face suddenly turned cold. She stood up and looked down at Bao Fu. I order you to eat. Bao Fu's eyes looked over and met her gaze. Its eye sockets are as big as a pickled fish plate, but its pupils are as small as walnuts. Such a pair of strange eyes looks exaggerated and weird. But Enro saw calmness in them, just like Wangda. However, Wangda did not transform wildly. He parasitized the player's body. With the increase of level and knowledge, he has such eyes. Enro can barely understand. On the other hand, Bao Fu. It is a wildly transformed ghoul. According to the game setting, it is a ghoul without IQ, who can only kill and devour souls by instinct. Suddenly, Enro's soul left her body, and she calmly reviewed everything that had happened since she met Bao Fu. No, being outside the situation, she suddenly realized that since Bao Fu and she reached a cooperation, or the cooperation itself, it exceeded the setting logic of the crazy ghoul. Could it be that, as the level increases, the crazy ghoul will also become a person? The terrifying body wrapped in a human heart? At this moment, Enro was shaken. Can the plan of raising Bao Fu into a fierce dog with low IQ, but super strength and loyal to its master really be realized? Bao Bao. Enro stared at it, whispering softly, and suddenly heard a slight sound in her ears. and Ro looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Bao Fu's bone knife stabbed into 2 pickle jars at the same time. And the soul light lit up. Bao Bao. Don't. And Ro blurted out to stop him. But it was too late. For SS level Bao Fu, the soul of a bronze player is just water in a small teacup, which can be drunk in one drink. Bao Fu's big eyes looked deeply at Enro, and the huge terrified face that always accompanied Enro as long as she returned to the farm slowly sank into the ground, disappeared without a trace. Chapter 76. Late at night, after evacuating from the mission site, Pao Pao went around to the barber shop and brought Mei Hong to the farm. Today is the first day of the month, and it is also the day to settle the dividends of last month. Pao Pao looked very happy, and Mei Hong was much calmer in comparison. First settle the gentleman barber shop. It opened in the middle of last month and has been in operation for 15 days. The total turnover is 530,000 gold, and the net profit after deducting costs is 450,000 gold. The dividend ratio is 10%. Mei Hong, this is your 45,000 gold. And Rose stretched out her hand, covered Mei Hong's palm, and handed the money over. Mei Hong smiled and said, "Thank you, boss." There was only 50% sincerity in her words. When Hong Jia's hair salon was doing the best business, it could only make more than 10,000 gold a month at most. Now it has quadrupled in half a month, which is naturally beyond expectations. But the other 50%, gentleman's barber shop, is no longer Hong Jia's hair salon. And Mei Hong is no longer the Hong Jia who only has money in her eyes. And Ro promised that as long as she works for her, in addition to making a lot of money, Mei Hong will no longer have to fear any destiny. Anything. And Ro met her gaze and smiled calmly. This is just the beginning. Mei Hong, go to Pao Pao's room to rest first, and let Pao Pao take you back later. Pao Pao didn't hear the deep meaning in Ro's words, and was thinking about the dividends that were about to come, his eyes sparkling. Mei Hong's dividend ratio is 10%, and his is only 5%. It doesn't sound as high as Mei Hong's, but the dividend range is wider than Mei Hong's. Mei Hong can only get the profits of the barber shop, but he can get the accumulated profits of the 3 industries. With a click, the door closed, and Ro retracted her gaze, and was about to talk about the disappearance of Bao Fu. Seeing Pao Pao's look, she settled the dividends for him first. The barber shop was reopened only 15 days ago. After deducting the dividends given to Mei Hong, the net profit was about 400,000 gold. Hongyan Bathhouse was open 1 day later than it, but the net profit doubled to 820,000 gold. Firstly, because they are close. Any player who goes to the barber shop or the bathhouse will visit both shops at the same time to try their luck. Secondly, Hongyan Bathhouse is no longer open to NPCs, and the female guest area is simply transformed into 20 small single rooms for players to stay overnight, and the cost is calculated separately. Although the accommodation fee is not cheap, the players still fill up the room every night in the hope that they might find clues. Of course, the most profitable one is Yongdong Hotel. The hotel is large and has 3 floors, so it can accommodate more than 300 diners a day even if the turnover rate is extremely low. Among them, 150 diners were permanently contracted to the Ori Guild by Enro for the sake of Li Duiju's face. In other words, even if there are no foreign players, the hotel will have at least 150 diners every day. It sounds like a lot, but think about it. The Oli Jingsu branch has thousands of people, and each member only eats once a week. As for the remaining dining quota, Enro asked the shopkeeper Jean to count secretly, and at least 20 to 30 diners every day are members of the Eli gang. These Eli members are often ridiculed by the Oli Guild, and the relationship between the 2 guilds has long passed the honeymoon period. In short, Yong'an Hotel has made a profit of 1.8 million gold in 20 days after its reorganization and opening. And after deducting costs, there is 1.5 million gold left. The detailed account of manager Jean has not been released yet. This is the rough figure he gave me. The 3 stores have a total of 2.72 million gold, and your dividend is 136,000. And Ro transferred the money to Pao Pao. Pao Pao was surprised. Isn't it more than 130,000? Why did the boss give me 150,000? And Ro smiled. During this period, a total of 260,000 gold coins and 168 props were exploded in the sauerkraut shed. According to the old rules, the props will be placed on the farm as an emergency reserve. The total dividend of gold coins you will receive is 13,000, which adds up to 150,000. Pow Pow was overjoyed. For him, dividends were the biggest part, but not all. During this period, he went in and out of the Chiyu business site many times. If the business went smoothly and there were no problems throughout the process, Enro would let him keep all the task rewards he got on the site. It was nearly 100,000 gold. Earn 250,000 gold in less than a month? Pow Pow was sure that even a great player might not be able to earn such a terrifying number. After all, it was 1.25 million. What's the luxury package of 200,000 a month in the holographic arena? Package. A year's package. And Rose smiled at him. Is it enough to solve your funding needs? Enough? Enough. Pow Pow narrowed his eyes and said, Thank you, boss. Fufu disappeared. Oh, what? Pow Pow was startled and saw that the boss's smile had disappeared without a trace. Brother Fufu? Where did he go? And Ro frowned. Her eyes fell on the ground, and she shook her head slowly. I don't know. I can't sense it. The same emotion was transferred from Anru to Pow Pow. Panic and helplessness. For the two, SS level Baofu was the ballast stone of the entire farm. The dozen or so ghouls on the farm and the waves of consumable temporary workers were all at ease because of Baofu. Baofu was the ghost mother at the top of the pyramid. And now, Baofu disappeared. You have read so many game guides. Enru asked Pow Pow thoughtfully. Will the top ghouls change their forms? Not a human form, nor a mutant form, but something else, invisible? Boss, do you suspect that Brother Baofu has upgraded? Impossible. Pow Pow shook his head. What do you mean? Pow Pow, I'm not saying that Brother Baofu can't upgrade. There is SSS level above SS level. And even if it is SSS level, it is not the top ghoul in the game. According to the information I have come across, ghouls only have one chance to change their form. When the parasite dies, it undergoes a mad transformation. Whatever form you take after the transformation, it will remain what it is. And even if you upgrade later, there will be no fundamental changes. Just like Brother Baofu, there will be two changes after upgrading. One is the birth of ghost arts, which will not change the appearance. The other is that the body size continues to expand, but the appearance will not change. So the invisible form that the boss mentioned, although I have never heard of it, I cannot rule out the existence of such a ghoul. But it will not be Brother Baofu. Peopeo's analysis broke Amber's last fantasy. She has not studied the strategy, and does not understand the game. From the time Baofu disappeared until now, there has always been a glimmer of hope. Baofu is still there, but has become invisible and intangible. In order to verify this, Enru went to the staff dormitory to find Wangda. Wangda and other ghouls looked the same as usual, which made Enru more convinced that her guess was correct. But Pow Pow denied it. Could it be that Baofu really left? Just because she forced it to devour souls? But it is a ghoul. What's wrong with doing this? She promised from the beginning that from now on she would not let it starve or freeze, and would not disappear from the world because of encountering a destiny person. That's why Baofu reached a cooperation agreement with her. Devouring souls and constantly upgrading. Isn't that the right path? And Rose's forehead felt like a needle pricking her. She couldn't figure out where she went wrong. Pow Pow suddenly shouted, Got it! He called up the light screen, flipped through the system notifications, and kept scrolling down the folded historical messages, stopping at one message. He didn't share the light screen, and Enro also saw the message, and her heart moved. The message was in pure black font, different from the gray above and below, which meant it was not invalid. The first line after folding is task name, ghouls hidden in the farm. How could I be so stupid that I actually forgot this? Pow Pow slapped his forehead. Every time I go back to the farm and see Wangda and the others, this task detail will pop up. Task name, ghouls hidden in the farm. Task location, eastern suburbs of Zhongsu town. Ghoul level, SS. Highest. Ghoul number, 21/21. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, SS. When Pow Pow first activated this detail, the game rated the farm B level. As the level of wealth increased, the task was also upgraded to SS level, a high-level task. If this task information spread, who knows how many high-level players would be attracted. It is certain that the entire Oli Zhengsu branch will form a huge army to encircle and suppress. Therefore, every time he cheated people in the fish-eating business, he was always cautious. for fear that someone would accidentally see this detail. Number. Boss. Look at the number of ghouls. How many ghouls do we have now? 15, Unro answered calmly. When she went to find Wanda before, she counted them. There were 13 ghouls in the dormitory. With Zhangde, who came back with Pao Pao, there were 14. With Bao Fu, there were exactly 15. But she didn't get too happy too soon. She asked Pao Pao, "Are you sure that only Zhangde came back with you tonight?" "Definitely and definitely. The new employee and the temporary worker are left to the high-level player," Pao Pao excitedly concluded. "Boss, Brother Baofu is not gone. He is still on the farm." And Ro's shoulders slumped, and she felt a sense of relief from the inside out. But why did he hide and cut off the connection with my consciousness? After the joy, and Ro's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Is it because I forced it to eat and made it angry? Is it that serious? Even ghosts are so petty. Can't they talk nicely? Boss, you blamed Brother Baofu wrongly. He didn't cut off the connection voluntarily. He must have been forced. I am 80% sure. What do you mean? Pao Pao pointed to the task details. Boss, look. There are 3 dots behind the ghoul level and the task level. I don't know if you noticed. When we were doing the T21 task, the task level was upgraded from SS to SSS. And these 3 dots appeared in a very short time. Enru stared at the 2 SS. After a while, you mean? Bao Bao is upgrading? Pao Pao suppressed his excitement and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Brother Baofu must have entered a state similar to hibernation. When the hibernation ends, he will be upgraded to an SSS level ghoul. SSS level ghouls and farms become SSS level tasks. Once exposed, they will inevitably attract more top players. But on the contrary, the stronger Baofu's combat power is, the more he can protect the farm. Enru is more confident. Pao Pao stopped for a while, and then became confused. But this is also very strange. The boss said that Baofu disappeared after eating 2 souls, which means that it has been at the critical point of upgrading for a long time. So why didn't he eat it earlier? It can obviously enter hibernation a long time ago. Boss? He suddenly noticed that the boss's eyes were filled with tears. And Rose squatted down, gently touched the ground, and whispered, "It refuses to devour souls because it has to enter dormancy after upgrading." Bao Bao was worried about her safety. However, she had only figured this out at this moment, and had repeatedly wrongly accused it of being disobedient. "Minister, the mission details have been obtained." But Herring walked into the room, hesitant. Captain Lee looked up at him. "Is there anything unusual?" The one who got the clue and completed the task this time is a member of the Longyan Guild. Huang Jin. Even Longyan is here? Captain Lee thought for a moment and shook his head. "Don't worry. Just send the details out." Among the people who heard the news, there are many players from the Gal Guild and other small guilds. It's nothing surprising to have one more Longyan. Besides, the Longyan Guild never hinders other guild members from finding clues and completing tasks on their own territory. Since he decided to open Zhongsu, he has no position to drive them out. After posting the details on the hot post, Herring said, "Minister, please go offline and rest early. It's already 2 o'clock today." Taking into account the time difference, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning in their hometown. Thinking of the 2 children who had already fallen asleep, Captain Lee felt guilty again. After the number of tasks in Zhongsu town increased, he waited until midnight to get the task details every day before going offline to rest. "It has been a long time since I said good night to the children." He sighed and still stood by the window, looking at the players walking on the street. "Herring, is the minister worried?" "The headquarters just contacted me," Captain Lee said. "They suspect there is a ghost mother hiding in Zhongsu town." "Ghost mother? How is that possible? Our Zhongsu has suddenly become a high-frequency mission area. It is normal for them to think so." Herring was still puzzled. Didn't the whole network know about the special address in Zhongsu town? Why does the headquarters think it is because of the ghost mother? Captain Lee smiled bitterly. It's just an excuse. In less than a month, the number of tasks in the Zhongshu branch rose sharply, and the ranking quickly reversed from the bottom to the middle. Either the top management was jealous and wanted to place their confidence on other fat pieces, or a minister close to the top management smoothed the relationship and wanted to grab this territory. In just 4 words, Herring understood everything at once, and an angry expression appeared on his face. He quickly calmed down and asked, "Minister, will the headquarters send an execution team down?" No execution team. Only one person. Leaderly said slowly. One person? Herring was shocked. Could it be an old friend? An old friend. A super god player. Ranked 3rd on the Destiny list. Chapter 77. Since Qiqian Yiming was completely offline, no one in the Oli Guild can challenge the position of the Old Man Guild as the first. According to the policy formulated by the headquarters, the Oli members have a higher priority than other players in executing the tasks that burst out on the Oli territory. In layman's terms, the Oli Guild can arbitrarily snatch the task clues from other players. This is contrary to the strategy of the leaderly who wants to attract as many foreign players as possible. And the old man belongs to the headquarters. When he sets foot on the land of Zhongshu, it is conceivable what will happen. Among the players who came to Zhongshu town to try their luck, who can resist the top super god ranked 3rd on the Destiny list? Herring said anxiously, Minister, what should we do? I have already made a request to the headquarters. Before sending out the old people, the Zhongshu branch should first conduct a self-inspection. If the self-inspection is fruitless, the old people will come forward. Captain Lee said. Self-inspection? There is no ghost mother in the town, so self-inspection will definitely not produce any results. Herring was right. But apart from this way of delaying time, Captain Lee had no other choice. The arm cannot twist the leg. Facing the pressure from the headquarters, what can he, a low-ranking branch director, do? I have decided. There are 3 days left before the mid-year assessment. All directors will attend the holographic meeting held by the headquarters. Leaderly gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, as long as it takes more than 3 days, I will argue with the headquarters at the assessment meeting. After the words fell, Herring was silent, and the whole room was audible. He is the confidant selected and trained by Leaderly himself, and his understanding of the game is much deeper than that of ordinary members. Soul Song is not just a game. It contains a secret divine revelation. Countries are scrambling to surrender to China in order to gain a place in the game. The success or failure in the game is as serious as the national security issue. Not only the Oli Guild, but all guilds with national backgrounds have many players who are military. The top leaders of the guild are bigwigs, who hold real power both in virtual and real life. The minister wants to argue with the headquarters? This is a fight to the death. How much courage and determination are needed? Herring couldn't help but start to wonder. If one day he really sat in the position of minister, could he show the same courage? Minister. Herring instinctively wanted to persuade him. After all, if Captain Lee gave up Zhongshu and moved to another place to be the minister, or even gave up the game, the headquarters would not treat him unfairly. But Captain Lee interrupted him. What about the other Yandan? Chairman Lee asked. His expression relaxed. To be precise, it was not Yandan, but Yan'an. A week ago, less than 100 meters away from Yong'an Hotel, the tavern quietly changed its owner. After intensive renovation, it reopened 3 days ago. When the curtain was drawn, everyone found that this restaurant was just a little smaller, but everything else was exactly the same as Yong'an Hotel. Of course, the word Yong on the signboard had an extra. At first, Captain Lee thought that Enro had opened a branch, so he went to congratulate him in person. But he learned from shopkeeper Jean that the store had nothing to do with Enro at all. It was opened by the mayor Hung Batong. From the decoration to the menu prices, everything was copied from Yandan, and he even sent people to poach Chef Lee from Yan'an privately. Unfortunately, after offering 3 times the salary, he was not able to poach Chef Lee, let alone a waiter. The employee rules set by Enro played a huge role at the critical moment, and even stopped the NPC's money worship setting. Magic defeated magic. Hung Batong was not discouraged, and sent someone to Yan'an Hotel to buy a pickled fish to study it. After all, Yan'an Hotel did not explicitly stipulate that it only received people with destiny. The chef hired by Hangbeidan also successfully imitated the pickled fish with a similar taste. This morning, Hangbeidan found a lot of people. Of course they were all NPCs, but the method was very effective. Before noon, many unsuspecting players entered the store. But Herring changed the subject. After the players found out that they were fooled, they smashed the store. And Hangbeidan was so angry that he rushed over. Minister, I'm worried that he will issue another ban on the Destiny, because the ban issued by Qiqian Yiming had been withdrawn after a week. Captain Lee thought, people die for money, even if the Destiny value is cut in half. As long as Zhongshu Town continues to release tasks, Many people will still come. But I am worried that if the destiny value is cut in half, there will be fewer low and mid-level players coming. If they are all high-level players, few people in our department can compete. Herring's worry is not unreasonable. Captain Lee asked, what was Hung Batong's reaction? Herring, after the store was smashed, he went directly to Eli Club and scolded President Tang. The reason why he knew this was because Oli had spies in Eli Guild. It was simple. Facing the olive branch thrown by the second largest guild in Lingbing City, no member of a small guild would not be tempted. And this foreshadowing was quietly prepared by Captain Lee when Eli entered Jiangsu. Captain Lee asked again, how did Tang Lang deal with him? Just like before, coaxing him and trying hard to maintain Heng Beitong's favorability. And Ro hadn't appeared in the hotel for a long time, and Tang Lang had no choice. Captain Lee sneered. How could he not know about Ro's situation at the farm? It's not that he has no way, but he thinks Hung Batong is not pushed into a corner yet. When Hung Batong is really pushed into a corner and promises him enough benefits, Tang Lang will definitely not be able to sit still. Herring, what about us? Captain Lee, keep monitoring and wait and see. Did it really get smashed? It really got smashed. The guy was so angry when he talked about it. He smashed it himself and chopped the sign into several pieces. And Ro raised her eyebrows. A little surprised. She had known for a long time that Heng Beitong had imitated Yangon to open a store. But she had not taken any action. True gold is not afraid of fire. And it was only a matter of time before that copycat store had no business. What surprised her was that the players actually smashed the store directly. Aren't they afraid of reducing Heng Beitong's favorability? It seems that consumers in the game are not easy to mess with. In real life, you have to go through the trouble of complaining when you are cheated. But in the game, you can just smash it up if you don't agree with it. Pao Pao said, Heng Beitong has made sure to put the blame on the boss. Boss, we are doing business on his territory. Isn't it better to manage it? And Ro sneered, let me ask you, who is the biggest force in Jiangsu town? Pao Pao scratched his head, except our farm. Oli. Captain Lee. Right? Which side does Captain Lee stand on? Of course. On our side. Which side do the townspeople stand on? Tao people? Those NPCs? Maybe, they don't stand on either side. And Heng Beitong's reputation is not good. And Ro smiled, that's it. Heng Beitong can be the mayor. Why can't I? Pao Pao was shocked. Mayor? Boss, do you want to be the mayor? It is common for players to disguise themselves as NPCs. But it is shocking to be as successful as Anru, who can also master the bug to control the light screen. To take over the NPC management? I dare not even think about it. Anru gave him a look that said, why not? And she worshipped Pao Pao like a little pug with bright eyes. Of course, the most important thing right now is to stabilize the business and accumulate capital. And Rose said, Pao Pao, yeah. Yeah. The boss is wise and powerful. And everything the boss says is right. He just thought that the boss had set a grand goal for the startup company. But he didn't know that this idea just came to Enro. The reason is simple, getting rich. Taking advantage of the fact that she got rich and upgraded her dormancy. And Ro learned about the classification of ghoul levels from Pao Pao in detail. Only then did she know that although the SSS level ghoul is commonly known as the top ghoul, it is not the real top level. Above the SSS level, there is the Ghost King. For most ordinary players, playing Soul Guiding Song is a livelihood, a shortcut to becoming rich overnight. For the top players at the top of the pyramid, the Ghost King is their goal. They have a deep background and abundant resources, and they are not short of money in real life. Doing tasks, becoming a super god, doing advanced tasks, activating the Ghost Ruins, fighting the ultimate battle with the Ghost King, and becoming a legendary hall is the logic of top players. In other words, even if you become rich and upgrade to SSS level, you are not invincible at all. Among the historical players who are listed in the Hall of Legends, there are quite a few who have killed SSS level ghouls by themselves. And there are 0 people who have completed the final battle and killed the Ghost King. It is said that if the Ghost King is eliminated, this game will no longer exist. Pao Pao said so. In other words, if Anra wants to train Baofu to be an invincible guard, there is only one way, let Baofu become the Ghost King. Is it possible? Of course not. It is clearly written in the game introduction that there is only one ultimate boss in the Soul Song from beginning to end. And it can only be eliminated and cannot be replaced. Since it is impossible, and Ro's plan must be adjusted. Either follow the old path, wait until the farm reaches the conditions of self-sufficiency, take Bao Fu and Yonyan away from the players, run to the land of no life, and live a life of hiding. Or take root in Zhongsu Town and simply build Zhongsu Town into a kingdom controlled by Enro. This is a more difficult road. After all, Zhongsu Town is just one of the 216 towns in the secondary security zone of Lingbing City. Even the big guilds can't close themselves off from the outside world, let alone Enro. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the abyss of being besieged by millions of players. And Ro's mood suddenly became heavy again after a rare relaxation. And she suddenly asked, how long will the violent hibernation last? Cao Cao didn't know. Before, he always thought that the ghoul upgrade was completed in an instant. And he didn't know that there was a dormant period. Cao Cao thought Enro was worried. And smiled, don't worry, boss. Wang Dachui is now also an A-level ghoul. And it's no problem to control Zhang Barao. And other C-level ghouls are a piece of cake. Besides, he said nothing more, but cast an admiring look. And Rose secretly rolled her eyes. This kid wants to say that she is the half-moon princess, the top super god. If I am really the second on the destiny list, why do I bother hiding? Every time it comes to this. And Ro wants to open Peopeo's head to see if this kid's IQ is 200 or 20. And Ro sighed silently. I hope that before Bao Bao wakes up, nothing will happen. But what Pao Pao said is not wrong. The fish-eating business has been put on the right track. If you really think about it, Bao Fu has not contributed as much as Wang during this period. It played a more calming role. Even if there was an emergency, she could relax the restrictions on Wangda and let it continue to upgrade. With the calmness shown by Wangda, S-level might be able to exert SS-level strength. The two of them took kerosene lamps and wandered around the farm at night again. There was no shortage of money or labor. After half a month of continuous construction, the farm had a brand new change. The wooden gate was replaced with a luxurious iron gate, painted with fresh green paint. The wooden fence was also removed and built into a 3-meter-high stone wall, with white tiles on the inside and outside. The staff dormitory not far from the entrance was expanded into a 2-story building, turned upside down, so that it could block the sight of the guards on the distant city wall, so as to prevent the ghoul employees from accidentally revealing their identities. The pickled cabbage shed was no longer a wooden structure, but a solid brick concrete structure, and the area was doubled again. The empty space would soon be filled with the pickled vegetable jars delivered. The chicken coop and duck shed were also expanded and merged together, no longer connected to the bungalow, so as to prevent the house from being filled with the stench of poultry. The vegetable field doubled in size again, and the transplanted vegetables were lush and green. The rapeseeds planted earlier also sprouted one after another, and looked full of vitality during the day. And Rose spent a lot of money on planting. She did not adopt the conventional method of fertilization, but asked Pao Pao to check the data offline, and directly spent money to adjust the soil composition and humidity for each fruit and vegetable. Therefore, not only the vegetable field, but also the pear trees by the pond grew dense at a speed that ordinary NPCs could not understand, and began to produce tender and lovely flower buds. Walking by the pond, I seemed to be able to smell the faint fragrance of pear blossoms. Thanks to the game, the Soul Realm has no 4 seasons. The weather is slightly chilly in early spring all year round, which is suitable for most plants to grow. When she has free time, and Ro decides to try greenhouse planting, she will also spend money to change the air temperature and humidity, so that she can eat tropical fruits that are unique to the Soul Realm. In the entire farm, only 2 places have not changed. One is the bungalow, and the other is the pond. Today's bungalows have 2 thin walls and too few rooms, compared with the pastoral villa in Ro's dream. It is more than 1,000,000 miles away. She hadn't figured out how to renovate it yet, and the tight layout around her didn't allow her to expand the house too much. There was also a pond, which was more appropriately called a fish pond, and Ro had originally wanted to build a plank road in the pond, and then a lake pavilion. But after looking around, she gave up. In order to supply the restaurant, the pond was full of fish, too dense, and there was no artistic conception of still water and ripples at all. She needed to move the fish pond out and dig a separate pond for enjoying the wind and scenery. All the problems came down to one crux. The farm only had 8 acres of land, which was half a football field in reality, and it was too small. Not only villas and ponds, but also the bamboo forest, tropical fruit garden, strawberry picking garden that Andrew envisioned, and even the rice and wheat fields that are most needed for self-sufficiency have no place to put them. By the way, boss, I passed by the previous mission sites today and saw that several stores were selling them at a very low price. Pow Pow said. Andrew, said, then go online early tomorrow at noon and we will buy them. Speaking of this, Andrew's mood improved by 2 points. When she designed the fish-eating business, the mission sites she selected were all vacant houses or ruins that had been uninhabited for a long time. After doing so many businesses, the employees did not harm any NPC. However, the townspeople were really afraid of the ghouls. Every time a ghoul appeared, the business of nearby shops would be much quieter, and many NPC owners simply closed their shops and left. This allowed Enro to get a lot of bargains. The shop, which was originally worth 200,000 gold, could be bought at a price less than 50% off. After all, except for her, other NPC owners with money would not dare to take over such a shop easily. Everyone was afraid to go there. So would they just take it over and collect dust? Enro did not have this concern, and she did not take it over to continue running the shop. The building itself alone is worth her effort. It cost her 500,000 gold to build the farmhouse. Building a house from scratch in the Soul World is extremely expensive, and those despised shops are sold as cheap as cabbage, even if they are dismantled into parts and moved to the farm for recycling. It is worth it. She has many ideas for the farm. If she keeps them, they will come in handy sooner or later. It is no exaggeration to say that Enro is the owner of the most shops in Zhongshu Town. Boss Lin, the wealthy man who once owned more than a dozen chain grain stores, was nothing in front of her. Enro thought for a moment and said, "Stop eating fish for a day tomorrow. After buying the store, accompany me to the mayor's mansion." Ah? Pow Pow was surprised. What for? The copycat restaurant in Hangbeidong had just been smashed. Wouldn't it be bad luck to come to the door at this time? Enro smiled slightly, and her sight seemed to pass through the farm wall under the night sky and fell on the large piece of wasteland outside. Buy land. Chapter 78. More than a decade ago, the ghoul wave broke out in the eastern suburbs of Zhongshu Town. From the perspective of assets, the biggest victim was actually the mayor Hangbeidong. Most of the hundreds of acres of land infected by the ghoul corpse poison belonged to him. Coincidentally, Yong'an Farm is adjacent to the city wall in the east, and Hangbeidong's land is on the north, south, and west sides. If Andrew had not become rich and secretly opened a farm, these unattended lands would have been occupied. But she has become a thorn in Hangbeidong's side. If he wants to expand, it is better to get the land deed first. This game has a good sense of property rights, as can be seen from the fact that Hung Baton led his troops to seal the Yong'an Hotel instead of robbing it directly. In the afternoon, after Enro successfully bought several shops, she came to the mayor's house. Before she saw Hung Batong, Miss Hung ran out first. "Enro, where have you been these days? I went to Yong'an Hotel and the Steamed Bun shop several times, but couldn't find you." Hung Baobao was happy and complained. Pouting, Manager Jean said you were on the farm. "Is it the farm in the eastern suburbs? You didn't even invite me to play." Enro smiled and said, "It's not me who doesn't want you to go. It's the mayor who doesn't want you to go." Right. When Jean went to the farm to settle the bill, he mentioned that Hung Bobeo had come to see her. Later, he mentioned that Miss Hung was confined by the mayor because she went to Yong'an restaurant too often. Enro was regarded as a mortal enemy by the mayor, so she naturally wanted to maintain a good relationship with Hung Bobeo. So she asked Jean to send her some pickled fish from time to time. When the restaurant launched new side dishes, it would be sent to her first to try. Sure enough, Hung Bobeo was very dissatisfied with his father. "Humph! Don't mention my father. He opened a Yong'an. I'm not talking about your Yong'an. Anyway, you know, that broken copycat shop. I'm fed up with him." "Humph! Too embarrassing." Pow Pow rarely looked at her straight in the eye. Oh, Miss Hung is quite sensible. The two met not many times, but every time they met, they were not on good terms. Hung Bobeo was also poisonous, and squinted at him. "Nothing special." "What do you mean? Am I an unreasonable person?" Pow Pow took a deep breath and tightened his face. Who among the young people doesn't want to be handsome, elegant, and suave? But Hung Bobeo hit the nail on the head and gave him the nickname Ordinary. The most important thing is that NPCs don't lie. Hung Bobeo said he was ordinary. Which means that he was really ordinary in her eyes. Pow Pow vomited blood in his heart every time he heard it. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a woman, he would have shoveled her away with a shovel. Pow Pow hypnotized himself. I am a player. I am a player. I won't argue with NPCs. When the two stopped arguing, and Ro took Hung Bobeo's hand and said with a smile, the business of Yong'an restaurant is good, and other restaurants will imitate it sooner or later. The mayor just acted faster than them, so it's not shameful. Hung Bobeo was stunned, and Ro, are you really not angry? I was worried that you would ignore me because of this. How could it be? I can't thank the mayor enough. If he hadn't sold the restaurant to me, there would be no Yong'an restaurant today. And Ro said, glancing at the corridor inadvertently. Hung Batong had arrived long ago, and he and the housekeeper stopped behind the door to eavesdrop on their conversation. Hung Bobeo was unaware of what was happening, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that you were going to find my father to accuse him. Fortunately. But, and Ro, what do you want to talk to my father about? Of course. It's a courtesy. Thanking the mayor? And Ro said, oh, tell me how you thank me. Master? Hung Batong walked in, his face neither good nor bad, and in Ro's words just now must have dispelled some of his anger. At least, the soldiers were not immediately sent to drive them away. Dad. Hung Bobeo flew over like a bird and took his arm. The restaurant was about to close down, and Ro was able to revive it. How can Dad accept a thank you gift? And Ro curled her lips secretly. Miss Hung really doesn't know how to talk. How can she slap her father in the face in front of outsiders? Isn't this saying that Hung Ba Tong is incompetent? Well, I wanted to ease the conflict with Hung Ba Tong, but it was all in vain. Sure enough, Hung Batong blew his beard and glared. What do you know? You little girl. Why are you butting in? Get out. This was the first time Hung Bobeo had heard such harsh words from her father since she was a child. She was a little confused and her eyes suddenly turned red. But her arrogant temper was cultivated. So she snorted heavily and ran out with her eyes wiped. Hung Batong regretted it immediately. Since the person had run away, there was no chance to coax him. It was natural for him to put the blame on Ro. And Ro rolled her eyes and simply got straight to the point, tilting her head towards Pow Pow. Pow Pow took a step forward. We want to buy the wasteland in the eastern suburbs under the name of the mayor. Buy land? Hung Batong sneered. And the laughter stopped abruptly. He turned to the housekeeper. There is still land in the eastern suburbs? I even forgot it myself. The housekeeper replied in a low voice. It is the land where the ghouls were. It has been abandoned for more than 10 years. Hung Batong suddenly realized, and the shrewd light flashed in his eyes. He suppressed his anger and sat down on the sandalwood chair calmly. I heard that you built a farm in the eastern suburbs. That piece of land has been abandoned for so long, and no one can grow anything. How did you grow anything? Pow Pow, the mayor won't bother with this kind of thing. Hung Batong took a sip of tea and looked at him with his eyelids raised. The man of destiny? So what if you are the man of destiny? Do you think I am afraid of you? With a bang, the tea bowl smashed to pieces on the ground. Yong'an Hotel was just smashed to pieces by the man of destiny yesterday. Not only did the hundreds of thousands of gold spent on buying and renovating the restaurant go down the drain, but Hung Batong was also very angry. Now, all the anger was directed at Pow Pow. Pow Pow was immature after all, and he didn't expect that he would lose his temper so quickly, and he was at a loss for a moment. And Ro walked forward and sat down leisurely. Why is the mayor so angry? Since the mayor wants to know, I will tell you directly. I can't grow anything by myself. That piece of land eats money. Eat money? And Ro took out a handkerchief and spread it out. Inside was a small handful of soil soaked with ghoul corpse poison. Pow Pow walked over and put a gold coin on it. In the blink of an eye, the black soil became lighter in color, and the faint fishy smell disappeared. Hung Batong couldn't see the light screen, but felt that the means of the destiny were miraculous. It costs 1 gold coin to remove the poison of the ghoul corpse from such a small handful of soil. In total, a palm-sized wasteland costs 100 gold coins, and a whole acre of land. And Rose slowed down her speech. It costs 100,000 gold coins. Hung Ba Tong was horrified. 100,000. In the territory of Lingbing City, the market price of an acre of farmland is only 20,000 gold coins at most. Of course, he didn't know that Enro had played a trick. The smallest unit of gold coins is 1. So whether it is a handful of soil or a grain of sand, as long as you want to purify it, the minimum is 1 gold coin. In fact, it only costs more than 10,000 gold to purify 1 acre of land. And Ro raised the price tenfold. And Ro smiled sincerely. I really want to thank the mayor. But the mayor is selfless, and will naturally not accept the thank you fee directly. I learned that the mayor still has nearly 50 acres of unused land. So I came up with this bad idea and wanted to buy it at a price of 2,000 gold per acre to express my gratitude. 2,000 gold. 50 acres? A total of 100,000 gold. Hangbadong has many industries. And those wastelands are definitely rotten assets, which have long been forgotten by him. 100,000 gold fell from the sky. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted. But Hangbadong has suffered losses. The former Fuxiang restaurant was rotten. Right? Not only did it not make any profit, it also lost money every day. Worse than a wasteland. What was the result? Once it fell into Ro's hands, it turned into a phoenix, laying golden eggs every meal. His hesitant expression turned cold, and he said shamelessly, if you want to buy it, you can. 100,000 gold per acre. As much as you want. Even the housekeeper was shocked. Master, those lands are rotten anyway. Why not? Do you have the right to speak? Hung Batong glared at him. The housekeeper shut up, stepped back, and gave Enro an apologetic look. As soon as Enro entered the door, she stuffed him a big red envelope to explain her purpose. The housekeeper was generous and naturally happy to help. Otherwise, with the attitude of the soldiers at the door, Enro might not even be able to cross the threshold of the mayor's mansion. It's a pity that Enro's second trick didn't come in handy. Hung Batong was really greedy. Enro was thinking about how to deal with it. And Pao Pao couldn't help it. Walked up and slapped the table, which scared Hung Batong. You're going too far, aren't you? Who can come up with 5 million gold? Let me ask you. You've been corrupt and taking bribes for half your life. Can you come up with that? Hung Batong's face changed immediately. His original intention was to test how sincere Enro was. The higher the price she was willing to pay, the more she wanted to buy it. The more she wanted to buy it, the bigger the trick was. But Pao Pao didn't care and directly accused him of shit, making him so angry that he forgot his original intention. Hung Batong's fingers trembled as he pointed at Pao Pao's nose. You are so bold. Come here. The favorability towards Pao Pao plummeted to hostility. And Ro asked Pao Pao to accompany her, because she wanted to borrow the power of the Destiny Man in the negotiation. Pao Pao also knew it well, and he snorted disdainfully and took out his weapon directly. It was not the red weapon bone-burying shovel, but the green weapon punishment knife. It was the weapon that Qin Wudi dropped before he was swallowed by the sudden wealth. It had been broken into pieces by Qiqian Yiming, and Enro spent a lot of money to entrust the pawn shop to restore it. The punishment knife is 3 levels higher than the bone-burying shovel. It was a gift from Enro to Pao Pao when he was promoted to silver. The punishment knife was like a long ruler, soft and flexible, and instantly reflected the water light in the room, making people feel cold all over. Enro frowned and found something wrong. Hung Batong trembled all over, but not because of fear, but simply because of anger. In other words, as soon as the thought came to his mind, a figure flashed in quickly, stopped in front of Pao Pao, stretched out 2 fingers, and clamped the blade of the punishment knife. The water light froze. It turned out to be Tang Lang. No wonder Hung Batong was not afraid at all. Boss Tang, this man dared to commit a crime in front of me. Catch him, regardless of life or death. Hung Batong roared behind him. What do you mean by committing a crime? Which eye of yours saw me committing a crime? Can I take out my own weapon for you to see? Facing a master player who was higher in level than him, Pao Pao couldn't help but wilted. Even if he had a green weapon, it wouldn't be good enough in front of Tang Lang. Moreover, with his energy level, his energy value couldn't activate several stages of the penalty knife skills. Fortunately, Tang Lang didn't do it directly. His teasing eyes lingered on Pao Pao's face for a while, and then fell on Enro. Bossin, you have a lot of skills to train the chosen one into a loyal dog. Who do you say is? Pao Pao was about to refute, but when he met Tang Lang's eyes, he dared not say a word. Then, he heard his boss laugh softly. His voice was like a silver bell. Enro looked at Tang Lang openly and said sincerely, how can you compare to the mayor, who manages such a big Eli gang so well? Tang Lang's face turned cold. This sentence was equivalent to calling him and the entire Enlai gang the mayor's dogs. If this kind of sarcasm came from other players, it would be fine. But the person in front of him was an NPC. An NPC that would not lie according to the game's settings. Did even the NPCs look at him like this? Or was it because Enro was the most special type of NPC? Not only was she courageous, but she was also smarter than others? But Enro stopped looking at him and stood up, looking down at Hung Batong. I hope the mayor will reconsider this deal. I really can't take out 5 million gold. After all, even if we are in Yong'an restaurant, we can't make 100,000 gold for a meal. Pow pow. Let's go. Pow pow came to his senses. His boss was a top player, just as good as Tang Lang. What was there to be afraid of? He sent a provocative look to Tang Lang and put the penalty knife back into the weapon prop column. He followed Enro out. Hung Batong was so angry that he could not make 100,000 gold from a meal. He sold the restaurant to Enro for only 140,000 gold. This woman was clearly trying to anger him. No matter how much money you offer. Hung Batong yelled at Enro's back and stretched out his hand to push Tang Lang, causing him to stumble. Go! Catch them! No! Kill them for me! His roar suddenly paused, and the look in Tang Lang's eyes made him feel a chill in his tailbone. He got too angry by mistake, and even forgot the boundary between himself and the man of destiny. That is the invisible boundary between the temple and the rivers and lakes, which can be moved to each other, but at any time, it must not be crossed. The knight violated the law with force, and with the ability of the man of destiny, it was easy to kill him and escape. Hung Batong swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, Tang Lang's murderous gaze lasted only for a moment. And then he smiled normally and nodded gently. Yes, Mayor. He did have the intention to kill. However, it has long been confirmed that Enro is a special NPC. No matter whether Oli or Enlai is the boss of Zhongsu Town, she cannot be killed. He wanted to kill Pow Pow. No one in the world will get up early without profit. As a player, why did Pow Pow follow an NPC so devotedly? It's not for the mission. Otherwise, how could Pow Pow, who was still a low-level player when they first met, be able to use the green weapon in such a short time? Who knows how many clues he has dug up and how many tasks he has completed while following Enro? Enro wants a Destiny person as a bodyguard? Yes, she can choose from thousands of people in Enlai. If she is not satisfied, Tang Lang can go into battle himself. The great player performed the swift wind step, leaving only a shadow in the air. But the shadow was stopped outside the gate. Ministerly, Tang Lang retracted his murderous aura and put on his usual smile. What a coincidence. I haven't seen Ministerly here for a long time. Are you here to see the mayor? Captain Lee pretended not to notice his abnormality and smiled. Yes. The Oli Guild had a spy in the mayor's house. He received a notice the moment Enro entered the house. If it was just Enro and the mayor meeting, even if he knew about the conflict between the two, Captain Lee would not have planned to intervene. But the spy said that Tang Lang also went in before Enro arrived. When Captain Lee arrived, he happened to see Pow Pow using the movement skill and hurriedly leaving with Enro. Judging from the situation, it is clear that there was a conflict with the people in the mansion. He waited for the opportunity, and indeed, he saw Tang Lang chasing him. Fortunately, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Captain Lee's heart was in turmoil, but he remained calm on the surface. Suddenly I remembered that you and I haven't been together for a long time. Let's have a drink. Tang Lang, Ministerly. Aren't you looking for the mayor? With such a big mansion here, the mayor can't run away. Captain Lee meant something. Tang Lang looked into the distance silently and nodded. That guy is lucky. Enro rushed to the intersection of Wanglu 3rd Street, and only stopped the car after seeing the crowded Yan'an Hotel. She looked in the rearview mirror. The master's speed is much faster than the antique car. If he didn't catch up at this time, he should not chase him. I don't know if he changed his mind, or because he found that Enro deliberately ran to a hotel with a large number of players. It would be difficult to attack. Pow Pow was puzzled. Boss, why are we running? Enro, didn't you notice Tang Lang's murderous intention? I feel it. It's so obvious, Pow Pow said. But boss, you are a super god, ranked second on the destiny list. Are you afraid of a mere god? Enro, who said I am the princess of Banyu? I blame myself for letting him misunderstand in order to shock Pow Pow. Now, this kid has already believed it, seeing Enro staring at him without saying anything. Pao Pao scratched his head and suddenly realized, oh, I know. The boss is playing a big game and doesn't want to expose his identity because of such a small matter. Unro. What do you know? Pao Pao's thoughts were very jumpy. He thought he had figured it out. So he skipped this part and said worriedly, boss, Hangbeitong refuses to sell the land. What should we do? Or should we go to another place? According to him, nearly half of the wasteland in the eastern suburbs is not owned by Hangbeitong, and the ownership is dispersed. If you spend a few days and run around a little more, you could always buy the land. The only problem is that it cannot be connected to the existing farm because it is separated by Hangbeitong's land. Just treat it as a branch. Yan'an is the headquarters, Pao Pao said. Enra held the steering wheel, pondered for a while, and sneered, no. I want the 50 acres of land in Hangbeitong. Why do you want it? Even if Hangbeitong is willing to sell. 1 acre of land is 100,000 gold. Boss, 5 million gold. 100,000 gold. Enra sneered. If he doesn't sell it at 2,000 gold per acre, then he won't get 2,000 gold. Pao Pao was stunned. Boss, you want to rob it? It's not impossible. But Hangbeitong is the head of all NPCs in Zhongshu town, and his administrative relationship extends all the way to the first-level district and the central city, if he makes trouble to the higher-ups. Besides, there is Tang Lang. Boss, Tang Lang stands on Hangbeitong's side. If you forcefully rob it, not only will the farm be exposed, but also your identity will be exposed. Pao Pao wiped his throat with his palm. Should we kill Tang Lang first? Before he finished speaking, a chestnut fell on his forehead, and Ro looked strange. I say, your little brain. How can you be so imaginative? Didn't you learn a sentence in class? Do simple things in a complicated way. What's the next sentence? Do complicated things in a simple way? Pao Pao covered his forehead. What does that mean? Enra asked helplessly. What business are we in? Pao Pao stared blankly at the busy Yan'an hotel. Eat fish. There is an inconspicuous small door behind the hotel front desk, and inside the door is the employee lounge. 2 figures were wrapped in the warm yellow light. Originally, Pao Pao stopped eating fish today and planned to go offline early to go home for dinner. However, he encountered an unexpected temporary overtime. So he hurried home in the afternoon and went online again before dinner. And Rose sat on a long wooden bench, half tilted her head, her eyes empty. After a moment, she retracted her gaze and was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. Shopkeeper Jean, boss. Housekeeper Liang is here. Housekeeper Liang is the housekeeper of the mayor's mansion. With a twinkling look in his eyes, he was invited into the lounge by shopkeeper Jean. Seeing Enro's smiling face, he hesitated several times. It seems that Hung Ba Tong sent him here for no good reason. Enro broke the awkward atmosphere. Has the mayor changed his mind? Yes. Butler Liang laughed. The master said he could sell the land to Bosson. But he doesn't want money. Just Yong'an restaurant? Enro interrupted. Bosson is very good at predicting things. Enro sneered. Hung Ba Tong was still upset about the fact that he had sold the restaurant at a loss, and wanted to withdraw the deal as soon as he got the chance. Is Yong'an worth 5 million gold? According to the current daily income of 100,000 gold, it will be earned back in less than 2 months. So it is worth it. But without Enro and the clues to the mission, how can he make 100,000 gold a day? The most valuable thing is not the hotel itself, but the goodwill, the reputation that Enro has painstakingly created. Butler Liang had just received a red envelope from Enro, and he was unable to speak to her. He was already feeling guilty, and now seeing her sarcastic expression, he felt even more unsettled. Business is a matter of mutual consent. If Bosson disagrees, I will go back. Tell Hung Ba Tong. Enro interrupted him again. Of course, the hotel is not for sale. Instead, he has other loss-making businesses. As always, Enro can accept them with a smile. Just passing on a message. Okay? Of course. There is a setting that NPCs cannot lie. So as soon as Butler Liang returned to the mayor's mansion, he gritted his teeth and repeated Enro's words verbatim, which made Hung Ba Tong so angry that he threw the tea bowl. Loss-making industry? Does she think I am a brainless, mediocre person? Thanks to the mayor's reputation and power. Although the industry in Hung Ba Tong's hands is not as popular as Enro, it is really not losing money. It is for this reason that he is obsessed with the former Fuxiang restaurant and has been making up for the losses for many years. It was not until his wife, Leng Hanli, had a quarrel with him that he reluctantly sold the land at a discount. Before he met Enro, Hung Ba Tong was very confident in business. But after he met Enro, he fell down twice in Yandon Hotel and Yan'an Hotel, and was covered in dirt. Hung Ba Tong gritted his teeth and said, "Let the 50 acres of land rot. Want to buy it? No way. Hongyun Hotel, Hongyun Commercial Bank, and Dashaji are all very expensive places. And they are also the most profitable industries in Hung Ba Tong's hands. Of course, after today, they are all in the past. In the lounge." And Ro told Pao Pao, "I have already issued instructions to Wang De and Zhang De. They will be here soon. Remember, you only participate in the first half of the tasks that are released in each place. Eating fish corpses and rewards are not the focus this time." "Understood." Pao Pao nodded vigorously, rubbing his hands. The key is to make Hung Ba Tong so painful that he can't sleep. Chapter 79. Hongyun Trading Company covers a vast area, with 3 floors. Unlike the independent shops in the game era, the trading company is filled with containers, which has the prototype of the shopping mall in the future. Antiques and jades from Lingbing City, precious medicinal materials from Lingyu, exotic foods from Konggu, high-end furniture made of wood, Chinese and Western clothing made of precious materials. The containers are full of everything, with high prices. At 8 o'clock in the evening, most people have eaten dinner, and more people are in the trading company. At the revolving door, customers stopped and looked at a couple who pushed the door open. The man was wearing a Chinese gown and a gentleman's hat, and he was tall and graceful. The woman was not short either, wrapped in a white lace dress, with her face covered by a veil hanging from her round hat. Those who could afford to visit Hongyun Commercial Bank were all rich people, and the couple was only outstanding in appearance, not eye-catching. What attracted attention was the bride's posture. She was led by the groom. Her hands and feet were as stiff as wood, and every step she took, the stiletto heels of her high heels seemed to be broken, like a puppet. Crack. When a middle-aged lady crossed paths with the 2 men, she heard a sound of broken bones. She lowered her head and shouted, "Ouch! Your wife sprained her ankle." The groom turned his head and smiled faintly, his voice calm and pleasant. "She's fine." The lady was startled, then looked at the bride's ankle, and was startled again. "This is strange. The bride's foot was bent at 90 degrees just now. How, suddenly it was fine." Wang De ignored her and led the bride, continue walking inside. When passing the central hall, he glanced at the brass speaker on the stand. The sound coming from the record player was complex and harsh. He walked calmly up the spiral staircase and went up to the 2nd floor. At the foot of the stairs was a tailor's shop that was well known in Jiangsu town. The old tailor came up with reading glasses on his nose and asked, "Sir, do you want to order clothes?" His eyes turned around at the bride, and he smiled and added, "Are you preparing wedding dresses? Chinese or Western style?" "Western style. Western style dresses are very close-fitting, so they need to be measured carefully. Please come in," the old tailor said to the waiting area. "It takes time to measure the clothes. Please sit for a while." "Serve tea," he shouted to the inside. After he finished speaking, the waiter brought out hot tea. The old tailor turned around and saw that the groom had already sat down. But the bride stood aside in a daze, not saying a word. The atmosphere between the newlyweds was a little subtle and harmonious, a harmony that was too respectful. Having been a tailor for most of his life, he had a sharp eye and saw the trick at a glance. The bride was not a bride at all, but a man. No wonder he was so embarrassed. His hands hanging at his sides were tightly clenched. Which man likes to be dressed as a woman when going out? Perhaps for some reason he succumbed to this rich young master? The old tailor looked at the groom sitting on the leather chair. The wide brim of the gentleman's hat covered his face. "I don't know which big boss's son in town is this," the other party suddenly said. "I left my things at the Great World. I'll go back to get them. You measure him first." Okay. The old tailor responded while looking at the groom's back as he left, shaking his head more and more in his heart. If you really like her, why would you dress her up like this and bring her to a place like the Great World to embarrass her? Now, making wedding dresses is probably just to comfort the poor boy. However, the rich young master knew to find an excuse to avoid it, which saved the poor boy's face. "Little sir, stand in front of the mirror," the old tailor asked several times. But the bride didn't move. He just thought that the other party was still embarrassed about dressing up as a woman, and walked over to help the bride's arm. If you mind? Sir, let's go to the fitting room to measure. No one can see. He stopped talking halfway. No. The feeling was wrong. The bride's back and arm joints were stiff, like wooden bars nailed to a pillar. Sir. The bride suddenly broke free, and her stiff hands suddenly raised up to grab his neck. At the same time, a dull, inhuman roar came from behind the veil. The round hat slipped off her head, revealing a pair of eyes that were wide open to the extreme, and the pupils were flying around in the limelight eye sockets like flies. The old tailor was stunned. The bride is more than a man. She is not a human at all. Behind him, the waiter slammed the teapot. Ghost. Ghoul. Run out of the door. The old tailor wanted to run, but his legs were shaking and his feet were stuck to the ground, unable to move. The ghoul's fingers were about to touch his neck, and at the critical moment, something whistled and pierced through the ghoul's head with a puff. A big hole burst out of its forehead, and brain matter and blood splashed all over the old tailor's face. After piercing the ghoul, the thing did not slow down at all, flew over the old tailor's head, and shattered the mirror. Fortunately, he was short, or else his head would be in danger. Found it. Here. A voice approached rapidly, and before the old tailor could see who was coming, he was picked up and stood in the corridor of the store in the blink of an eye. His legs were weak, and he was about to fall to the ground, but was supported by a pair of hands. Looking at the thin rope gloves, it was a destiny. It was the destiny who saved him from the ghoul. The old tailor pointed to the door of the store with a trembling hand. Ghost. Ghost. It was a ghoul. We rushed here as soon as we found the clue, Pow Pow said, turning his head. The ghouls are changing like crazy. Be careful. The surroundings were already in chaos, and the shouts of the tailor shop clerks spread throughout the business. The clerks, the shopkeepers, the shop clerks, and even more customers rushed out, running and crawling. There was a group of people who went the other way, going upstream. Seeing that the gate was blocked tightly by the fleeing people, they simply broke through the glass wall and came in, without going up the stairs, and directly used the movement skill to jump to the second floor. They were all the Destiny people holding weapons, the protector of the world today. For a moment, the old tailor was so moved that he burst into tears, but his feet suddenly felt lighter, and after a dizzy spell, he was already outside the gate of the company. The young Destiny who rescued him was gone, somewhere on the outer wall of the company. The flashing neon lights turned the smoke into a colorful mist. Zhang held a cigarette, and the chaos spread, and no one noticed him. Pow Pow stopped in front of him. Old Zhang. Kwang has changed. Do it. Inside the company, Kwang the ghoul turned into a huge meat mushroom, with cracks all over the surface, and long and thin teeth growing out of each crack, trying to bite the surrounding players. The players were defending themselves and closing the encirclement. Someone urged them. Hurry up. There are more and more people. There are only 2 ghouls. There is not enough to share. But there is another one hidden somewhere. It is only C level, and the other one is only B level. Another person retorted. Don't do it yet. You may be able to lure it out with this one. The players on the scene were not a team, nor even from the same guild. There were also many straight players. It was impossible to reach a consensus with just a few words. If you are not careful, a knife will fly into the air, shining with skill light, and cut down the ghoul. Fuck. Didn't we agree not to fight? No one wanted to fall behind, and they all took out their weapons. How could the C-level ghouls withstand the damage from so many people? And they exploded into a pile of rewards. There were too many wolves and little meat, so everyone rushed to grab it. The players who had just arrived didn't care about anything and rushed into the crowd. Suddenly someone shouted, No! Look at the mission details. The Weird Bride of Hongyun Trading Company. In the mission, the number of ghouls suddenly changed from 2 to 5. A player's lackey, shit luck, just grabbed a red weapon dropped by a ghoul. Before he had time to look at the screen, he suddenly let out a short awe. The number of ghouls has increased again. Hung Batong was so angry that he barely touched his dinner. Now he felt hungry and asked the housekeeper to cook a small stove in the kitchen. When the food was served, he suddenly lost his appetite and stopped eating. Loss-making industry. For some reason, he could never get rid of the 4 words in a row. How is the business of the company recently? Very good. Butler Liang smiled and added tactfully. The number of people who come to our Zhongsu has obviously increased several times recently. Not only the company, but also the business of Hongyan Hotel and the Great World is much better than before. Why are there more people who have the destiny? The answer is very simple. Butler Liang nodded because he wanted to return the favor, so that he would not feel guilty every time he saw Enro. It's a pity that Hung Ba Tong was angry when he mentioned Enro, not to mention attributing the credit for the booming business to her. He snorted and laughed. The destined ones have money, so when they come to Zhongsu, they naturally patronize the most high-end shops in Zhongsu. The tone of course made Li Guanjia curl his lips secretly. According to the master, the restaurant, barber shop, and bathhouse owned by Enro are the most high-end in the town. The master was really angry. Hung Batong finally had some appetite, picked up a chopstick of fried eel paste. But before he put it in his mouth, a security guard rushed in. Master, it's bad. There's a ghoul in the business. The food fell onto the table. Hung Ba Tong blinked. What? The tone was euphemistic and high, and he couldn't believe his ears. It's true. The customers and waiters all ran away, and the commotion was particularly fierce. Oli. No. Eli. Quickly notified Tang Lang to bring Eli to help. As soon as he heard that a small ghoul wave broke out in the business, Tang Lang had already rushed over. Not only him, but also Captain Li. Fortunately, Oli had a lot of people and arrived quickly. Otherwise a ghoul wave of a dozen people would have brewed into hundreds of people if he was not careful. Tang Lang secretly broke into a cold sweat. Firstly, the business is located in a prosperous area. Once the tide of ghouls gets out of control, it will inevitably cause a devastating blow to the surrounding NPCs. If the NPC high-level officials in the first-level safety zone and the central city are alarmed and a ban is issued to the destiny, even Hengbidon can't stop it. Secondly, according to the guild agreement, the large-scale ghoul injury incident in Zhongshu town is considered to be a dereliction of duty by the Oli Guild and their Inlai Guild. As the supervisor of the agreement, the Longyang Guild has the right to expel them from Zhongshu. Tang Lang had no control over what would happen to Captain Li. But Inlai finally had a fixed territory and could not lose it easily. Fortunately, after Oli's investigation, no NPC died in this ghoul tide. Minister Li, it's a good thing you're here, Tang Lang said, still in shock. The two had just had a drink during the day, which ended the Cold War that lasted for half a month. Captain Li looked solemn, shook his head when he heard this, and saw Herring waving to him not far away, and said, President Tang, please check the scene again to make sure there are no fish that slip through the net. After saying that, he walked quickly towards Herring. Seeing Herring about to speak, Captain Li shook his head slightly and took him around the corner. What did you find? Herring, this business mission is a bit similar to the flour mill. The first person to arrive received the mission details, and the highest level of ghouls was B. But when we arrived, the highest level was only C. We carefully questioned the players from other places, and no one remembered whether they killed a B-level ghoul. We didn't have any. This is why temporary teams are not as good as guilds. The guild has a method for doing tasks. Before each person strangles a ghoul, they will deliberately record the level of the ghoul. Although there were members of Oli in the first batch of people who arrived at the scene for this business mission, most of them were foreign players, and most of them were strangers. The scene was chaotic. The high-level players were busy killing ghouls to grab rewards, and the low-level players were busy escaping and protecting themselves. Who could remember whether the B-level ghoul died in their hands? That is to say, this B-level ghoul may still be alive. Captain Li frowned, looking worried. Herring was surprised and said, shouldn't it be? Ghoul differentiation will cause a weak period, which is not good for me. This ghoul tide should be just an unintentional chain reaction. If it was intentional, then the IQ of this B-level ghoul is too terrible. For example, the last T21 mission. Afterwards, the club analyzed that the ghoul boss was jealous of the souls of high-level players, and deliberately differentiated a large number of ghouls to try to cause chaos in Lingbing City, creating opportunities for it to attack high-level players in the chaos. But that boss was SS level from the beginning. Boss, I don't think B-level ghouls have this kind of. Before Herring finished speaking, an all-power member flew over and let go of an old man with gray eyebrows. Boss, I found something, the member said, turning to the old tailor. Tell our captain what you said to me again. One of the old tailor's glasses was broken, and he looked a little embarrassed. but there was no wound on his body. He knelt down without saying a word. Captain Lee, thanks to you, the destined ones, I was able to save my life. He called out repeatedly. The member sighed, not caring about him, and directly repeated what he had said. Captain Lee's eyelids jumped. You mean? The groom is a B-level ghoul, and went to the big world. The member excitedly opened the light screen. Yes. Minister. Look. He was stunned. On the light screen, the clues that had just been dug up a few minutes ago had turned gray. Mission clue: the big world is full of lights and wine, and the groom is looking for a carnival night that belongs to it. Task relevance, 50%. What are you still standing there for? The invalid clue means someone has obtained the task details. Before he finished speaking, Captain Lee had already disappeared. Herring urgently issued a command in the team channel. Everyone. Big world. 15 minutes ago. Big world. Big world is a dance hall, with a stage in the center, booths on all sides, and a long bar against the wall. The singer was singing on the stage. Her sequin cheongsam was cut to the thighs, and the neckline was cut into a deep V. In the past, at this time, as long as she trembled her eyes, there would be whistles and cheers from the audience, and the stage would be sprinkled with gold coins. Unfortunately, for some reason today, the hall was empty, with only a few scattered guests. The singer recognized that they were all rich people in the town who were stingy. There was only one young man sitting at the bar. A stranger. His nose was straight like a peak. Very handsome. But he didn't wear thin gloves, so the singer was not sure if he was a destiny. Besides, he had never looked at her since he entered the door. The bell rang softly, and the store finally welcomed a new customer. The singer saw his thin-lined gloves at a glance. However, the other party did not sit in the booth, but sat directly next to the customer at the bar. Similarly, he did not even look at him. Okay. Where's the stuff? The leader sent it. Wang Dawei nodded and handed over the cigarette box. There was a cigarette sticking out of the opening. Zhang De took it out, lit it himself, and smoked half of it in one puff. The sole fragrance that lingered in the trachea was finally covered with a layer of burnt smoke. No longer so torturous. Seeing Wang De taking a sip of wine, it asked, "Is it useful?" "No," Wang De said, drinking half a glass of wine. "Here it comes." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the dance hall was pushed open, and the players who had disappeared for half the night rushed in. All of them were beaming with joy. People with bad luck have no right to cry in the game. These are the ones who got me from the business mission. And at least they got a mouthful of soup. The scene just now was thrilling, and it is natural for people who have made a fortune to come to the entertainment venue to relax. The best booths were filled up instantly, and the singing on the stage became much sweeter. Some people preferred socializing, and their eyes swept around, stopped at the two people at the bar, and came over. Whiskey. After he told the bartender, he looked at Wang De and Zhang De. "Brother, how much did you make this time?" Zhang De didn't look at him, and smoked with a stern face. Wang De smiled and turned his head. "I went too late, and didn't make a penny, so I came here to drink alone. I was wondering. The mission just ended. Why did someone leave so quickly?" The player picked up the wine and moved closer. "Don't be discouraged. It's just a small ghoul wave." And the latter half was taken over by Ali. So I didn't get much. Although he said this, he was excited and obviously had a lot of gains. Wang De smiled indifferently. I said, "Did you go to Yong'an restaurant too late and didn't get a seat?" Although I don't know which NPC gave the clue. The people in the restaurant should have received it. Only those who were squatting on the roadside eating outside the restaurant saw us rushing out and didn't know what happened. The player was a little proud. "Brother, didn't you get the clue?" Wang De, "I got it." Player, "Then why didn't you follow up immediately?" Wang De, "I was careless and didn't see the Guamping notification." Guamping? The player was stunned for a while before reacting and laughing. "Where are you from?" "Bro, this is the first time I hear someone with an accent in the game." Wang De glanced at him lightly, smiling. "Is it interesting?" "Interesting." Guamping. Wash bucket. Life mole. Knife bar. Good liver. Wang De said a bunch of words in one breath. His face was serious and his speech was slow and steady. The player couldn't stop laughing and waved to the bartender. "Brother, you are so funny. I almost died of laughter in the mission. Waiter, give me a glass of the best whiskey." The bartender pushed the wine over. The player picked it up and handed it to Wanda. Brother, I have a good attitude. I will learn from you. This glass is for you. Wanda didn't take it, and said lightly, dirty. The player was startled and followed his gaze, realizing that Wanda was talking about the fine rope gloves. Only then did he realize that this guy didn't even wear gloves. Dude, you have mysophobia? He said, subconsciously looking at Wanda. There's nothing to say about his appearance. The players are not ugly. The key is temperament. Wanda wore a well-cut woolen suit. His hair was neatly combed to the top of his head, and he looked quite noble at first glance. Coupled with his calm and indifferent speech and behavior, the player couldn't help but feel ashamed. At first glance, he is a second-generation player who is not short of money in real life. The player smiled awkwardly and took off his gloves. You're right. I just finished a task. It's really dirty. He put the gloves into the props column, wiped his hands on his clothes, and stretched out. It's a rare opportunity. Let's make friends. Wanda stared at him for a few seconds, and his smile suddenly deepened. Okay. Let's make friends. Be friends with me. But you can't fall out. Shake hands. Behind the bar, the young bartender NPC saw everything. As usual, with a surge of envy. This is the world of destiny. Free and unrestrained. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of another silent guest from the corner of his eye, and the other party's cold eyes were staring at him. The bartender's hand slipped, and the glass fell to the ground. He squatted down hurriedly to pick up the broken glass. When he stood up a moment later, the bar was empty, and the three people were gone. A few minutes later, the noisy dance hall suddenly became quiet. In the middle, a man in an exaggerated performance costume walked onto the stage. He was tall, and had a manly figure. He wore a red wig that almost covered his entire face. Red nails, rhinestone-high heels, black stockings. After a moment of silence, the whole audience burst into whistles. Damn. A cross-dressing show. So there's such a thing in the dance hall? Ugh. Isn't this disgusting? I paid to see the beauties. If you don't want to watch, shut up. I love watching. I love watching too. It's so interesting and exciting. Then who's singing? Get off and make room. The game is separated from reality, and the players don't appear in their own image. Under the mask, the human nature of seeking excitement is fully revealed. In the booth, no player got up and left. Gold coins were thrown onto the stage and hit the cross-dressing man. Even though the man was silent and looked like a piece of overly gorgeous wood, everyone felt that this trip to the dance hall was worth it. In the corner by the door, Wanda withdrew his gaze from the stage and looked at Jonda. Don't make mistakes. After he finished his instructions, he paused, lit a cigarette, and put it in Jonda's lips. Don't die either. Then, he pushed the door open and quickly disappeared into the neon night. The cigarette slightly covered the soul fragrance, allowing Jonda to have more energy to control the ghoul. The living dead on the stage were differentiated by it and Wanda together, and it was more difficult for it to control it alone. Jonda counted seconds in his heart, and finally counted a full minute when sweat began to drip from his forehead. He took a deep breath, and the cigarette quickly burned to the butt, and then relaxed his tense nerves. On the stage, the motionless ghoul like a puppet suddenly moved, burst into a howl, and rushed into the embrace of the soul. Dozens of delicious souls close at hand, can only be seen but not eaten. For the new ghoul is tantamount to purgatory-like torture. The players were watching with great excitement, laughing and joking, and did not expect this change at all. Ghouls parasitize the players' bodies, and their explosive power is extremely strong. They leap over half the stage and smash into the crowd. Several screams erupted from the crowd. Ghouls! It's ghouls! The riot 2 kilometers away had just ended, and new riots were spreading from the big world again. The food on the table was already cold. Hung Baton walked around the table irritably. Where's Tang Lang? Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's not his fault that he has a bad temper. It's really that the ghouls in the business are like being stabbed in the heart by someone, and blood is flowing. If it was just 1 or 2 ghouls, it would be fine, and the noise would not be big, and they could always cover it up later. But with the tide of ghouls, who wouldn't worry about a fish slipping through the net in some corner? Not to mention ordinary customers. Even he himself was afraid. How could the business attract people to come? And how could it make money? Butler Leong ran out of the door timidly, and soon he led the security guards to run in. Both of them looked like they had lost their parents. Master. Hung Ba Tong's eyelids twitched. What's going on? Security guard. The world is also in a ghoul tide. Hung Ba Tong's eyes rolled back, and he almost suffocated. After being supported by Butler Liang in time, he forced a breath. Tang Lang. No. Where is Captain Li? Quickly let him take people to kill the ghouls. Chapter 80. Captain Li stood at the mission site. The world of feasting and revelry had been destroyed. Neon lights flickered, and the ground was covered with broken glass and the remains of tables and chairs. In the air, the smell of alcohol, blood, and the stench of ghouls turned into water mixed into a strong smell, which made his forehead veins jump. Minister. I got the mission details. Herring got the mission information from the surviving players and shared the light screen. Mission name, sound and color are the Graveyard of the Soul. Mission location, Jiangsu Town Big World Dance Hall. Ghoul level, B highest. Number of ghouls, 0/4. Time limit, none. Difficulty rating, B. This is the earliest mission details. When we arrived, there were 10 ghouls, Herring said. Similarly, no one knows whether we have strangled B-level ghouls. Bullmaster. 2 consecutive ghoul waves broke out in one night. This is the first time we have encountered such a thing in our Chisuku. He has begun to waver in his previous judgment. Could it be that this B-level ghoul really has such a high IQ? Minister. The headquarters suspects that there is a ghost mother hidden in Jiangsu Town. Could it be this one? Captain Li has been thinking and shook his head slowly. Impossible. The watershed of Jiangsu Town's transformation into a high-frequency zone lies in the flour mill mission. The highest level of ghouls in that mission was A. It couldn't be this B. There is no such thing as ghouls, and players losing levels. The 2 missions tonight may be related, but they have nothing to do with the ghost mother. And these 2 tasks, maybe just coincidence. Coincidence? Why did the minister suddenly change his attitude? Herring was puzzled, but didn't the minister say that the B-level ghouls in the business might be alive? The big world is also B-level. Captain Li, think about it. What is the biggest feature of the ghoul tide controlled by the high IQ ghost mother? Each ghoul is differentiated by the ghost mother herself, which is convenient for her to drive and control. And these 2 times, leaving aside the initial ghoul, the subsequent differentiation is that he bites him. And he bites him again. This kind of chain-like differentiation. It doesn't seem like a premeditated plan, Herring said. His complicated thoughts suddenly became very simple. That is to say, the B-level ghoul escaped from the business and came to the big world to find food in order to relieve his weak state, and for some reason, it failed to eat the player's soul completely. So it differentiated into ghouls. It is more likely that after the foraging, it differentiated into new ghouls to attract attention and escape in the chaos. This is its usual trick, Captain Li said. In this way, even if this B-level ghoul is not dead, it is just a more cunning one. Not a high IQ and high destructive boss. The hidden dangers faced by Jiangsu Town were also reduced by several orders of magnitude. Captain Li originally hoped that Jiangsu Town would become a high-frequency mission area, and such an existence would be a good thing. Herring understood his thoughts and hesitated. Minister. Then should we continue to cast a wide net to search for clues? Captain Li did not answer, but asked, assuming that the B-level ghoul in the 2 missions is the same. Have you ever thought about why it came to the big world after leaving the business? Isn't it because there are many players in the big world? They are all its prey. That makes sense. Captain Li suddenly smiled. But combined with another coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. Who owns Hongyun Commercial Bank and the Great World? Mayor Hung Ba Tong? Herring's eyes widened. Is it because Enro wanted to buy land today and had a falling out with Hung Ba Tong? Minister. This. Herring was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Could it be that this B-level ghoul was sent by Enro? An NPC drives a ghoul? Is it possible? Shocking. Captain Li laughed and said, it's not what you think. Rather than saying Enro, it's better to say that the system is controlling everything behind the scenes. Special NPC. Who knows what role she plays in the whole game? Then, we won't investigate? As always, send people to patrol and watch for unusual movements. And don't take the initiative to search. Captain Li said. It seems that no one can go against the wishes of the special NPC. It's a pity that the name Hengbadong knows nothing about it. The clueless Hung Batong slumped on the sofa. All his strength drained out. Seeing Tang Lang, who was late, He didn't even have the strength to get up and lose his temper. Don't worry, Mayor. We rushed over as soon as we got the news. We strangled all the ghouls immediately. Now the business and the world are safe. Tang Lang said. What's the use? We've made a fuss. What's the point? Butler Liang was trying to calm Hung Batong down, but he slapped him away. Hung Batong pointed his shaking finger at Tang Lang. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. It must be her. That and Ro. You go and take people to guard the hotel. She will definitely attack the hotel next. The mayor's house is on the west side of the town square, and the Hongyun Hotel is in the southeast corner of the square, only a few hundred meters apart. There are magnificent marble columns on both sides of the hotel entrance, and in the middle of the columns are two men wrapped in black windbreakers. When Hung Batong was roaring angrily in the mansion, one of them turned his head and looked across the silent and deserted square to the mayor's house. The other person noticed its movement and whispered, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Wang De smiled slightly. One man and one ghost walked up the stairs together. "Hello, gentlemen. What are your names?" "Tao Yushu." "He is Wang Linfeng." The name is strange, and it sounds like a man of destiny. The front desk didn't mind. After all, guests who stayed in the hotel only had to pay, and there was no identity verification process. "Mr. Tao. Mr. Wang. There is only one king-size bedroom left in our hotel. Is it okay?" Pao Pao glanced at Wang De and nodded. "Sure. After all, they are here to do business, not to sleep." Front desk. Room fee is 2,000 gold. Deposit is 1,000 gold. The hotel service is good, and after paying, the waiter will lead you to the room. After the two entered the door, Wang De stood behind the door for a while. "Let's go." They opened the door and went out, and Pao Pao glanced at the corridor. "Which room are we going to?" "There is only one empty room. Anyone will do." Wang De has good hearing. "There is no one on this floor." Pao Pao let go of his voice a little and shook his head. "Many people died in the business and the big world. There must be people living in Hongyun. What if we come back empty-handed? Then change again? I can hear it." To prevent leaving clues, Pao Pao took Wang De to the third floor. The rooms on the third floor were also empty. They must have been let out by two consecutive waves of ghouls. Even if there were no waves of ghouls, the players who came for the mission would be wandering in the streets and alleys at this moment, and would not come back until the middle of the night. Pao Pao picked a room at random. Wang De is a ghoul, and he is not talkative. Since he was promoted to A level, his temperament has changed visibly, and he has become even more silent. On the contrary, Pao Pao always feels restrained when he is alone with this subordinate. In contrast, Zhang De is like a real subordinate. Zhang Da's silence is dull, while Wang Da's silence always makes it feel like even his hair is thinking. Snap! A beam of fire lit up in the darkness, and Wang De lit a cigarette. Pao Pao was afraid of leaving clues, so he subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he opened his mouth halfway and gave up. He turned to ask, "Dachui, how did you learn to smoke?" After asking, he felt that this sentence was weird, like an elder caring for the younger generation. Wang De pulled open the curtains, opened a window, and exhaled a straight column of smoke in the dim light reflected by the dim street lamp. "It can cover the smell of the soul," Wang De said truthfully. Pao Pao was startled, and his tailbone felt cold. There was no one around, only him as a player. He had upgraded to silver, and the fragrance of the soul was stronger than before, and it attracted more ghouls. Wang De turned his head to look at him. "The leader is afraid of me." "No need." Pao Pao laughed dryly. "How could it be? You are becoming more and more like a..." He couldn't finish his words. "Human?" Wang De chuckled. "No. I am a ghoul. It's not it that tortures me, but it..." He patted his chest and pointed to his head. "There is always someone singing in here. It's not the harsh song you heard." Pao Pao didn't understand. Whether it's a player or an NPC, everyone knows that the instinct of a ghoul is to devour souls. Even high-level and high IQ ghouls are driven by this instinct. Ghouls can be controlled by people other than the Ghost Mother? This cognition is enough to shock everyone, and what Wang De showed was far from being controlled. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to understand the deeper settings of the ghoul. Pao Pao became curious. "Dachui, what do you usually think about?" "I know Lao Zhang very well. He is either thinking about when he can have his next meal, or thinking about how to suppress his desire and not run away, and complete the work assigned by his boss. But you? Haha. I feel a little bit unpredictable. Wangda did not answer. After a long silence, the hand holding the cigarette tapped his forehead again and smiled. She knows. Pao Pao understood. And Rose seemed to be absent from the fish-eating business that was decided on temporarily tonight. But she actually participated in the whole process. Wangda and Zhangda were her eyes, ears, and weapons. He became more and more curious about what kind of amazing bug the boss had mastered. Could it be that the top player's understanding of the game was completely beyond the scope of ordinary people? Pao Pao thought it was unlikely. At least, he had never heard of such a thing from his own brother. The strength of the top players was the sense of smell and strength honed in killing. He wanted to ask more. But Wangda exuded the aura of no strangers allowed again, making it difficult for him to speak. In silence, time passed by minute, and Pao Pao was almost falling asleep waiting, when he suddenly heard a voice. Here it comes. When he opened his eyes, Wangda had already rushed behind the door, waiting for the player outside to push the door in, and press the other party's door. With a faint light of soul on his palm, the player's body stiffened instantly, without even a scream. Even the process of devouring the soul revealed calmness and elegance. This was in stark contrast to Zhangda. For some reason, could devour the soul as long as he touched it. But he had to hook the player in front of him and bite a bloody bite on the neck before he stopped. Pao Pao thought that Zhangda was venting his repressed instinctive irritability. The player left a trace of his soul, which was transformed into a new ghoul and locked in the room. Wangda and Pao Pao continued to sneak into other rooms until dawn. Pao Pao saw some red bloodshot in Wangda's eyes, and he finally looked familiar. 5 should be enough, Pao Pao said. When things get rough, we'll get a few more bodies back. A total of 7 people were killed, 5 of whom turned into ghouls, leaving only 2 bodies on hand. Add in the 2 that Pao Pao brought back from the business, and the 2 that Zhangda brought back from the big world, for a total of 6 bodies. Adding them together, it's not bad. But compared to the scale of players involved in the 3 ghoul waves, it's a bit underwhelming. The difference between sesame and watermelon. Wangda's disguise as a player was flawless, and he teamed up with Pao Pao. When the ghoul wave broke out, it wouldn't be difficult to get more bodies back. Hung Baton refused to go to bed. He was so anxious that he stayed in a chair all night and had a fever. This was a rare thing. Butler Liang hurriedly fed him several bottles of life potion, and his red face returned to normal. But he was still sick and looked very bad. Why hasn't he come yet? Did Tang Lang go? He went. There was no news all night. Maybe the hotel is fine. Master, don't worry. Hung Baton was worried. Did he really go? It's true. The security guards come back every hour to report. They just came and said that Enlai guarded the hotel tightly, Butler Leon said. Besides, sir, there are many people of destiny living in the hotel. Even if there are really ghouls, they can't cause any trouble. Aren't there people of destiny in the big world? Butler Leon was stuck, paused and smiled. Don't worry, sir. I have told Gang Leader Tang that there are hundreds of people of destiny guarding. Gang Leader Tang patted his chest and promised that if Enro is really behind this, she will be caught. In the early morning, the dim light of the sky could not dispel the darkness in the city. Captain Lee sat in the private room of the tea house, retracting his sight from the nearby Hongyun Hotel to the dark streets. There were few pedestrians. The big world mission took place at around 9 o'clock in the evening. In the following 7 or 8 hours, the huge Shongsu town entered its previous tranquility. Players wandered in the streets in groups for a night and gradually dispersed. In the early morning, Captain Lee thought that today's mission was over and was about to log off. Unexpectedly, the spy planet in the Enlai Guild sent a message, and Tang Lang personally led all online members to secretly surround the Hongyun Hotel. It was unclear whether Tang Lang was smart or Hung Batong was smart for once. If it is the former, he is secretly plotting behind the back of the Oli Guild, and his heart is damnable. If it is the latter, Captain Lee sneered. It seems that Hung Batong wants to abandon Oli by handing such an important task to Eli. Herring poured him a cup of hot tea. Minister, there has been no movement for so long. Eli must have come up empty-handed. Right. Some of our members want to take a break offline. Let them wait. If Eli doesn't withdraw, we won't withdraw. Herring issued an order and asked, if the Hongyun Hotel really reveals a task, should we cooperate with Eli? Or, Captain Lee said in a cold and hard tone, of course we have to seize Oli's territory. Hongyun Hotel faces the street on 3 sides, and the north side faces the town square. If they openly send people to surround it, it will definitely attract the attention of Oli and other foreign players. Tang Lang arranged all 400 members in the hotel. Fortunately, the hotel has a large area and a basement for storing miscellaneous items, which is enough to accommodate most people. The rest can be scattered in places like the linen room on the first floor, which will be enough to accommodate them. With Hung Ba Tong's instructions, he arranged a smart member at the front desk to play the role of NPC. After one night, he did not reveal any flaws, but Tang Lang glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen again. A whole night had passed. He led the team to wait and see, not only to deal with Hengbeitong's request. After all, he witnessed the conflict between Hengbeitong and Andrew yesterday. At night, a wave of ghouls broke out in 2 industries of Hengbeitong. It was too coincidental, which inevitably aroused suspicion. President, should we withdraw before it's all light? What if we are discovered by Oli? The one who spoke was Tang Lang's confidant, whose ID was worker, and whose biggest characteristic was being cautious and timid. When Eli was first established, it was a guerrilla army, wandering around the territories of various large guilds. Many times, it was thanks to him that they escaped. Tang Lang once admired his character, but now, he is more annoyed and disappointed. In the future, we have to fight Oli head-on, and timid people are useless. Tang Lang said unhappily, so what if we find out? The mayor of Jiangsu town stands on our side, and Lingbing City has also issued a clear order to prohibit private fights between guilds. Liming is still gold. What can it do to us? The worker closed his mouth, and his eyes flickered in his drooping eyes. Fighting Minister Li is equivalent to fighting the entire Oli. Why can't the president figure it out? If they continue to act recklessly, Li, which only has 1,000 people, will soon be disbanded. He remained calm and sent a message on the light screen. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Tang Lang's level was much higher than his. He had already discovered it first and jumped up. Notify everyone to kill, especially the kid next to Enro. If you see him, bring his body to me. If these tasks were really planned by Enro, that kid must have participated in it. The door was knocked open, and the suppressed roar of the ghoul suddenly became clear. The worker was about to switch to the guild channel, but the task details on the light screen suddenly changed. Task name: is there anything happier than dying in your sleep? Task location: Hongyun Hotel in Jiangsu town. Ghoul level: C. Number of ghouls: 12 out of 12. Time limit: none. Difficulty rating: B. A few seconds ago, the number of ghouls was clearly 5 out of 5. When the number of ghouls in a single mission exceeds 10, it is a ghoul tide. Another ghoul tide? Tang Lang has already rushed out with everyone, and only the worker is left in the linen room. He quickly glanced outside the door, and his expression showed a moment of struggle. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the players who returned early from the night tour had already fallen into a deep sleep, and those who had just returned were also planning to go to bed and rest. It was the time when the guards were the most relaxed. Several ghouls howled, broke through the door and wall with lightning speed, and rushed towards the fresh soul closest to them. A pool of calm water was thrown into the red-hot meteorite, and it immediately boiled. Compared to the business and the big world, this wave of ghouls had the largest number and the strongest destructive power. The entire Hongyun Hotel fell into chaos in the blink of an eye. The number of ghouls continued to rise. Tentacles, bones, sharp teeth, sharp claws, mucus. The number of crazy ghouls continued to increase, and the mutated organs pierced through the walls, smashed the floor, and destroyed the roof. The terrifying movement mixed with the screams that came one after another, like a big bell in the early morning, awakened the entire Jiangsu town. The members of Enlai had already prepared, but the preparations had been exhausted after waiting all night. Moreover, the number of ghouls in the mission details was far greater than the previous 2 waves of ghouls. In a short period of time, it exceeded 30. Hongyun was called a restaurant, but it was a hotel. The long corridors and rooms one after another naturally cut off Enlai's formation. Encirclement? It didn't exist. Hundreds of people were crowded in the corridor, and no one knew when a ghoul would rush out of which room. And it suddenly became a turbulent stream of boiling water. Many Eli members were affected. When touched by a ghoul, a little bit of their soul was lost, and a new, hungry ghoul was born. What are you panicking about? Kill! The guild leader, who was a great player, set an example by killing 2 members who were divided without blinking. Colleagues, friends, brothers, all friendships were destroyed in an instant. The workers squeezed in the crowd, watching the weapons and skills fall on their former colleagues, and swallowed their saliva. The words that came up in his throat were held back in his stomach. Many people present have soul cards. As long as they reach out and activate a soul card, they can save them. Once the army's morale is stable, Tang Lang no longer cares about the ghouls in front of him. Using the movement skill, he quickly shuttles around the hotel. The great god's movement speed is amazing, and he has completed the 3 floors in a short while. The little lackey who didn't find and row. The anger that had been suppressed for a day suddenly exploded. He waved his hand, and the long spear drilled out from the palm of his hand, piercing the head of a ghoul. After the ghoul fell, a Eli member holding a knife with both hands was revealed behind him, maintaining a sprinting posture, and one of his eyes became a bloody hole. President. The member said 2 words and fell down. Bad luck. Tang Lang cursed. However, it was just a matter of a resurrection card to kill a subordinate by mistake. At most, he would get more rewards after the resurrection. Now that things have come to this, we can only focus on the current task. Tang Lang clicked his fingers and sent a message in the guild channel. Complete the task within 10 minutes and get a 50 to 50 reward. Usually it was 30 to 70, but now it was 50 to 50. The members of Eli suddenly became excited and their killing intent was high. However, the workers suddenly sent a message in the channel. Ali Bao is coming. Tang Lang was shocked. Bao? That means there are a lot of people coming. So fast? He went downstairs quickly, and just as he reached the first floor, he saw 2 members bleeding and falling to the ground. The bodies did not change wildly. Tang Lang glared at Captain Lee at the door. You killed my people? Really? I'm sorry. I can't tell whether they were divided or not. Captain Lee said so, but there was no apology on his face. I can't help it. My men are unfamiliar, and I don't recognize them. Playing dirty tricks in the tide of ghouls. Even if Long Yen comes, it is hard to tell who is right and who is wrong. Tang Lang's teeth creaked, and he just wanted to kill the Dawn Darkness, who was only at the gold level in front of him. But there were so many Ali players outside the door. Needless to say, they must have surrounded the hotel in 3 layers. Like him, Dawn Darkness obviously played a trick of waiting for the rabbit. As he let everyone retreat, Tang Lang had no choice. 3 streets away, on the roof, Pao Pao looked at the smoke-filled Hongyan Hotel, and was still frightened. Da Chui, did you hear about the ambush? Or did the boss tell you? Eli and Ollie teamed up to ambush. I almost fell there. Wangda smiled silently, pinched the corpse's throat with 5 fingers, and crushed the throat at the moment the player was resurrected. The other hand waved in the air, and all the money leaking from the corpse fell into his palm. Pao Pao saw this and turned his head to look at the corpse on his back. There was no sign of resurrection. When he looked at Wangda again, the other party reached out and took the corpse on his back. What? I can carry her on my back. She's looking for you. Oh. Pao Pao nodded. What about you? Back to the farm. As his voice drifted by his ears, Wang Da's figure had disappeared into the dark alley. Master, you've been through the whole night, so don't get too angry. Pa. A slap fell on the face of Liang Guanjia. Hung Badong's eyes were dark and bloodshot, and he cursed, Don't get angry? You ruined my 2 most profitable businesses in one night, and you want me to stop getting angry? Help me up. Butler Liang didn't dare to persuade him anymore, and obediently helped him to the door. Outside the study was an independent courtyard, in which 20 black-clad soldiers were neatly arranged, each holding a musket in their hands. This was the musket team formed by Hangbeidong with a lot of money, including equipment and bullets for practice, and each soldier spent tens of thousands of gold. Tang Lang, a 2-faced guy, waited for a whole night without any good news, so Hangbeidong had to use this group of treasures. It's a pity that these musket soldiers can scare the common people, but when they heard that they were going to kill ghouls, their legs and feet became weak and their hands were shaking. Hung Batong was about to yell in anger when a security guard ran in a panic. Master, the hotel. The hotel is really haunted by ghosts. There are so many, more than the business and the great world combined. Hung Batong rolled his eyes and fainted. Butler Liang was standing far away and didn't have time to help him. The musketeers who were close were even more frightened when they heard that there were real ghosts. And they didn't even think of helping. Poor town leader, the god of the town, fell to the ground like this, hitting his head on the bluestone bricks and bleeding. Hey, what's wrong? Help the mayor up. A lively and pleasant voice came from far away and reached Hung Batong's ears. He woke up immediately and looked up, only to see Enro approaching gracefully in white high heels. She seemed to have expected it, and took out 2 life potions from her beige leather handbag and handed them to Butler Liang. Hurry up and give it to the mayor. Don't you see that his face is covered in blood? Oh, okay. Butler Liang took the life potion and saw that his master was still lying on the ground in a mess. So he hurriedly called the soldiers, help the master up. When he was lifted up, it was found that Hung Batong had not only hit his forehead, but also his nose, lips, and chin. As luck would have it, not only did one of his front teeth fall out, but it also got stuck in his tongue, and blood flowed out when he opened his mouth. It was as miserable as it could be. The effect of NPC drinking life potion was much smaller than that of players. The wound could heal, but the broken front teeth could not grow out. Woo-woo. Hung Batong's tongue was swollen and painful, and he could not speak. He was supported by the musketeer, and his eyes were red as he stared at Enro. The bleeding stopped, but the wound couldn't heal immediately, and the tongue couldn't be swollen immediately. It seemed that she couldn't speak for a while. Very good. Enro had been up all night, mentally exhausted, and wanted to be quiet. But thanks to the 2 life potions she drank before going out, her face looked radiant, as if she had just had a good sleep. Butler Liang helped Hung Batong into the study. Hung Batong stared at the door desperately, waving his arms. I don't know if Butler Liang really didn't understand or pretended not to understand. He turned around and said to the musketeers outside the house, go down. Patrol the streets to maintain order, so that the townspeople won't cause trouble because of the ghouls, and cause trouble for the master. Hung Batong's eyes were full of question marks, and his doubts turned into anger. He struggled to stand up, but Liang Butler pressed his shoulders hard. Master. No. Your injury is not healed yet. Hung Batong ignored the severe pain in his tongue and tried his best to hum and ah. Butler Liang nodded repeatedly, turned to look at Enro, and asked politely, Bossin, the master wanted to ask you what you are doing here so early. Enro held back her smile. This time, Butler Liang must have really not understood. After all, NPCs will not lie. But not understanding is not important. While Hung Batong is unable to speak, Butler Liang finds the right opportunity to get paid for the job. Enro asked him to relay a sentence that would surely anger Hung Batong last night. So naturally he had to give him a big red envelope. Enro showed concern on her face. I heard that there are ghosts in the town early this morning. Hongyun Commercial Bank, Great World, and Hongyun Hotel. Aren't they all the hard work of the mayor for many years? I'm worried that the mayor is too sad. So I came here to express my condolences. Every word pierced Hung Batong's heart. Hung Batong's eyes widened with anger, and he tried to stand up by holding the handrail. But his shoulders were held tightly by Liang Guanjia. Liang Guanjia's eyes fell on Enro's hand. It's not the etiquette to come here empty-handed. Of course, I didn't come empty-handed. Enro took out a folded paper from her handbag. I brought the contracts for the wasteland in the eastern suburbs, and the 3 industries I just mentioned. Hung Batong stared at the paper with his eyes wide open. And he only regretted that he drank the life potion and couldn't cry blood on the spot. Premeditated. 3 ghouls in one night. It was definitely premeditated by this woman. Butler Liang rubbed his shoulders. Don't worry, Master. I'll take a look for you first. He pressed Hung Batong with his right hand and took the contract with his left hand. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was surprised by the amount on it. Wasteland is 100 gold per acre. And the business, the world, and the restaurant are all 10,000 gold. Bossin, the price offered yesterday was 2,000 gold per acre for wasteland in the eastern suburbs. A total of 100,000 gold. After just one night, the total price was reduced to 5,000 gold. There are 3 other properties, all of which are the largest stores in Zhongshu town. And none of them are worth less than 1 million gold. That is the lifeblood of Hung Batong's cornucopia. And they were all sold for 30,000 gold. Is this selling garbage? Enro sighed deeply, looking distressed. If it weren't for the mayor's care for Enro, I wouldn't have bought these rotten assets. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the cloth shop in Huangjiao Lane in the east of the town. The business was so good 2 years ago, but it went bankrupt because of a ghoul. That empty shop. No one is willing to buy it till now. Butler Liang has served Hung Ba Tong for a long time, and knows the Huang family cloth shop better than most people. It is true that it has been vacant for 2 years. But how can it be because no one wants to buy it? It is obvious that the Huang family was scared and moved their whole family to the first-level district. They didn't care about the small amount of money they sold the shop for. So they deliberately left it vacant with the idea of letting the shop continue to be passed down. The shop is not farmland, and there is no need to grow things. After 5 or 8 years, when the townspeople have almost forgotten about it, it can be reopened naturally. Hung Ba Tong hummed and groaned, his body struggling restlessly. Butler Liang quickly handed the contract back to Enro, listened attentively for a while, and nodded repeatedly. I know. Master, don't worry. He raised his head and shouted. Xiao Ding, come in for a moment. A young man bowed his head and walked quickly into the study. Enro recognized him. Ding Liang, who was once sent by Hung Ba Tong to watch over the Yong'an Hotel. Seeing that it was Enro, Ding Liang lowered his head again. At a loss. Go. Get the black box on the shelf. Butler Liang ordered. It was a black lacquered wooden box with a small and exquisite gold lock. Seeing it being brought to him, Hung Ba Tong was stunned. What does it mean? What does the surname Liang mean by this? While he was stunned, Butler Liang reached out to his neck and pulled the gold chain off his neck with force. On the gold chain was an equally exquisite key. Hung Ba Tong came back to his senses and screamed a lot. But Butler Liang didn't even look at him, and ordered Ding Liang again, open it. The scene was a bit strange. Ding Liang looked at Hung Ba Tong, then at Butler Liang, and finally chose to obey his master and unlock the wooden box. Butler Liang searched among them and quickly gathered 4 deeds and house deeds and handed them to Enro. On behalf of the master, I thank Mr. En for his kindness. He glanced at Hung Ba Tong under his hand and frowned. But this signature. The contract is there. The deeds are there. Everything is ready. Except for Hung Ba Tong's personal signature. Under the game mechanism, proxy signing is definitely not recognized. Not to mention that this terrifying deal is not what Hung Ba Tong wants at all. And Rose smiled slightly. Leave it to me. At the same time, she glanced at Ding Liang on the side. Butler Liang understood. Xiao Ding, go out first. The two sang in unison. And Hung Ba Tong understood it no matter how late he realized it. This is a collaboration between inside and outside. There is a thief in the house. Oh sound. Oh sound. Hung Ba Tong tried to call Ding Liang, but others really couldn't understand. So they could only watch Ding Liang disappear outside the door in despair. A face suddenly came over and blocked his sight. It was Enro's harmless and gentle smile. Hung Ba Tong's eyes were red, and she moved to his ear and said something very cold in a very soft voice. If you don't want ghouls to appear in your home, just sign it obediently. All the anger and resentment froze in an instant, and Hung Ba Tong's heartbeat slowed down. He was really angry and confused. He was so angry that he guessed that Enro was behind the continuous ghouls, and was shocked by how Enro could drive the ghouls that everyone feared. But he never thought that ghouls could appear in his store and in his home. Fear surged into his heart like a raging tide, and Rose's smile remained unchanged. But her eyes were filled with the coldness of death. He had wanted to kill her, and she had wanted to kill him too. Enro and Butler Liang. It was dark under the lamp. Dark under the lamp. Even though he was extremely reluctant, Hung Ba Tong could not help but hold the brush handed over by Butler Liang, and signed his name on each contract, while pressing the bright red fingerprints. The trembling hand made the name written crooked and even unrecognizable. Hung Ba Tong. 3 words. But the contract flashed white light, and the system recognized it. A small land dispute. The outcome was settled. Enro looked at several contracts with satisfaction, and Butler Liang also loosened his grip. Unexpectedly, Hung Ba Tong jumped out of the chair, rolled and crawled to the antique shelf, picked up something and pointed it at Enro. It turned out to be a musket. Master, don't do that. Butler Liang screamed, and the sound of the gun rang out, startling the morning birds on the trees in the yard. Enro subconsciously raised her left hand, and the jade bracelet on her wrist slid down to her forearm. Ice wrist guard. Whether it was at the Yong'an Hotel half a month ago, or at the mayor's mansion today, The reason why she was not afraid of Heng Beitong's musketeers was because of this item. Passively activated when an attack is detected. Defense value 300 points. After she had a falling out with Heng Beitong that day, she asked Pao Pao to buy a musket from the pawn shop and tried it out. It was more than enough to defend against bullets. After all, it was just a weapon that NPCs could use, and it couldn't be compared with real items. However, at this moment, a figure flashed in from outside the door and blocked Enro. Enro quickly lowered her arm and covered the jade bracelet with her right hand. It was Tang Lang. Mayor, don't be impulsive. Killing people violates the laws of Lingbing City. Hung Batong was stunned. In his field of vision, Tang Lang blocked and rode tightly behind him, raised his left hand to his chest, and blocked the bullet with just the thin glove. He saved Enro? He, Tang Lang, dared to save this woman from his hands in front of him? Hung Batong was furious, and his tongue was almost swollen. He cursed, Tang Lang, you dare to disobey me. Disobey me for her? Tang Lang was in a big trouble. It wasn't because an NPC yelled at him and said something rude, but Enro really couldn't be killed. If Enro was killed, what would be the point even if he drove the Oli branch out of Zhongsu town? Human desires only move forward, not backward. After seeing the splendor of the high-frequency mission area during this period, he was no longer the guild leader who was satisfied with a stable base, guarding a small marginal town with no missions, following the footsteps of Dawn Darkness for so many years. How could he be worthy of the great god level he had worked so hard to reach? Tang Lang forced himself to soften his tone. Mayor, if you violate the law, you are no longer the mayor. Hung Batong shouted, I can kill if I want to. Who knows? Who dares to say? I dare. Hung Batong's expression froze, and he looked at the butler Liang, who suddenly spoke. You. Good. You Liang. The muzzle of the gun moved and pointed at him. Butler Liang trembled all over and hid behind Enro. He could only hear the voice but not see the person. If the mayor dares to commit murder, I will report to the central city immediately. Hung Batong, Tang Lang. Don't get out of the way. Tang Lang didn't take the gun seriously. He turned his head and looked down, looking at Enro in surprise. He arrived at the moment when Hung Batong fired the gun. He didn't know the whole story. He thought it was just a continuation of the conflict between the two. He didn't expect that Butler Liang betrayed Hung Batong? The struggle between NPCs is not shallow at all. Hung Batong finally fired the gun. 3 consecutive shots. But the 3 damn people disappeared on the other side of the smoking gun. The angry roar resounded throughout the mayor's mansion.